Chapter 1. Have I transcended? The majestic Songshan loomed, its setting sun resembling a pool of blood. In a tranquil courtyard, Chu Xiu gradually opened his eyes, rubbing his aching temples. He surveyed his surroundings and then glanced at his dark constable attire, along with the badge hanging at his waist. A torrent of memories surged through his mind. Zhou Dynasty? 6 doors of Songlong County? A trace of solemnity crossed Chu Xiu's face. It appeared that he was a constable. Dynasty, aristocracy, sex, martial arts, demons, and the bizarre, all these elements converged to render the role of a constable an exceedingly perilous profession. At any moment, he could meet a grim fate, leaving his body unburied. Yet, where am I currently? After a considerable pause, Chu Xiu began to pace around the courtyard, seeking to gather more information. Just then, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. A burly man dressed in the attire of a head constable burst into the courtyard, gripping a young girl of about 17 or 18 by the arm. Chu Xiu recognized him as Tian Lin, the bronze badge head constable of the 6 doors in Songlong County, and his immediate superior. But who is this girl? He furrowed his brow slightly. The young girl was clad in coarse cloth, her beauty barely concealed. Yet her vacant gaze and tear-streaked face revealed that she had clearly been abducted against her will. Chu Xiu, keep an eye on this little girl, and don't let her escape. Tian Lin roughly tossed the girl onto the ground and ordered Chu Xiu. Who is she? Chu Xiu inquired. How would I know? I saw her by the roadside and thought she looked decent, so I brought her in. Tian Lin replied with a sinister grin. Isn't that tantamount to forcibly seizing a commoner? Chu Xiu's expression shifted, feeling his worldview undergo a significant upheaval. And so what if it is? This is for the 3rd young master of the Gao family. Tian Lin proclaimed nonchalantly. In Songlong County, the Gao family is all-powerful. What's the harm in the 3rd young master indulging in a few women? Moreover, I've slaughtered her entire family, no one will ever know. As long as she gets close to the 3rd young master, even as the bronze badge head constable of the 6 doors, I might still secure my own opportunity. I brought you along because I recognize your talent. I thought you could make a good impression in front of the 3rd young master. If the 3rd young master is pleased, a mere pill could elevate you to an extraordinary realm. Tian Lin clapped Chu Xiu on the shoulder, his tone laden with implication. Do you understand my meaning? Chu Xiu remained silent, astounded by the audacity of the bronze badge head constable who would resort to such vile acts for the sake of ingratiating himself with a noble family. He was certainly aware of the Gao family in Songlong County. They were the sole aristocratic family in the entire region. The head of the family, Gao Zhantian, served as the county lieutenant, commanding the elite troops of Songlong County. His mere stamp of a foot could send tremors throughout the entire county. Even the county magistrate's words might not hold as much weight as those of Gao Zhantian. Even the county magistrate had to treat Gao Zhantian with utmost respect, controlling the heavens with one hand. The phrase floated through Chu Xiu's mind, as the darkness of this world far exceeded his imagination. The 3rd young master is here, Tian Lin suddenly announced. Be sharp. At his words, Chu Xiu turned to see a young man clad in extravagant garments, with an effeminate visage, approaching slowly. Trailing behind him was a distinguished middle-aged man in a blue robe, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. They were none other than Gao Changhe, the 3rd young master of the Gao family, and Su Yunlong, a revered servant of the Gao family. 3rd young master, the beauty you commanded me to seek has been brought back. Upon spotting Gao Changhe, Tian Lin instantly adopted a fawning smile, bowing respectfully. Indeed, this is the type of beauty I favor. You truly understand my tastes. This Hunyuan pill is yours. Gao Chang's gaze fell upon the girl on the ground, a glimmer of greed and lasciviousness flashing in his eyes. He flipped his right hand, revealing a jade bottle, which he casually tossed to Tian Lin. It was as if the Hunyuan pill were merely a child's candy. Thank you, 3rd young master, thank you. Tian Lin carefully caught the jade bottle, his face alight with joy as he expressed his gratitude. 3rd young master, the master has instructed that during this time, you must not seize any women. Su Yunlong's expression shifted slightly as he cautioned. The county magistrate has already set his sights on our Gao family. We must remain as discreet as possible. Should we jeopardize the master's important matters over a woman, the master will hold you accountable. Even you, 3rd young master. Enough, Su, I know what I'm doing. A mere county magistrate dares to target our Gao family. Truly unwise. Gao Changhe interrupted Su Yunlong, waving his hand impatiently. Go to Wanbatai and fetch me a serving of tiger whip ginseng soup. Understood. Su Yunlong paused for a moment, responding reluctantly before stepping forward, vanishing from sight. Watching Su Yunlong leave, Gao Changhe eagerly commanded Tian Lin to unseal the girl's acupoints. Tian Lin complied, pointing at the girl from a distance. However, the girl remained vacant, seemingly lost in endless despair. Slap! Gao Changhe approached the girl and struck her across the face, leaving a vivid red imprint on her delicate cheek. The blow jolted the girl from her stupor. Please don't kill me. Please, I beg you, don't kill me. The girl cried out in anguish, her tear-filled eyes pleading with the grotesque Gao Changhe. Ah, that's right, just like that. I adore this reaction. Gao Chang's face contorted into a perverse grin as he seized the girl's lustrous black hair, dragging her towards a room in the courtyard. Help me. Please, noble sir, save me. I can serve you like a beast. In pain, the girl suddenly broke free and dashed towards Chu Xiu, clutching his leg, her voice a haunting wail of desperation. At that moment, Chu Xiu was still somewhat dazed, staring blankly at the scene unfolding before him, unable to process what was happening. His instinct screamed that he must not interfere, lest he invite his own demise and plunge into the abyss. Yet his conscience ached painfully. Let go. Tian Lin rushed over and forcibly yanked the girl away, returning her to Gao Changhe. Gao Changhe then struck her twice more, grinning maliciously as he pulled her into the room. The girl no longer resisted, her eyes pleadingly fixed on Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu, once the third young master is done, it will be our turn. Tian Lin remarked with lingering delight, continuing to prattle on. In any case, this beauty is destined to be given to the demons, becoming mere fodder for them. If we can indulge ourselves, it could be considered a wasteful use of her. A jolt ran through Chu Xiu's heart. As a bronze badge head constable, to personally abduct a common girl, annihilate her family, and collude with demons to offer her as sustenance, how could such beasts exist in this world? His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh. Noticing Chu Xiu's silence, Tian Lin busied himself with the jade bottle, oblivious to the brewing storm, and continued, at worst, they'll just finish quickly and let you experience the ecstasy of such a beauty. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed before Tian Lin's eyes. In disbelief, he lowered his gaze, only to find a long knife had pierced through his chest, crimson blood oozing forth. Ah, so your blood is red. Before him stood Chu Xiu, his expression bordering on madness. I had thought it was black. Having endured enough, he resolved to act. Rather than live a cowardly existence in this world, he would seize the opportunity to become a hero. The fury of a common man could stain the ground red. Huh. Tian Lin opened his mouth, blood spilling forth, yet he could no longer utter a word. His face reflected shock, staring in disbelief at Chu Xiu. As a peak expert in the 9th layer of the innate realm, 10 Chu Xius would not be his match. Yet he had never anticipated that Chu Xiu would dare to rise against him, the bronze badge head constable. His eyes brimmed with regret and fury. At that moment, a virtual prompt suddenly appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. Destiny system activated, binding initiated. Binding successful. Destiny attribute discovered. Exceptional insight green. Destiny attribute discovered. Robust physique white. Destiny attributes can be plundered and solidified. Exceptional insight. His comprehension has been significantly enhanced, greatly aiding his understanding of martial arts. Robust physique. His bones and muscles are inherently stronger than those of ordinary individuals, allowing him to attempt the path of rigorous training. Having slain a peak 9th level innate martial artist with bloodied hands, he was rewarded with 1,000 points of destiny value. System? Chuxia's eyes brightened, an indescribable thrill surging within him. Indeed, every transmigrator possesses an indispensable system. Immediately, a plethora of information regarding the destiny system flooded Chuxia's mind. Plunder. After absorbing the information, Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and resolutely declared in his mind. As his words fell, a mysterious and unfathomable force seemed to manifest within Chuxia's body, rendering his entire physique even more powerful. Yet, this was not the most pivotal aspect. The key was the remarkable attribute of exceptional insight, which significantly augmented Chuxia's understanding. He gained deeper insights into the pure Yang Gong, the 8 steps to chase the cicada, and the pure Yang sword technique he had long been cultivating. In an instant, the pure Yang Gong transitioned from the minor success stage to the major success stage. His cultivation breakthrough naturally propelled Chuxia's realm from peak first rate to super first rate. Meanwhile, the 8 steps to chase the cicada advanced from novice to minor success, and the pure Yang sword technique, which he had diligently practiced, reached its pinnacle. Such is the power of a green attribute. This level of strength is insufficient. With a swift motion of his left hand, Chu Xiu extracted the bloodied long sword from Tian Lin's corpse and declared in his mind, System, enhance my robust physique. 1,000 destiny points could elevate a white attribute to a green one. With exceptional insight being so extraordinary, boosting his robust physique to a green attribute would undoubtedly yield satisfactory results. Boom! Once again, the enigmatic power surged, transforming Chuxius' entire physique. Bones resonated. Tiger and leopard thunder. A series of sounds like thunder erupted from Chuxius' body. He could feel his bones flourishing, an insatiable itch coursing through him. An indescribable pain emanated from deep within, yet he gritted his teeth, remaining utterly silent. Compared to the darkness he had witnessed, this modicum of pain was trivial. Fortunately, the duration was brief. In the blink of an eye, as the transformation ceased, Chuxio felt an unprecedented lightness. He felt reborn, as if he had shed his cocoon and emerged as a butterfly. At this moment, Chuxio realized that his entire attire was drenched in sweat. What was once loose clothing now clung to him like a second skin, and he had grown at least 10 centimeters taller. Within him lay an immensely powerful force. This strength, derived from his bones, was pure and untainted physical power. Successfully consuming 1,000 destiny points, his robust physique, white upgraded to copper muscles and iron bones green. Copper muscles and iron bones. His bones are as resilient as copper and iron, immeasurably strong. A glint of brilliance flickered in Chuxius' eyes as he swung his arm. The air exploded under the immense force, creating a deafening sonic boom. Still not enough. Chuxio steadied his emotions, crouched down, and rummaged through Tianlin's belongings, first retrieving a money pouch and carelessly stuffing it into his attire. Then, he took a jade bottle containing the mixed yuan pill from Tianlin's sleeve, uncorked it, and hastily consumed the pill. The mixed yuan pill dissolved upon entry, exploding into boundless energy within Chuxius Dantian. This pill is a spiritual elixir utilized by peak 9th level innate martial artists to break through to the master realm. For someone of Chuxius' cultivation level, refining such a pill was no simple task. Yet now, he could not afford to dwell on these thoughts. Better to perish than to live in despair. An overwhelming force threatened to tear apart Chuxius Dantian. The pain radiating from his body made him tremble all over. He needed to unleash. He needed to kill. Chuxius' eyes turned blood red, his steps unwavering as he strode toward the room. With each step, his aura intensified. His murderous intent erupted, seemingly transforming into a blood-colored smoke that soared skyward. In an instant, Chuxio entered the room, where he immediately spotted a girl with disheveled hair sitting on the floor, her eyes filled with despair and terror. Upon seeing Chuxio, the girl seemed to regain her senses, gazing at him with a look of hope and longing, as if pleading for salvation. Meanwhile, Gao Changhe was disrobing, preparing to assault the girl. Noticing that the girl was still clothed, Chuxio felt a surge of relief. He had arrived just in time. His blood-red gaze fixed upon Gao Changhe. Gao Changhe froze for a moment, staring at the blood-dripping long sword in Chuxi's hand, and upon meeting his blood-red eyes, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, fear creeping into his gaze. He could not fathom why he was intimidated by a mere constable. Once he regained his composure, Gao Changhe was consumed by indignation, and he bellowed furiously, "How dare you? You wretched cur, intrude upon my presence? You have disrupted my refined leisure. I shall send you to feed the demons. Die." Chuxio spoke with an icy tone, exuding an aura of impending doom. How dare a worthless individual, who relies on others' power and neglects martial cultivation, brazenly provoke him? No sooner had he finished his words than his long knife flashed like lightning, striking directly at Gao Changhe's head. Come. Gao Changhe's expression changed dramatically, fear evident in his eyes as he shouted loudly. However, he had barely uttered a single word when a severed head already tumbled to the ground. Ah, how delightful it is to be human. Chuxio expressed his feelings with fervor, exclaiming, "To hell with the lackeys. Who the hell wants to do anything?" The young girl gazed at the severed head that had rolled before her, tears streaming down her face once more. Her emotions oscillated between despair and elation, akin to a soul plummeting from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise. It was a moment of joy mingled with sorrow. She knelt before Chuxio, repeatedly bowing her head, her face drenched with tears as she uttered, "Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life." A discovery of fate was made. The 9 yang sacred body, gold, and the aristocratic young master, blue. The fated attributes could be seized and solidified. 9 yang sacred body, an unparalleled innate physique, when fully realized, could command the heavens and scorch the earth. Aristocratic young master, born into a prestigious family, inherently wealthy, with profound heritage. By vanquishing the morally corrupt offspring of noble families, a reward of 10,000 points of destiny value was granted. One prompt after another appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. Chu Xiu was astounded. Gao Changhe, regarded as a useless scion by the Gao family, astonishingly possessed a legendary golden attribute. In addition to the Nine Sons' holy body, which was a golden attribute, he also had the blue attribute of a noble scion. Although Chu Xiu was still uncertain about the specific function of this blue attribute, its classification as blue by the destiny system was sufficient to affirm its worth. Moreover, Gao Changhe, a mere wastrel, had surprisingly provided him with a staggering 10,000 points of destiny value. What a heinous crime this was! The greater the malevolence of those slain, the more substantial the rewards. Typically, only those with higher cultivation levels could accrue greater malevolence. Yet, Gao Changhe, merely through his identity as a noble scion, had amassed such appalling destiny value. This clearly illustrated the multitude of lives lost because of him. How exhilarating! Chu Xiu's thoughts were remarkably clear. He simultaneously acquired 2 entries, one of which was a golden entry. Additionally, he received 10,000 destiny points. Such a sum could elevate a green entry to a blue one. Instantly, the pain radiating through his body was significantly alleviated. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation realm had seamlessly progressed from the pinnacle of the superlative level to the initial stage of the innate realm. His internal energy had completely transformed into innate true qi. Meanwhile, only a minuscule portion of the medicinal power of the primordial pill had been consumed. The newly birthed innate true qi was voraciously devouring and refining the remaining potency of the primordial pill. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu proclaimed, "Plunder solidification." A thunderous resonance reverberated within his mind, as if an infinite force surged into his being, transforming his corporeal form from a mortal vessel into a sacred body. With the emergence of this formidable power, inspiration erupted within Chu Xiu's consciousness. In the blink of an eye, his pure yang art reached its zenith, rendering the potency of the primordial Dan incapable of inflicting any further damage upon his dantian. His cultivation level soared rapidly, to the pinnacle of the first layer of the innate realm, then to the pinnacle of the second layer, and subsequently to the pinnacle of the third layer. In an instant, Chu Xiu's cultivation ascended from the minor accomplishment of the first layer to the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the innate realm, leaving him merely a step away from the 8th layer. The previously scanned innate true qi transformed into a vast and overwhelming torrent. Akin to a meandering stream transformed into a magnificent river of celestial proportions. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. In Chu Xiu's mind, a plethora of insights regarding the pure yang sword technique emerged. The pure yang sword technique had transcended from the pinnacle realm to the realm of perfection. What was even more significant was that the pure yang sword technique was not merely as simple as achieving perfection. His consciousness continued to surge with an abundance of realizations about the pure yang sword technique. A blazing sun, radiating unparalleled heat, manifested within Chu Xiu's thoughts. The great sun loomed across the sky, capable of annihilating heaven and earth. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended the essence of the pure yang sword intent. This was the advantage of the 9 yang sacred body, which provided immense assistance to Chu Xiu in cultivating his vigorous inner strength and formidable sword techniques of the yang attribute. In that instant, Chu Xiu no longer felt any sensation of pain coursing through his body. Instead, an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped him. The crimson hue in his eyes gradually faded, restoring their original clarity. "Rise." Chu Xiu sheathed his bloodied long sword and assisted the young girl to her feet. Meanwhile, he pondered his next course of action. The esteemed Su Yunlong of the Gao family was soon to return. If he wished to escape with his life, Su Yunlong must perish. Yet, to attain the position of a revered worshipper in the Gao family, one must be at least a master of the highest realm. To slay him, it was imperative to strike when he was unprepared and seize the initiative. "Thank you, my lord," the girl expressed, her face radiant with gratitude. Chu Xiu nodded. And as he searched the corpse of Gao Changhe, who had lost his head, he discovered a gray bag. Externally composed, he was inwardly filled with immense joy. As the third son of the Gao family, Gao Changhe indeed possessed the legendary storage bag. The adage, "to kill without looting is akin to killing in vain," proved to be a profound truth. This storage bag now rightfully belonged to him. Chu Xiu carefully tucked the gray bag close to him, rising to his full height. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he addressed the young girl, instructing her, "Stay within the confines of this room and do not venture out. No matter what you may hear. Once I have dealt with the Gao family's offerings, we shall depart together." The girl, with a look of obedience, replied, "Yes. My life was saved by you, my lord. I shall do whatever you command." Chu Xiu nodded slightly, striding confidently towards the exit of the room. Upon stepping outside, he stood in the courtyard, feigning a demeanor of restless anxiety as he awaited the return of Su Yunlong. Before long, he exclaimed, "He has arrived." As Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened, he turned his attention to the distance, sensing an overwhelmingly powerful aura approaching. Su Yunlong's return was swifter than he had anticipated. In the blink of an eye, with a swift motion, Su Yunlong materialized in the courtyard, carrying a food box. Upon witnessing Tian Lin sprawled in a pool of blood, Su Yunlong's expression shifted dramatically, his scalp prickling, and every hair on his body standing on end. A flicker of panic ignited in his eyes as he urgently inquired of the young constable standing in the courtyard, "Where is the third young master? Has anything happened to him?" Though he felt certain of Tian Lin's demise, it did not necessarily imply that Gao Changhe was in peril. After all, this was Songlong County. It was unlikely that anyone would dare to lay a hand on Gao Changhe. Yet, Su Yunlong's anxiety intensified, fearing he might hear some dreadful news from Chu Xiu. The third young master has met with misfortune. Just moments ago, a mysterious figure entered and killed him. Captain Tian attempted to intervene but perished by his blade. Chu Xiu tremulously articulated, his face betraying a look of terror. "What did you say?" Su Yunlong felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his complexion turning ashen, as if his very soul had been shattered by the revelation. Gao Changhe was dead, and as one tasked with his protection, he was certain that he would meet the same fate. No, it could not be that simple. It was likely that he would endure a fate worse than death. Trapped in a state of despair with no hope of escape. Flee? Impossible. There was no way to evade the consequences. As a protector of the Gao family, Su Yunlong was acutely aware of the formidable power wielded by this true noble lineage. Even if he were at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, he would find no sanctuary beyond the borders of Songlong County. The only chance for survival lay in atonement through merit. The sole witness to Gao Changhe's murder was this young constable. He could easily shift the blame for Gao Changhe's death onto Chu Xiu. Indeed, it was precisely so. As for whether this deception would be uncovered later, Su Yunlong could scarcely concern himself with that now. With that thought in mind, he turned his gaze toward Chu Xiu, poised to strike. However, a breathtakingly exquisite and flawless blade technique was unleashed upon him. The speed at which Chu Xiu struck surpassed that of Su Yunlong. With the consummate mastery of his sword technique, Su Yunlong's face displayed an expression of astonishment, incredulity escaping his lips. Even someone of his caliber, a pinnacle master within the ninth realm, had never managed to attain perfection in a martial art. Black Fiend Palm. As Chu Xiu's blade approached, Su Yunlong dared not underestimate him. He raised his right hand, unleashing his most proficient technique, the Black Fiend Palm. His entire palm was enveloped in a layer of dark malevolent energy, disregarding Chu Xiu's sword as it surged towards him. Su Yunlong reacted swiftly. Yet Chu Xiu's blade was swifter. The strike dodged Su Yunlong's right palm and landed upon him. A gash, a foot in length, appeared on Su Yunlong's body. Crimson blood gushed forth, staining him in a vibrant hue of red. He narrowly escaped being disemboweled, despite being a pinnacle master. The ambush from Chu Xiu had inflicted severe damage upon him. "Why are you doing this? What benefit do you gain from killing the third young master?" As blood continued to flow from his wounds, Su Yunlong's complexion grew increasingly pale. He pondered, bewildered. "Do you not realize what immense advantages aligning yourself with the third young master would bring to someone of your humble station as a mere constable? With your innate talent, with his assistance, your rise to prominence would be but a matter of time." Throughout it all, he remained unable to comprehend why Chu Xiu would choose to slay Gao Changhe. "I aspire to be a man, not a dog." With an expression of calm, Chu Xiu spoke. "Navi." Su Yunlong sneered, his face contorted with disdain. "Do you think that by refusing to be a dog for the third young master, you can still be considered a person? If you wish to be human, first ensure your survival." As his words fell, Su Yunlong surged towards Chu Xiu like a bolt of lightning. This time, his hands transformed into dark, claw-like appendages, enveloped in a shroud of ominous black energy that extended to his arms, threatening to rend the heavens and earth asunder with every movement. The air was rent with sharp, explosive sounds, echoing like thunderclaps. In that moment, Su Yunlong disregarded his injuries, unleashing all his might for a desperate fight against Chu Xiu. "Kill." As Su Yunlong charged, Chu Xiu's right hand moved, raising his bloodstained long knife. Within the courtyard, it was as if a blazing sun had ascended. At that moment, under the already scorching sun, another sun seemed to rise, competing in brilliance. This was the essence of pure young knife intent. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Yunlong's face displayed a flicker of shock. Filled with terror as he exclaimed, "How can a practitioner at the innate realm comprehend the legendary knife intent?" Soon after, a look of resignation washed over him. It was no injustice. To perish at the hands of such an extraordinary prodigy who grasped knife intent at the innate realm was nothing to lament. No wonder Chu Xiu refused to be a dog. If he possessed such astonishing talent, he too would shun such a fate. Having provoked such a remarkable genius, the Gao family might well face calamity. Yet, all of this was irrelevant to him now. Boom. The strike fell, resembling a blazing sun crashing down upon Su Yunlong with relentless force. The heavens shattered, the earth quaked, and all things were consumed in flames. With that single blow, Su Yunlong was cleaved in two, his remains reduced to smoldering cinders, his garments incinerated to ashes. Such was the might of Chu Xiu's blade. A divine destiny inscription was revealed, light as a swallow, white. The inscription could be plundered. Light as a swallow, characterized by a nimble body and swift movements, possessing a certain innate talent in lightness techniques. The blade that severed Su Yunlong, the Gao family's offering, granted Chu Xiu a reward of 1,000 points of destiny value. One by one, notification boxes appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. Plunder. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes. He had not anticipated that Su Yunlong possessed merely a single white entry. Nevertheless, the phrase light as a swallow proved to be of considerable assistance to him. No sooner had he spoken than an enigmatic force surged within Chu Xiu's body, rendering him remarkably agile. This was not a place for lingering. He needed to depart swiftly. The commotion from the recent battle had been too significant, and it was only a matter of time before the Gao family sent someone in pursuit. Chu Xiu sheathed his blood-stained longsword, casting not a single glance at the lifeless body of Su Yunlong. With purposeful strides, he approached the door and addressed the anxious young woman before him. "My lady, we must depart at once." "Yes, I will follow your lead," she replied hastily, rising to her feet and hastening towards Chu Xiu. A sigh of relief escaped her. The sounds of battle had echoed in her ears, leaving her in a state of unease for Chu Xiu's safety. Now, witnessing him unscathed, her heart finally found solace. Yet, the haunting memory of her parents' tragic fate at the hands of Tianlin lingered, casting a shadow of sorrow across her delicate features. Chu Xiu led the young girl out of the courtyard, swiftly distancing themselves from the area. He had now assimilated all memories and comprehended the nature of this place. It served as a secluded retreat for Gao Changka, a venue designed for the amusement of women. After all, he had never envisioned that anyone would dare to lay a hand on him, the third young master of the Gao family. Moreover, Chu Xiu was merely a temporary summon by Tianlin. Not only was the Gao family unaware of his presence, but neither would anyone within the 6 doors know. Now that Su Yunlong and the others were deceased, and the girl's parents had also fallen victim to Tianlin, he felt a sense of safety. However, Songlong County had been the Gao family's stronghold for many years, and Chu Xiu could not guarantee that the Gao family would not eventually discover his whereabouts. Thus, he remained under immense pressure, compelled to continuously enhance his strength. At the very least, when the Gao family eventually traced him, he would possess genuine means of self-defense. After a cup of tea, after evading the nearby neighbors, Chu Xiu quietly returned home with the young girl. Once inside, he shut the door and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to the girl, he said, "My dear, from this moment on, you shall reside in my home. Except for the master bedroom, which I occupy, you may freely choose any other room." During their journey, Chu Xiu had learned of her current state of homelessness and understood that returning would easily expose her to the Gao family, thereby endangering himself as well. With both of his parents deceased, he had ample space to accommodate her. "Thank you for your immense kindness, esteemed sir. I am at a loss for how to repay you and can only offer my service, working tirelessly to express my gratitude." Upon hearing this, the girl knelt before Chu Xiu, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. "Enough, please rise. There is no need for such formality in my home. We have rice, flour, and oil available. I trust you can cook for yourself?" Chu Xiu waved his hand and turned to Jiang Xiaoxiao, inquiring, "Are you hungry, my lady? If you are, I can prepare a meal for you, as I am quite adept at cooking." Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly, yet a melancholic expression crossed her tear-streaked face, as memories of joyful days spent with her parents resurfaced. "No need," she replied. "I am not hungry. However, if you feel peckish, you may go ahead and cook. Here, you may treat it as your own home, free from any constraints." Chu Xiu shook his head and said, "Moreover, there is no need to address me as my lord at home. I am merely a humble constable of the 6 doors, not a person of great stature." "Yes, young master." Jiang Xiaoxiao initially intended to call him my lord, but then opted for young master instead. "Xiaoxiao, I can see you are weary. Please take some rest. Feel free to choose any vacant room that pleases you." Chu Xiu gazed at Jiang Xiaoxiao, who, despite her sorrowful demeanor, forced a smile. After all, Jiang Xiaoxiao was merely an ordinary person. Having endured such tribulations, she must be weary. "Yes, young master, I shall take my leave for a while to rest. Please do remember to take care of yourself as well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. I am at your service, Jiang Shasha replied, her expression one of utmost obedience. Upon finishing her words, she turned back several times, glancing at Chu Xiao as if the mere sight of him provided her with an immense sense of security. By the way, Shasha, during this period, you must refrain from going outside and avoid being seen by others. It is best to remain at home to prevent discovery. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Xiao turned to Jiang Xiaoxiao and advised her, my dear, you know well that you must be obedient. Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded in acknowledgement and replied. As she entered a room, Chu Xiao finally found the opportunity to examine his data panel. Name, Chu Xiao Realm, pinnacle of the 7th layer of innate realm destiny attributes, 9 Sun Sacred Body, Gold, Noble Scion, Blue, Exceptional Comprehension, Green, Sturdy Frame, Green. Light as a Swallow, White, Martial Arts, Pure Yang Technique, Perfected, Pure Yang Swordsmanship, Perfected. 8 Steps to Chase the Cicada, Minor Accomplishment, Artistic Intent, Pure Yang Sword Intent, beginning currently. My destiny value is sufficient to upgrade a green attribute to blue and elevate a white attribute to green. However, even if Light as a Swallow were to be upgraded to green, it would not warrant consideration for a blue upgrade. The only attributes worthy of contemplation are Exceptional Comprehension and Sturdy Frame. The enhancement of comprehension accelerates my training speed across all martial arts. Nonetheless, with the 9 Sun Sacred Body and the perfected Pure Yang Technique, my focus will undoubtedly be on Yang attribute martial arts. Both the advanced versions of Pure Yang Technique and Pure Yang Swordsmanship will be remarkably effortless for me. Therefore, the attribute that I should prioritize for enhancement is indeed Sturdy Frame. Chu Xiao gazed at the data panel, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes as he pondered. After upgrading to bronze tendons and iron bones, my physical form shall become even more formidable. At that point, I can select a method of comprehensive training. While the difficulty of such training is considerable, it renders one invincible among peers of the same rank. System. Enhance the bronze tendons and iron bones. In his mind, Chu Xiao resolutely declared. Boom. A vast and mysterious force surged within his body, and at that moment, his entire being seemed to transform into something formidable. His veins shimmered with a golden hue, as if imbued with the essence of immortality. His iron bones transmuted into a jade-like substance, becoming flawless and indestructible. As the metamorphosis of his sinews and bones unfolded, Chu Xiao could feel an immense surge of strength coursing through him. Prior to the transformation of his copper sinews and iron bones, his physical strength had reached an astonishing 10,000 pounds. Now, it was highly probable that his raw power had soared beyond 100,000 pounds, an increase of over tenfold. It is worth noting that Chu Xiao had not practiced any external training methods. Had he undertaken such training, his strength and capabilities would have been further amplified. Successfully consuming 10,000 destiny points, his copper sinews and iron bones, green, upgraded to golden sinews and jade bones, blue. Golden sinews and jade bones, unmatched in vigor, indestructible, a naturally robust physique, and when practicing external training methods, the effects are exponentially enhanced. Crackle. With a swift motion of his right hand, Chu Xiao compressed the air, causing it to explode with a series of sonic booms. Is this the might of the golden sinews and jade bones? Impressive. A look of astonishment spread across Chu Xiao's cheeks, as he realized that the sheer strength of his physical form might rival that of martial artists who have transcended into the innate realm through the practice of advanced techniques. With a remaining 1,000 destiny points, he addressed the system, seeking to enhance his agility. After a brief pause, Chu Xiao inhaled deeply, calming his emotions, and spoke within his mind. He was acutely aware that he still lacked a superior lightness technique. The 8 steps to chase the cicada was ultimately a rudimentary skill. For too feeble. Elevating the white attribute of light as a swallow to a green one would undoubtedly facilitate his mastery of the lightness technique. No sooner had he uttered these thoughts than a mysterious and unfathomable force manifested once more. The weight that had begun to burden him due to his golden tendons and jade bones dissipated, and his body became light and supple once again, shedding the earlier sense of clumsiness. Chu Xiao believed that the power unleashed from the same physical strength could very well exceed that of his previous enhancement of lightness akin to a swallow. Indeed, strength and speed are often complementary, advancing in tandem. Moreover, it is not merely confined to this. Chu Xiao discovered that his comprehension of the 8 steps to pursue the cicada had, in an instant, reached a state of perfection. This represents one of the immense benefits of elevating the white term light as a swallow to the green term, successfully consuming 1,000 destiny points. Light as a swallow, white, upgraded to swift as lightning green. Swift as lightning, possessing a certain innate talent in lightness techniques and exceptional insight. Now, it is time to examine the treasures within Gao Chang's storage bag. With a face full of anticipation, Chu Xiu retrieved a gray storage bag from his close-fitting garments. A prize obtained from the hands of Gao Chang'e. He bit into his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the surface of the gray storage bag. The moment this crimson droplet made contact, it was absorbed by the bag, vanishing without a trace. This knowledge had been gleaned from his memories. Although the storage bag was a legendary artifact, it was typically reserved for those of at least Grandmaster caliber. However, within the 6 doors, there existed descriptions regarding such bags. Instead of requiring mental energy for refinement, one could establish a blood connection merely through the act of bloodletting. With Gao Chang'e now deceased, this gray storage bag had become a masterless object, allowing Chu Xiu to complete the refinement process with his blood. In an instant, a powerful surge erupted. Chu Xiu beheld a space measuring 5 cubic meters. Though modest in size, it was filled with an abundance of women's bodices in a myriad of colors: red, white, pink, and green, among others. On Chu Xiu's forehead appeared distinct black lines. It is not difficult to surmise that these were remnants left by the young girl who had previously suffered at the hands of Gao Chang'e. Within the entire storage bag, there lay hundreds of diverse women's belly wraps. Fortunately, Chu Xiu indeed discovered the treasures he sought. Inside, he found a neatly arranged collection of jade bottles, 5 vials of primordial dan and 7 vials of cultivation dan. The primordial dan serves as a medicinal elixir for those at the pinnacle of the innate realm, aiding their ascent to the master realm. In contrast, the cultivation dan is utilized by martial artists within the innate realm for their training. Furthermore, the storage bag contained a banknote worth 10,000 taels of silver, 10 banknotes of 1,000 taels each, and 10 silver ingots weighing 10 taels each. And that was all. As a scion of a prestigious family, the storage bag lacked even a single martial arts manual. Truly, a waste is indeed a waste. A hint of disdain flickered across Chu Xiu's cheeks as he spoke. Never mind, I shall first proceed to the 6 doors and acquire the martial arts suitable for a practitioner at the innate realm. Shaking his head, Chu Xiu made his way towards the entrance. Just then, whoosh! As Chu Xiu inadvertently kicked a small stone, it landed upon the osmanthus tree in the courtyard. The tree swayed gently, its leaves cascading down as a fragrant aroma filled the air. Suddenly, a tome with a dark yellow cover tumbled from its branches, landing at Chu Xiu's feet. With a look of astonishment, he gazed at the book inscribed with the secrets of the 9 yang divine art. Is this truly the proper path for a scion of a noble family, born into wealth, steeped in ancestral legacy? Chu Xiu was struck with astonishment as he picked up the 9 yang true skill, incredulously exclaiming, was this akin to bestowing upon him a lineage of nobility, granting him the profound heritage of a prestigious family? How else could one explain stumbling upon a mere stone, only to have a martial arts manual tumble down from the osmanthus tree? Indeed, each entry possesses its own unique significance. Chu Xiu exclaimed in astonishment. He slowly opened the 9 Suns true skill, filled with anticipation as he examined this martial arts manual. Before long, Chu Xiu had just finished studying the 9 Suns true skill. With his exceptional comprehension and the fact that this technique was closely related to the pure yang art he had previously cultivated, he had already grasped the profound essence of this martial art. This was an innate martial practice most suitable for the 9 Suns' holy body. A peerless technique within its rank, capable of achieving an invincible status. It was sufficient to cultivate to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the martial saint realm. Chu Xiu circulated the 9 Suns' true art, transforming his pure yang energy into an inexhaustible and formidable 9 Suns Qi. To the 6 gates. As Chu Xiu transformed the Jiuyang True Qi, he stepped out of his home, closing the door behind him, and strode purposefully towards the 6 doors. In the secluded courtyard of Gao Chang'e, a black-clad elder with grizzled hair seemingly appeared out of thin air. Good. In Songlong County, someone dares to harm the 3rd young master and act against my Gao family. Upon witnessing Su Yunlong, severed in 2 and reduced to charred remains, the elder's gaze sharpened. His face contorted with horror, sending a shiver down his spine as he contemplated a dreadful reality. His voice trembled, the heavens are about to change. From Su Yunlong's appearance, he surmised that Gao Chang'e must surely be dead. After all, if even Su Yunlong, who was meant to protect Gao Chang'e, had perished, how could Gao Chang'e himself have escaped fate? Having spoken, the black-clad elder proceeded towards the inner chambers of the courtyard, not casting a single glance at Tianlin, who lay in a pool of blood. To him, a mere copper-badged captain was as insignificant as an ant, unworthy of his attention. Before long, The black-clad elder cradled Gao Changha's lifeless body in his left arm and grasped the head of Gao Changha, whose eyes remained unclosed even in death, in his right hand. With a swift motion, he hurriedly vanished into the courtyard. At the Gao residence, the black-clad elder materialized deep within, outside a study, his head lowered, trembling slightly. And with immense reverence stated, reporting to the family head, "A calamity has befallen us. The third young master is dead." With the words barely out, the door to the study burst open with a resounding crash. Like icy arrows piercing through the air, the chill spread in all directions, threatening to tear everything asunder. A layer of frost emanated from the study door, enveloping the ground within 100 meters in a crystalline layer, creating an atmosphere as frigid as a frozen cavern. A tall, imposing figure with sharply defined features and an air of unspoken authority emerged from the room, exuding an aura of disdainful dominance over all. His expression was devoid of emotion, revealing an icy indifference. This man was none other than Gao Zhantian, the county lieutenant of Songlong and the sole patriarch of the Gao family. Upon seeing Gao Zhantian's demeanor, the black-clad elder became increasingly cautious, his heart filled with trepidation. Only those of the Gao family could comprehend the implications. The colder Gao Zhantian appeared, the angrier he truly was. Gao Zhantian took the already stitched-up corpse of Gao Changha from the elder's hands, remaining silent, yet his gaze fixated on Gao Changha's unblinking eyes. The black-clad elder, witnessing Gao Zhantian's countenance, was overwhelmed with fear, daring not to draw breath, lest he incur the patriarch's wrath. After a prolonged silence, Gao Zhantian finally spoke. Who is responsible for this? Though Gao Changha was foolish, he did not deserve death. Whoever dared to kill Gao Changha must face the full fury of the Gao family. I regret to inform you, esteemed family head, that I do not know the identity of the assailant. From the body of Su Yunlong, I could only discern that his swordsmanship was extraordinary, having already grasped the essence of sword intent. This sword intent is intensely fiery, embodying pure yang. The black-clad elder deliberated briefly before responding. Pure yang? Gao Zhantian's eyes turned frigid as he gazed towards the direction of the 6 doors, speaking in a low, powerful voice. Then it must be the 6 doors. The Pure Yang Sword Manual of the 6 doors holds the potential for understanding the essence of pure yang. Is this a declaration of war from the county governor against our Gao family? Upon hearing this, the black-clad elder's expression shifted, and he fell silent. Although he too suspected a connection to the 6 doors, he could not fathom why they would target Gao Changha, who was not a martial artist. The 6 doors must have sought to obtain evidence of our Gao family's collusion with demons through the third young master. They simply overlooked one crucial point. How could he, being unskilled in martial arts, possess knowledge of our family's secrets? Gao Zhantian scoffed disdainfully. If that is the case, it makes sense. The 6 doors must have realized they could not extract evidence from Gao Changha and thus eliminated him to silence him. However, the essence of pure yang still exposes the identity of the 6 doors. It won't be long now, once our ancestor breaks through. It will be the moment our Gao family suppresses the 6 doors, slays the county governor, and claims dominion over all of Songlong County. A fierce glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Gao Zhantian's eyes as he declared with overwhelming killing intent. At that time, the chief of the 6 doors, Qin Yu, shall accompany the third young master to the afterlife. Wise patriarch, the black-clad elder replied with utmost respect. However, with the third young master deceased, we must make some show of our grief. Inform the third elder to mobilize all our Gao family's resources within the 6 doors and investigate this matter thoroughly in the shortest time possible. Once the culprit is identified, we shall immediately return their head to honor the third young master. Gao Zhantian spoke coldly. Understood. I shall obey. The black-clad elder's expression turned solemn, his eyes gleaming with a murderous glint. The true identity of the black-clad elder was Gao Zhenyu, the second elder of the Gao family, a peerless master at the martial saint level. His esteemed status within the Gao family made him appear so fearful and humble before Gao Zhantian, revealing just how formidable a figure Gao Zhantian was within the family. The third elder mentioned by Gao Zhantian was the highest-ranking vice-chief of the 6 doors, Gao Zhenhong, within the Gao family. As a prominent family in Songlong County, the Gao family's influence extended far beyond the military. Even within the 6 doors, they wielded immense power. Remember, direct the third elder's attention towards the gold badge and silver badge captains of the 6 doors. Generally speaking, only martial saint-level masters can comprehend the essence of pure yang. However, the renowned captains of the 6 doors would never act against the third young master due to their status. Thus, the true assailant cannot be a martial saint-level captain. The most likely culprits are the gold badge or silver badge captains. Focus the third elder's inquiries on the exceptional young talents of the 6 doors. Gao Zhantian maintained a cold demeanor while rationally analyzing, particularly the young talents adept in swordsmanship. Those with extraordinary comprehension in the art of the sword are indeed suspected. By concentrating our efforts on the exceptional talents of the six doors, we shall undoubtedly uncover the perpetrator. Wise patriarch. Gao Zhenyu responded, admiration evident on his face. It was undeniable that at this moment, Gao Zhantian's ability to think of so many possibilities marked him as an extraordinary figure, rare to emerge from the Gao family in centuries. Furthermore, Gao Zhantian continued, and formed the Dajiang gang to create chaos throughout Songlong County at all costs. We must divert attention away from our Gao family. Yes, Gao Zhenyu spoke with utmost respect. Gao Zhantian, holding the lifeless body of Gao Changhe, vanished from sight. Only after Gao Zhantian departed did Gao Zhenyu exhibit a look of relief, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his brow with his sleeve. In the presence of Gao Zhantian, Gao Zhenyu felt as if he were confronting the venerable ancestors of their clan. Upon entering the six gates, Chu Xiu proceeded directly to an outer courtyard, clasping his hands in salute as he proclaimed, I am Constable Chu Xiu, here to pay my respects to Lord Su. The hierarchy within the six gates is categorized as follows: Constable, Bronze Medal Head Constable, Silver Medal Head Constable, Gold Medal Head Constable, Blue Robe Renowned Constable, Red Robe Renowned Constable, and Purple Robe Divine Constable. Above the Divine Constables stands the Deputy Chief Constable of the Six Gates headquarters, followed by the Chief Constable. In a given prefecture, the Chief Constable is typically held by a Red Robe Renowned Constable, while the Blue Robe Renowned Constable serves as the Deputy Chief Constable. In Songlong Prefecture, any constable who has attained the innate realm can approach Deputy Chief Constable Su Xian to be promoted from Constable to Bronze Medal Head Constable without the necessity of any achievements. However, once appointed as a Bronze Medal Head Constable, one must demonstrate merit to advance further. Have you broken through to the innate realm? A man, adorned in the blue uniform of a renowned constable from the Six Gates, appeared before Chu Xiu, exuding an air of refined elegance akin to that of a scholar. He smiled warmly as he addressed him. It was none other than Su Xian, the Deputy Chief Constable of Songlong Prefecture's Six Gates. I humbly report to Lord Su that I have fortuitously broken through to the innate realm and wish to be promoted to Bronze Medal Head Constable. With a humble expression, Chu Xiu remarked, this is not mere luck. You have already reached the pinnacle of the seventh layer of the innate realm. With this token in hand, you are now the copper metal captor of the six doors. Do you know how to refine it? Su Xian smiled gently, waving his sleeve as a token swiftly soared toward Chu Xiu. I understand. Chu Xiu nodded, his right hand swiftly grasping the token. The bronze badge of the Six Doors Captain had become a treasured artifact, capable of automatically recording merit points. Within our esteemed Six Doors, there are two types of captains. One who is not burdened with daily responsibilities, merely required to complete a task within a designated time frame, thus enjoying a relatively free existence. The other type has a fixed area of responsibility, with subordinates assigned to assist, requiring only that they fulfill their designated duties. Su Xian slightly inclined his head, gazing at Chu Xiu, and inquired, which one do you choose? Respectfully reporting to you, Lord Su, I choose the first option. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu remarked. As a constable of the Six Doors, he was undoubtedly well informed about these two routes. On his way to the Six Doors, he had already contemplated the options. The first route offered a swifter ascent, albeit accompanied by greater peril. It was most suitable for a prodigy like him. Very well, I understand, the official replied. Su Xian nodded slightly and said, you may now proceed to our Six Doors warehouse to collect your weapons and official attire. After acquiring your weapons and attire, you may then visit our armory to obtain the martial arts you require. Thank you, Lord Su. Chu Xiu bowed respectfully to Su Xian before turning to depart. His physique was extraordinary, reminiscent of a dragon or tiger. Truly, he is a peerless genius in the realm of horizontal cultivation. After watching Chu Xiu leave, Su Xian marveled. I wonder if he will select a method of horizontal cultivation from the arsenal. Should he choose this path, his future is boundless. A cup of tea later, Chu Xiu, adorned in the official uniform of a bronze medallion constable, strode majestically into the Six Doors armory. I pay my respects, my lord, remarked two apprehensive constables stationed outside the armory, bowing deeply upon his arrival. No need for such formality. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and walked into the Six Doors armory. Upon entering, he beheld a table on the right side, where an elderly man in a gray robe lay sleeping. This was Chu Xiu's inaugural visit to the Six Doors armory. Within the realm of the Six Doors, constables were not permitted entry into the armory. After becoming a constable, one would be taught the foundational martial arts, pure young skill and pure young swordplay, by a bronze plate captain. Only upon ascending to the rank of bronze plate captain could one cross the threshold of the armory. As he observed the gray-robed elder in slumber, Chu Xiu stood quietly to the side, awaiting his turn. The guardian of the six doors armory, this gray-robed elder, was undoubtedly a peerless master at the level of a martial saint. Such an individual undoubtedly held the status of a renowned constable within the six doors. After a while, the elder, succumbing to age-induced drowsiness, yawned and rubbed his bleary eyes before addressing Chu Xiu. "Are you the newly appointed bronze plate captain?" "Bronze plate captain Chu Xiu." "Paying my respects to you, esteemed sir." Chu Xiu bowed respectfully to the old man in the gray robe and said, "What master? I am merely an ordinary old man." He continued, "If you do not mind, you may call me Elder Jiang." The old man in gray waved his hand, a broad smile illuminating his face as he looked at Chu Xiu and replied, "I have met Elder Jiang." Chu Xiu respectfully bowed to Elder Jiang. "Please feel free to select inside. The first floor is dedicated to foundational martial arts, such as Pure Yang Technique, Pure Yang Swordplay, Pure Yang Finger Technique, and the Demon Subduing Sword Technique. If you wish to learn, there are no restrictions." A satisfied expression appeared on Elder Jiang's face as he addressed Chu Xiu. On the second floor, each newly appointed bronze medal captor may freely choose one martial art, one lightness skill, and one combat technique. The martial arts on the second floor are merely introductions. Once you have made your selections, come to me, and I shall provide you with the true essence of martial arts. Thank you, Elder Jiang. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude to Elder Jiang and proceeded towards the second floor of the Six Gates Bureau's armory. He was well aware of the regulations within the Six Gates. Each copper medal captain is entitled to select one martial art, one lightness skill, and one combat technique without charge. However, should one wish to choose additional martial arts, they must possess merit points to exchange for them from the armory. The significance of these merit points is immense. They can be redeemed for weapons, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and various resources for cultivation, serving as the foundation for rank advancement. Nevertheless, the Six Gates Bureau is notably generous regarding martial arts. For instance, the martial art currently chosen by the copper medal captain can be cultivated all the way to the martial saint realm. Upon reaching the martial saint realm, one may also select a new martial art free of charge or receive the subsequent content of their current cultivation. Shortly thereafter, Chu Xiu ascended to the second floor of the Six Gates Armory. The entire floor was a dazzling array of shelves, meticulously divided into several sections. These included categories for martial arts techniques, lightness skills, combat skills, and miscellaneous items. The miscellaneous section contained a variety of specialized auxiliary martial arts and texts on alchemy, encompassing a comprehensive collection. Chu Xiu proceeded directly towards the area designated for martial arts techniques. This area was modest in size, consisting of only 5 bookshelves. One of these shelves was adorned with hundreds of manuals. He began by examining the introduction to the Pure Yang True art. Chu Xiu immediately spotted the most commonly practiced Pure Yang True skill within the 6 doors and began to peruse its contents. Here, the Pure Yang True skill was not the authentic teachings, but merely an introduction. Indeed, the power of this rendition of the Pure Yang True skill was remarkable, exceptionally suited for those embarking on the path of innate realms through the Pure Yang technique. It is even quite possible that the Pure Yang technique is merely a simplified version of the Pure Yang True skill. After perusing the Pure Yang True method, Chu Xiu pondered. However, the potency of this Pure Yang True method pales in comparison to the 9 Yang True method I am currently cultivating. If the Pure Yang True method can be deemed inferior, then the 9 Yang True method undeniably deserves the title of supreme. Furthermore, among the supreme techniques, it stands as the pinnacle of martial arts. My 9 Yang True method is sufficient to elevate me to the zenith of the 9th layer of the martial saint realm. Only upon reaching that pinnacle shall I contemplate the mythical realm and the techniques beyond it. Therefore, the Pure Yang True method holds no significance for me. What I truly require is a technique for external cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of determination flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes, and he resolved to disregard the various true methods on the shelves before him. Among these shelves were the Fire Yang True method, the Fierce Yang True method, the Gentle Water True method, the Cold Ice True method, the 7 Kill True method, the Earthly True method, and others. Yet, Chu Xiu felt no interest in any of them. He walked past each shelf until he finally halted at the last one. The first 4 shelves contained techniques for internal cultivation, which are inner martial arts methods. Only the final shelf was dedicated to external cultivation techniques. Indestructible Golden Body method, Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison method, Unbreakable Diamond Body. Chu Xiu's gaze swiftly fell upon the 3 tomes perched atop the bookshelf. These volumes stood alone, unlike the other shelves burdened with an excess of 20 books or more. The indestructible golden body technique, when cultivated to its utmost profundity, grants the practitioner the ability to achieve physical immortality, enabling them to resurrect from the ashes of their own blood. Within the 6 doors, there exists a complete methodology, sufficient for one to ascend to the celestial realm. Within the 6 doors, there are unparalleled masters who have attained legendary status in the martial world through the indestructible golden body technique. This technique demands a considerable level of innate physical talent, necessitating an individual blessed with abundant vitality to embark on its cultivation. Chu Xiu picked up the indestructible golden body technique, his expression reflecting profound astonishment as he remarked, "This indestructible golden body technique is truly extraordinary. No wonder it occupies the highest position on the bookshelf." The divine elephant suppression technique originates from one of the 4 supreme arts of the Western esoteric Buddhism, the dragon elephant suppression force. However, it transcends the dragon elephant suppression force, wielding a potency far superior to it. When cultivated to an advanced level, one can generate 840 million particles within the body, each of which births a divine elephant capable of upheaving oceans and annihilating the heavens. It was personally crafted by the founder of the 6 gates, the first generation of the 6 gates divine catchers. Yet, within the 6 gates, no one has ever attained the realm of martial legend. The strongest among us has merely reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the legend realm. The requirements for talent and aptitude in the path of comprehensive cultivation are exceedingly demanding. One must possess inherently robust bones and a celestial demeanor to have any hope of stepping beyond the legend realm. Choose wisely. Chu Xiu took a deep breath to calm his emotions and began to eagerly peruse the divine elephant suppression technique. As he delved deeper, his eyes brightened with excitement. Was this not the most suitable method for his physical training? He currently possessed the attribute of golden tendons and jade bones. In the future, this attribute could evolve into a purple or even a golden tier. Who could be more fitting to cultivate the divine elephant suppression technique than he? Suddenly, a surge of overwhelming vitality erupted from Chu Xiu, soaring into the heavens like a magnificent canopy. The entire courtyard was bathed in the intense crimson glow of his formidable life force, resembling a blazing furnace, creating an atmosphere that was both fervent and nearly unbearable. With his eyes closed, Chu Xiu appeared to be in a state of oblivion. He was employing the divine elephant subduing prison technique, harnessing his own vital energy to awaken the minute particles within his body. This ancient method posits that the human body is composed of 800 million infinitesimal particles. The initial step involves utilizing one's own vital energy to locate the very first particle within the body, and within that particle, to condense the essence of a dragon elephant. The successful manifestation of this first dragon elephant signifies the true initiation into the divine elephant subduing prison technique. In an instant, a luminous point emerged within Chu Xiu's being. Dragon elephant. Coalesce. With a thunderous roar echoing in his mind, Chu Xiu surged his vitality towards a singular point of light. A deafening explosion resonated within him, as if the very essence of the world had come alive. This luminous point transformed into an ethereal realm, where an enormous, lifelike elephant emerged from the void, gradually solidifying into a magnificent creature adorned with golden dragon scales and crowned with a formidable dragon horn. Exuding an aura of dominance that gazed down upon all existence, the savage dragon elephant. With a resounding bellow, the savage dragon elephant proclaimed its presence, shattering the stars and heralding the cataclysm of worlds. As the first savage dragon elephant took form, the emergence of the second particle commenced, followed by an unceasing parade of these formidable beasts. After a considerable duration, it became evident why the cultivation of the divine elephant suppression technique posed such formidable challenges. Were it not for my possession of the blue trait, golden veins and jade bones, I would have found it impossible to initiate my training in this technique. Even so, without having practiced any external martial arts, my physical prowess rivaled that of innate realm warriors. Yet, I had only manifested 17 savage dragon elephants, still 4 short of the 21 required to achieve the minor completion of the first stage of the divine elephant suppression technique. Chu Xiu gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within them as if to pierce through the very fabric of the universe. clenching his right fist slightly. The air around him was instantly compressed and erupted with a series of crackling sounds. At this moment, I have successfully cultivated 17 microparticles, granting me the formidable strength of 17 primal dragon elephants. Not only has my power surged tremendously, but even a master at the pinnacle of their realm would find it a daunting task to withstand a single punch from me. More importantly, my entire being feels as if it is enveloped in 17 layers of dragon scales, rendering my skin as resilient as the mythical armor. Even a master-level expert would struggle to breach my defenses. Pausing for a moment, Chu Xiu gazed at his seemingly unchanged, yet now more radiant skin, which was, in truth, as tough as dragon scales. A smile graced his cheeks as he spoke. The divine elephant suppression method is divided into 9 tiers. The first tier involves cultivating 84 microparticles, corresponding to the innate realm. The second tier requires 840 microparticles, corresponding to the master realm. The third tier necessitates 8,400 microparticles, corresponding to the grandmaster realm. The ninth tier aspires to transform 840 million microparticles of the primal dragon elephant into the ancient divine elephant, corresponding to a realm beyond the celestial being. However, the ninth tier has yet to be established, and within the 6 gates, only the 8th tier of the technique exists. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and commenced his practice of the 8 steps of Heavenly Demon and the 7 cuts of heaven. Half an hour later, Chu Xiu strolled leisurely out of the courtyard, heading towards the task hall of the 6 doors. He had already cultivated the celestial demon 8 steps and the sky-cutting 7 blades to the threshold of mastery. It is undeniable that the celestial demon 8 steps and the sky-cutting 7 blades truly deserve their reputation as the pinnacle of martial arts within the 6 doors. Even with Chu Xiu's exceptional talent, he could only elevate these 2 martial arts to the rudimentary level. Particularly, his pure yang sword technique had reached a level of perfection, providing him with a solid foundation in swordsmanship. Yet, he still could only master the first blade of the sky-cutting 7 blades to its initial stage. This alone illustrates the formidable difficulty of the sky-cutting 7 blades. It is no wonder that Elder Jiang held little optimism regarding his choice of these 3 martial arts, even doubting his ability to master any of them. Before long, Chu Xiulong strode into the task hall of the 6 doors with the grace of a dragon and the stride of a tiger. Within the hall, there stood a table, at which sat the esteemed Captain Qi Xiu, adorned with a golden badge, engrossed in a book that captivated his attention. The bronze badge Captain Chu Xiu had already made the acquaintance of Lord Qi. Chu Xiu cupped his hands in salute to Qi Xiu and spoke. "You are the newly appointed bronze badge captain. Are you here to receive a mission?" Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu set aside the book in his hands and responded with a smile. "Indeed." Chu Xiu nodded and spoke. Qi Xiu set aside the book in his hands, retrieved a small booklet from beneath the table, and handed it to Chu Xiu, saying, "This contains all the tasks available in our Songlong County. Peruse it at your leisure, and let me know your selection." Chu Xiu fell silent. He caught sight of the title of the book Qi Xiu had been reading, The 888 Ways to Pamper One's Wife by the renowned Demon Lord. This head of the golden badge was quite intriguing. Chu Xiu feigned ignorance of the title of the book as he accepted the pamphlet from Qi Xiu and began to peruse its contents. Unfazed, Qi Xiu picked up the tome of the formidable demon master, the heavenly demon, and engrossed himself in the account of the 888 ways to pamper one's wife, oblivious to the world around him. Meanwhile, in the outer city of Qingyufang, a peak 7th level innate demon had begun to make nightly appearances, attacking innocent citizens, resulting in the tragic demise of over 20 individuals. Senior copper badge captains or silver badge captains could undertake this mission, with a reward of 1,000 merit points. Qingyufang? With a slight raise of his brow, Chu Xiu noted that the Qingyufang was not far from his residence, merely a few miles away, within the Songlong prefecture. The term Fang did not refer to a single street, but rather to a marketplace, a mingling of residential and commercial zones. It encompassed a vast area, with dozens of streets depending on its size. Even a small Fang would cover an extensive expanse. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xiu placed the booklet upon the table and addressed Qi Xiu, stating, "Lord Qi, I wish to undertake this task." "Are you certain?" Qi Xiu responded, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "This concerns a peak-level demon of the 7th stage of innate realm. For a newly appointed copper badge captor, accepting this task is exceedingly perilous." He cast a glance at the booklet, momentarily taken aback, and continued, "Would you not prefer a simpler assignment? The strength of demons, by nature, surpassed that of human warriors within the same rank. Only true prodigies among human martial artists could hope to rival the demons. The notion of a newly appointed copper badge captor daring to accept a task involving a peak-level demon of the 7th stage was utterly preposterous. As this realization dawned upon him, Qi Xiu's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he scrutinized Qi Xiu from head to toe. "No need. I shall undertake this task," Qi Xiu declared resolutely. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Xiu declared, "Very well, this task must be accomplished within 3 days. Should it remain unfulfilled, it will be assigned to the next senior copper metal captor or silver metal captor." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu cast a profound glance at Qi Xiu and replied, "Thank you, Lord Qi." Qi Xiu clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Qi Xiu before turning to depart. How intriguing. It had been quite some time since he encountered such an amusing newly appointed bronze metal captain. After watching Qi Xiu leave, Qi Xiu's face revealed an expression of keen interest as he remarked, "With that," he resumed his focused attention on the 888 Ways to Pamper a Beloved Wife, authored by the esteemed master of demonic arts, the heavenly demon sovereign. The autumn breeze stirred, and the night grew slightly cool. Qi Xiu pushed open the door and slowly entered his home. "Young master, you have returned?" Upon seeing Qi Xiu, a delicate little hand propped up her jade-like chin, still bearing a trace of sorrow. Dressed in light garments, Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had been lost in thought at the stone table, revealed a look of surprise and hurriedly rose to greet him. Qi Xiu smiled gently, closing the door behind him, and turned to Jiang Xiaoxiao, inquiring, "Have you had your meal yet? Young master, are you hungry? I can bring out the food now." Jiang Xiaoxiao promptly replied upon hearing this. "There's no rush," he responded. "I noticed you haven't changed into fresh clothes, and the ones you are wearing are rather thin. Hence, I purchased a few garments for you, to try them on and see if they fit well." Qi Xiu extended the large parcel in his hands towards Jiang Xiaoxiao, stating that he had acquired a storage bag from Gao Changfa, containing over 20,000 taels of silver. Presently, he was not in want of money. Therefore, he purchased 5 sets of fresh clothing for Jiang Xiaoxiao, along with a white fox fur cloak. He did not buy any garments for himself, as his official attire from the 6 doors was ample. With his level of cultivation, he would not feel the chill, even in the depths of winter. "Thank you, young master," Jiang Xiaoxiao said, warmth flooding her heart as her clear eyes turned red, tears welling up as she spoke with profound gratitude. It was only now that she realized the large parcel in Qi Xiu's possession was intended for her. The depth of her appreciation for Qi Xiu penetrated her very soul. "Go on. You are dressed too lightly. Change into something warmer to avoid catching a chill." Qi Xiu placed the package into Jiang Xiaoxiao's hands and said, "I shall change my clothes right away." Jiang Xiaoxiao accepted the package, wiped away her tears, and gracefully made her way towards a room. After a brief moment, the door creaked open. A woman, clad in pure white and exuding an aura of elegance, emerged cautiously from the room, her demeanor tinged with a mix of trepidation and unease. She was more exquisite than any flower, a true beauty. Witnessing Jiang Xiaoxiao adorned in her new attire, Qi Xiu was utterly astonished. Is it not pretty?" Jiang Xiaoxiao asked, feeling flustered as she gazed at Qi Xiu, her voice barely above a whisper. "How could that be? You look absolutely stunning. This outfit, when worn by you, surpasses the beauty of anyone else." Qi Xiu smiled gently and spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao's delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head. Her 2 fair and flawless hands instinctively clutched the hem of her garment as she said, "Young master, I shall now fetch the meal for you." With that, she swiftly made her way towards the kitchen. Qi Xiu gracefully settled down before the stone table. A variety of dishes were presented before him. A plate of stir-fried asparagus, a dish of cured meat sautéed with garlic sprouts, and a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. This simple selection of 2 dishes and a soup exuded an enticing aroma and vibrant colors, greatly enhancing Qi Xiu's appetite. Moreover, the ingredients for these dishes were sourced from his own home, not procured by Jiang Xiaoxiao from outside. In the depths of his heart, Qi Xiu felt a profound sense of contentment. The knowledge that someone was preparing a meal at home, patiently awaiting his return to dine, was truly delightful. "Young master, you have toiled all day. Please, do indulge," came the gentle encouragement. "Indeed, my culinary skills may be modest, so I hope you do not find them lacking." Jiang Xiaoxiao placed a pair of chopsticks and a bowl of rice before Qi Xiu, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush as she spoke cautiously. "Your culinary prowess is far from ordinary. I dare say the chefs at those bustling taverns outside pale in comparison to your talents. It surpasses anything I have ever tasted. Xiaoxiao, do join me in serving rice. Let us share this meal together." Qi Xiu smiled faintly, gazing at Jiang Xiaoxiao as he spoke. My dear, I am not yet hungry. I shall wait until you finish your meal before I partake. Jiang Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously, her resolve unwavering. Just as her words fell, a growl emanated from her petite stomach, a clear indication of her hunger. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her ears blushed a charming shade of red, rendering her utterly adorable. You claim not to be hungry. Do eat quickly. I can serve myself, she insisted. Observing Jiang Xiaoxiao's delightful demeanor, Chu Xiu could not help but chuckle softly. He moved his bowl and chopsticks from before him to her side, then rose with grace, gently guiding her to sit upon the stone bench before making his way to the kitchen. You are truly kind to me, dear sir, Jiang Xiaoxiao expressed, her heart brimming with gratitude. Chu Xiu smiled and walked into the kitchen to serve some rice, then returned to dine with Jiang Xiaoxiao. However, he occasionally placed vegetables onto Jiang Xiaoxiao's plate. Without his offerings, she would only consume the rice in her bowl. After a while, after satisfying his hunger and thirst, Chu Xiu observed that the sky had completely darkened. Were it not for the flickering candle on the stone table illuminating the courtyard, the dishes before him would have been indistinguishable. Of course, this would be the case for an ordinary person. However, for a martial artist of Chu Xiu's innate realm, it was as if the night were bathed in daylight. Little one, in the future, if I venture out and have yet to return, do not wait for me to dine. Make sure you nourish yourself and do not go hungry. Chu Xiu stood tall and addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao, my dear. Are you contemplating an outing? Upon noticing Chu Xiu's gaze directed towards the courtyard beyond, Jiang Xiaoxiao softly inquired, Are you indeed planning to leave? Yes. I must step out for a while. Please tidy up the dishes, and then retire early. There is no need for you to wait for my return. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and strode towards the door with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Upon stepping outside, he secured the door behind him, concealing his presence as he departed quietly. After Chu Xiu left, Jiang Xiaoxiao began to tidy up the dishes. The night enveloped the surroundings like spilled ink, rendering the outer city into an eerie silence that sent chills down one's spine. Suddenly, a figure that evoked dread materialized before Chu Xiu. This being was tall and robust, resembling a mountain, with a body cloaked in black bristles, topped with an enormous, grotesque pig's head. Its skin was rough and covered in lumps, and a pair of small eyes glimmered with cunning and fierce light beneath thick brows. The pig demon drooled a foul, viscous saliva as it looked down at Chu Xiu, exclaiming, Head of the Six Doors Copper Badge, I have a particular fondness for feasting on your kind. Compared to ordinary folk, your flesh is far more delectable and satisfying. At the pinnacle of the 7th level of the innate realm, our intelligence at the Six Doors is indeed quite precise. With a slight raise of his sword-like brows, Chu Xiu gazed at the pig demon with an expression of calmness. Come, little constable, enter my belly. The pig demon advanced step by step towards Chu Xiu, one of its trotters lunging directly at him. As it grasped, it felt as though the very heavens and earth would be crushed beneath the might of the pig demon. An overwhelming and terrifying demonic power enveloped Chu Xiu. Is this all there is? A hint of disdain flickered across Chu Xiu's eyes as his right hand rested upon the hilt of the blade at his waist. Suddenly, he drew his sword. With a resounding clang, a glimmer of cold steel illuminated the world around him. This stroke of the blade seemed to cast light upon the entirety of existence. To be cleaved by my sword is a privilege reserved for the fortunate. Chu Xiu slowly sheathed the long knife in his hand and spoke calmly. This strike was not a manifestation of the pure Yang sword technique, but rather the first of the 7 swords of heaven, the division of yin and yang. The reason he refrained from employing the pure Yang sword technique was that during his slaying of Su Yunlong, he had already revealed the perfected essence of this technique. Now, he sought to avoid its use as much as possible, lest he attract the attention of the Gao family. After all, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? The pig demon gazed at Chu Xiu with a look of bewilderment, as if unable to fathom how he could wield such a formidable sword technique. A line of blood traced itself from the top of the pig demon's head, cascading downward. Boom. The pig demon's body was cleaved in two, splitting apart. A notification appeared, Destiny Attribute, Abundant Vitality, green. The Destiny Attribute can be seized and solidified. Abundant Vitality. Your innate vitality surpasses that of ordinary beings, possessing an extraordinary talent in the art of forging. By vanquishing the ferocious and bloodthirsty peaked 7th layer innate pig demon that preys upon humanity, a reward of 1,500 points of destiny value was granted. One by one, prompt boxes materialized before Chu Xiu. Seize. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu declared in his mind. thunderous. As soon as the words left his lips, a mysterious and unfathomable force surged forth, sweeping over Chu Xiu's physical form like the mighty Yangtze River. This overwhelming energy caused Chu Xiu's vital essence to continuously swell, growing increasingly robust. A deafening roar echoed within him. Particles began to materialize, and countless primal dragon elephants emerged in succession. In an instant, Chu Xiu had successfully manifested 27 particles, coalescing into 27 primal dragon elephants. The divine elephant suppression technique, at the innate realm level, is categorized into 3 stages: minor achievement, major achievement, and peak. This differs from the internal cultivation methods, which are divided into 9 levels. Each stage of the divine elephant suppression technique contains only 3 minor realms. The minor achievement of the first stage requires the manifestation of 21 particles. The major achievement requires 42 particles, while the peak demands 84. Thus, it can be said that Chu Xiu has officially embarked upon the path of horizontal cultivation, having reached the minor achievement of the innate realm. After a while, Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of astonishment flickering within them. He marveled. A green entry has remarkably tripled my already formidable vitality. The enhancement of my life force has, in turn, strengthened my divine elephant suppression technique. I have achieved the first minor success in its initial stage. It is time for me to return home. A hint of a smile graced Chu Xiu's cheek as he prepared to turn and leave. Once the task was accomplished, the corpses of the demons here would naturally be attended to by the enforcers of the 6 gates. Suddenly, a cry of excruciating pain echoed from afar. The screams swiftly ceased, indicating that there was more than just a single demon lurking within Qingyu Square. With a focused gaze, Chu Xiu took a step forward and instantly vanished from his position, heading towards the direction from which the sound emanated. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu suddenly appeared in a courtyard. A pig demon, transcending the innate realm, squatted on the ground, clutching a blood-soaked thigh and voraciously gnawing at it. Its dark bristles matted with blood. The ground lay littered with a head, its eyes wide open, refusing to close. Clearly, the other parts of the body had been completely devoured by the pig demon, leaving not even a shred of bone behind. The copper badge of the 6 doors? The pig demon shoved the dripping thigh into its gaping maw, chewing with abandon, blood splattering as it cast a greedy glance at Chu Xiu. It slowly rose, its imposing figure towering like a mountain, casting a vast shadow that seemed to obscure the very sky, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Chu Xiu's expression turned grave. The intelligence from the 6 doors was erroneous. Not only were there multi-headed demons, but a master-level demon had also emerged. The pig demon, grotesque and fearsome, bore a blood-stained head that twisted into a sinister grin as it looked down upon Chu Xiu, speaking in a deep and powerful voice. "Are you afraid? Fear my foot." With a sudden flourish, Chu Xiu unsheathed his blade and struck fiercely at the pig demon. The swiftness of his action was akin to a clap of thunder. With this single stroke, he unleashed the full might of his primal dragon elephant power, coupled with the speed of the heavenly demon's 8 steps. The force of his blow seemed capable of shattering the very heavens and earth. The pig demon's face betrayed a look of horror, as it sensed an overwhelming aura of death approaching, a force akin to the collapse of the universe itself. As a pig demon, it could distinctly discern the profound and potent vitality emanating from Chu Xiu. How could a mere human possess such terrifying vitality? Even a creature like itself, born with formidable life force, found itself utterly defenseless against Chu Xiu's might. Boom. With a single strike, the master-level pig demon was reduced to a pile of flesh. The notification appeared once more, eliminated a wicked master-level pig demon, earning a reward of 3,700 destiny points. Now, to seek out and discover if there are any other demons lurking nearby. With a swift motion, Chu Xiu vanished within the courtyard. Each demon represented a value of destiny to him. Naturally, Chu Xiu's search extended beyond the confines of Qingyu Fang, encompassing the area in which he resided. After all, Qingyu Fang was perilously close to his home, and he could not allow Jiang Xiaoxiao to fall into danger. Indeed, Chu Xiu has discovered a total of 7 pig demons. These 7 pig demons were predominantly found in the Green Jade Square, with only one having ventured into the area where Chu Xiu resides. This particular pig demon evidently made its way from the Green Jade Square and was swiftly dispatched by Chu Xiu with a single strike. However, most of these demons possess innate cultivation levels, with only one reaching the realm of a master. All of these demons have emerged from the green jade square, which undoubtedly conceals a significant secret. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu raised his sword-like brows and remarked, "Let us search once more and uncover the secrets concealed within the Qingyu Pavilion." He employed the technique of the 8 steps of the heavenly demon, initiating his quest within the confines of the pavilion. After a brief interval, he noticed a gathering of figures at the entrance of a tavern on the periphery of the Qingyu Pavilion. The Black Tiger Gang? Chu Xiu furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that these demons are linked to the Black Tiger Gang? The Black Tiger Gang is one of the 5 major factions in Songlong County. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang is said to be a master at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. However, such prowess is hardly significant within the county seat of Songlong. With the might of the 6 doors, they could easily suppress it. How dare a mere Black Tiger Gang conspire with demons? A member of the Black Tiger Gang swiftly approached, kneeling before a Grandmaster-level Hall Master, and respectfully reported. Reporting to the Hall Master, an incident has occurred. All the 9-headed pig demons have perished. Not a single one remains. This is bad. The 6 doors have dispatched experts. Retreat. The Hall Master of the Black Tiger Gang's expression hardened, his face revealing a look of terror. The 6 doors possess an exceedingly formidable influence in Songlong County and indeed throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty, a power not to be trifled with by their faction. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Black Tiger Gang members changed dramatically. Trying to flee? Chu Xiu emerged from the shadows, his gaze indifferent as he addressed the leader of the Black Tiger Gang and his entourage. The Copper Badge Captor of the 6 Gates? The leader of the Black Tiger Gang first appeared taken aback, only to soon reveal an expression of ecstatic delight. He bellowed to his gang members, "Attack! Eliminate this man! The true experts of the 6 Gates have yet to arrive. If we kill him, we shall escape immediately." However, despite his fervent call to action, the leader remained rooted to the spot. Clearly, he sought to gauge Chu Xiu's genuine strength through the reactions of his gang members. He wished to ascertain whether it was indeed the Silver Badge Captor or even the Gold Badge Captor who had vanquished the 9-headed pig demon, or if it was this mere Copper Badge Captor, still in his youth. This reflects the formidable influence of the 6 Gates. Even though Chu Xiu donned the attire of a Copper Badge Captor, the leader, a master of the realm, dared not underestimate him in the slightest. Who could say whether Chu Xiu might be an unparalleled genius within the 6 Gates? Kill. The members of the Black Tiger Gang, evidently lacking the leader's contemplative mindset, drew their blades and charged towards Chu Xiu. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he moved with the swiftness of a thunderbolt towards the more than 10 members of the Black Tiger Gang. It must be acknowledged that the strength of the Black Tiger Gang is indeed formidable. Among the group of over 10 members, nearly half are warriors of the innate realm, while the remainder are elite fighters of the superlative realm. It is worth noting that warriors of the innate realm within the 6 doors are already qualified to become copper medal captains, a rank of the 9th grade, signifying genuine authority. Of course, it is also possible that these individuals are the elite subordinates of the Black Tiger Gang's leader, which would account for their impressive prowess. Boom. Boom. Chu Xiu had never practiced any martial arts involving punches and kicks, yet, relying on his formidable vitality, each strike of his fists and feet seemed capable of suppressing mountains and shattering rivers. In the face of such overwhelming power, none among the Black Tiger Gang's members could withstand even a single blow from Chu Xiu. They were all sent flying. Upon landing, each member of the gang found themselves with blood seeping from their lips, lifeless. In an instant, more than 10 members of the Black Tiger Gang had been vanquished by Chu Xiu. What an extraordinary innate martial artist, one who has cultivated his body to such a degree. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming his praise. However, regretfully, he added, "Your strength is still insufficient before me." After a brief pause, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang let out a cold laugh, questioning, "How much silver do you earn to dare obstruct a master at the pinnacle of the 7th realm?" As soon as he finished speaking, the leader drew his sword and charged towards Chu Xiu, transforming into a fierce black tiger, his aura overwhelming. He had evidently convinced himself that it was not Chu Xiu who had slain the 9 pig demons, but rather the silver insignia captains from the 6 Gates. Possibly even the gold insignia captains. He sought to eliminate Chu Xiu swiftly and escape. The first strike of the 7 swords of heaven. As the leader lunged forward, Chu Xiu's expression turned serious. His right hand gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist. In a flash, he unsheathed his blade. Boom. A terrifying beam of light erupted from his sword, illuminating the night as if dispersing the surrounding darkness and shining upon the world. Upon witnessing Chu Xiu's strike, a look of horror crossed the leader's face. He realized his previous judgment had been misguided. This copper insignia captain from the Six Gates was indeed the one who had slain the 9 pig demons, including the formidable master-level pig demon. Had he known this earlier, he would have fled when his elite subordinates were assaulting Chushio. How could a mere copper insignia captain possess such terrifying power? Is this truly the Six Gates? His vision began to blur. The longsword in the leader's hand shattered with a resounding crash. Subsequently, the leader of the Black Tiger gang was obliterated, transforming into an endless mist of blood. This was the result of being crushed beneath Chushio's terrifying vitality. A notification appeared. Destiny trait acquired. Basic proficiency in swordsmanship. White. Destiny traits can be plundered and solidified. Basic proficiency in swordsmanship. You find it easier to grasp the fundamentals of swordsmanship compared to ordinary individuals. Having slain the members of the Black Tiger gang, Chushio received a reward of 1,980 destiny points. 2 prompt boxes appeared before Chushio's eyes. Just a white trait? Nonetheless, it was an unexpected gain. Chushio shook his head and spoke softly. He gradually sheathed the long sword in his hand and turned to walk towards the direction of the 6 doors, murmuring in his mind, "Plunder." Upon finishing his words, Chushio felt as though his understanding of swordsmanship had increased ever so slightly. Just a flicker. It was of little consequence, for it merely constituted a white entry. However, Chushio himself had already attained a considerable proficiency in swordsmanship. The 7 Blades of the Heavens was regarded as one of the most esteemed martial arts within the Six Gates. After a brief interval, the entire Six Gates was ablaze with light, resembling broad daylight. "We pay our respects, my lord." Upon seeing Chushio approach, the guards at the entrance of the Six Gates promptly bowed in deference. Chushio nodded slightly and strode towards the 6 doors task hall with the confidence of a dragon and the grace of a tiger. In a short while, Chushio arrived at the Six Gates task hall, where Captain Chishu was engrossed in observing the 888 beloved consorts of the formidable demon lord, Tianma Zuns. He remained silent, standing before Chushio. Ahem, Chushio coughed lightly, setting aside the book in his hands to gaze at Chushio. "The intelligence is inaccurate." Chushio spoke with an expression of serenity. "It is not merely a single demon." Chushio's countenance shifted slightly as he exclaimed, "Could it be that this demon possesses strength surpassing the pinnacle of the 7th level of the innate realm? It is not just one demon, but rather 9 demons, with the most formidable having already attained the 3rd level of the master realm." Chushio spoke calmly. "Damn. With so many demons, how did you manage to return alive?" Chushio could not help but exclaim in frustration, "Are these people just idly waiting? With such a multitude of demons, they have only managed to track down one." "Please do not misunderstand. That is not my intention." After a brief pause, Chushio looked at Chushio with a sincere expression. "What I meant to convey is that the strength of these demons is far beyond your capabilities. The mere fact that you have returned alive is commendable. I shall privately grant you an additional 500 merit points as compensation." "No need for that. I have slain all 9 of those demons myself." Chushio spoke with an air of nonchalance. He harbored a certain fondness for Chushio. After all, he had offered to compensate him with 500 merit points. A personal recompense at that. This meant he was utilizing his own merit points to subsidize him. Chushio fell into silence, pondering whether he was merely here to show off. After all, you were just a newly appointed bronze badge captain, a practitioner at the innate realm. And yet you have slain 9 monstrous beings, the strongest of which is merely at the 3rd level of the master realm? He regarded Chushio with skepticism, his expression one of disbelief. Chushio tossed the copper badge of the head constable onto Chushio's desk. The head constable's badge from the 6 doors could undoubtedly be considered a treasure, possessing the ability to chronicle the slaying of demons. With each demon vanquished, the badge would automatically record the feat even if a head constable did not undertake a mission. They could still present the badge to receive merit points for the demons they had dispatched. However, by accepting missions, one could gain the invaluable support of the 6 doors intelligence network, which would provide information regarding the locations of demons and their respective strengths, significantly enhancing safety. Of course, should the information from the 6 doors prove erroneous, that would be a different matter. It appears to be true. The badge has been presented. Once verified, there can be no deception. Chushio remained silent for a considerable time before lifting Chushio's badge, his face reflecting shock as he exclaimed, "One at the 3rd level of the master realm, 3 at the 9th level of the innate realm, 4 at the 8th level of the innate realm, and 1 at the 7th level of the innate realm. Brother Chu, you are remarkable." In an instant, Chushio appeared beside Chushio, casually draping an arm around his shoulder as he continued, "To reverse the odds against a master with innate prowess is exceedingly rare within our 6 doors. Each of them is a genuine prodigy. Lord Chi, it seems we are not quite that familiar." Chu Xiu felt somewhat unaccustomed to Qi Xiu's affable demeanor. No worries. We are familiar now. Dear Brother Chu, there is no need to address me as Lord Qi. That feels overly formal. If I calculate correctly, I am merely 5 or 6 years your senior. Simply call me Brother Qi. Qi Xiu chuckled, adding, for now, I shall look after you, Brother Chu. And in the future, you shall look after me. Chu Xiu cast a glance at Qi Xiu, the head of the Golden Chapter, who indeed exuded an air of reckless abandon. After all, to openly observe the 888 beloved wives of the formidable demon sovereign in the task hall, indifferent to the judgment of others, is not the behavior of an ordinary individual. Such conduct appears rather fitting. Brother Qi, in addition to vanquishing the 9-headed demon, I have also slain a hall master of the Black Tiger Gang. I trust this merits some points of merit. After a moment of silence, Chu Xiu addressed Qi Xiu. Since Qi Xiu did not require him to call him Lord, Chu Xiu naturally chose not to insist. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang? Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu's eyes narrowed as he swiftly responded, are you implying that the Black Tiger Gang is colluding with demons? Indeed. It is unlikely that a mere leader of the Black Tiger Gang possesses the audacity to engage in such treachery alone. It must be the entire Black Tiger Gang that is in league with the demons. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and inquired, Brother Chu, do you have any interest in engaging in something grand? Qi Xiu's eyes sparkled as he posed the question to Chu Xiu, how shall we embark on this grand endeavor? With a slight lift of his sword-like brows, Chu Xiu spoke, having already discerned Qi Xiu's intentions. If the two of them were to join forces against the Black Tiger Gang, it was indeed a possibility. However, he remained uncertain about the extent of Qi Xiu's strength. After all, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang was at the pinnacle of the 9th realm of the Grand Master level. We shall eliminate the Black Tiger Gang. A trace of murderous intent flickered across Qi Xiu's cheeks as he spoke with chilling resolve. Anyone who colludes with demons, regardless of who they are, deserves death. Do you possess sufficient strength, Brother Qi? Chu Xiu spoke non-committally. Brother Chu, do you doubt my prowess? Qi Xiu rolled his eyes and thumped his chest, declaring, the fact that I can oversee the task hall and have ascended to its leadership is no mere boast. I stand just a step away from the martial saint realm. To refer to myself as a half-step martial saint is hardly an exaggeration. A mere leader of the Black Tiger Gang is but a single strike from my sword. Previously, we refrained from taking action against the Black Tiger Gang because eliminating them would only give rise to the White Tiger Gang and the Green Tiger Gang. However, their collusion with demons has crossed the line with our 6 doors. Very well, we shall set out now to eradicate the Black Tiger Gang. Upon hearing this, a spark of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he solemnly replied. As a transmigrator, he felt his values were still quite sound. Those who dared to consort with demons must be annihilated. He surmised Qi Xiu's intention. Was he seeking to share the credit with him? After all, why would a captain of the task hall, adorned with a golden insignia, act so casually? He could simply post this task in the hall and other captains, even renowned figures in green attire, would eagerly take it up. No rush, let me calculate the merits for Brother Chu first. Qi Xiu chuckled. Brother Chu, your recent feats include slaying a master-level demon and a master-level leader of the Black Tiger Gang, along with 8 innate-level demons. The total merits accrued are more than sufficient for you to be promoted to a Silver Insignia Captain. Silver Insignia Captain? Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback. He had just been appointed as a Copper Badge Captor today, and now he could ascend to the rank of Silver Badge Captor? Indeed. According to the regulations of our 6 doors, the merit points for slaying a demon at the first level of the innate realm amounts to 100 points. Each advancement in cultivation level corresponds to an additional 100 merit points. Brother Chu has vanquished a demon at the 7th level of the innate realm, which grants him 700 merit points. Furthermore, he has slain 4 demons at the 8th level of the innate realm, totaling 3,200 merit points. Additionally, he has dispatched 3 demons at the 9th level of the innate realm, adding another 2,700 merit points. As for demons at the Master Realm, the starting point is 10,000 merit points, with each increase in cultivation level yielding an additional 3,000 merit points. Thus, a demon at the 3rd level of the Master Realm would amount to 16,000 merit points. Originally nonchalant, Qi Xiu's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he stated, martial artists who collude with demons are similarly awarded merit points. Brother Chu, did you record the individuals from the Black Tiger Gang whom you dispatched? I have recorded them. Chu Xiu nodded and remarked. The token of the 6 doors automatically records the slaying of demons and monsters. However, the killing of humans does not get recorded automatically. It requires the active use of the 6 doors token for documentation. Let me take a look. Chi Xiu said as he examined the contents of Chu Xiu's token. You have a master-level 7th-tier leader of the Black Tiger Gang, which grants 28,000 merit points. There are 7 innate martial artists, totaling 3,700 merit points. Additionally, there are 9 extraordinary martial artists, each contributing 10 merit points, amounting to 90 merit points in total. Coupled with the 25,600 merit points earned from vanquishing demons, Brother Chu, you are set to receive a grand total of 53,390 merit points. I have already submitted the report. In a short while, your merit points will automatically be credited, allowing you to proceed to the storeroom to collect the silver badge of the head constable and the accompanying weaponry. We shall set off for the Black Tiger Gang after a brief pause for tea. I need to document this task. We must annihilate the Black Tiger Gang to justify our actions. I will gather a few more individuals to accompany us to the Black Tiger Gang. Otherwise, with the numerous members of the gang, it would be an inefficient use of time for just the 2 of us to engage in combat. After a moment of contemplation, Chi Xiu turned to Chu Xiu and inquired, Brother Chi, will I truly become a silver badge head constable after a mere tea break? Is it not required to reach the master realm to attain such a position? With a look of bewilderment, Chu Xiu gazed at Chi Xiu and inquired. Previously, when Chi Xiu spoke, Chu Xiu had longed to pose this very question. Within our 6 doors, there exists a category of individuals who are exceptions. They are the prodigies. Genuine, unparalleled geniuses are unbound by limitations. For instance, at the level of a copper metal constable, one can slay demons of the master realm and, upon accumulating over 10,000 merit points, can ascend directly to the rank of silver metal constable. Similarly, at the level of silver metal constable, if one can vanquish demons of the Grand Master realm and amass over 100,000 merit points, they too can be promoted directly to the rank of golden metal constable. Exceptional talents who can defeat foes beyond their level are greatly esteemed within our 6 doors. Chi Xiu spoke with a grave expression. I understand now. A look of realization appeared on Chu Xiu's face. Very well, my brother Chu, please take a moment to rest. We shall meet outside the mission hall after a cup of tea. Chi Xiu retrieved a small booklet from beneath the table and began to jot down notes. Agreed. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and then strode out of the task hall with great determination. Having vanquished so many demons this time, he had accumulated a considerable amount of destiny points, which were just sufficient to enhance his destiny attributes. A sense of anticipation began to swell within him. The elevation of his destiny attributes would significantly bolster his strength. In no time, the following details emerged. Name: Chu Xiu Internal Martial Realm. Peak of the 7th layer of Innate Stage External Martial Realm. Minor achievement in Innate Stage. Strength of 27 Savage Giant Elephants. Destiny attributes: 9 Young Sacred Body, Gold. Aristocratic Air, Blue. Golden Tendons and Jade Bones, Blue. Extraordinary Comprehension, Green. Swift as Lightning, Green. Abundant Vitality, Green. Basic Understanding of Blade Techniques, White. Martial Arts, Pure Young Skill, Complete. Pure Young Blade Technique, Complete. 8 Steps to Catch the Cicada, Complete. 9 Young True Skill, Minor Achievement. Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, 1st Layer Minor Achievement. Heavenly Demon 8 Steps, Entry Level. 7 Slicing Blades of Heaven, 1st Blade Entry Level. Artistic Intent, Pure Young Blade Intent, Entry Level. Destiny Points, 17, 230 System, Enhance Extraordinary Comprehension. Chu Xiu entered his courtyard and gazed at the data panel. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared in his mind that the higher his comprehension, the greater the impact it would have on his cultivation of the 8 steps of the celestial demon and the 7 blades of heaven severing. With a thunderous sound, his words resonated in the air. As if enlightened by a sudden revelation, Chu Xiu's mind was flooded with profound insights regarding the 8 steps of the celestial demon and the 7 swords of heaven. This surge of understanding deepened his comprehension of these formidable techniques. Remarkably, even his grasp of the pure Yang blade intent experienced significant enhancement. Just when Chu Xiu believed his epiphanies had reached their conclusion, a myriad of insights concerning the 9 Yang true art emerged within his consciousness, further enriching his understanding of this powerful technique. Originally, due to his possession of the 9 Yang sacred body and his previous cultivation of the pure Yang technique, both of which were intricately connected, he had already bypassed the initial stages of the 9 Yang true art, achieving a minor success. However, in this moment, the elevation of his enlightenment catapulted his comprehension of the 9 Yang true art from minor success to a remarkable major success. Thunder echoed in the air. Within the depths of Chu Xiu's dantian, the innate true energy surged dramatically. transcending from the pinnacle of the 7th level of the innate realm to the zenith of the 9th level. The true energy became exceedingly refined, and the terrifying 9-yang true qi resembled the blazing fire of the 9 suns, capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. After a brief pause, the 9-yang divine art reached its culmination, propelling the innate true energy from the peak of the 7th level to the apex of the 9th level. The first strike of the 7 cuts that split the heavens was perfected, and the 8 steps of the celestial demon reached a modest completion. While even the pure yang blade intent attained a nascent state, Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, his face reflecting a profound astonishment as he incredulously remarked. The elevation of his exceptional comprehension to a blue tier was an overwhelming transformation. It surpassed his wildest imaginings. Merely upgrading to a blue tier had significantly enhanced his insight. What magnitude of improvement would arise from advancing to a purple tier? Successfully consuming 10,000 destiny points, his exceptional comprehension, green, upgraded to innate wisdom, blue. Innate wisdom, an extraordinary innate comprehension that penetrates understanding with the slightest hint. A prompt box materialized before Chu Xiu's eyes. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his emotions. And in his mind he spoke, "System, enhance the basic sword technique." With only a little over 7,000 life points remaining, he could not elevate a single green attribute to blue. Thus, he could only proceed to enhance the soul white attribute. Chu Xiu felt as though his comprehension of the 7 swords of celestial severance had deepened once more. Yet, he found himself unable to elevate the first sword from the realm of mastery to the pinnacle of perfection. It was evident that the effects of the green attribute were insufficient to achieve this transformation, having successfully expended 1,000 destiny points. His proficiency in swordsmanship, white, was upgraded to exquisite mastery, green. Exquisite mastery. Through diligent practice, one can readily attain a profound level of swordsmanship. The prompt appeared once again. Time was drawing near. It was now time to retrieve the silver badge of the head constable along with the weaponry from the storeroom. Chu Xiu strode out of the courtyard with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, making his way towards the storeroom of the 6 doors. Before long, he arrived at the storeroom, where, even in the depths of night, there were guards on duty. Chu Xiu paid his respects to Lord Zhao. Chu Xiu approached the esteemed constable Zhao Qingming, who managed the 6 doors storeroom, and performed a respectful salute. "What do you wish to exchange?" Zhao Qingming inquired, his expression remaining impassive. Yet, within the depths of his gaze, a flicker of astonishment could be discerned. It was only at dusk that Chu Xiu had claimed his bronze insignia of constable along with his weapons. How could he have amassed merit points so swiftly, prompting him to seek elixirs or spiritual herbs? "Sir Zhao, I have come to collect the silver insignia of constable along with my weapons." Chu Xiu extended the token in his hand towards Zhao Qiming. The inscription on the token had transformed. The words Copper Badge Constable had been replaced with Silver Badge Constable. He understood the implications of Chu Xiu's earlier words. Upon the arrival of his merit points, he was entitled to collect the Silver Badge Constable's official attire and weaponry from the storeroom. Remarkably, after Chu Xiu submitted the report, not only did the merit points get credited, but his token also underwent a transformation. Zhao Qiming gazed at Chu Xiu with a look of astonishment, as if struggling to comprehend the reality before him. Upon noticing the token now inscribed with Silver Badge Constable Chu Xiu, he marveled at the young man's swift ascent. Extraordinary indeed. Just half a day after becoming a Copper Badge Constable in our 6 doors, you have already attained the rank of Silver Badge Constable. After a moment of silent reflection, Zhao Qingming expressed his admiration. "You flatter me, Sir Zhao. It is merely a stroke of luck." With a humble expression, Chu Xiu spoke. "This is not mere luck." Zhao Qiming chuckled in silence. As a renowned constable of the 6 doors, he was well aware of the reason behind Chu Xiu's swift promotion to the rank of Silver Badge Captain. It was undoubtedly due to his formidable feat of slaying a demon of the Master Realm, triumphing over an opponent far beyond his level. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, remaining silent. Excessive humility is but a form of pride. "Wait here. I shall fetch you the silver badge of the constable along with the weaponry." Zhao Qingming shook his head and proceeded towards the storeroom. After taking a few steps, he paused and inquired, "You would still prefer a sword, I presume?" "Indeed. I appreciate your assistance, Lord Zhao." Chu Xiu nodded slightly, removing the long knife that hung from his waist and placing it on Zhao Qingming's desk. Within the 6 doors, the weapons employed by ordinary constables are crafted from high-quality steel, while the weapons wielded by the Copper Badge Captains are of a higher grade, classified as first-tier inferior. This particular first-tier inferior long knife, which had dispatched numerous demons and monsters that very night, had begun to show small nicks and indeed required replacement with a weapon of superior quality and sharper edge. After a while, Zhao Qiming returned, cradling 3 sets of silver badge captain uniforms and an elegantly aged black long knife. The black knife was placed atop the silver uniforms. "Here are 3 sets of uniforms for your convenience," he said. "As for the knife, I have procured for you a 3rd-tier inferior weapon. This is a privilege reserved for gold badge captains to receive free of charge. It should suffice for your needs for the time being." Zhao Qingming set the uniforms and the black long knife upon the desk, addressing Chu Xiao. "A 3rd-tier inferior weapon?" Chu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then spoke. "For a remarkable genius like you, capable of defeating foes beyond your rank, upon your promotion to silver badge captain, our 6 stores will generously provide you with a low-grade 3rd-tier weapon at no cost. This is not favoritism on my part, but rather a recognition of your exceptional talent." Zhao Qingming smiled faintly as he addressed Chu Xiao. "Thank you, Lord Zhao." In response, Chu Xiao solemnly bowed to Zhao Qingming as a gesture of gratitude. "Very well. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Remember, for a prodigy of your caliber, when faced with peril, do not act foolishly. If you can run, run. Surviving is essential to becoming a true master and to vanquishing more demons and monsters." Zhao Qingming waved his hand, feigning nonchalance. Chu Xiao understands. With a heart full of gratitude, Chu Xiao cast a glance at Zhao Qingming and expressed his thanks before turning to depart, clutching his official attire and the long blade. The trees may long for tranquility, yet the winds persist. Chaos looms over Songlong Prefecture. Zhao Qiming settled into the chair before the table, letting out a sigh. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the low-grade long knife that Chu Xiao had left behind, slowly drawing it from its sheath. Observing the numerous nicks along the blade, a look of admiration graced his cheeks. From those very marks, he discerned that Chu Xiao had undoubtedly faced a fierce battle that night, likely leaving many demons vanquished in his wake. Emerging from the storeroom of the 6 doors, Chu Xiao returned to the courtyard, donned the silver badge of a captain, and affixed the new long knife to his waist. He then strode towards the mission hall with an impressive demeanor and commanding presence. Dozens of bronze badge captains stood silently outside the mission hall, exuding an astonishing aura of menace. The very atmosphere was thick with an air of lethal intent. Thud, thud. The sound of steady, powerful footsteps resonated from afar. In an instant, the striking figure of Chu Xiao appeared before the gathering of bronze badge captains. Upon his arrival, expressions of astonishment emerged on their faces, for they had never before encountered Chu Xiao. When had such a youthful silver badge captain emerged within the ranks of the 6 doors? "Brother Chu has arrived. Allow me to introduce him," came the voice of Chi Xiao from within the mission hall. Moments later, Chi Xiao materialized beside Chu Xiao, casually draping an arm around his shoulder as he addressed the assemblage of bronze badge captains. "This is my brother, Chu Xiao. He has just become a bronze badge captain at dusk." Having accepted a task, he single-handedly wielded his blade to confront 3 formidable demons of the innate realm, while also slaying a traitor of the 7th pinnacle of the master realm who conspired with those demons. In less than half a day, he ascended from a bronze badge captain to a silver badge captain. Upon hearing this, the looks of astonishment on the faces of the bronze badge captains transformed into expressions of sheer disbelief as they gazed at Chu Xiao. A newly minted bronze badge captain had, in a mere half-day, risen to the rank of silver badge captain. Not only had he slain 3 demons of the master realm, but he had also dispatched a traitorous mastermind of the 7th pinnacle. What an extraordinary prodigy! A paragon of unparalleled talent. The 6 doors had birthed yet another exceptional genius. With this realization, the bronze badge captains regarded Chu Xiao with newfound reverence. In the realm of the 6 doors, strength reigns supreme. Here, it is only through prowess that one earns respect. "Brother Chi, you overstate my abilities. I am merely fortunate," replied Chu Xiao modestly. Chu Xiao spoke with a humble expression, stating, "Strength is strength. There is no room for luck. As long as one possesses sufficient talent and formidable power, the more ostentatious one is within our 6 gates, the better. Brother Chu is simply too modest." Chi Xiao shook his head and remarked. Chu Xiao smiled quietly, remaining silent. The faces of the copper metal captains displayed an expression of approval, their gazes towards Chu Xiao unchanged, yet filled with even greater admiration. At such a tender age, possessing such talent and strength, he exhibited neither arrogance nor brashness, but rather a calm and composed demeanor. This is the true essence of a hero. "Brother Chu, allow me to introduce you," Chi Xiao said. "These copper metal captains are among the elite within our 6 doors. Each one is at least at the 7th level of the innate realm, and they have emerged from the very depths of adversity. They are all formidable fighters against demons. Moreover, none of them are connected to any powerful families. With a playful wink at Chi Xiu began to introduce the dozens of copper metal captains. Before long, he had acquainted Chi Xiu with these skilled individuals, imparting a solid understanding of the copper metal captains of 6 doors. Among them, many have reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the innate realm, and their prowess is unparalleled within their ranks. Each possesses the potential to ascend to silver metal captains or even gold metal captains. Clearly, it is Chi Xiu's position as the head of the task hall that has enabled him to meet such an impressive array of talented copper metal captains. Well, now that we've concluded our introductions, it is time for us to set forth. Are you all prepared? Chi Xiu inquired solemnly, gazing at the copper metal captains. We are ready, they responded with resolute voices. Then let us depart, Chi Xiu declared, leading the way out of 6 doors. Chi Xiu followed closely behind, accompanied by a throng of copper badge captains who departed from the 6 doors in a grand procession. Once outside, they employed their lightness skills, silently advancing towards the direction of the Black Tiger Gang. After a brief interval, they arrived before the gates of the Black Tiger Gang. Upon realizing their target, many of the copper badge captains displayed expressions of surprise, as it was evident that Chi Xiu had not previously disclosed their destination. This evening, the target of Brother Chu's retribution was none other than a hall master of the Black Tiger Gang, a peak master of the 7th realm. In a hushed tone, Chi Xiu addressed the assembly of copper badge captains. The Black Tiger Gang has colluded with demons, orchestrating heinous acts against the common folk within Qingyu Square. I have brought you here with the intent to annihilate the Black Tiger Gang in one fell swoop, thereby eliminating a scourge for our Songlong prefecture. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint ignited in the eyes of the captains. Any martial artist of the Master Realm shall be dealt with by Brother Chu. The Grand Master Realm adversaries will be my responsibility. Your sole duty is to eradicate the innate realm warriors of the Black Tiger Gang. Is there any dissent? Chi Xiu inquired, surveying the captains. None whatsoever, the captains affirmed with unwavering resolve. Although factions like the Black Tiger Gang undoubtedly housed numerous innate realm warriors, there remained distinctions within the innate realm itself. Given their prowess, while it may not be an easy feat to engage enemies of a higher tier, overpowering the average innate realm warrior would be a trivial endeavor. The martial arts practiced by the innate realm warriors within such gangs could hardly be compared to those of the copper badge captains of the 6 doors. Facing 10 adversaries would be a mere trifle for them. Brother Chu, since you uncovered the Black Tiger Gang's collusion with demons, do you have any insights to share? Chi Xiu nodded slightly and turned his gaze towards Chi Xiu, drawing the attention of the gathered crowd. I shall state but one thing. Given that the Black Tiger Gang has allied with demons and allowed them to harm the innocent in Qingyu Square, we must remain vigilant against the possibility of demons lurking within the gang itself. Everyone should act according to the circumstances. While we strive to vanquish demons, we must also ensure our survival. If Brother Chi and I find ourselves unable to contend with the masters among the demons, I urge you all to withdraw promptly and preserve your lives. Chi Xiu pondered for a moment, gazing at the group of copper badge captains, and then spoke. Understood. The copper badge captains nodded in agreement. Brother Chi, let us take action. Chi Xiu nodded and addressed Chi Xiu. Very well. Together with Brother Chu, we charged headlong into the Black Tiger Gang. All of you, attack the Black Tiger Gang from all directions. Let not a single innate martial artist escape. Chi Xiu commanded with a flourish of his right hand. Understood. The group of copper badge captains responded in unison. They exchanged glances, then utilized their lightness skills to swiftly disperse in various directions, intent on encircling the gang to ensure that no innate martial artist from the Black Tiger Gang could flee. If we could eradicate all martial artists of innate rank and above within the gang, the Black Tiger Gang would crumble entirely, rendering it no longer a threat. Brother Chu, let us proceed, Chi Xiu said to Chi Xiu, then made his way towards the entrance of the Black Tiger Gang. Chi Xiu smiled calmly and strode forth with great determination. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. As Chi Xiu and his companion arrived at the entrance of the Black Tiger Gang, the guards, upon noticing their presence, exhibited a subtle change in demeanor, bowing respectfully. Esteemed sirs, may I inquire the purpose of your visit to our humble establishment? They asked, recognizing the formidable reputation of the head of the 6 doors. After all, it was not every day that a gold medal head officer and a silver medal head officer graced their doorstep. Their respect was well warranted. Chi Xiu, with his hands clasped behind his back, remained silent. Observing Chi Xiu's demeanor, Chu Xiu understood that it was time for him to take action. Chu Xiu spoke with a chilling air, declaring, "Flatten the Black Tiger Gang." Upon hearing this, the members of the Black Tiger Gang turned pale, their faces revealing a look of terror. When had the Black Tiger Gang ever provoked the Six Doors? With a swift motion of his sleeves, Chu Xiu unleashed an intense heat, akin to the blazing flames of the Nine-Yang True Fire, sweeping towards the members of the Black Tiger Gang, as if intent on reducing them to ashes. These members may have been oblivious to the gang's collusion with malevolent forces, nor did they partake in such treachery themselves. However, individuals within this faction were notorious for their wicked deeds and oppression of the common folk. Thus, he felt no compulsion to show mercy to the Black Tiger Gang's minions. "Spare us, Great One," cried one gang member in utter terror upon sensing the overwhelming wave of heat. One after another, the members of the Black Tiger Gang fled in haste towards the interior of their stronghold, only to collapse lifelessly upon landing. Such a commotion instantly ignited chaos within the entire Black Tiger Gang, filling the atmosphere with an air of panic and dread. Shadows darted toward the entrance of the gang's lair. "Kill!" Chu Xiu stepped forward, akin to a thunderbolt, charging towards the members of the Black Tiger Gang, drawn by the commotion. With each punch and kick, he left a trail of devastation, scattering the gang members like fallen petals in the wind, regardless of whether they were beneath the innate realm or at the innate or even master level. None could withstand his might. In that moment, a group of bronze badge captains from the Six Doors rushed in from all directions. In less than a heartbeat, the number of Black Tiger Gang members who fell to Chu Xiu's fists and feet surpassed 100. This caused the remaining gang members to flee in all directions, terrified to confront him. "Goodness, Brother Chu is akin to a deity of death descended upon the mortal realm," Chi Xiu exclaimed in astonishment as he followed behind, witnessing the carnage wrought by Chu Xiu. However, he noted that Chu Xiu relied solely on the supreme yang energy of the Nine Suns, fiercely dispatching the gang members. Chi Xiu pondered, stroking his chin. If only Brother Chu had a formidable martial arts technique to complement his strength, his innate energy would unleash several times its current might. Then he would be a force to be reckoned with, slaying gods and demons alike. Presumptuous. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the Black Tiger Gang, reverberating like a clap of thunder, deafening to the ears. "The leader is here. Save me, leader." The gang members' faces lit up with hope as they heard the voice of their leader, shouting in desperation. A towering figure clad in black emerged from the depths of the Black Tiger Gang, a man of imposing stature and formidable presence, embodying the very essence of a beast. This was none other than the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. As he approached, an overwhelming aura of menace emanated from him, reminiscent of facing the true king of beasts. The gang members seized the opportunity to retreat, their courage shattered by the terror instilled by Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu harbored no intention of pursuing the members of the Black Tiger Gang. He had specifically targeted those among them who were at the innate and mastery levels. At this point, he had already slain the majority of the innate and mastery warriors within the Black Tiger Gang. The remaining Copper Badge captains were more than sufficient to handle the situation. A group of 6 Copper Badge captains from the Six Doors had gathered from all directions, converging behind Chu Xiu and his companion, evidently having dispatched the Black Tiger Gang's innate members they encountered along the way in order to assist them. "Six Doors?" The leader of the Black Tiger Gang glared fiercely at Chu Xiu and Chi Xiu, his voice cold as ice. "I never expected your Six Doors to arrive so swiftly. Since you are already aware, there is no need for me to conceal anything. I summon all you demon generals to annihilate the Six Doors captains." Upon hearing this, the members of the Black Tiger Gang were momentarily stunned. Their leader had conspired with demons? It was at this moment that they began to comprehend why the Six Doors captains had suddenly descended upon them. From the depths of the Black Tiger Gang emerged a horde of pig demons, each towering and formidable, as if they had risen from the very depths of hell. Their bodies stained with copious amounts of blood. One pig demon, while advancing, gnawed on a severed leg, blood dripping profusely, evoking a chilling sense of dread. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the Black Tiger Gang members, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. A total of 15 mastery-level pig demons stood before them. Only demons of the mastery level could be referred to as demon generals, while those beneath that tier were mere demon soldiers. One particularly terrifying pig demon, exuding an aura of dread with each breath that resonated like thunder, loomed over Chu Xiu, who stood dwarfed by its imposing stature of Tu Zhang. In a low voice, it addressed him. "Little 16 has not returned. You must have slain him, haven't you?" Indeed. This pig demon directed its inquiry solely at Chu Xiu, seemingly oblivious to Chi Xiu's presence. Clearly, The demon was not foolish. It recognized that Chixiu, as a gold badge captain, was undoubtedly a formidable existence at the Grand Mastery level, beyond its capacity to confront. Even demons understood the concept of preying on the weak while fearing the strong. That mastery-level pig demon? I cleaved it in two with a single strike. Chixiu shrugged and declared, "Very well. This human is mine to consume whole. The golden badge capturer of the 6 doors, I leave to you." A sinister expression crept over the grotesque face of the pig demon as he muttered darkly, "All right." The leader of the Black Tiger gang nodded, his gaze already fixed upon Chixiu. "Brother Chu, can you hold these pig demons at bay? If not, please lead everyone to retreat first. Leave this to me." Chixiu furrowed his brows, his expression turning grave as he surmised the presence of demons within the Black Tiger gang. However, he had not anticipated such an overwhelming number of them. Moreover, the 15 pig demons were formidable. The strongest among them had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Master Realm, while the weakest had attained the 5th layer. "Brother Chi, although you are responsible for the leader of the Black Tiger gang, I can handle these pig demons." With an expression of serene indifference, Chixiu remarked, "Very well. I always knew that Brother Chu was exceptionally strong. I shall leave these pig demons to you." Chixiu's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Do you truly underestimate the leader of our gang?" The leader of the Black Tiger gang snorted coldly, drawing his sword with a swift motion and lunging towards Chixiu with lethal intent. He seemed to transform into a fearsome tiger, exuding an aura of formidable might. "Is it you? Are you worthy?" A hint of disdain flickered in Chixiu's gaze as he retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at the leader of the Black Tiger gang. The moment he struck, it felt as though the very heavens and earth were collapsing under the force of his blow, an incessant series of explosive sounds resonating throughout the air. "It is time for me to take action." As Chixiu beheld the leader of the Black Tiger gang engage in a formal confrontation with Chixiu, he subtly gripped the hilt of his sword, his gaze unwavering as he regarded the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm, an imposing pig demon. "Die!" The pig demon bellowed, charging at Chixiu with the ferocity of a wild boar. The ground trembled beneath the force of its onslaught, reminiscent of a cataclysmic upheaval. The hordes of pig demons looked down upon Chixiu with a mocking glint in their eyes. The faces of the copper badge captains grew grave, their grips on their long blades tightening, while they were aware of Chixiu's previous feats of surpassing adversaries. Having slain a demon of the 3rd level of the Grandmaster realm and a Black Tiger gang warrior at the pinnacle of the 7th level, they were acutely aware that this was a pig demon at the apex of the 9th level. Their apprehensions regarding Chixiu's ability to withstand such a foe were palpable. Though they did not exchange glances, the determination in each of their eyes was unmistakable. Should Chixiu falter, they would not hesitate to intervene. Even if it meant sacrificing their own lives to buy him precious moments for escape, they would act without a shred of doubt. Each extraordinary talent represented the future of their 6 doors. Chixiu's existence holds far greater significance than theirs. 7 swords of the heavens. With a sudden flourish, Chixiu unsheathed his blade, exuding an aura of lethal intent. A resonant hum reverberated through the very fabric of the heavens and earth. A terrifying arc of light from his sword manifested within the ranks of the Black Tiger gang. With a single stroke, the forces of yin and yang were cleaved asunder. Just one strike. The pinnacle of the 9th level of the Master Realm, the pig demon, was severed in twain. An eerie silence enveloped the entirety of the Black Tiger gang. The once mocking gazes of the pig demons transformed into expressions of horror and dread. Dozens of bronze badge captains stood in stunned disbelief, their eyes fixated on Chixiu's lethal strike. As elite captains of the 6 doors, they were undoubtedly aware of the legendary prowess of the 7th blade of Heaven's Severance, celebrated as the foremost sword within the 6 doors, even lauded as the greatest blade in the world. Few within the organization had managed to cultivate the 7th blade to its foundational level, each a genuine prodigy, unparalleled among prodigies, deserving of the title of a heavenly talent. Yet the power of Chixiu's strike transcended mere foundational mastery. At the very least, it represented a minor accomplishment of the 7th blade. Just this afternoon, he had ascended to the rank of a newly appointed bronze badge captain, overcoming foes beyond his level, which led to his elevation to silver badge captain. This meant that Chixiu had only just selected the 7th blade from the arsenal of the 6 doors earlier that day. Remarkably, within mere hours, he had reached a level of minor accomplishment. What an astonishing level of comprehension, or perhaps an extraordinary innate talent for swordsmanship. The gazes of the bronze badge captains toward Chixiu shifted from reverence to fiery admiration. This was a true monster. They relished the presence of such a formidable being. Come on. Qi Xiu, engaged in combat with the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, exclaimed in astonishment, Brother Chu, must you be so sensational? I too must unleash my true power. Black Tiger Gang leader, your demise is imminent. With that declaration, Qi Xiu drew his blade, unleashing a fearsome strike towards the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. An overwhelming wave of sword energy surged forth, seemingly capable of obliterating the very cosmos. Roar. Upon witnessing Qi Xiu's attack, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang unleashed a bellow akin to that of a ferocious tiger. His form transformed, sprouting thick black fur, his head morphing into that of a tiger, becoming a monstrous creature with a tiger's head and a human body, adorned with black stripes. With a thunderous roar, he shattered Qi Xiu's sword energy. The bronze badge captains of the 6 doors felt as though struck by lightning, their vision clouded with stars, nearly overwhelmed by the tiger's roar. If they were so affected, one could only imagine the fate of the Black Tiger Gang members, who were directly rendered lifeless, blood streaming from their orifices in the wake of the resonating roar. The aura emanating from the leader of the Black Tiger Gang grew increasingly formidable, as if he had transcended the pinnacle of the Master Realm and stepped into the realm of the Martial Saint. Simply the weight of this presence was enough to subdue all. With a piercing gaze, Qi Xiu immediately discerned that the leader of the Black Tiger Gang had undergone a transformation into a demon. He had refined the essence of a formidable beast. For humanity, the blood of such creatures possesses a profound assimilative power. Hence, humans are wary of consuming demon flesh, as it can easily lead to their own transformation into true demons. However, this is not an absolute rule. Throughout the vast Zhou dynasty, there exists a substantial number of alchemists. These alchemists possess the ability to concoct precious elixirs of immense benefit to martial artists by incorporating a plethora of medicinal ingredients with demon blood or even intercourse. Nearly all high-grade elixirs are crafted from the potent essence of formidable demons or their intercourse. A demon wretch? Why forsake one's humanity to become a demon? I shall send you on your way. With a cold snort, Qi Xiu's aura became terrifyingly formidable, akin to a blazing sun, as he stepped forward to strike at the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Kill. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu instantly recognized that with Qi Xiu's strength, he had no reason to fear the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Without hesitation, he charged towards the swine demon. Let us unite to avenge Xiao Shilu and the leader, declared a swine demon at the 9th level of the Master Realm, speaking in a low voice. Excellent, responded the other swine demons of the Master Realm as they rushed towards Qi Xiu. Qi Xiu executed the 8 steps of the celestial demon, striking one blade after another. With each flash of his sword, a master-level pig demon succumbed beneath his blade. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 14 pig demons had been utterly vanquished. He discovered the following fate inscriptions: Pig Demon Bloodline, green. Wild Boar Charge, green. Rough understanding of fist and foot techniques, white. Fate inscriptions can be plundered, solidified, or transformed into fate points. Pig Demon Bloodline, a low-tier demonic bloodline, capable of eating and sleeping, with limited potential. Wild Boar Charge, a remarkable innate ability of wild boar-type demons, possessing formidable power. Rough understanding of fist and foot techniques, training in martial arts related to fist and leg techniques, facilitating easier mastery. Having eradicated a multitude of the oppressive Black Tiger Gang and 15 bloodthirsty demons, he received a reward of 67,820 fate points. 2 prompt boxes appeared before Qi Xiu. Is this even possible? Qi Xiu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the emergence of both the Boar Demon Bloodline and the Wild Boar Charge as 2 fateful attributes this time. Naturally, he held the Boar Demon Bloodline in disdain. The bloodline of humanity was the noblest of all. How could he stoop to plunder such a lowly demon bloodline as the Boar Demon? It was nothing short of a desecration of his own noble heritage. As for the Wild Boar Charge, he couldn't help but recall the image of that pig demon charging towards him moments earlier. Qi Xiu felt that such a destiny attribute was not worth enduring and would be better off met with a fatal blow. Fortunately, unwanted destiny attributes could still be converted into destiny value. He could plunder the fundamentals of martial arts, transforming the bloodline of the pig demon and the boar's charge into destiny value. After a moment's pause, Qi Xiu contemplated within his mind. As his words lingered in the air, Qi Xiu felt as if he had gained some profound insights into the application of his martial arts. When he had just vanquished the minions of the Black Tiger Gang, his techniques had been somewhat crude. The bloodline of the pig demon and the wild boar charge had bestowed upon him an additional 2,000 destiny points. The captains of the six doors, adorned with bronze insignias, gazed at Chu Xiu with immense reverence, showing indifference towards the fierce battle between Qi Xiu, the captain with a golden insignia, and the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Clearly, the innate talent displayed by Chu Xiu had eclipsed the shock that Qi Xiu, the golden insignia captain, had instilled in them. Pure Yang Wujideo. A chilling cry that seemed to pierce the heavens resonated within the Black Tiger Gang. A breathtaking flash of light from a blade descended, severing a tiger head from the body of the gang's leader. Qi Xiu slowly sheathed his long knife, placing his hands behind his back, exuding an air of profound mastery akin to a towering mountain. He could not allow his brother Chu to bask in glory alone. With a playful wink directed at Chu Xiu, he seemed to say, "Come, sing my praises. Brother Qi is formidable." Chu Xiu smiled faintly, sheathing the long knife in his hand, and gazed at Qi Xiu as he spoke. "Mediocre. Even a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, capable of contending against a martial saint of the first level, is not particularly noteworthy." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu lowered his right hand, gesturing dismissively. Yet he could not suppress the smile that danced upon his lips. "Brother Chu is truly remarkable, if I am not mistaken. The first strike of your 7 Swords of Heaven severance has likely reached a consummate level, has it not? Moreover, Brother Chu has not only mastered the first strike to this extent, but has also learned the 8 steps of the Celestial Demon. Among the younger generation of our 6 doors, I fear there is no one who can compare. Even within the state capital, few can stand alongside Brother Chu." Qi Xiu remarked, engaging in mutual praise. Chu Xiu smiled gently, remaining silent. "Congratulations, Lord Qi. Congratulations on your triumph over the demonic beings of the martial sage realm. From this day forth, you shall ascend from the rank of silver medal constable to that of a renowned green robe constable. Indeed, Lord Qi. You must treat us at Wambao Pavilion to a grand celebration." The group of bronze medal constables quickly responded, showering Lord Qi with flattery. "Certainly. Tomorrow, I shall set up several tables at Wambao Pavilion and invite all my brothers to indulge in its exquisite feasts. Everyone must attend. To not come would be to disrespect me, Qi Xiu," he declared with a sweeping gesture, exuding generosity. "Thank you, Lord Qi." The bronze medal constable's eyes sparkled with delight, expressing their gratitude. "I leave this matter in your capable hands. Any practitioner of the innate realm shall be dealt with accordingly." Qi Xiu waved his hand dismissively to the group of bronze medal constables. "Understood." The bronze medal constables' expressions turned solemn as they responded with resolute voices. "Brother Chu, would you care for this blade?" Qi Xiu reached out, and the scabbard along with the black longsword of the Black Tiger Gang's leader landed gracefully in his palm. Drawing the sword, he gazed at Chu Xiu and remarked, "This blade is commendable. It is a 3rd-tier exquisite longsword, of far superior quality compared to the one you currently wield. Brother Qi, this is your spoils of war. How could I possibly accept it?" Chu Xiu smiled gently and said, "I already possess a top-tier 3rd-grade blade. This particular sword is of no use to me." Qi Xiu approached Chu Xiu and presented the black longsword, still sheathed, towards him, stating, "Then I shall thank you, Brother Qi." With a slight arch of his brow, Chu Xiu accepted the longsword and remarked, "Possessing a superior blade proved to be a considerable boon for him. There is no need for gratitude among brothers." "It is hardly surprising. Chu brother, let us depart. Our presence is no longer required here," Qi Xiu said nonchalantly. "Very well." Chu Xiu nodded slightly and walked alongside Qi Xiu toward the outskirts of the Black Tiger Gang. A group of copper badge captains wielded their long blades, delivering the final blows to the martial artists of the Black Tiger Gang who had reached the innate realm. Upon exiting the confines of the gang, Qi Xiu cast a glance at Chu Xiu and remarked, "Brother Chu, the internal cultivation method you practice is rather extraordinary. It embodies utmost yang and unyielding strength, surpassing even my own pure yang true skill. With such innate true energy, should you choose to cultivate 1 or 2 forms of close combat techniques, be it boxing, palm techniques, or leg techniques, you would undoubtedly unleash a formidable surge of power from your innate true energy. I share this very intention. Does Brother Qi have any recommendations?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu nodded and inquired of Qi Xiu. Having acquired the rudimentary proficiency in martial arts, he now possessed the ability to select 1 or 2 forms of close combat techniques, such as boxing or palm techniques, for cultivation. Thus, even without a weapon, he could still vanquish certain foes. He aspired to become a versatile warrior, devoid of any weaknesses. The reason for consulting Qi Xiu was evident. Qi Xiu was the esteemed captain of the 6 doors. His profound knowledge of the martial arts within the 6 doors was undeniable. In our great Zhou dynasty, and indeed throughout the world, martial arts can be categorized into foundational martial arts, ordinary martial arts, ultimate techniques, top-tier ultimate techniques, unparalleled martial arts, and legendary martial arts. Foundational martial arts are those practiced before reaching the innate realm, a fact well known to Brother Chu, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Ordinary martial arts represent the basic innate realm techniques, with the most formidable practitioners attaining the Grandmaster level. The majority of those from various sects merely cultivate these inferior martial arts. Conversely, within the 6 doors, we have relegated ordinary and foundational martial arts to the lowest tier of our arsenal. Such mediocrity is beneath our consideration. Qi Xiu stroked his chin, a proud expression gracing his features as he proclaimed, "Once we step into the innate realm and become copper metal captains, we are entitled to select a martial art free of charge. At that juncture, we will choose a top-tier ultimate technique or even an unparalleled martial art based on our innate talents. Of course, individuals like Brother Chu are exceptions. I am unaware of the internal cultivation method you have selected, but the heaven-cutting 7 blades you practice is indeed an extraordinary martial art within the 6 doors. Throughout the entirety of the great Zhou dynasty's 6 doors, few can claim to master it." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Qi Xiu, his eyes brimming with envy. Qi Xiu maintained a calm demeanor, unperturbed by praise or blame. Subsequently, he mentioned that in order to select martial arts, one must possess merit points. The requirements were as follows: for supreme martial arts, 100 merit points; for top-tier supreme arts, 1,000 merit points; for extraordinary martial arts, 5,000 merit points; for unparalleled martial arts, 10,000 merit points; and for astonishing martial arts, 50,000 merit points. Qi Xiu, without a moment's hesitation, remarked, "Is that all?" Qi Xiu paused momentarily before responding. However, upon further contemplation, he soon grasped the situation. He realized that even the most astonishing martial arts, such as the divine elephant suppression technique, the 7 blades of heaven, and the 8 steps of the demon, could be acquired free of charge from the 6 gates arsenal. Thus, the price seemed rather insignificant. The 6 gates are truly generous towards those of genuine lineage when it comes to martial arts. For us captains, they have always been quite benevolent. Even the costs of elixirs and spiritual medicines are, in fact, rather modest. As long as we are capable of progressing, they have consistently been very magnanimous." Qi Xiu nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Brother Chu, the 8 steps of the demon you practice is regarded as one of the most elite light-footed techniques within our 6 gates, truly a remarkable martial art. However, few can truly harness its power, which is why it is seldom chosen." "Oh, the path of space?" Qi Xiu spoke thoughtfully. "Indeed, the path of space. Without the path of space, the 8 steps of celestial demons cannot truly unleash their formidable power. They merely resemble an extraordinary lightness technique. It is only through comprehending the true essence of space and further elevating it to the laws of space that the 8 steps of celestial demons can attain their genuine form. The complete version of the 8 steps is actually divided into 2 volumes. Currently, Brother Chu is studying the first volume, which does not involve the true essence of space. Therefore, its true classification can only be considered as an extraordinary lightness technique. The second volume delves into the true essence of space and the laws governing it. Only by perfecting the first volume and grasping the true essence of space does one qualify to travel to Qizhou City, the headquarters of the 6 doors in our state, to receive the second volume of the 8 steps of celestial demons." Qi Xiu said with a grave expression. "Understood." A look of realization crossed Qi Xiu's face. No wonder he had made minor progress in the 8 steps of the celestial demon. It is noteworthy that he is still in the innate realm. Yet to even step into the master realm, whether one could cultivate the 8 steps of the celestial demon to perfection in the master realm remains uncertain. However, in the Grand Master realm, it is undoubtedly sufficient to achieve complete mastery of the 8 steps. Remarkably, it has only reached the initial stage. Enough of that. Let us discuss the martial techniques suitable for Brother Chu, be it a fist technique or a leg technique. Qi Xiu shook his head and remarked, "I am all ears." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu immediately assumed a serious demeanor and spoke. "Before we proceed, I would like to inquire, dear Brother Chu, do you seek the extraordinary martial arts, the unparalleled martial arts, or perhaps the legendary martial arts?" Qi Xiu pondered for a moment before addressing Qi Xiu. He did not even mention the martial arts beneath the legendary level. For the true geniuses of the 6 gates would never stoop to studying anything less than supreme or top-tier techniques. Unlike those disciples from various sects, who, even in prestigious sects, are often only exposed to extraordinary techniques at the outset, with few receiving the privilege of accessing top-tier techniques until they rise above the rest. such as the grandiosity of the six gates. Brother Chi, do enlighten us on the extraordinary martial arts available within our six gates. Specifically in the realms of boxing and leg techniques, Chu Xiu replied with a slight smile. Chi Xiu rolled his eyes, his expression revealing that he had anticipated Chu Xiu's preference for extraordinary martial arts. After all, the martial arts demonstrated by Chu Xiu were indeed of an exceptional caliber. He was a prodigy who looked down upon anything beneath the extraordinary. In the realm of boxing and leg techniques, if we are to discuss extraordinary martial arts, our great Zhou dynasty boasts three esteemed techniques: the Heavenly Emperor's Divine Fist, the Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist, and the Great Yin-Yang Five Elements Fist. Among these, the Heavenly Emperor's Divine Fist was crafted by our founding emperor, Wu Di, and is a privilege reserved solely for each successive emperor of the Great Zhou. Chi Xiu spoke with utmost seriousness, adding, as for the Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist and the Great Yin-Yang Five Elements Fist, both are treasures of our six gates. The former requires the principles of reincarnation, while the latter necessitates the dual principles of yin-yang and the five elements. Chu Xiu fell into deep contemplation. With the Heavenly Emperor's Divine Fist unavailable for selection, he was left with the options of the Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist and the Great Yin-Yang Five Elements Fist. The principle of the Six Paths of Reincarnation stands as one of the paramount laws. It is highly plausible that the Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist possesses greater might than the Great Yin-Yang Five Elements Fist. Should his comprehension elevate to the realm of the purple or even golden tier, even if he cannot seize reincarnation-related attributes from others, he harbors the potential to grasp the true essence of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, gradually refining it into the Six Paths of Reincarnation law. The martial emperor of our great Zhou dynasty has personally remarked that among all martial arts, the Heavenly Emperor's Divine Fist reigns supreme, with the Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist following closely behind. Throughout the ages, the prodigies of the Six Gates, including those of unparalleled talent, have aspired to cultivate the Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Alas, the difficulty is immense, and none have succeeded thus far. Chi Xiu shook his head and remarked, let us not even speak of the Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist. The Great Yin-Yang Five Elements Fist alone has very few who can master it. It requires the convergence of both yin-yang and the five elements principles. Therefore, I advise Brother Chu to choose either a peerless martial art or a transcendent martial art for cultivation. Brother Chi, do share your insights on leg techniques. Let us discuss the astonishing leg techniques possessed within our six gates. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and addressed Chi Xiu. Very well. Chi Xiu cast a glance at Chu Xiu and nodded, saying, if we speak of the extraordinary martial arts leg techniques within our six gates, it would undoubtedly be the Great Destruction leg technique. As the name suggests, it embodies the principles of annihilation. I understand, Chu Xiu replied. Indeed. The remarkable martial arts are worthy of their reputation. Each technique requires a profound comprehension of its underlying principles to truly unleash its formidable power. A look of astonishment graced Chu Xiu's cheeks as he spoke. Brother Chu, would you like me to introduce you to the unparalleled martial arts and the extraordinary martial arts? Chi Xiu pondered for a moment before addressing Chu Xiu. He sensed that the astonishing martial arts he had just mentioned were something Chu Xiu would grasp instantly. Could such martial arts truly be cultivated? No, thank you, Brother Chi. Chu Xiu shook his head and said, I already have a martial art in mind that I wish to cultivate. He had pondered seriously over it. Whether it be a technique emphasizing fists or one focusing on legs, choosing either would suffice to remedy his shortcomings in close combat. Yet, when compared to the two remarkable martial arts, the Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist stood out as the more formidable option. Chi Xiu stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance as he gazed at Chu Xiu in disbelief, exclaiming, Brother Chu, you can't possibly be considering selecting an extraordinary martial art, can you? After all, such a martial art only requires 50,000 merit points. Chu Xiu smiled gently and said, I already possess ample merit points. This evening, I have acquired an additional sum, which should not be less than 50,000. Selecting a remarkable martial art is more than sufficient. How extraordinary! Chi Xiu exclaimed, raising his head to gaze into the pitch-black void, addressing the heavens in silence. Before encountering Brother Chu, I considered myself a rare genius within our six doors. Yet upon meeting you, I realized I was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. If I am to choose, I shall select only the most extraordinary martial arts. The crux is, you have mastered both the 7 blades of heaven and the 8 steps of the demon. 2 awe-inspiring martial arts. Even if I have yet to grasp the true essence and principles, I cannot compare to you. Brother Chi, let us hasten our return and assist me in settling tonight's merit points. Chu Xiu smiled gently, taking Qi Xiu by the hand as they made their way towards the six gates. After having spent some time in his company, he had come to grasp a certain understanding of Qi Xiu's carefree and unrestrained nature. Having such a friend was indeed quite delightful. He did not mention that he had not merely mastered 2 astonishing martial arts of the six gates, but rather 3, along with a formidable technique known as the Divine Elephant Suppression Method. After a brief pause, upon their return to the six gates, Qi Xiu and Qi Xiu began to tally the merits earned that night. Qi Xiu had vanquished a remarkable 15 demon beasts of master rank, including one at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Additionally, he had confronted over 100 members of the Black Tiger Gang, comprising numerous innate and elite master-level fighters. Congratulations, Brother Chu, Qi Xiu exclaimed, his face awash with astonishment. You have amassed an astounding total of 524,650 merit points. Had you not refrained from slaying a Grandmaster-level demon or warrior, you could have ascended to the rank of gold medal captor by now. His calculations were indeed sobering, leaving him in awe of the figures before him. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Qi Xiu's eyes, for he had amassed a considerable number of merit points. It appeared that he could exchange them for various elixirs to aid in his cultivation, whether he pursued the Nine Suns' true skill or the Divine Elephant Suppression technique. A substantial quantity of medicinal pills and spiritual herbs was essential. From the very inception of this task, I had inscribed it into the mission hall's records. Thus, the settlement is now complete. Brother Chu, might you check if the merit points have been credited? Qi Xiu took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and resolved not to compete with the extraordinary Qi Xiu. Yes, they have arrived. Thank you, Brother Qi. In Qi Xiu's mind, he had already received a notification regarding the arrival of merit points. He now possessed a total of 578,040 merit points, which included the previously accumulated 53,390 points. Well, it's getting late. Brother Chu, it's time for you to rest. I shall also retire for the night, Qi Xiu remarked with a yawn, leaning over the table. All right. Qi Xiu nodded and strode out of the mission hall with the poise of a dragon and the grace of a tiger, heading towards the armory of the six doors. Knowing that Qi Xiu presided over the mission hall, he would remain there even during the night. Earlier, Qi Xiu had accompanied him to the Black Tiger Gang, delegating the tasks to others. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, Qi Xiu stowed the longsword hanging from his waist into his storage pouch, instead suspending the black longsword at his side. In a short while, Qi Xiu arrived at the Six Gates Armory. This time, however, Elder Jiang was not dozing off at his desk, but rather engrossed in a book. Qi Xiu cast a glance and discerned that it was a tome on formation techniques. How remarkable is Elder Jiang? Now, what book is Qi Xiu perusing? Has he indeed ascended to the rank of Silver Badge Captain? Upon noticing Qi Xiu's arrival, Elder Jiang's face reflected a look of astonishment as he spoke. It is worth noting that today was the very day Qi Xiu selected his martial arts, and he has already become a Silver Badge Captain. Even he found it somewhat hard to believe this was true. Merely a stroke of luck, indeed. With an air of modesty, Qi Xiu spoke, this achievement is not merely a stroke of luck. My cultivation has indeed progressed. Elder Jiang regarded Qi Xiu with a penetrating gaze and remarked, no wonder you have been promoted to the position of Silver Medal Constable. Now, tell me, what brings you here at such a late hour? Have you decided to abandon the cultivation of the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, the 7 Swords of Heaven, or the 8 Steps of the Celestial Demon in favor of selecting new martial arts? After a brief pause, Elder Jiang furrowed his brow and added, you must understand that choosing now requires merit points for exchange. Qi Xiu replied, Elder Jiang, I wish to select new martial arts, but I have no intention of abandoning the cultivation of the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique or the other 3 martial arts. With a serene expression, Qi Xiu calmly spoke. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang's gaze sharpened, his eyes piercing like blades as he scrutinized Qi Xiu. The more he observed, the graver his demeanor became, and his voice trembled slightly as he inquired, have you truly grasped the fundamentals of the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique? Elder Jiang's insight was as keen as a hawk's. A shiver ran through Qi Xiu's heart as he had already reigned in the formidable power of the wild dragon elephant. Yet he did not anticipate that Elder Jiang could see through him with a mere glance. Such a method of concealment is insufficient to deceive the eyes of a martial artist above the Grandmaster realm. It seemed as if Elder Jiang could discern Qi Xiu's thoughts. He shook his head and remarked, the Divine Elephant's prison law ought not to be disclosed casually, for it reveals that you have successfully cultivated it. It is best to completely suppress your vital energy. Only then can it serve as a trump card in your hands. I humbly request Elder Jiang's guidance. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu respectfully bowed to Elder Jiang. I possess an unnamed technique for calming one's breath, the elder remarked. It was acquired by chance many years ago and is rather satisfactory. Allow me to bestow it upon you. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Jiang retrieved a jade slip from his sleeve and casually tossed it over. Thank you, Elder Jiang. With a swift motion, Chu Shou grasped the jade slip in his right hand and, with a countenance full of gratitude, spoke to Elder Jiang. Indeed, Elder Jiang had shown him great kindness. Since it was of no use to him, it was hardly a burden. If you wish to select a martial art, proceed to the second floor and choose for yourself. Once you have made your selection, inform me, and I shall retrieve it for you. Elder Jiang gestured dismissively. Elder Jiang, I already have a martial art in mind that I wish to cultivate. Chu Xiu spoke with a serious expression. Which martial art? Inquired Elder Jiang. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu replied, What did you say? I am an old man and did not catch that. Elder Jiang, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Chu Xiu and inquired once more, Elder Jiang, what I wish to learn is the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Merely repeated himself. Do not be under the illusion that mastering the divine elephant suppression technique will grant you the ability to learn the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Elder Jiang admonished with a piercing gaze. The difficulty of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist far surpasses that of the divine elephant suppression technique. With your extraordinary innate physique, you may have a chance at grasping the former, but the latter is not something one can simply wish to learn. Rather than squandering your time on the elusive 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, it would be wiser to select a martial art that is more accessible. Elder Jiang, I have also made progress in my 7 cuts of heaven and the 8 steps of the demon. Given my aptitude, I believe mastering the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist should not pose a significant challenge. After a moment of silence, Chu Shou earnestly addressed Elder Jiang. It was evident that many had observed his mastery of the 7 swords of heaven and the 8 steps of the celestial demon tonight, making any attempt to conceal it futile. Thus, he deemed it more prudent to speak candidly with Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang's gaze became vacant as he processed Chu Shou's choices of the divine elephant suppression technique, the 7 swords of heaven, and the 8 steps of the celestial demon. He genuinely held little faith in Chu Shou's decisions. Yet, who could have anticipated that within less than a day, Chu Xiu would grasp the fundamentals of the divine elephant suppression technique? This could only be attributed to Chu Xiu's innate talent in the realm of physical cultivation, which surpassed Elder Jiang's expectations. However, now Chu Xiu claimed that he had also mastered the 7 swords of heaven and the 8 steps of the celestial demon in such a brief span of time. Moreover, he asserted that his first sword of the 7 swords had already reached a remarkable level of proficiency, a fact witnessed by many, including Brother Chi Xiu from the mission hall. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu added, You are merely here to provoke me, aren't you? Elder Jiang exclaimed, his beard bristling and eyes glaring. How infuriating. He realized he had been outwitted by Chu Xiu. How could I dare to feign superiority in front of Elder Jiang? Even if I have perfected the 4th sword technique, it holds no weight in his presence. Chu Xiu cleared his throat and offered a compliment to Elder Jiang. Humph. It's good that you understand, he replied. Wait, I shall assist you in acquiring the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Elder Jiang stroked his grizzled beard, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. He refrained from suggesting that Chu Xiu abandon his pursuit of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. After all, the extent of Chu Xiu's extraordinary abilities had far surpassed Elder Jiang's expectations. Having presided over the 6 Doors arsenal for many years, it was unprecedented for him to witness someone mastering 3 astonishing martial arts within a single day. The 7 Blades of the Heavens, a remarkable technique, had seen its first blade reach the realm of mastery. A prodigy such as this might indeed have the potential to learn the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Thank you, Elder Jiang. Chu Xiu respectfully expressed his gratitude to Elder Jiang. In an instant, Elder Jiang vanished from sight. Within this jade slip resided the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. This formidable technique comprises a total of 7 strikes: the Hell Path, the Hungry Ghost Path, the Beast Path, the Human Path, the Azura Path, and the Celestial Path, culminating in the final move, the unity of the 6 paths. The unity signifies the complete embodiment of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Before long, Elder Jiang reappeared before Chu Xiu, presenting him with a jade slip and remarking, The power of one fist surpasses that of a single strike. Even the weakest, the Hell Path, necessitates mastery at the Grandmaster level to qualify for cultivation. However, you, my boy, are a prodigy exempt from such requirements. In the arsenal of the 6 doors of Songlong Prefecture, we possess only the Hell Path, the Hungry Ghost Path, and the Beast Path. The subsequent paths, the Human Path, The Azura path and the celestial path must be obtained in the state capital. The final move, the 6 paths of reincarnation, requires the complete mastery of all 6 paths. It is a matter of profound enlightenment and personal comprehension, devoid of fixed techniques. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Jiang. Chu Xiu received the jade slip and expressed his gratitude to Elder Jiang. Please hand over your token to me. Elder Jiang waved his hand and replied to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu removed the silver badge of the captain and presented it to Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang placed the token upon a piece of black jade and, after a brief touch, returned it to him, saying, "All done. 50,000 merit points have been deducted. You may leave now." Elder Jiang. I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer, so I take my leave. Chu Xiu clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and turned to depart. After watching Chu Xiu's retreating figure, Elder Jiang sighed softly. It seems that I have truly grown old. Within our 6 gates, such an extraordinary talent has emerged. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside. Having exited the armory of the 6 gates, Chu Xiu made his way straight towards the storeroom. In less than a moment, Chu Xiu arrived at the storeroom of the 6 doors and addressed Zhao Qiming, who was stationed there, saying, "Lord Zhao, I have come to exchange for some elixirs." Zhao Qiming nodded, retrieving a small booklet from beneath the table and placing it on the surface. He then said to Chu Xiu, "All the elixirs in our 6 doors storeroom are detailed within this book. Feel free to select whatever you desire." "Thank you, Lord Zhao." Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude to Zhao Qiming and began to peruse the small booklet. He did not hasten to select any elixirs but chose instead to read through the entire volume. Seizing the opportunity to familiarize himself with the variety of potions housed within the storeroom of the 6 doors. After the span of a tea ceremony, Chu Xiu set down the small booklet and gazed at Zhao Qiming, saying, "My Lord Zhao, I wish to exchange for a vial of primordial true elixir, a vial of solar fury elixir, and 20 vials of blood essence elixir. The primordial true elixir, much like the primordial elixir, serves as a pivotal catalyst for innate practitioners at the pinnacle of the 9th realm to transcend into the master realm. 1 vial of the primordial true elixir contains but a single pill. However, the pricing for these 2 elixirs differs significantly. A single primordial elixir costs merely 50,000 merit points, while a single primordial true elixir demands a staggering 100,000 merit points. The potency of the primordial true elixir surpasses that of the primordial elixir by over 10-fold. Generally, innate practitioners at the peak of the 9th realm are unable to withstand the formidable potency of the primordial true elixir. The reason Chu Xiu chose the primordial true elixir is that prior to his breakthrough into the innate realm, he had previously utilized the primordial pill, a medicinal concoction capable of propelling one from the pinnacle of the innate realm's 9th layer into the master realm. Given the profound depth of his 9 suns true qi, consuming the primordial pill again may yield minimal benefit. It is most advantageous for him to transcend using the primordial true elixir. With the formidable strength of his physical body, coupled with possessing the 9 suns sacred body, he need not worry about being unable to withstand the potency of the primordial true elixir. The Blazing Sun Pill is a medicinal remedy employed by warriors at the Master Realm for their cultivation. A single Blazing Sun Pill requires 5,000 merit points, while a bottle contains 10 pills, amounting to a total of 50,000 merit points. Generally, cultivation elixirs are significantly less expensive than breakthrough elixirs. The Essence Blood Pill, on the other hand, is a remedy for warriors in the innate realm who practice the horizontal refinement technique. The Essence Blood Pill is the most affordable, priced at 500 merit points each, with a bottle of 10 costing 5,000 merit points. 20 bottles of Essence Blood Pills would thus total 100,000 merit points. "Please present your token to me," Zhao Qiming remarked, gazing at Chu Xiu in astonishment. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Chu Xiu had amassed a commendable total of 250,000 merit points in such a short span. Notably, the total number of medicinal pills Chu Xiu had just reported coincidentally amounted to precisely 250,000 merit points. "I appreciate your assistance, Lord Zhao." Chu Xiu extended the token towards Zhao Qiming. Upon receiving it, Zhao Qiming brushed the token against a piece of black jade resembling the armory of the 6 doors, then placed it on the table, saying, "All right, you may stow away your token. I shall assist you in procuring the medicinal pills." Chu Xiu nodded and tucked the token away. Zhao Qiming then rose and made his way towards the storeroom. After a brief moment, Zhao Qiming emerged from the storeroom carrying a cloth bag, which he extended towards Chu Xiu, saying, "The elixirs you requested are all contained within. Please verify." "Verification is unnecessary. I have complete trust in Lord Zhao," Chu Xiu replied. Chu Xiu took the cloth bag and gently shook his head, saying, "Master Zhao, I shall take my leave now." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingming's expression softened considerably as he replied, "Go ahead, but strive not to consume too many elixirs within a single day, lest it lead to a superficiality in your realm." He had discerned that Chu Xiao had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the innate realm, seeking to transcend into the master realm. Otherwise, he would not have exchanged for the primordial true elixir and the fiery sun elixir. "Thank you for your reminder, Master Zhao." After Chu Xiao clasped his hands in gratitude towards Zhao Qiming, he turned and departed. In less than a moment, Chu Xiao returned to the courtyard of the 6 doors. Destiny attributes: swift as lightning, green; robust vitality, green; masterful swordsmanship, green; basic proficiency in fist techniques, white. Destiny points: 76,050. First, enhance the destiny attributes, and then consume the elixir. Chu Xiao cast his gaze upon the data panel, for he currently possessed over 70,000 destiny points, which he must utilize to augment his strength. His current destiny points were insufficient to elevate the blue attributes to purple. A total of 100,000 destiny points was required for such an enhancement. Consequently, he disregarded the 4 attributes: 9 Sun Sacred Body, gold; Aristocratic Air, blue; Golden Tendons and Jade Bones, blue; and Innate Wisdom, blue. He also omitted the martial arts and blade intent. The data panel thus became significantly more streamlined. System: enhance my proficiency in basic martial arts. In his mind, Chu Xiao resolutely declared, elevate my rudimentary martial arts to a blue tier in one fell swoop. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar echoed. In Chu Xiao's mind, a plethora of insights regarding martial arts techniques began to emerge. Although he had yet to engage in the practice of such combat forms, he had already cultivated a wealth of understanding. As if a solid foundation had been laid beneath him, he successfully expended 11,000 life points, elevating his basic proficiency in martial arts to the distinguished realm of dual mastery. Dual mastery, whether in the art of striking or kicking, one can swiftly grasp the techniques and reach the pinnacle of excellence. The system has upgraded his swiftness akin to lightning, robust vitality, and exquisite swordsmanship to a blue tier. Chu Xiao took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and continued to reflect in his mind. He currently possessed over 60,000 destiny points, and elevating a green attribute to a blue one required merely 10,000 destiny points. To enhance 3 green attributes simultaneously, only 30,000 destiny points were necessary. With an abundance of destiny points at his disposal, he had no reason to conserve them. In an instant, a mysterious and unfathomable force surged within Chu Xiao's body, causing his vitality to swell dramatically at that moment. The surge of vitality further enabled the divine elephant's prison technique to manifest new particles. Majestic primordial elephants roared skyward amidst the particles. In just a short while, Chu Xiao successfully opened a total of 49 particles, thereby augmenting his strength with the might of 49 colossal wilderness elephants. Consequently, his divine elephant suppressing prison technique now encompasses 76 particles, granting him the formidable power of 76 massive elephants. This overwhelming force instilled in Chu Xiao a sensation that with a mere wave of his hand, he could shatter the very heavens and the earth. The enhancements of the 2 green attributes, swift as lightning and masterful in blade techniques, flooded his mind with profound insights into the 8 steps of heavenly demons and the 7 blades of heaven. After the passage of an incense stick's duration, Chu Xiao slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them, as though capable of piercing through the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. The gains from this endeavor were monumental. I have acquired 4 additional blue attributes, significantly augmenting my overall strength manifold. Furthermore, the divine elephant suppression technique, the 7 slices of heaven, and the 8 steps of the celestial demon have all seen substantial enhancements. My blade intent has transformed from a mere 1% to an impressive 2%. Should I unleash my full potential? Even a grandmaster would not find me without the capacity to contend. Chu Xiao clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power coursing through him. A flicker of excitement gracing his cheeks as he spoke. Successfully consumed 10,000 destiny points. Swift as lightning, green, has upgraded to free as the wind, blue. Successfully consumed 10,000 destiny points. Vitality abundant, green, has upgraded to vitality like a river, blue. Successfully consumed 10,000 destiny points. Masterful blade technique, green, has upgraded to blade Dao prodigy, blue. Free as the wind, innately extraordinary, possessing an unparalleled talent in lightness of step. Vitality like a river. Vitality flows like the mighty Yangtze River, ceaseless and boundless. A natural genius in the realm of physical enhancement. Blade Dao prodigy, endowed with an astonishing talent in blade techniques, the blade extends as an extension of one's own arm, facilitating a deeper understanding of the Tao beyond the realm of swordsmanship. Gazing at the series of notifications, Chu Xiao steadied his breath and directed his attention to the data panel. Destiny attributes: free as the wind, blue; vitality like a river, blue; blade Tao prodigy, blue; dual mastery of fist and foot, blue; martial arts, divine elephant suppression technique, first major achievement; heavenly demon 8 steps, great achievement; heavenly severing 7 blades, first blade perfected, second blade minor achievement. Destiny points 35,050. Moving forward, I must refrain from using my destiny points. Even with just the blue attributes, their impact is profound. Currently, I possess 8 blue attributes. I ought to amass 100,000 destiny points to elevate one blue attribute to a purple one. The power of a purple attribute is undoubtedly even more formidable. Chu Xiao pondered for a moment, his gaze resolutely firm as he spoke. Upon concluding his words, he flipped his right hand, revealing a jade slip containing the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, which he placed upon his forehead. His innate understanding had reached a level of extraordinary wisdom, and with his mastery of both fist and foot techniques, he could further comprehend the intricacies of martial arts. He wondered what heights his 6 paths of reincarnation fist could attain with the synergy of the 2 azure attributes. In an instant, a plethora of insights regarding the 6 paths of reincarnation fist flooded into Chu Xiao's mind. The jade slip in his hand crumbled into dust, cascading down from his grasp. As he absorbed the essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, a profound understanding naturally blossomed within him, as if he had practiced it for years. In a mere heartbeat, he achieved the foundational level of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Moreover, it was not merely that. The first move, the Hell Path, transitioned from the introductory stage to a minor accomplishment in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, he comprehended the Hell Path to the pinnacle of mastery. My previous shortcomings have now been entirely rectified. I am poised to commence my breakthrough to the realm of the Grandmaster. A faint smile graced Chu Xiao's cheeks as he retrieved a porcelain vial containing the primordial true elixir. He placed the elixir into his mouth, and with a resounding roar, it dissolved instantaneously. The elixir transformed into an overwhelmingly potent medicinal force, akin to a torrent of molten lava, surging towards Chu Xiao's dantian. This formidable energy seemed intent on shattering every meridian within him. However, owing to the exceptional strength of his physique and the suppression of the 9-yang sacred body, he remained unscathed. The 9-yang true skill activated automatically, devouring and refining this energy, continually augmenting his power. When it reached its zenith, Chu Xiao's cultivation level ascended seamlessly from the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the innate realm to a minor achievement in the 1st layer of the master realm. Even after attaining this new level, the potency of the primordial true elixir had not yet been entirely exhausted, allowing Chu Xiao's innate true qi to continue to strengthen. After a brief moment, Chu Xiao's internal cultivation has only reached the significant achievement of the Grandmaster realm. I must now cultivate the breath concealment technique. If I were to step outside, anyone could easily discern the considerable enhancement of my abilities. Even my divine elephant suppression technique would be unable to conceal it. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow and took out the nameless breath-holding technique jade slip gifted to him by Elder Jiang, placing it against his forehead. The profoundness of this technique surpassed Chu Xiao's imagination. It was evidently far more intricate than a mere simple breath-holding technique. With his level of comprehension, he had pondered over it for quite some time before finally achieving a rudimentary understanding. This technique was indeed remarkable. Elder Jiang had bestowed upon me a truly grand gift. Chu Xiao gasped in astonishment. With a mere thought, he activated the breath concealment technique, flawlessly veiling his entire aura. On the surface, his internal martial arts cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the innate realm. Yet, there was not the slightest hint of vitality or blood energy. It was utterly imperceptible that he had traversed the path of horizontal refinement. It was now time to return home. Upon stepping forward, Chu Xiao vanished into the courtyard. He refrained from hastily consuming the Liang pill and the essence blood pill. At present, both his internal and external cultivation had significantly surged. Consuming these 2 elixirs now would likely lead to an unstable foundation. In less than half a moment, Chu Xiao pushed open the door and entered, locking it behind him once more. The candlelight within the house still flickered, placed upon the stone table in the courtyard. Clearly, it was a gesture left by Jiang Xiaoxiao. The sight of the glowing flame filled Chu Xiao's heart with an inexplicable warmth. Creak. The sound of a door opening echoed from nearby. Jiang Xiaoxiao emerged from her room, her face alight with surprise as she exclaimed, "My lord, you have returned. Have you been waiting for me all this time?" Chu Xiu smiled gently and looked at Jiang Xiaoxiao, saying, the young master has yet to return, which leaves me feeling uneasy. Jiang Xiaoxiao replied softly. The sorrow that had once adorned her delicate face had noticeably diminished, suggesting that she had come to terms with her feelings. In a world rife with malevolent creatures and perilous dangers, her very survival was a stroke of fortune. Moreover, the serendipity of encountering someone as kind-hearted as Chu Xiu was indeed a blessing. You should rest now. If I happen to return late in the future, there is no need for you to wait for me. Chu Xiu smiled and addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao. By the way, my friend, I stumbled upon 2 martial arts manuals in my room. Would you care to take a look? Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled something, uttered a brief reply, and swiftly made her way into the room. Moments later, she emerged, clutching the 2 books and jogging towards Chu Xiu. Martial arts manuals? A flicker of unusual color swept through Chu Xiu's eyes. Could it be that this blue entry of the scion from a prestigious family could continue to be triggered? Jiang Xiaoxiao approached Chu Xiu, holding 2 books in her hands, and extended them towards him. Chu Xiu took over 2 martial arts manuals and began to peruse them. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Xiao, do you wish to practice martial arts? One of the manuals was titled Tying True Art, while the other was Tying Sword Classic, seemingly constituting a complete set of martial teachings. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that these 2 manuals were most suitable for women, particularly those born in a Yin year, Yin month, and Yin hour, possessing a pure Yin physique. This would facilitate their mastery of the techniques. Although he was uncertain whether Jiang Xiaoxiao had a pure Yin body, the mere presence of these manuals in her room suggested a potential connection. Young master, may I practice martial arts? Jiang Xiaoxiao asked. Her delicate face filled with apprehension as she gazed at Chu Xiu, her voice trembling with caution. Why not? He replied. Come, I shall teach you now and guide you on how to cultivate. Chu Xiu smiled gently as he approached the stone table, holding 2 volumes of ancient texts. Thank you, my lord, Jiang Xiaoxiao said, her eyes filled with gratitude as she gracefully took a seat beside him. In less than a moment, Chu Xiu elucidated the Tying True skill and the Tying Sword Classic to Jiang Xiaoxiao. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Xiaoxiao seemed to enter a state of enlightenment. A wisp of Tying energy descended from the heavens, converging upon her, causing her aura to swell exponentially. In an instant, she transformed from a delicate maiden, unversed in martial arts, into a cultivator of the 3rd tier. Subsequently, she ascended to the 2nd tier and then the 1st. Remarkably, her aura continued to amplify. Under the moonlight, Jiang Xiaoxiao resembled a celestial goddess, untouched by earthly concerns. Chu Xiu gazed at her in astonishment, pondering whether she was a pure Yin body, born in an auspicious time. Yet, even if she were, such an extraordinary rate of cultivation seemed implausible. Unless, of course, she possessed not merely a pure Yin body, but rather the Tying divine body, or even the reincarnation of the Tying goddess. Nevertheless, even if Jiang Xiaoxiao were endowed with such divine attributes, she paled in comparison to the prodigious Chu Xiu, who already possessed the golden body of the 9 suns. With more golden attributes to come, who could rival his innate gifts? Even a reincarnated celestial emperor would seem insignificant before him. Time passed, and Jiang Xiaoxiao's aura reached the pinnacle of the super 1st tier. Upon achieving this new height, she slowly opened her clear, cold eyes. With a gentle motion, she formed her right hand into a sword and began to execute the techniques from the Tying Sword Classic within the courtyard. Initially awkward, her movements gradually became fluid and adept. Jiang Xiaoxiao practiced the Tying Sword techniques repeatedly, her speed and power growing with each iteration. After a considerable time, she finally halted, drenched in fragrant sweat, her face aglow with excitement as she approached Chu Xiu. Her countenance, once frigid and aloof, now radiated warmth as she exclaimed, "My lord, I believe I have mastered the Tying True skill and the Tying Sword techniques." In that moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao seemed to regain her vitality, shedding the cold demeanor of the distant Tying goddess. Indeed, you have successfully learned the Tying True skill and the Tying Sword techniques. With an appreciative gaze, Chu Xiu regarded Jiang Xiaoxiao and lauded her, saying, "Your innate talent is such that, even within the esteemed 6 gates, few could rival your prowess." Jiang Xiaoxiao, her head bowed and cheeks flushed with modesty, replied sweetly, "My lord, upon hearing you elucidate the Taiyin true art and the Taiyin sword technique, I felt as though I had already learned them before." She continued, "Moreover, beneath the moonlight, I sense I can absorb the essence of the moon, which would gradually enhance my strength. Can absorbing the essence of the moon truly elevate one's abilities?" A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke with keen interest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao's mouth slightly parted, her adorable expression directed at Chu Xiu as she inquired, "Xiao, remember the words you just spoke to me. Do not divulge them to anyone. You have been my mate since childhood, growing up alongside me. You have also begun your cultivation of the Taiyin true art and the Taiyin sword classics from a young age. Do you understand?" Chu Xiu's expression grew serious as he gazed at Jiang Xiaoxiao and spoke. Although Jiang Xiaoxiao's innate talent could not be compared to his own, to countless martial artists, her exceptional aptitude was undeniably extraordinary. It was imperative to keep it concealed to avoid attracting unnecessary troubles. "Young master, I understand," Jiang Xiaoxiao replied with a slight nod, speaking earnestly. "By the way, I will impart to you a technique for breath concealment. You must diligently suppress your aura and ensure that no one perceives it." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao. "The breath-holding technique does not belong to the martial arts of the Six Doors. Even if it were to be imparted to you, it would not constitute a breach of the secrets of the Six Doors. This was a gift from Elder Jiang. I shall inform him shortly. I am certain that, given Elder Jiang's character, he would not take issue with it." "Thank you, young master," Jiang Xiaoxiao replied, her face alight with gratitude. Chu Xiu smiled and proceeded to articulate the essence of the breath-concealing technique, elucidating it for Jiang Xiaoxiao. Indeed, she grasped it with remarkable ease, mastering the technique in an instant and successfully suppressing her aura. Her perceptiveness was nearly on par with his innate brilliance. Witnessing Jiang Xiaoxiao's exceptional understanding, Chu Xiu felt an increasing sense of satisfaction. With her extraordinary talent and equally impressive insight, she was truly worthy of his guidance. Just envisioning the future, he mused that he might not even need to intervene personally. A mere maid by his side could effortlessly overshadow a multitude of unparalleled prodigies. The thought alone brought him immense pleasure. However, it was getting late now. "Xiaoxiao, you should rest," he advised. Chu Xiu said to Jiang Xiaoxiao, "Young master. Please retire early." Jiang Xiaoxiao gently nodded, uttering a few words to Chu Xiu before gracefully gliding towards her chamber. Chu Xiu did not return to his room to rest. Instead, he washed himself in the bathroom before finally taking a moment of respite. In the Great River Gang's hall, a grave atmosphere pervaded the air, where three formidable figures were gathered. They were the leaders of the three major factions within the Songlong Prefecture, the leader of the Wild Sand Gang, the leader of the Iron Fist Gang, and the leader of the Blood Knife Gang. "The leader has arrived." A booming voice resonated from outside the hall. The expressions of the Wild Sand Gang leaders turned solemn. A tall and imposing middle-aged man, clad in a black cloak adorned with golden edges and exuding an overwhelming aura of authority, strode into the hall with a commanding presence. It was none other than Wei Qifeng, the leader of the Great River Gang. "Greetings, Leader Wei Qi." The three leaders of the Wild Sand Gang knelt before Wei Qifeng, offering their utmost respect. The Great River Gang had long stood at the helm among the five major factions of Songlong Prefecture, ever obedient to Wei Qifeng's commands. Taking his seat at the main position in the hall, Wei Qifeng waved his hand dismissively and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "No need for such formalities." "Thank you, Leader Wei Qi." The three leaders of the Wild Sand Gang expressed their gratitude as they gradually rose to their feet. "I am already aware of your purpose for coming," Wei Qifeng remarked, a glint of intelligence flashing in his eyes. "The Black Tiger Gang has indeed been annihilated by the Six Doors. However, your tasks must still proceed. Those who refuse will face dire consequences. This applies not only to you but also to me, for this is a command from the Gao family." The expressions of the three leaders of the Wild Sand Gang shifted dramatically, revealing their fear. The Gao family was akin to a deity within Songlong Prefecture. Defying their orders could lead to their utter destruction with a mere word. "However, you may need to be somewhat flexible. The Black Tiger was simply too foolish." Wei Qifeng scoffed. Allowing the demons to act while simultaneously sending members of the Black Tiger Gang to aid them in the shadows was a grave error. From the moment the demons engaged, they should have been prepared for their demise at the hands of the Six Doors. "What does Leader Wei Qi imply?" the Blood Knife Gang leader inquired, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. The leaders of the Wild Sand Gang and Iron Fist Gang also turned their gazes toward Wei Qifeng. "Let the demons act, but ensure your men remain hidden. They must not be detected by the Six Doors. This way, Even if the demons perish at the hands of the six doors, they will never trace it back to you. Wei Qifeng pondered for a moment before continuing. However, we require more than just demons of the Master Realm. We must do everything in our power to plunge all of Songlong Prefecture into chaos. We must summon true masters among the demons. Ideally, we need a demon of the Demon Sovereign level to take action personally. Demon Sovereign? The leaders of the Wild Sand Gang felt their hearts race, a cold sweat breaking out on their brows. The existence of a Demon Sovereign was nothing short of terrifying, a true great demon. Just the thought of it sent shivers down their spines. The bloodline of the Pig Demon, while not particularly strong among demons, was not weak either. The Boar Sovereign from Wild Boar Ridge, a being of the Demon Sovereign level, had lost 26 of its offspring and would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Wild Sand. Send someone to Wild Boar Ridge to seek the Boar Sovereign's assistance. Inform it of the matter concerning Chu Xiu and its slain offspring. This Boar Sovereign is known for avenging grievances. It will not rest until its purpose is achieved. Wei Qifeng's gaze was resolute and cold as he declared. And this Chu Xiu is indeed extraordinary, a true prodigy. Such a remarkable talent must be eradicated at all costs. The leaders of the Wild Sand Gang nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting their concurrence. Given their current level of cultivation, if Chu Xiu could already slay a pig demon, what might he achieve if allowed to grow? Let us utilize the pig demons from Wild Boar Ridge to eliminate Chu Xiu. One Boar Sovereign alone will not suffice. Iron Fist. Send someone to 100 Beast Mountain to seek the Black Tiger Sovereign's assistance. Bloodknife. Send someone to Lonely Moon Ridge to call upon the Song Wolf Sovereign. Inform them that as long as Songlong Prefecture is thrown into chaos, we can offer them 100,000 lives annually as tribute. Pausing for a moment, Wei Qifeng spoke with chilling indifference. This means 300,000 lives over a span of 3 years. What a terrifying figure. The three leaders of the Wild Sand Gang, despite their own blood-soaked hands, felt an overwhelming dread at Wei Qifeng's words. The prospect of delivering 100,000 lives a year to a demon sovereign was indeed a harrowing prospect. Wei Qifeng gestured dismissively at the leaders of the Wild Sand Gang, signaling for them to take their leave. They bowed respectfully before retreating. The next day, Chu Xiu strode briskly into the six doors. However, upon his entrance, he was met by a throng of silver badge captains from the six doors, who were surrounding a young man of noble demeanor, exuding an air of elegance in every gesture, clad in the official attire of a gold badge captain. Gao Changfeng. With a raised brow, Chu Xiu instantly recognized the extraordinary talent of the Gao family within the six doors, the esteemed Captain Gao Changfeng. Although both Gao Changfeng and Gao Changhe belong to the direct lineage of the Gao family, the former is far from the frivolous dandy that the latter represents. On the contrary, he is a genuine prodigy. In less than a year since joining the six doors, he has ascended from a bronze captain to the rank of a golden captain, establishing himself as a true figure of renown within the organization. Even Chu Xiu, who was once merely a lowly constable, had heard of Gao Changfeng's illustrious name. You must be Brother Chu. I did not expect to encounter you here, Gao Changfeng remarked, his eyes sparkling with delight as he approached Chu Xiu with a beaming smile, offering a respectful salute. It is an honor to meet you, Sir Gao. Chu Xiu returned a salute to Gao Changfeng, speaking with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. You flatter me, Brother Chu. I have heard that you have mastered the astonishing martial arts of the six doors, namely the 7 blades of heaven and the 8 steps of the demon. You grasped both remarkable disciplines in just a day. Just yesterday, you ascended to the rank of a newly appointed copper badge captain, defeating formidable foes, including a master-level demon, and thus earning the title of silver badge captain. Last night, during the eradication of the Black Tiger Gang, you single-handedly wielded your blade to vanquish numerous members of the gang and demons. Now, Brother Chu, you are indeed a prodigious talent renowned throughout our six doors. Gao Changfeng regarded Chu Xiu with admiration, his voice as gentle as jade. With your innate gifts and capabilities, it is but a matter of time before you ascend to the rank of Golden Badge Captain, perhaps even surpassing me to become a famed Blue Robe Constable. Your praise is excessive, Sir Gao. It was merely a stroke of luck. With an expression of serene indifference, Chu Xiu spoke. Brother Chu, you are too modest. I shall not indulge in pleasantries. Would you be willing to join the Gao family and become one of our esteemed patrons? Should you agree, the Gao family shall ensure that you are well cared for. We possess ample resources for your cultivation needs, be it elixirs, spiritual herbs, or weaponry. The Gao family can provide it all. Gao Changfeng's demeanor grew serious, and he spoke with earnest sincerity. As his words fell, the silver-clad captains surrounding Gao Changfeng cast envious glances at Chu Xiu. Their own status as patrons of the Gao family could not compare to the privileges bestowed upon Chu Xiu. Gao Changfeng not only offered such generous terms, but also addressed him as Brother Chu, a notion far beyond their imaginations. I appreciate your goodwill, Master Gao, Chu Xiu acknowledged. But I have no intention of becoming a patron of the Gao family. Chu Xiu shook his head and remarked, setting aside the fact that he killed Gao Chang'e. There has long been enmity between him and the Gao family. Simply put, their collusion with demons renders any association with them utterly unacceptable. It is his firm principle. Were it not for his current lack of sufficient strength, he would have long since laid waste to the entire Gao family. Brother Chu need not rush to decline. He may take his time to contemplate before making a decision. Our 6 gates do not impose restrictions on the captains becoming the vassals of noble families. After all, the captains of our 6 gates enjoy considerable freedom. Gao Changfeng waved his hand and continued, moreover, Brother Chu need only lend his name to our Gao family to acquire all that he desires. What is there to lose? Alas, it seems I must disappoint Lord Gao. Chu Xiu has already made up his mind. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and said, since Brother Chu is unwilling, let it be. Gao Changfeng cast a deep glance at Chu Xiu and turned to walk towards the gates of the 6 doors. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he made his way towards the armory of the 6 doors. In no time, Gao Changfeng and the others had vacated the premises. Upon exiting, a silver badge captain scoffed derisively, saying, My lord, since this Chu Xiu has shown such disrespect, should we not impart upon him a minor lesson? Indeed, how audacious it is for someone within the 6 doors to disregard authority. Does he truly believe that a modicum of talent renders him remarkable? Another silver badge captain nodded in agreement, expressing his concurrence. The group of silver badge captains also affirmed this sentiment, acknowledging that it is only natural for Brother Chu, with his exceptional talent, to hold himself in high regard. Gentlemen, there is no need for such indignation, Gao Changfeng replied, feigning magnanimity, though a subtle chill flickered in his gaze. At the 6 doors armory, Jiang Lao remarked, Chu Xiu, why have you returned? Speak. What martial arts do you seek this time? Upon seeing Chu Xiu, he was immediately struck with a throbbing headache, instinctively responding, Cough, cough, Jiang Lao. I have not come this time to select any martial arts. Chu Xiu coughed lightly and addressed Elder Jiang. As long as that is the case, it is well. One cannot overindulge and expect to digest everything. You have already selected 4 extraordinary martial arts from our 6 gates. Once you have mastered your current remarkable techniques, you will be more than capable of traversing the world with ease. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. Elder Jiang, I have come to inform you that, without your permission, I imparted the breath-holding technique you bestowed upon me to a maidservant in my household. I am here to express my sincerest apologies. Chu Xiu bowed respectfully to Elder Jiang and said, It is a trivial matter. I am bestowing upon you the breath concealment technique. It is now yours to impart to whomever you wish. Elder Jiang, dismissive at first, suddenly realized the implications of the gift. His gaze became piercing as he looked intently at Chu Xiu and remarked, Wait a moment, under normal circumstances, there is no need to cultivate the breath concealment technique. It is only necessary to conceal one's presence when one's speed of cultivation is so rapid that it draws attention. Does your maid possess such exceptional talent? Indeed. There is some merit to that. She has reached the pinnacle of the superlative realm in less than half a month of practicing a martial art. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and addressed Elder Jiang. He had never intended to conceal anything from Elder Jiang. He merely adjusted the timeline of Jiang Shaxiao's training to avoid alarming him. To reach the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm in less than half a month? This is truly the mark of a prodigy. Elder Jiang's face displayed a look of astonishment as he remarked, though not as monstrous as you, young man. This is still quite remarkable. Within our entire 6 doors organization, such talents are exceedingly rare. No, perhaps only in the state capital could one find such geniuses. No wonder you chose to impart the breath-holding technique to her. Elder Jiang, your wisdom is unparalleled. Chu Xiu flattered Elder Jiang. Do you trust me, Elder? After a moment of contemplation, Elder Jiang gazed at Chu Xiu and inquired. Naturally, I am loyal to you, Elder. Otherwise, I would not have divulged this matter to you. Chu Xiu smiled gently and said, Since you place your trust in me, why not bring the child to me for a glance? It so happens that I have yet to take on a disciple. If all goes well, I shall accept her as my pupil. Elder Jiang gazed at Chu Xiu with fervent eyes and asked, Are you serious, Elder Jiang? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu couldn't help but feel a stir of excitement. Elder Jiang, capable of overseeing the armory of the six doors and renowned as a distinguished detective, was at the very least a master of the martial sage realm. It was even possible that he had long since ascended beyond the seventh tier of the martial sage realm. Otherwise, he would not be able to preside over such a critical establishment as the armory, which stands as the heart of the six doors, with the storerooms following in importance. With such a top-tier expert to safeguard her, Jiang Xiaoxiao would undoubtedly flourish and evolve into a true master. After all, Jiang Xiaoxiao currently served as his maid. Even if she were to cease her service in the future, a bond would remain. Do you think I'm jesting? Elder Jiang remarked, rolling his eyes. Shall I bring her over now? A faint smile graced Chu Xiu's cheeks as he inquired of Elder Jiang. Go ahead, Elder Jiang replied, waving his hand dismissively at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu performed a courteous bow before turning to depart. In less than no time, Chu Xiu returned home and pushed the door open. Young master, why are you back so soon? Upon seeing Chu Xiu's arrival, Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was practicing in the courtyard, expressed her delight with a joyful countenance. Xiaoxiao, come, I shall take you to the six doors. Chu Xiu called out to Jiang Xiaoxiao, the six doors? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao's face displayed an expression of both anxiety and apprehension. Fear not, there is nothing to worry about. I will take you to the six doors. I have found a master for you. Chu Xiu smiled gently and comforted Jiang Xiaoxiao. Master? Jiang Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, gazing at Chu Xiu in bewilderment. Come. Let us walk together, he said as they moved forward. Chu Xiu gently took Jiang Xiaoxiao's delicate hand, leading her out of the door. Jiang Xiaoxiao's charming face flushed crimson. Feeling lightheaded and giddy, as bashful as a newlywed, hand in hand, they made their way towards the six gates. Along the way, Chu Xiu briefly introduced Jiang Xiaoxiao to the identity of Elder Jiang and recounted their earlier conversation to prevent any inadvertent revelations. In the Gao residence, nestled within a serene courtyard, Gao Changfeng stood in a pavilion with his hands clasped behind his back. Greetings, young Master Changfeng, a Gao family attendant bowed respectfully. Please. No need for such formalities, Gao Changfeng replied, turning to gesture dismissively, his expression devoid of warmth. Within the confines of the Gao residence, he exuded an air of cold detachment, starkly contrasting with the gentle demeanor he had displayed before Chu Xiu. Thank you, young Master Changfeng, the attendant expressed his gratitude. Wei attendant, assist me in eliminating a target, Gao Changfeng stated with an impassive demeanor. Within the Gao family, even attendants held varying ranks. The attendants surrounding Gao Changfeng were merely the lowest tier masters. Above them existed the Grand Masters, and even further, the Martial Saints. Of course, Martial Saints held a prestigious status within the Gao family, often serving as the head or deputy head of the attendant pavilion. Even Gao Changfeng, despite his standing, could not issue commands without due consideration. The Wei Ziyuan, known as Wei Attendant, was a Grand Master attendant assigned to execute tasks unsuitable for Gao Changfeng. Please instruct me. Young Master Changfeng, Wei Ziyuan replied with utmost respect. This individual's name is Chu Xiu. Here is all the pertinent information. Do not act hastily. He is currently a renowned genius within the six gates. Should anything happen to him, the six gates will undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation. It is best not to take action within the county city. Instead, monitor him closely. Once he leaves the city, pursue and eliminate him outside. That way, even if the six gates seek to investigate, they will have no leads to follow back to you. With a flick of his sleeve, Gao Changfeng sent a note flying towards Wei Ziyuan. He was acutely aware that his attempt to recruit Chu Xiu had been rebuffed, and it would be impossible to keep that a secret. Should anything untoward happen to Chu Xiu within the city, suspicions would inevitably fall upon him. However, if misfortune were to befall Chu Xiu outside the city, any potential connections to him would be rendered undetectable. Rest assured, young Master Changfeng, I understand and will ensure the task is completed, Wei Ziyuan declared, his voice firm as he accepted the note. With Wei Attendant's capability, I am most assured. Gao Changfeng replied, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Once you have successfully completed this task, I shall see to it that you are duly rewarded. Thank you. Young Master Changfeng, Wei Ziyuan's face radiated joy and gratitude, overwhelmed with appreciation. The six gates. Chu Xiu led Jiang Xiaoxiao into the six gates and proceeded directly to the armory. The eagerly awaiting Elder Jiang, upon seeing the two enter, seemed to materialize before them. His gaze intensely fixed upon Jiang Xiaoxiao. Sensing Elder Jiang's penetrating stare, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of fear and tightly grasped Chu Xiu's hand, finding a semblance of safety in his presence. With an air of elegance and extraordinary beauty, Elder Jiang took a deep breath, his expression filled with astonishment as he spoke. Elder Jiang, are you pleased with this disciple? With a faint smile, Chu Xiu gazed at Elder Jiang and inquired. He was not the least surprised by Elder Jiang's exceedingly high regard for Jiang Xiaoxiao. After all, he had personally witnessed her extraordinary journey from an utter novice in martial arts to reaching the pinnacle of the elite realm. Now, her tying sword technique had even progressed to the minor accomplishment stage. Such prodigious talent and innate aptitude truly warranted Elder Jiang's description of her as a paragon of grace and beauty, a breathtaking marvel. His satisfaction was boundless. Elder Jiang chuckled joyfully, his face beaming. Who would have thought that this old body of mine would still encounter such a peerless genius? At last. My lifelong dedication to martial arts has not been in vain. Chu Xiu gazed at Elder Jiang with an expression of bewilderment, as if to convey. Have you not encountered such an extraordinary genius before? Am I not one? Elder Jiang retorted, you do not qualify. You are merely a freak. With a keen perception. Elder Jiang discerned the unspoken words in Chu Xiu's eyes and shot him a glare. He continued, it is one thing to select an array of astonishing martial arts. But to master them all within less than half a day is simply outrageous. Such a prodigy is beyond my capacity to teach. It is a blow to one's morale. Chu Xiu touched his nose, pondering whether having such extraordinary talent could indeed be a flaw. However, if Elder Jiang truly wished to take him on as a disciple, he would undoubtedly decline. With his exceptional aptitude, he had no need to seek mentorship from anyone. Jiang Xiaoxiao smiled faintly. Having discerned that Elder Jiang was indeed as Chu Xiu had described, a good person, not a villain. Child, do you wish to take me as your master? Elder Jiang inquired with hopeful eyes, his countenance warm and inviting. Jiang Xiaoxiao glanced at Chu Xiu, who nodded in encouragement. She then knelt before Elder Jiang and proclaimed, Disciple Jiang Xiaoxiao pays respect to master. Quick, rise. Elder Jiang exclaimed, his face beaming with joy as he helped Jiang Xiaoxiao to her feet. Here. We do not adhere to such formalities. From this moment forth, you shall be my disciple. I will impart all my knowledge to you. Even the remarkable martial arts of the six gates, should you wish to learn them, will be yours. Chu Xiu was taken aback for a moment and said, Old Jiang, can Xiaoxiao truly learn the martial arts of our six doors? Why not? The old man replied with an expression of calm indifference. As a renowned constable of the Qingyi, allowing Xiaoxiao to join our six doors and become one of us is entirely feasible. Chu Xiu nodded gently. Given Elder Jiang's status, granting Jiang Xiaoxiao an identity within the six doors was undoubtedly a trivial matter. All right, young Chu, you may leave now. I must teach Xiaoxiao martial arts, Elder Jiang said, waving his hand dismissively at Chu Xiu, his expression one of disdain. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and walked towards the armory. Young master, will you be returning home for lunch? Should I go back to prepare a meal for you? Jiang Xiaoxiao gazed longingly at his retreating figure as she inquired. Jiang Lao felt a pang in his heart. His own disciple was resolutely determined to serve Chu Xiu as a maid. However, upon reflection, he realized that Jiang Xiaoxiao was already, in essence, Chu Xiu's maid. Oh, then it is of no concern. I shall not return home for lunch. Without turning his head, Chu Xiu replied, oh. A hint of disappointment flickered across Jiang Xiaoxiao's delicate face. My dear disciple, what martial arts are you currently practicing? What do you wish to learn? Allow me to assess which styles may be suitable for your cultivation, Elder Jiang said, noticing the disappointment etched on Jiang Xiaoxiao's features. Upon exiting the Six Gates Armory, Chu Xiu encountered Qi Xiu approaching with a group of silver badge captains. Brother Qi, are we heading to Wanbao Studios so early? Chu Xiu paused for a moment, gazing at Qi Xiu and inquired. Indeed, since there is nothing pressing at the moment, I have enlisted someone to oversee the task hall. Qi Xiu chuckled and replied, Brother Chu, I am now a renowned blue-clad constable. Should we not celebrate this achievement? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu realized that Qi Xiu had already donned the attire of a renowned constable, no longer the head constable adorned with golden insignia. Qi Xiu approached Chu Xiu, casually draping an arm over his shoulder as they strolled beyond the gates of the six doors. A group of silver-clad constables followed dutifully behind the two, acutely aware of the immense prowess and exceptional talent possessed by these individuals. Although Chu Xiu was similarly attired in a silver constable's uniform, it was evident that they were not of the same caliber. Brother Chu, I have heard that Gao Chafeng has sought you out? Qi Xiu inquired as they walked, drawing the attention of the silver-clad constables who were also privy to this development. I happened upon this information today upon my arrival at the six doors. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and spoke. Brother Chu, do your best to maintain a distance from Gao Changfeng. Though he appears cultured and refined on the surface, he is not a person of good character. Qi Xiu's expression grew serious, shedding the earlier nonchalant demeanor. He was aware that the invitation to become a protector of the Gao family had already been declined by me. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and remarked, "That is good. If he comes seeking you again, just inform me. I shall support Brother Chu." Chi Xiu spoke with a chilling intensity, though we cannot slay him. Imparting a lesson is certainly within our means. Does Chi brother harbor a grudge against Gao Chafeng? Chu Zire pondered thoughtfully and remarked, "No." Chi Xiu shook his head and replied, "It is merely that the Gao family possesses formidable strength within our 6 gates. Our deputy chief constable, Gao Zhenhong, is the 3rd elder of the Gao family. Among the younger generation, there exists a prodigious talent like Gao Chafeng, which has enabled the Gao family to garner considerable support within our ranks. The Gao family wields immense influence throughout our entire 6 gates." Chu Xiu nodded silently. "However, there is something amiss with the Gao family. I cannot elaborate further. Brother Chu only needs to be aware that there are issues with the Gao family, and we should refrain from associating too closely with them. That is sufficient." After a pause, Chi Xiu spoke with a profound caution. "Understood." Chu Xiu understood immediately. He had already learned from Gao Changhe about the Gao family's collusion with demons. However, he remained unaware of which particular demon they had allied with and the extent of the terrifying powers they concealed. Enough of that. Today is a day for celebration. Let us speak of joyful matters. Chi Xiu shifted the tone of the conversation and continued. Chu Xiu chose not to dwell further on these matters. Before long, Chu Xiu and his companions arrived at the famed Wanbao studio. Renowned throughout the entire Zhou dynasty for its formidable prowess, Wanbao Studio specializes in medicinal cuisine. From dishes crafted from ordinary beasts to those made from mystical creatures, an extensive array is available. As long as one can afford the price, an assortment of nourishing medicinal dishes can be savored at Wanbao Studio, with effects that rival those of elixirs. During the meal, Chu Xiu casually inquired about Jiang Xiaoxiao's parents. From a silver badge constable, he learned that the identities of those responsible for Jiang Xiaoxiao's parents' demise remained undiscovered. Furthermore, they had only recently relocated to the city of Songlong County as displaced persons, with no acquaintances to assist in the investigation. Ultimately, the officers from the 6 doors had to escort Jiang Xiaoxiao's parents outside the city for burial. With this understanding, Chu Xiu was finally at ease. At the very least, the Gao family could not trace him through Jiang Xiaoxiao's identity. An hour later, after indulging in a sumptuous feast, Chu Xiu and his companions departed from Wanbao Guild and made their way back to the 6 doors. Within the courtyard, it became evident that Wanbao Guild was indeed extraordinary. Merely through a single meal, I have succeeded in unlocking a minuscule particle, thereby augmenting my formidable strength akin to that of a primeval giant elephant. I now possess the might of 77 such colossal beasts. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes and remarked, "It is imperative to understand that as one progresses further, the energy required to cultivate a single microparticle increases exponentially. I am now merely 7 microparticles away from the pinnacle of the 1st tier of the divine elephant suppression technique." He paused momentarily before flipping his right hand, revealing a porcelain vial containing the precious blood essence pills. With determination, he uncorked the vial and swiftly consumed all 10 pills in one go. Boom. Instantly, the 10 blood essence pills transformed into a torrent of heat, permeating Chu Xiu's entire being, as if attempting to tear his corporeal form asunder. However, fortified by the 9 yang sacred body, which served as a golden safeguard for his flesh, the potency of the blood essence pills could not disrupt Chu Xiu's physical state. Instead, they continuously nourished his body, enhancing his vital energy. One by one, microparticles began to materialize. In a mere moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Chu Xiu, reminiscent of an immense, fearsome primeval giant elephant roaring majestically above him. This was the manifestation of his physical prowess. With a single vial of blood essence pills, I have finally ascended the divine elephant suppression technique to its 1st tier's pinnacle. I am now poised to embark upon the 2nd tier of the divine elephant suppression technique. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke in a solemn tone. However, to step into the 2nd layer of the divine elephant's prison law, one must possess an immensely powerful vitality as a foundation. It is time to visit the storeroom. Having said that, Chu Xiu activated his concealment technique, perfectly shrouding his vitality, and strode out of the courtyard, making his way towards the storeroom of the 6 doors. In the blink of an eye, with a commanding stride akin to that of a dragon or tiger, Chu Xiu entered the storeroom of the 6 gates. "Chu Xiu, you have returned once more?" Zhao Qiming exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. "Did you not visit just last night? The elixirs you exchanged for should suffice for your cultivation for some time. Should they not?" Ahem. Chu Xiu coughed lightly and remarked, "Lord Zhao, The efficacy of the Essence Blood Pill seems somewhat lacking. I would like to try exchanging it for the Essence Origin Pill instead. Zhao Qiming gazed at Chu Xiu with a look of utter bewilderment, feeling as though his mind was being overwhelmed. The Essence Blood Pill lacking in effectiveness? He scrutinized Chu Xiu from head to toe, sensing no trace of vital energy emanating from him. It was as if he bore no signs of having practiced any martial arts at all. Could it be that he had yet to even embark upon the path of martial cultivation? Lord Zhao, I wish to exchange for 2 vials of the Essence Origin Pill. Chu Xiu placed the token upon Zhao Qingming's desk. A bottle of Essence Pills contains 10 units, each valued at 5,000 merit points, totaling 50,000 merit points for a single bottle. Last night, he selected the 6 paths of Reincarnation Fist, which deducted 50,000 merit points. He exchanged for a bottle of Primordial True Pills, a bottle of Fiery Sun Pills, and 20 bottles of Blood Essence Pills, which deducted 250,000 merit points. He was left with 128,040 merit points, sufficient to exchange for 2 bottles of Essence Pills. However, Chu Xiu intended to reserve some merit points for future use, so he opted to exchange for only 2 bottles. Chu Xiu, you must not act recklessly. Have you truly cultivated the horizontal refinement technique? If you have yet to step into the innate realm, do you comprehend the consequences of consuming Essence Pills? Zhao Qingming furrowed his brow and spoke sternly to Chu Xiu. After all, Chu Xiu was an extraordinary genius of the 6 doors, and Zhao Qingming was unwilling to see him ruin himself. Rest assured, Sir Zhao, I have merely practiced the breath-concealing technique, which allows me to conceal my vital energy. My willingness to exchange for Essence Pills signifies that their potency will not adversely affect me. Chu Xiu smiled gently and spoke to Zhao Qingming. The reason Chu Xiu was willing to speak the truth to Zhao Qingming was that he was acutely aware of the paramount importance of the armory and the storeroom within the 6 doors. The blue-clad constables stationed at these 2 crucial locations were undoubtedly the most elite of the 6 doors, entirely untainted by the influence of powerful families like the Gao clan. Otherwise, the 6 doors would never permit them to oversee these vital areas. Of course, he did not disclose the entirety of the truth. He merely mentioned that he had concealed his vital energy without revealing the true extent of his cultivation. Upon hearing about the old man's technique of breath concealment, Zhao Qingming's face lit up with realization as he remarked, no wonder I sensed the presence of vital energy when I first encountered you. Now, I see that it has completely vanished. It turns out you have mastered the old man's breath concealment technique. That alleviates my concerns. Zhao Darren, I kindly ask you to keep my practice of the horizontal refinement technique confidential. Chu Xiu smiled gently, neither denying nor dismissing the matter. Instead, he looked at Zhao Qingming with an expression of sincere earnestness and said, rest assured, my lips are sealed. Whatever elixirs you exchange for in the storeroom shall remain a secret known to no one. This is the rule of our 6 doors. Were I to disregard such rules, I would not be entrusted with the management of the storeroom. Zhao Qingming waved his hand and replied, thank you, Lord Zhao. Chu Xiu clasped his hands in gratitude towards Zhao Qingming. Zhao Qingming picked up Chu Xiu's token and brushed it against the black jade stone before tossing the token back to him, saying, wait here for me. I shall now procure the essence pill for you. Chu Xiu took the token and nodded slightly. Zhao Qingming then stepped into the storeroom. After a while, Zhao Qingming emerged holding a small pouch, which he extended towards Chu Xiu, saying, here you go. There are 2 bottles of essence pills inside. You may inspect them. No need, Chu Xiu replied. I trust Lord Zhao. Chu Xiu shook his head, clutching a small bag as he turned to depart. This young man is indeed remarkable. He has already stepped into the realm of a master in the art of horizontal refinement. The fact that Elder Jiang entrusted him with the concealment technique suggests that his innate talent in horizontal refinement has reached an extraordinarily formidable level. Previously, Elder Jiang had kept the concealment technique closely guarded, refusing to show it to anyone. Even with the long-standing friendship between us, he was reluctant to share it. This clearly illustrates the high regard Elder Jiang holds for him. After watching Chu Xiu leave, Zhao Qingming expressed his admiration without reservation. Upon exiting the storeroom, Chu Xiu returned to the courtyard and began to consume the essence pills. Chu Xiu placed a vitality pill into his mouth. This singular pill transformed into an immense and boundless energy that permeated throughout his entire being. Indeed, the potency of a single vitality pill equated to that of 10, or even 20, blood essence pills. It is no wonder that only a martial artist at the master realm of the horizontal refinement could utilize such a treasure. With a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, Chushio harnessed the power of the essence pill, invoking the divine elephant suppression technique. Gradually, particles were unleashed, and colossal wild elephants manifested from the ethereal to the tangible, roaring fiercely towards the heavens. After a moment of silence, Chushio has already forged 7 particles, enhancing his strength with the might of 7 colossal wild elephants. Now, he shall test the effects of the fierce sun pill. It is imperative that my internal cultivation continues to advance. I cannot solely focus on enhancing the divine elephant suppression technique. Elevating my internal cultivation realm is essential to allow the 9-yang sacred body to reach its initial stage, thus harnessing the formidable power of the 9-yang sacred body. After fully absorbing and refining the potency of a spirit essence pill, Chushio took out a blazing sun pill and placed it in his mouth. The supreme physique known as the 9-yang sacred body, capable of subduing the heavens and the earth, remains inconspicuous in its early stages. It is only upon reaching a certain level of cultivation that one can truly awaken this sacred body, allowing it to attain the threshold of mastery. At this moment, the grandeur of the sacred body can finally be revealed. This is also the reason why Gao Chang'e possesses the 9-yang sacred body, yet his family, the Gao clan, remains oblivious, leading to his reputation as a reckless heir. Were the Gao clan aware of Gao Chang'e's extraordinary physique, they would undoubtedly compel him to cultivate, pouring all their resources into his training, which would be entirely reasonable. The blazing sun pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into an immensely powerful medicinal force that surged toward Chushio's dantian. The 9-yang true technique automatically operated, absorbing and refining this medicinal energy, converting it into the 9-yang true qi, potent enough to incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. Time swiftly passed. Unbeknownst to him, twilight descended. The 10 blazing sun pills merely allowed him to progress from the first stage of mastery to the pinnacle of the first stage. Indeed, cultivation demands a significant expenditure of merit points. Chushio opened his eyes, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air, and remarked, "I must venture into the mission hall to see if there are any tasks suited for me." As his words faded away, the figure of Chushio vanished within the courtyard. He strode confidently into the mission hall, head held high and step steady. "Brother Chu, are you here to accept a task?" Chi Shi remarked with keen interest, observing the 888 beloved wives of the formidable demon master. "Indeed, Brother Chi. Are there any tasks suitable for me? Preferably those with a higher merit point allocation, even those suitable for a grandmaster level." Chushio nodded slightly and addressed Chishio. "Is there a possibility of obtaining a few more merit points?" Chi Shi was taken aback, gazing at Chushio with an odd expression. "Brother Chu, you haven't exhausted your merit points, have you? The cultivation process is indeed a significant drain on merit points." Chushio uttered a phrase and placed a vitality pill into his mouth. Although the potency of the pill was formidable, with the 9-yang sacred body at his disposal, it did not serve any immediate purpose. However, it was effective in suppressing his physical form. Moreover, through the art of breath concealment, he was able to perfectly mask his entire aura. Even while forging minute particles and condensing the colossal wild elephant, there would be no leakage of energy, ensuring he remained undetected. Chishio gazed at Chushio with a dazed expression, astonishment etched across his face. After a moment, Chishio regained his composure and whispered, "Brother Chu, you aren't consuming a vitality pill, are you? Please don't tell me it's some sort of candy. You are not a 3-year-old child, and neither am I. Since you figured it out, what more is there for me to say?" Chushio shrugged and remarked, "A monster. No wonder your merit points have run low. Consuming essence pills like candy is simply absurd." Chishio let out a strange cry, dismissing his book with a roll of his eyes, and retrieved a small booklet from beneath the table, swiftly flipping through its pages. In mere moments, Chishio halted, his expression turning grave as he declared, "Indeed, there exists a task that aligns with what Brother Chu mentioned, high in merit points, yet fraught with peril." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Chushio raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Where is it?" "In Qingjin County," Chishio replied, his countenance serious. "The 6 doors have called for assistance. 2 villages in Qingyun County have witnessed the disappearance of over 1,000 citizens, leaving behind nothing but a pile of bones. The head constable with a silver badge and a copper badge from the 6 doors ventured to investigate, only to vanish as well. Preliminary suspicions point towards malevolent creatures. However, disciples of the Black Lotus sect have also been reported covertly preaching within Qingyun County. The 6 doors speculate a significant connection between these occurrences and the Black Lotus sect." After a brief pause, Chishio continued, "This task carries a higher reward due to the uncertainty surrounding the situation. The true capabilities of the Black Lotus sect's hidden masters remain unknown. A reward of 100,000 merit points will be granted for merely clarifying the circumstances in Qingyun County. Should the crisis be fully resolved, the reward escalates to 300,000 merit points. Furthermore, merit points for slaying the malevolent creatures and eliminating disciples of the Black Lotus sect will be calculated separately. This task is well suited for me. A glimmer of determination flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke with a grave tone. As a member of the Six Doors, he was undoubtedly aware of the Black Lotus sect, a clandestine force perpetually scheming rebellion. Regardless of whether the disappearance of the villagers from the two settlements was the work of demons, it was indisputable that it was intertwined with the Black Lotus sect. Brother Chu, are you certain you wish to venture to Qingyun County? Qi Xiu furrowed his brow and remarked, this mission was only recorded today. And within our Songlong Prefecture's 6 doors, it is typically reserved for the esteemed Captain Jin Zhang due to its immense peril. Indeed, Brother Qi, I shall undertake this mission. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiu replied, all right. This task now belonged to Brother Chu. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu took a deep breath, grasped a brush, and marked a check on the assignment with a serious expression. He earnestly stated, Brother Chu, remember, should any issues arise, evacuate Qingyun County at once. Preserving your life is paramount. Only by surviving can we vanquish more demons. Rest assured, Brother Qi, I know what to do. With a calm smile, Chu Xiu turned and departed, waving his hand as he walked away. Upon exiting the mission hall, he made his way towards the direction of the Six Gates Armory. In no time at all, Chu Xiu arrived at the armory of the Six Gates. Jiang Xiaoxiao was not present. Only Elder Jiang remained. Elder Jiang gazed at Chu Xiu with a sorrowful expression and said, Ah, young Chu, you have come. Elder Jiang, what is with that look? Where is Xiaoxiao? Chu Xiu gazed at Elder Jiang with a peculiar expression, sensing something amiss in the old man's demeanor. Xiaoxiao has gone home to prepare a meal for you. Elder Jiang exclaimed, his face a mask of indignation. I intend to arrange a courtyard for her within the 6 doors. Informing her that as the head of the 6 doors, she need not trouble herself with cooking. Here, whatever she desires will be delivered to her doorstep. Yet, she insists on returning home to cook for you. Has Xiaoxiao transcended the innate realm? Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he spoke. This innate talent is truly astonishing. Could it be that Xiaoxiao is genuinely the reincarnation of the moon goddess? Indeed, she has transcended the innate realm. You, young lad, have not been entirely truthful with me. I have laid bare my heart to you, yet you choose to play tricks. Elder Jiang glared at Chu Xiu with a huff. Then added, Ahem, Elder Jiang, I assure you, my intentions are solely to protect Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiu coughed lightly and spoke. Instantly, he surmised that Jiang Xiaoxiao must have inadvertently revealed her trepidation, which was detected by Elder Jiang. Humph, were it not for my awareness of this, could I possibly engage in such a calm conversation with you? Elder Jiang gazed at Chu Xiu with a look of disdain and said, Speak, what brings you here? Young man, is this what you call calmness? If you were not at peace, would you resort to giving me a beating? Chu Xiu silently complained for a moment before speaking, Old Jiang, I must make a trip to Qingyun County, though I am uncertain when I shall return. Please inform Xiaoxiao or directly bring her to the 6 doors to prevent any unforeseen incidents in my absence. Qingyun County. Old Jiang's gaze sharpened, and his expression grew solemn. Chu, you must exercise extreme caution. The Black Lotus sect is no trivial matter. It is rather sinister. Do not fall into their trap. Did old Jiang have knowledge of the events in Qingyun County? Chu Xiu was taken aback for a moment and inquired, Are there matters concerning the 6 doors that I am unaware of? Elder Jiang shot a glare at Chu Xiu and retorted, Do not digress. Remember what I just said. There is no need for you to worry about Xiaoxiao. I shall arrange for someone to bring her back to our 6 doors shortly. Thank you, Elder Jiang. I shall heed your counsel, replied Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu clasped his hands in respect to Elder Jiang before turning to depart. After leaving the armory, he made his way to the stables, where he acquired a black-scaled steed. Mounting the horse, he galloped forth, heading straight for Qingyun County. Although Qingyun County falls under the jurisdiction of Songlong Prefecture, it lies several hundred miles away from the prefectural capital. While Chu Xiu could certainly reach Qingyun County utilizing the heavenly demonate steps and his lightness skill, there was no comparison to the ease of riding the black-scaled horse. This magnificent creature, possessing the bloodline of a demon, was a rare beast tamed by the Dezhou dynasty, surpassing ordinary horses in both stature and strength. Its body was adorned with black scales, enabling it to traverse 2,000 miles in a single day, rivaling even innate martial artists in speed. It is said that within the 6 doors state city, there exists an even more distinguished breed known as the Black Flood Dragon horse, capable of covering 10,000 miles in a day, matching the speed of grandmasters. To have exited the city so swiftly, truly, it was a stroke of fortune. Hidden beyond the reach of the six doors, Wei Ziyuan, a venerable elder of the Gao family, observed with delight as Chu Xiu left the prefectural city, prompting him to follow using his lightness skill. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's worth of time, he halted on the official road, several dozen miles from Songlong Prefecture's capital, pulling on the reins to stop. With an expression of indifference, he inquired, "Having followed me for so long, are you not weary?" Suddenly, a figure emerged from the thicket bordering the road. It was Wei Ziyuan. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he remarked, "This is intriguing. I did not expect that a grandmaster of the third level would be detected by you upon leaving the city. Who sent you? Gao Changfeng?" Chu Xiu spoke in an utterly unremarkable manner, as if he were facing not a martial artist of the third realm of the grandmaster stage, but rather one of the third realm of the innate stage. Wei Ziyuan's expression shifted slightly. His body moved like a thunderbolt, surging towards Chu Xiu. The right hand he raised suddenly expanded and turned crimson, transforming into a massive hand as red as blood. A foul and repulsive aura emanated from his palm, causing the surrounding flora to wither from the mere presence of this miasma. Was this the blood hand seal of the Diamond Sect? With a slight arch of his brow, Chu Xiu gracefully leapt from the back of the black-scaled horse, advancing towards Wei Ziyuan. The shifting expressions on Wei Ziyuan's face revealed to him that this man was indeed sent by Gao Changfeng. Surely, the Gao family harbors no virtuous souls. The recognition of the blood hand seal of the Vajra sect came easily, for within Songlong County lies a grand Buddhist temple, the Vajra sect itself. The sect possesses a terrifying martial art known as the blood hand seal, which requires the practitioner to temper their palm with various poisons, transforming it into an indomitable hand capable of corrosively annihilating all. With a single strike, it can reduce everything to a pool of blood. Somewhat knowledgeable, but you shall die. Wei Ziyuan sneered, unleashing a crimson hand towards Chu Xiu with ferocity. Clang! The long blade was drawn, its cold gleam flashing forth. A blade of light, akin to a silken ribbon, slashed towards Wei Ziyuan. This stroke seemed capable of cleaving the very heavens and earth in twain, a perfect execution of yin and yang. Furthermore, it was the first strike of the heavenly severance, perfected to its utmost. A look of horror crossed Wei Ziyuan's face as he cried out in terror. Before this strike, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. No matter how he attempted to evade, death awaited beneath this blade. Even his seemingly impenetrable blood hand seal could not withstand it. Damn it! Gao Changfeng's information is clearly flawed. This Chu Xiu is not merely at the pinnacle of the ninth realm of the innate stage. He has already stepped into the realm of masters. More importantly, according to Gao Changfeng's intel, Chu Xiu's first strike of the heavenly severance should be at the minor achievement level, at most nearing the major achievement level. Yet, this is the first strike of the heavenly severance perfected to its fullest extent, not to mention him. Even a 7th level grandmaster might struggle to withstand this strike from Chu Xiu. As his thoughts spiraled, Wei Ziyuan swiftly retreated, seeking to evade Chu Xiu's blade. However, while his speed was considerable, Chu Xiu's swiftness surpassed his own. Underfoot, Chu Xiu executed the 8 steps of the heavenly demon, pursuing Wei Ziyuan with an unyielding presence, and delivered a decisive strike. Kill. Wei Ziyuan, realizing evasion was futile, gritted his teeth and shouted, as a crimson hand reached out to block Chu Xiu's long blade. Slicing through the air, the blade descended. Wei Ziyuan's hand was severed, blood, dark and foul, gushed forth from the stump. The agony radiating from his hand rendered his face as pale as parchment, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. Yet, Wei Ziyuan appeared oblivious to his suffering, for Chu Xiu's blade continued its relentless descent. "Spare my life, and I shall testify against Gao Chang." Wei Ziyuan cried out in terror, his voice strained and desperate. As the blade fell, Wei Ziyuan was cleaved in twain. His eyes, filled with resentment, questioned the folly of aiding Gao Changfeng in the assassination of this unparalleled genius of the Six Doors. Had he not intervened, he would not have met his demise this day. Soon, his pupils lost all focus, fading into a lifeless void. Even with your testimony, it would avail you nothing. As Chu Xiu gazed upon the pristine blade, untouched by blood, he inwardly commended the craftsmanship of the Black Tiger Gang's leader. The sword was indeed remarkable. He gradually sheathed the long knife. A notification appeared before Chu Xiu, announcing the execution of a master-level guardian from the Gao family, resulting in a reward of 1,000 destiny points. A faint smile graced Chu Xiu's cheeks, 1,000 points of destiny value were indeed commendable, although lacking a destiny attribute. He was not surprised by this fact, for not every warrior possesses such an attribute. In truth, the number of warriors endowed with a destiny attribute is quite rare. Only by acquiring a destiny attribute could Chu Xiu reap the rewards of his conquests. Chu Xiu then approached Wei Ziyuan, searching him and discovering only a 100-tael silver note and a handful of loose silver. He couldn't help but shake his head. This fellow was truly impoverished. Fortunately, he had also acquired 1,000 destiny points. With a single step, he appeared atop the black-scaled horse, guiding it towards the direction of Qingyun County. An hour later, he arrived at Qingyun County. Chu Xiu rode his black-scaled horse and arrived at the entrance of the 6 doors in Qingyun County. "I pay my respects, my lord." Upon seeing Chu Xiu, the 2 constables guarding the gates were momentarily taken aback by his youth. Once they regained their composure, they hastily bowed in greeting. Internally, they were astonished. The 6 doors of Songlong Prefecture was indeed extraordinary, having dispatched such a young silver badge captain like Chu Xiu. However, a hint of concern lingered on their faces. It was surprising that the 6 doors of Songlong Prefecture had not sent a gold badge captain, but rather a silver badge captain, which led them to doubt whether he would be able to address the crisis unfolding in Qingyun County. No need for formalities. Chu Xiu dismounted gracefully, waving his hand as he spoke. "Thank you, my lord." The 2 constables expressed their gratitude in return. One constable stepped forward to take the reins of the black-scaled horse from Chu Xiu's hand, while the other extended an inviting hand towards Chu Xiu, saying, "My lord, please enter." Chu Xiu nodded slightly and inquired, "Who currently oversees the 6 doors of Qingyun County?" Unlike the county town, the 6 doors here do not boast a multitude of skilled practitioners. There is but a single silver badge captain and 2 bronze badge captains stationed. Furthermore, the 6 doors of the county lacks even a weapons arsenal. Typically, those who reach the innate realm and ascend to the rank of bronze badge captain are promptly reassigned to the county town, where they may select martial arts from the arsenal of the 6 doors there. The silver and bronze badge captains in the county town are also dispatched from the county town and are generally rotated, never remaining in the county's 6 doors indefinitely. Currently, with the silver badge captain and a bronze badge captain dispatched to investigate a disappearance, only 1 bronze badge captain remains in the entirety of the 6 doors in Qingyun County. "Reporting to you, my lord, we are presently under the jurisdiction of Lord Zhong." The constable spoke as he led Chu Xiu further into the 6 doors, adding, "Lord Zhong is currently attending to matters in the main hall." Chu Xiu nodded and remarked, "I have observed that the county town appears eerily deserted. Has the news of the demons thoroughly disseminated throughout the town?" Typically, when the 6 doors encounter such calamities, they suppress the information to prevent public panic. However, upon entering Qingyun County, I witnessed the town's desolation, with scarcely a soul on the streets, resembling a ghost town. It leads me to surmise that this likely correlates with the spread of the demonic tidings. In truth, my lord, the rumors concerning the demons have indeed circulated widely within the county. The populace is engulfed in fear, locking their doors and shuttering their windows. Which explains the absence of any citizens, the constable replied after a moment's contemplation. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, remaining silent. After a brief moment, the constable escorted him into the grand hall of the 6 doors. In the chamber, the head constable of Qingyun County, Zhang Yin, stood up promptly upon their entrance. Clad in the official attire of a copper badge constable, the middle-aged man respectfully greeted Chu Xiu. The constable who had accompanied Chu Xiu then quietly withdrew. "No need for excessive formalities," Chu Xiu remarked. Chu Xiu settled into a chair, his expression composed as he inquired, "Please elaborate on the situation in Qingyun County." "Certainly." Zhang Yin replied after a moment's hesitation, stepping forward with a deep breath and a grave demeanor. "I must report, my lord, that initially, a village in Qingyun County reported a series of mysterious disappearances among its residents. Upon learning of this, the esteemed Captain Zhang of the Silver Badge promptly proceeded to investigate the village. However, after his arrival, we lost all communication with him. The following day, we discovered that the villagers had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a heap of bones and remnants of tattered official garments. Subsequently, news emerged of another village's disappearance. At that juncture, malevolent creatures appeared, devouring the inhabitants of both villages. This harrowing tale spread throughout the county, instilling a sense of dread among the populace, who hastily barred their doors in a bid for self-preservation. In the midst of this turmoil, the followers of the Black Lotus sect began to surface within the county, openly proselytizing their beliefs. Upon hearing of these events, I swiftly dispatched individuals to the prefecture for assistance. Pausing for a moment, a bitter expression crossed Zhang Yan's face as he continued, "At present, I remain uncertain whether these occurrences are the doing of the Black Lotus sect or the malevolent beings, or if the sect has clandestinely allied with these creatures to further their agenda, spreading tales of their emergence as a guise to disseminate their doctrines and amass followers within the county." Understood. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. "My lord, I have just learned that the person in charge of the Black Lotus sect in the county town is a priest of the sect. Moreover, the weakest among the priests of the Black Lotus sect possesses the prowess of a grandmaster at the 7th level. Would you require a return to the prefecture to summon Captain Jin Zhang?" Zhang Yin inquired eagerly, his face alight with hope. "No need," replied the official. "Since I have dared to come, I am fully prepared for whatever may come." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu smiled lightly, his expression radiating confidence. Zhang Yin was momentarily taken aback, and his gaze towards Chu Xiu transformed into one of profound reverence. Despite being fully aware that the Black Lotus sect had a presence of a fragrant master stationed in Qingyun County, Chu Xiu remained unperturbed. This indicates that his strength is sufficient to contend with experts above the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm. Such assurance is a privilege reserved for the most extraordinary geniuses of the 6 doors. Besides what you just mentioned, what else have you discovered? Chu Xiu cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Yin and spoke indifferently. What does the master imply? After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yin inquired of Chu Xiu, for instance. Have you uncovered any hiding places of the Black Lotus sect within Qingyun County? With a raised brow, Chu Xiu spoke. Zhang Yan's expression turned awkward as he cautiously replied. "My lord, due to Lord Zhang's disappearance, I have been concerned that there is no one to oversee the 6 doors. Thus, I have remained within the precincts of the 6 doors, fearing to venture outside. Currently, we have yet to uncover the hiding place of the Black Lotus sect within Qingyun County. We must ascertain their location in the shortest time possible. Before the demons become aware, I shall eradicate the Black Lotus sect. From them, we will undoubtedly glean intelligence regarding this demon." Chu Xiu rose tall and addressed Zhang Yin in a grave tone. Although he had surmised that the 6 doors of Qingyun County had likely uncovered no pertinent intelligence, the disappearance of Captain Yin Zhang must have instilled a sense of trepidation among the officers there, who were now merely awaiting reinforcements from the 6 doors of the prefectural city. "Yes, I shall obey your orders." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan's expression grew solemn, and he spoke with utmost reverence. Just then, a constable hurriedly entered, bowing in respect to both Chu Xiu and Zhang Yan, exclaiming, "Greetings to both esteemed officials. There has been an incident. What has transpired?" Chu Xiu gazed calmly at the constable, who, upon witnessing his composed demeanor, felt a slight easing of tension. With a respectful expression, the constable reported, "Honorable sir, a peculiar creature has appeared within the county town." "Peculiar?" A glimmer of intensity flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he inquired, "What manner of anomaly is this?" Compared to demons, such peculiarities are far more rare. Even Chu Xiu himself had yet to encounter one. Zhang Yan's expression shifted slightly, his gaze turning towards the constable. This anomaly was a towering and corpulent figure, resembling a chef from the attire he donned. Initially, he appeared in an inn, ordering an extravagant feast that he devoured in mere moments. Following this, he requested the innkeeper to serve more dishes, consuming the entirety of the establishment's provisions over the span of half an hour. Yet, despite his gluttonous indulgence, he continued to exhibit an insatiable hunger. Upon discovering that there was nothing left to eat in the inn, the constable, with a hint of trepidation, recounted, "This creature has devoured the innkeeper and all the staff within, leaving nothing but emptiness in its wake." After finishing his meal, the anomaly proceeded to another inn. Had it not been for our surveillance within the 6 doors, we might still be oblivious to its presence. "The gluttonous anomaly," Zhong Yin exclaimed, his face betraying a mix of horror and disbelief. "The gluttonous anomaly?" Chu Xiu furrowed his brow and addressed Zhong Yin. "Are you aware of this peculiar phenomenon?" Zhong Yin replied, "Esteemed lord, I have previously heard of the gluttonous specter. The most terrifying aspect of the gluttonous specter is its insatiable appetite. It continuously devours, growing stronger with each morsel consumed, absorbing nutrients to enhance its own power. Whenever a gluttonous specter emerges, if it is not swiftly subdued, it invariably leads to calamity. In our great Zhou dynasty, there was an instance where an entire county, with hundreds of thousands of citizens, was consumed by a single gluttonous specter. This particular entity reached the pinnacle of mythic cultivation. Ultimately, it was only through the personal intervention of the esteemed purple-robed divine constable stationed in the prefectural city that this gluttonous specter was vanquished. Zhang Yan's countenance grew grave. His eyes filled with trepidation as he continued. It appears that the two villages, along with Lord Zhang's disappearance, are all linked to this gluttonous specter, and not the work of demons, but rather an aberration. The power of this gluttonous specter may have already ascended to the realm of Grandmaster. My lord, we cannot allow this gluttonous specter to continue its unchecked growth. Otherwise, we shall face endless repercussions. Where is the gluttonous specter located? Chu Xiu turned to the constable and inquired in a low voice. Report, my lord, the gluttonous phantom is at the Qifeng Inn, the constable, grasping the gravity of the situation, responded urgently. My lord, I am aware of the location of the Qifeng Inn. I shall guide you there at once. Zhong Yin addressed Chu Xiu. Very well, lead the way. We shall proceed to the Qifeng Inn immediately. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and said. Zhang Yan's figure shifted, employing lightness skills as he swiftly departed towards the 6 doors outside Qinyan County. Chu Xiu stepped forward, following Zhong Yin at a measured pace, maintaining a single step behind as they made their way toward the Qifeng Inn. After a moment, Zhang Yin halted and pointed to the inn in the distance, saying, My lord, this is the Qifeng Inn. Very well, you shall wait for me here while I enter to address this gluttonous intrigue. Chu Xiu nodded and strode towards the Qifeng Inn with a commanding presence. My lord, I shall accompany you inside. Zhong Yin gritted his teeth and followed closely behind Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu entered the Qifeng Inn in silence, his strides resolute. Upon entering the inn's grand hall, he beheld a corpulent figure, tall and rotund, clad in coarse garments stained with blood and grease. This portly individual, resembling a chef with his round face and large ears, was engrossed in a feast, devouring food voraciously. Meanwhile, the innkeeper and his attendants trembled in apprehension, having discerned the unusual demeanor of the glutton. The man's belly appeared to be an abyss, having already consumed the fare of 3 tables yet still yearning for more. Your Excellency. Upon noticing Chu Xiu adorned in the silver insignia of a captain from the 6 doors, the innkeeper's face lit up with ecstatic recognition, and he hurriedly bowed in reverence. I pay my respects, Your Excellency. The other staff members, too, offered their respectful greetings to Chu Xiu. You may all withdraw. Regardless of any sounds you may hear, do not return. Chu Xiu's gaze remained fixed on the rotund figure before him, his expression tranquil as he spoke. Yes, I shall take my leave immediately. The innkeeper responded, flustered, as he hurriedly led his attendants out of the tavern. The head of the silver badge guard from the 6 gates appeared, and it was evident that this portly man was no ordinary individual. The rotund man, upon Chu Xiu's arrival, seemed utterly oblivious, his attention solely consumed by the array of dishes before him, as he continued to devour them with fervor. In a short span, the table was stripped bare of all its offerings. Innkeeper, bring forth more dishes. I am famished, he bellowed, retrieving a silver ingot weighing 10 taels from his sleeve and slamming it onto the table, as if he had not eaten in 3 days and nights. His voice laced with indignation. Yet, the innkeeper had long since departed. Even Zhong Yan, who had entered with Chu Xiu, quietly slipped away when the innkeeper and his company exited. Within the inn, only Chu Xiu and the rotund man remained. Innkeeper, where are you? The rotund man, sensing no reply, lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon spotting Chu Xiu, a sinister grin crept across his lips, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze filled with avarice as he declared, Food. I see food. No sooner had he spoken than the rotund man lunged at Chu Xiu like a bolt of lightning, akin to a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, fierce and menacing. Indeed, he was at the Grand Master level. Although he had only just stepped into this realm, his vital energy was exceedingly robust, having been entirely devoted to nurturing his physical form through consumption. Despite lacking training in any rigorous martial arts, he was likely even more formidable than a Grandmaster who had undergone foundational training. As the rotund man charged, an explosive surge of vital energy erupted from him in that instant. Chu Xiu's brows furrowed, and his right hand discreetly moved to grasp the hilt of the blade at his waist. Boom. Suddenly, Chu Xiu drew his blade with a swift motion. A flash of cold steel erupted within the inn, akin to a dazzling white ribbon. It harbored an immensely powerful innate true energy, descending upon the rotund figure with lethal intent. Bang! As the blade struck, the stout man was sent flying by Chu Xiu's might. However, to Chu Xiu's astonishment, the blow merely left a white mark upon the man's body. Not even a scratch marred his skin. as unyielding as iron. It is noteworthy that Chu Xiu employed only the perfected pure yang sword technique, without even resorting to the severing heaven seven blades. Yet, with the innate true energy refined from his 9 sons' true skill, one would expect such a brute, devoid of any martial training, to be cleaved in twain. Indeed, if the uncanny were so easily dealt with, it would cease to be uncanny. Such formidable defenses could rival those of a martial artist at the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm. Chu Xiu furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "I am so hungry." Truly famished, the rotund figure rose once more, lunging towards Chu Xiu with even greater speed this time. It was as though he had realized that Chu Xiu was far from the simple adversary he had previously encountered. The 7th blade of the skies, the first strike. As Chu Xiu beheld the approaching figure of the rotund man, his expression grew earnest. With a deft flourish of the long blade in his grasp, he unleashed the first strike of the celestial severing 7 blades, executed at its pinnacle level. A dazzling arc of light emanated from the blade, descending towards the portly adversary. The rotund man's form came to a halt, mere inches away from Chu Xiu. With a swift motion, Chu Xiu retreated to a distance of 10 feet. Gradually sheathing his long blade, cracks appeared upon the corpulent figure before him, resembling shattered porcelain. Yet, not a single drop of blood oozed forth from within. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed through the air. The blade wielded by Chu Xiu, imbued with an ethereal energy, caused the rotund figure to shatter completely, disintegrating into a heap of flesh. Remarkably, within this mass, there was an absence of blood. Instead, it shimmered with an uncanny luminescence, akin to rare gemstones. Clearly, this bizarre entity no longer harbored any sanguinescence. A celestial inscription materialized before him, stomach of gluttony, green. This inscription could either be plundered or transmuted into destiny points. The stomach of gluttony signifies an eternal state of hunger, possessing exceptional digestive capabilities, enabling effortless extraction of energy from sustenance to augment oneself. The extermination of the ferocious and malevolent gluttonous beast awarded Chu Xiu an impressive 7,987 destiny points. A series of notification panels emerged in his vision. From the destiny points alone, Chu Xiu discerned that this gluttonous beast had undoubtedly consumed a multitude of souls, thus earning its notoriety for profound transgressions. Stomach of gluttony? Upon encountering this celestial inscription, Chu Xiu fell into contemplation. The resilience of the gluttonous beast was astonishing. Not even the slightest mark remained from his initial strikes, and its defenses were impenetrable, illuminating the extraordinary nature of the stomach of gluttony. However, the description of the inscription instilled a moment of hesitation within Chu Xiu. No, this stomach of gluttony was merely a green inscription. He could undoubtedly elevate it to a blue inscription. At that point, the adverse effects might vanish entirely. Plunder. Resolutely, Chu Xiu declared. It would be utterly implausible to claim that he felt no allure towards the effects bestowed by the stomach of gluttony. Presently, he possessed the innate qualities of golden muscles and jade bones, with vitality flowing like a river, both blue inscriptions that epitomize the path of physical refinement. Should he augment himself further with an inscription that fortifies his flesh and skin to an indomitable state, his potential for physical mastery would attain a sublime perfection. In an instant, an enigmatic force surged within Chu Xiu, coalescing towards his abdomen, ushering forth an extraordinary transformation. The size of his stomach remained unchanged, yet it felt as though it had been rendered capable of containing all things, evolving into an authentic bottomless pit. So hungry, Chu Xiu felt an incessant secretion of gastric acid, leaving him overwhelmingly ravenous, yearning to consume everything in sight. The system alerted him, gastric gluttony activated. Chu Xiu endured the gnawing hunger in his stomach and mused internally. Once again, an enigmatic force surged forth, flooding into Chu Xiu's gluttonous belly, instantly alleviating his sense of hunger. It felt as though his stomach had expanded. Yet, no gastric acid was secreted, nor did any sensation of hunger arise. Having successfully expended 10,000 life points, the gluttonous stomach, green, evolved into the devouring stomach, blue. Devouring stomach, possessing an unimaginable capacity for digestion, it can consume metals and ores, deriving energy from them to enhance its own strength and defense. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and leisurely walked toward the entrance of the Qifeng Inn. "My lord, has the gluttonous specter been vanquished?" Upon seeing Chu Xiu emerge, Zhang Yin, who had been anxiously on edge, revealed a look of delight and hurriedly approached him, inquiring earnestly. The innkeeper and others also gazed at Chu Xiu with expressions of trepidation, having learned from Zhang Yin that the rotund figure was, in fact, A most peculiar and terrifying specter. Had it not been for Chu Xiu's timely arrival, they might have fallen prey to the gluttonous creature, becoming mere sustenance for the beast. The gluttonous specter has been eradicated by this official. With an expression of calm indifference, Chu Xiu spoke, "My lord, I have heard that while the devouring beast is indeed fearsome, its flesh and blood, once slain, serve as the finest materials for forging weapons. If this devouring beast has already ascended to the Grandmaster realm, its remains could be utilized to craft weapons of the 4th or even 5th tier." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin revealed a look of relief. Suddenly, he recalled something and advised Chu Xiu, "My lord, you may wish to bring the entire flesh and blood of the devouring beast back to the 6 gates in the county, allowing the master craftsman there to forge a weapon of unparalleled sharpness for you." "Oh?" Chu Xiu said with a hint of curiosity. "Does the flesh of this gluttonous phantom possess such capabilities?" Although he could currently devour metal to derive energy and enhance his strength and defense, the thought of consuming the flesh of this gluttonous phantom was repugnant to him. After all, it had devoured many souls. However, utilizing it to forge weapons was not out of the question. "My lord, I can dispatch individuals to collect all of this flesh and assist you in transporting it back to the 6 doors of the county," Zhang Yin replied with utmost respect. From Chu Xiu's expression, he could ascertain that this gluttonous phantom had indeed reached the Grandmaster realm. The fact that Chu Xiu had slain a creature of such caliber was ample proof of his capability to address the crisis in Qingjin County. As a prodigy of the 6 doors, he dared not show even a trace of disrespect. "Very well. I entrust you with the responsibility of gathering the flesh of these gluttonous phantoms." With a fleeting remark, Chu Xiu vanished without a trace. The lord, upon witnessing Chu Xiu's abrupt departure, momentarily stood in a daze, only to swiftly regain his composure, surmising that there must have been a significant discovery prompting such a sudden exit. In the western city, within an expansive and sprawling estate, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Smoke wafted throughout the estate, imparting an unsettling aura. Almost every corner was populated by a throng of individuals, men, women, elders, and children, all exhibiting vacant stares as they sat upon the ground, reciting the tenets of the Black Lotus sect. The number of these souls had swelled to several thousand within a remarkably brief span, signifying the rapid proliferation of the sect within Qingjin County. Suddenly, a figure clad in black darted to the depths of the estate, kneeling before the study with an expression of reverence, and announced, reporting to the incense master, "The gluttonous phantom has perished." "The gluttonous phantom has perished?" A benevolent-looking elder in black robes, whose countenance bore an air of compassion, emerged from the study, his brow furrowing in concern. "Has someone from the 6 doors of Songlong County arrived?" "Indeed, master," replied the black-clad figure with utmost respect. "The gluttonous phantom was slain within an inn by a silver medallion captain from the 6 doors of Songlong County." "A silver medallion captain?" A glint of coldness flashed in the elder's eyes as he remarked, "It appears that an unparalleled genius has graced us from the 6 doors of Songlong County." "Perfectly. We shall utilize this prodigious talent to herald the emergence of our Black Lotus sect." "Is that so just by your means?" A voice, devoid of warmth, echoed from a distance. Chu Xiu was unaware of when he had already perched upon the distant eaves, gazing down with an expression of indifference at the old man in the black robe. His lightness of foot was indeed impressive, as he had managed to infiltrate the estate without a sound. The old man's face broke into a faint smile as he looked at Chu Xiu and said, "If you are willing to join our Black Lotus sect, I shall spare your life. Furthermore, I could even recommend you to the sect leader. Our Black Lotus sect holds great regard for exceptional talents such as yourself. With your innate gifts, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to become a candidate for our Holy Son, or even the revered Holy Son, second only to the sect leader. And you think you are worthy?" A trace of disdain flickered across Chu Xiu's cheeks as he stepped forward, executing the heavenly demon 8 steps, seemingly shifting through the void. Akin to Feng Su riding the winds, advancing towards the position of the old man in the black robe. The long blade in his hand was already unsheathed, slicing towards the black-robed elder with a single strike. This blow was imbued with the essence of the 7 swords of heaven severing. 7 swords of heaven severing? The old man mused, recognizing it as the first sword of the fully realized technique. "No wonder you were able to slay the gluttonous phantom. However, do you truly believe I came unprepared?" The black-robed elder let out a cold chuckle, commanding, "Come forth." One by one, figures clad in black emerged from the shadowy corners of the surroundings, 9 in total. Each of these individuals bore hollow gazes, resembling mere puppets. Yet, the aura emanating from them was overwhelmingly formidable. Each one was a pinnacle existence at the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. The 9 black-clad figures stood resolutely in front of the black-robed elder. One of them, wielding a black spear, advanced to meet Chu Xiu's strike. Boom! A deafening crash resonated throughout the entire estate. The black-clad figure did not retreat an inch. Black Lotus warrior? Chu Xiu was forcefully propelled backward, landing several meters away on the ground. His gaze sharpened as he discerned the appearances of the 9 figures clad in black. It was evident to him that these were puppets crafted by the Black Lotus sect, known as Black Lotus warriors. It is said that each Black Lotus warrior is a martial artist controlled by the mental techniques of the Black Lotus sect. These warriors feel no pain and fear not death. However, what is particularly terrifying about the Black Lotus warriors is that, despite lacking intellect, they possess the ability to cultivate independently, provided they are supplied with the necessary resources. Their cultivation speed is alarmingly rapid. Indeed, these Black Lotus warriors were forged by my own hands. Their strength surpasses that which they possessed prior to becoming Black Lotus warriors. The elderly man in the black robe gazed greedily at Chu Xiu and remarked, "Your innate talent is far superior to theirs. The Black Lotus warriors you create will undoubtedly be even more formidable. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to reach the martial sage realm or even the mythical realm. At that time, I too shall have the opportunity to become a protector of our Black Lotus sect, or even a hall master." Chu Xiu smiled serenely, maintaining an air of composure throughout. "I shall grant you one more opportunity. If you submit now and join our Black Lotus sect, I can not only spare you from becoming a Black Lotus warrior, but also recommend you." The old man in the black robe spoke with a steady and powerful voice. "There is little point in further discourse if our sentiments do not align." With a sudden movement, Chu Xiu lunged toward the 9 Black Lotus warriors. "Seize him. Remember, do not kill him," commanded the elder in the black robe, his expression darkening. "Understood." The 9 Black Lotus warriors responded in unison, surrounding Chu Xiu with intent to subdue. However, under the elder's orders, they did not dare to strike at Chu Xiu's vital points. Instead, they aimed to exhaust his innate true energy before capturing him alive. Yet, in the face of the 9 ninth-tier grandmasters, Chu Xiu maintained an air of calm, employing the 8 steps of the heavenly demon to deftly evade their relentless assaults. Observing Chu Xiu's ease in navigating their attacks, the elder's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he coldly instructed, "Do not hold back any longer. Eliminate him directly." "Yes." The 9 Black Lotus warriors shouted with a fierce determination. Their strikes grew increasingly formidable, shedding any semblance of restraint. "Now it is time for me to take action. Do they truly believe that this is all the strength I possess?" Chu Xiu shook his head, unleashing a torrent of 9 yang true energy that erupted from his being, radiating an intensity so fierce it seemed capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. In a swift motion, he lunged towards a Black Lotus warrior. In that instant, a terrifying flash of blade light materialized. With a single stroke, a head was severed. With each swing of his long sword, another Black Lotus warrior's head soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, 9 Black Lotus warriors lay slain at Chu Xiu's feet. Witnessing this scene, the old man in the black robe's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Bring forth all our forces to encircle and eliminate him." Despite his fervent command, he retreated, creating distance between himself and Chu Xiu. Figures began to emerge from various corners of the estate. Within moments, hundreds of Black Lotus disciples had enveloped Chu Xiu. Moreover, these individuals were the true disciples of the Black Lotus sect. The ancient matriarch, the origins of the void, the Black Lotus descending to the mortal realm, its followers rising up. From within the estate, those who had been ensnared by the Black Lotus sect, men, women, and children alike, seemed to awaken from a trance, frantically chanting slogans as they surged towards this location. Countless individuals converged around the courtyard. Those unable to push through stood within, their eyes fiercely fixed upon Chu Xiu. "You are truly damned. The disciples of the Black Lotus sect must perish." At this moment, fury surged within Chu Xiu. His gaze filled with murderous intent as he turned towards the black-robed elder, his voice dripping with malice. "Kill him." The elder's expression darkened, his tone icy and devoid of emotion. "Kill." A master-level disciple of the Black Lotus sect bellowed, charging towards Chu Xiu. Following closely behind, hundreds of disciples rushed forth, each one undeterred by the prospect of death, their minds thoroughly indoctrinated by the doctrines of the Black Lotus sect, entirely oblivious to fear. "Kill." With a swift motion, Chu Xiu charged towards the hundreds of disciples of the Black Lotus sect. With each strike of his blade, several heads of the Black Lotus disciples soared into the air. Even when besieged by this multitude, Chu Xiu did not retreat an inch. I shall see how long your innate true energy can sustain you. As a martial artist at the master level, it won't be long before your innate true energy is completely depleted. At that point, I shall surely refine you into a Black Lotus warrior to compensate for the loss of my 9 Black Lotus warriors. The old man in the black robe observed Chu Xiu mercilessly slaughtering the disciples of the Black Lotus sect, showing no sign of compassion. It was as if these disciples were mere expendables in his hand. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips as he coldly remarked. However, contrary to the expectations of the old man in the black robe, Chu Xiu exhibited an inexhaustible and ceaseless innate vital energy. In less than the span of a stick of incense, he eliminated all hundreds of disciples of the Black Lotus sect. Following the demise of these disciples, numerous citizens of Qingyun County, who adhered to the teachings of the Black Lotus sect, began to surge into the courtyard, charging towards Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu's expression remained calm as he stepped forward, vanishing from his location. Unlike the hundreds of disciples of the Black Lotus sect, these citizens of Qingyun County, misled by the sect, still had a chance for redemption. Chu Xiu was not a person who reveled in bloodshed, and thus, he would not take the lives of these ordinary folk. Old dog, die before me. With a swift stroke, Chu Xiu lunged forward, directing his blade towards the elderly man clad in black robes. The old man's face betrayed a look of sheer terror, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Do not claim that as a warrior of the Master Realm, you could endure until this moment. Even if you were at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster Realm, you could not have sustained this long." Despite his words, his movements were anything but sluggish. After all, the black-robed elder was a figure of significant stature within the Black Lotus sect. In a flash, he ascended into the air like a streak of black lightning, darting towards the nearby rooftop with remarkable speed. At that instant, the power he exhibited was evidently superior to that of the 9 Black Lotus warriors. Not only had the black-robed elder reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster Realm, but his true strength far exceeded that of the Black Lotus warriors. Yet, he appeared to be utterly paralyzed by fear, behaving as if he were terrified for his life. Throughout the encounter, he refrained from making any counterattack and was now fleeing in fright from Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu had perfected the 8 steps of the celestial demon, and in the blink of an eye, he had caught up to the old man in the black robe, appearing atop the eaves. He was merely a yard away from the old man. Suddenly, the old man exclaimed, "Soul enchantment technique." He turned around, and a brilliant light shot forth from his eyes, seemingly possessing the power to seize one's very soul, hurtling towards Chu Xiu. It felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. Chu Xiu stood motionless upon the eaves, his eyes becoming hollow. The old man in the black robe laughed heartily, his voice filled with triumphant satisfaction. With a greedy gaze fixed upon Chu Xiu, he proclaimed, "What of the unparalleled genius of the 6 doors? From this moment forth, you shall become my Black Lotus warrior. Though you have slain many of my disciples and even vanquished my 9 esteemed Black Lotus warriors, it matters not. Your singular prowess surpasses them 100-fold. The greater your talent and strength, the more my delight shall grow. Do you truly believe that, as the incense master of the Black Lotus sect, I am so feeble? Do you think I fear you? I have awaited this opportunity, the very moment you let your guard down." No sooner had he spoken than, "Show." A long blade pierced through the old man's chest, crimson blood dripping from the edge. A look of astonishment crossed his face as he gazed at Chu Xiu in disbelief, his voice weak and trembling. You are not ensnared by my enchanting technique? You are not foolish? Could it be that I am?" He faltered. "You scheme against me, yet have I not also plotted against you?" Chu Xiu's cheeks revealed a hint of derision as he remarked, "It appears that I am indeed superior." He had long sensed that something was amiss. This old dog did not resemble a fragrant master of the Black Lotus sect in the slightest. Instead of taking action, he chose to flee, clearly intending to scheme against him. Chu Xiu decided to play along, feigning a lack of caution towards the old man in the black robe. The moment the elder uttered the incantation of the soul enchantment technique, Chu Xiu sensed something amiss and bit down on his tongue. After all, the Black Lotus sect was renowned for its mastery of spiritual arts. Otherwise, it could not have so easily seduced countless citizens. The old man in the black robe opened his mouth, intending to say something further, yet his words failed him. With a sudden tilt of his head, he succumbed to death. "You have discovered a destiny trait. Extraordinary soul, white. Extraordinary soul. Your soul is innately more potent than that of ordinary beings, with exceptional mental fortitude. Destiny traits can be plundered and solidified. You have slain the deeply sinful incense master of the Black Lotus sect, along with numerous disciples, earning a reward of 563 destiny points. Plunder. With a glimmer in his eyes, Chu Xiu felt an involuntary rush of joy. Not only had he acquired over 40,000 destiny points, but he was also graced with the rare white attribute of an exceptional soul. This singular white attribute would enable him to elevate his destiny points to blue attributes, and eventually ascend to purple and even golden attributes. The enhancement of one's soul is notoriously challenging. The Black Lotus sect instills fear not merely due to its reputation, but largely because of its profound spiritual martial arts legacy. What he faced this time was merely a minor priest of the Black Lotus sect. Should he encounter a protector, a hall master, or even an elder from their ranks, a mere glance could potentially ensnare his very soul. However, armed with a formidable soul, the prowess of these Black Lotus masters would hold little sway over him. He would even possess the ability to select spiritual martial arts for cultivation from the 6 doors, acquiring both offensive and defensive spiritual capabilities. In a moment of clarity, Chu Xiu felt as though he had experienced an enlightening epiphany. It was as if he had never felt such ease before. The union of his corporeal and ethereal selves grew ever more intimate. In fact, a thread of spiritual energy began to emerge. With this nascent force, he could perceive everything within a radius of several meters with utmost clarity, even with his eyes closed, like an extension of his vision. However, the extraordinary nature of his soul remained merely a white text entry, unable to catalyze a transformation within him. At best, it allowed his spirit to become more refined, giving birth to a strand of spiritual energy. Chu Xiu slowly withdrew the long blade from the body of the black-robed elder. Marveling at how the blade remained pristine and unstained with blood, he exclaimed in awe, "The blade of the Black Tiger Gang's leader is indeed remarkable." Having spoken, Chu Xiu moved swiftly, descending from the eaves into the courtyard below. The old Mother of No Life, the hometown of the Void. Even though the black-robed elder had met his demise at Chu Xiu's hand, the citizens of Qingyun County, incited by the Black Lotus sect, continued to rush at him in a frenzy, shouting slogans. However, these townsfolk were predominantly ordinary individuals and posed no threat to Chu Xiu. "Stand down." With a graceful wave of his sleeve, Chu Xiu unleashed an overwhelming surge of innate true energy, sweeping towards the throng of citizens from Qingyun County who charged at him. In an instant, dozens of these townsfolk were sent flying, colliding with those behind them and toppling them to the ground. This strike, of course, was not intended to inflict genuine harm upon these misled innocents. With purposeful strides, Chu Xiu made his way towards the room within the courtyard. This chamber was none other than the study from which the old man in the black robe had first emerged. Surely, the means to restore the consciousness of the people of Qingyun County lay within these walls. Upon entering the study, Chu Xiu beheld a statue prominently displayed within. The figure, entirely black and seemingly carved from obsidian, possessed an air of dignified compassion, surrounded by an ethereal glow. The statue of the Black Lotus Mother radiated an aura of benevolence, embodying the essence of universal salvation. Indeed, the statue of the Black Lotus Mother was here. A cold gleam flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he stepped forward. Appearing before the statue of the Black Lotus Mother, drawing his sword, he struck down with a single, decisive blow. Boom! The radiant, otherworldly light enveloping the Black Lotus Mother could not possibly withstand the might of Chu Xiu's blade, shattering upon contact as it fell upon the statue. Instantly, the statue crumbled into countless fragments, and all traces of the divine vanished without a trace. You have destroyed a statue of the Black Lotus Mother, saving thousands of citizens in Qingyun County, and received a reward of 23,821 points of destiny value. A prompt appeared before Chu Xiu. Upon seeing it, a smile graced his cheeks. He had finally accumulated enough destiny value to upgrade a blue attribute to a purple one. Moreover, he had more than enough. Even the outstanding soul attribute, previously white, could now be elevated to blue. A mere glance at the data panel revealed that his destiny value had surged to 111 for 121. How did I end up here? What place is this? I only remember my prayers to the Black Lotus Mother, yet I cannot recall anything beyond that. I feel the same. Could it be that we were ensnared by the Black Lotus Mother? At the moment the statue of the Black Lotus Mother shattered, the citizens of Qingyun County within the estate regained their senses, their faces etched with confusion. Soon, they began to piece together the likely connection to the statue. Indeed, you have all been bewitched by the Black Lotus cult, subjected to the control of the Black Lotus Mother-esque statue. Fortunately, the statue's hold over you has been brief. Otherwise, even I would have been powerless to save you. Chu Xiu strode out of the study with a commanding presence, his voice deep and resonant as he proclaimed, From this moment forth, you shall become fervent devotees of the Black Lotus sect, channeling your faith to the Holy Mother of Black Lotus. You will transform into true, soulless beings. Indeed, it is the Black Lotus sect that has ensnared us. I have always sensed something amiss about them. Cursed be they. They truly deserve their fate. A middle-aged man, resplendent in a brocade robe, displayed a look of trepidation on his face before unleashing a torrent of invective. However, he quickly regained his composure and knelt before Chu Xiu, tears of gratitude streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you for saving my life. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for saving my life." Thousands of citizens from Qingyun County, coming to the same realization, likewise knelt before Chu Xiu, their hearts brimming with gratitude as they echoed his sentiments. With a serene smile, Chu Xiu stepped forward, soaring into the air and landing gracefully upon the eaves of a nearby building. With another step, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, within the estate, thousands of citizens from Qingyun County continued to express their heartfelt gratitude for Chu Xiu's life-saving intervention. After a moment, outside the 6 doors of Qingyun County, Zhong Yin stood at the entrance alongside a group of officers, a hint of concern etched upon his face. Chu Xiu seemingly materialized before Zhong Yin and the others. "Greetings, my lord," Zhong Yin said, a great weight lifting from his heart at the sight of Chu Xiu, his expression reflecting a profound sense of relief as he bowed in respect. "No need for formalities." Chu Xiu waved his hand and said, "Thank you, my lord." Zhong Yin replied, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face, as if he was about to inquire about Chu Xiu's recent whereabouts. "I have already eradicated all the disciples of the Black Lotus sect. The emergence of the gluttonous apparition is indeed connected to the Black Lotus sect. It must have been conjured by them. Therefore, the disciples of the Black Lotus sect have been secretly monitoring the gluttonous apparition. From its initial appearance to its manifestation within the county, it has undoubtedly been guided by the disciples of the Black Lotus sect. This case can now be closed." With a mere glance, Chu Xiu discerned the inquiry lingering in Zhong Yan's mind and spoke with a calm demeanor. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yan's face illuminated with overwhelming joy as he expressed his gratitude alongside a group of constables from the 6 doors of Qingyun County. As for the citizens who had been ensnared by the Black Lotus sect's manipulations, they have regained their senses. Thanks to my timely destruction of the statue of the Black Lotus Holy Mother, there shall be no further issues. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu turned to Zhong Yin and continued, "The crisis in Qingyun County has now been resolved, and it is time for me to depart. My lord, would you not consider resting for a night in our Qingyun County? It would allow me to extend the courtesy of a host to you." The county magistrate, upon learning of the resolution of our crisis, would surely wish to personally attend to your needs. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yin cautiously replied, "There is no need. Bring forth my black-scaled steed. I must return to the prefecture. Upon my return, I shall provide an account of the circumstances in Qingyun County, and the prefecture will dispatch a new silver-ranked constable along with another bronze-ranked constable to assist." Chu Xiu shook his head, declining Zhong Yan's kind offer. Indeed, a look of regret appeared on Zhong Yan's face as he spoke. A constable from the 6 doors of Qingyun County hastily entered the premises, leading out the black-scaled horse for Chu Xiu. In a short while, the constable emerged, guiding the black-scaled horse, which bore 2 black packages on either side. "My lord, this is your black-scaled horse. These 2 packages contain the flesh and blood of the gluttonous specter," the constable said, his expression filled with reverence. "Very well. I shall take my leave now." Chu Xiu took hold of the reins of the black-scaled horse, mounted gracefully, and directed the steed towards the grand entrance of Qingyun County. "We bid you farewell, my lord," cried Zhong Yin and a group of officers from the 6 doors, kneeling in reverence. He could scarcely believe that the crisis afflicting Qingyun County had indeed been resolutely resolved by Chu Xiu, the silver badge captain. It is likely that few among the gold badge captains possess such formidable prowess as his. This is the unparalleled genius of the 6 doors. Upon his return, it is inevitable that Chu Xiu will ascend to the esteemed rank of gold badge captain. After a brief interlude, Chu Xiu had already departed from Qingyun County atop his black-scaled steed, now appearing on the official road several dozen miles away. His gaze fell upon the data panel. Destiny attributes: Jiuyang sacred body, gold; aristocratic young master, blue; golden tendons and jade bones, blue; innate wisdom root, blue; carefree wind control, blue; vitality like a river, blue; blade path prodigy, blue; master of both fist and foot, blue; gluttonous stomach, blue; extraordinary soul, white; destiny value 111. For 21 with my current destiny value, I can upgrade one blue attribute to a purple one. Hence, I must choose the most cost-effective option. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he proclaimed, "Comprehension is, without a doubt, the most vital aspect at any moment. As long as my understanding improves, my speed in grasping martial arts will see a significant enhancement. Therefore, this time, I shall prioritize the opportunity to elevate the purple attribute in favor of my comprehension." With this thought, Chu Xiu made a resolute decision and declared in his mind, "System, enhance my innate wisdom." Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, in that fleeting moment, Chu Xiu felt as though his comprehension surged dramatically, akin to having ingested a miraculous elixir that heightened one's insight. His understanding had intensified by more than tenfold. It is essential to note that his current level of comprehension was already remarkably profound, with even the slightest hint leading to a deeper understanding. However, at this instant, Chu Xiu possessed the ability to draw analogies and innovate with exceptional acuity. Whether it was the 9 Yang True Art, the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, the 7 Cuts of Heaven, the 8 Steps of the Demon, or even the pure Yang Sword Intent, an overwhelming tide of realizations flooded his mind. The experience was nothing short of ethereal. As if flowers rained from the heavens and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. This extraordinary state lasted a full half-hour. Only when he was less than 100 miles from the city of Tsanglong did Chu Xiu slowly open his eyes. The expression on his face had transformed from surprise to sheer ecstasy. He had successfully consumed 100,000 points of celestial fate value, upgrading his innate wisdom, blue, to unparalleled brilliance, purple. Unparalleled brilliance. Your comprehension transcends the ordinary. Any technique can be grasped with a mere glance, and sudden insights come to you as effortlessly as eating or drinking. One by one, prompt boxes appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. You have chosen wisely. His 9 Yang True Art and 8 Steps of the Demon had both evolved from the Great Perfection stage to the Full Perfection stage. The 7 Cuts of Heaven had advanced from the 2nd Cut's Minor Perfection to Full Perfection, and even the 3rd Cut had reached the Great Perfection stage. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist had progressed from the first move of Hell's Great Perfection to Full Perfection, while the second move of the Hungry Ghost Path had achieved Minor Perfection. Additionally, the pure Yang Sword Intent had surged from 20% to 30%. The Divine Elephant Suppression Technique's particle cultivation would also become considerably easier. Previously, the method I employed for particle cultivation was far too rudimentary. There is still room for further refinement. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and exclaimed with amazement. To elevate one's perception from a blue attribute to a purple attribute grants such formidable insight. If I were to advance the purple attribute to a golden one, to what terrifying heights would my understanding ascend? Would it be possible to grasp the essence of various martial arts with just a single glance? Pausing for a moment, he contemplated the remaining 11,421 points of destiny value in his mind and declared, "System, enhance my exceptional soul." Upgrading it to a blue attribute at once. The transition from a white attribute to a green one requires 1,000 destiny points, while advancing from green to blue necessitates 10,000. He found that his current destiny points were precisely sufficient. Chu Xiu would naturally not let these destiny points go to waste. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu felt his soul beginning to undergo a profound transformation, as if it were ascending from mere spirit to a divine essence. The metamorphosis rendered it remarkably refined. This was the true evolution of the soul. Accompanying this transformation, Chu Xiu sensed a certain enhancement in his understanding, although this increment was not particularly noticeable due to his already unparalleled level of insight. However, his mental prowess surged dramatically. It expanded from a radius of several zhang to that of dozens. Within this expansive area, any subtle movement of the wind or grass was under his meticulous control. He successfully expended 11,000 points of destiny value, elevating his outstanding soul, white, to an innate divine soul, blue. Innate divine soul, possessing formidable mental strength. It provides a significant boost to understanding and demonstrates extraordinary talent in the cultivation of mental martial arts. A prompt box once again appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. With a raised eyebrow, Chu Xiu gazed at the distant wisps of smoke curling into the sky, a look of astonishment flickering across his face as he remarked, "How could there be a village near this official road?" When he journeyed from the county town to Qingyan County, he had traversed this very path and had not noticed any villages in the vicinity. Yet now, at dusk, he had stumbled upon one. This was undeniably peculiar. After pondering for a moment, Chu Xiu resolved to investigate further. His fate value had dwindled to a mere 421 points. It was time to replenish it. Chu Xiu immediately mounted his black-scaled steed and ventured off the main road, taking a narrow path towards the rising smoke in the distance. Before long, Chu Xiu beheld a lively village, with wisps of smoke curling gracefully into the sky. Along the winding paths of the fields, villagers, in small groups, carried their farming tools homeward, their laughter and chatter filling the air. Occasionally, the sounds of crowing roosters and barking dogs punctuated the serene atmosphere. Barefoot children frolicked between the cottages, their joyous laughter echoing throughout the village. Before Chu Xiu unfolded a picturesque pastoral scene reminiscent of the idyllic peach blossom spring. Chu Xiu halted several hundred meters from the village, fastening the reins of his black-scaled horse to a towering tree before striding purposefully toward the village. In a mere moment, he arrived at the entrance of the village. A villager, in his 30s or 40s with an earnest demeanor, approached him with warmth and said, "It is our honor to welcome a distinguished guest to Li Family Village. Tonight, we have the pleasure of celebrating a joyous occasion." The village children gazed at Chu Xiu with innocent eyes, a mixture of curiosity and trepidation evident in their expressions. A joyous occasion? A flicker of intrigue passed through Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke. Indeed, today marks the joyous occasion of the village chief's youngest son's celebration. As fate would have it, the villager nodded in agreement, guiding Chu Xiu deeper into the village while saying, "I shall escort you to the chief's residence. He will undoubtedly be overjoyed to learn of your presence. Thank you for your kindness." With a respectful gesture, Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude to the villagers, saying, "You are too kind, esteemed guests. We are simply delighted that you do not mind the humble fare of our rustic abode, the coarse tea and mediocre wine." The villagers shook their heads in modesty as they escorted Chu Xiu to the largest residence in the village. The entire house was adorned with a festive atmosphere, festooned with vibrant red lanterns and embellished with auspicious characters. At that moment, the village chief, having received the news, emerged from his home accompanied by his family. After exchanging pleasantries, the chief arranged for Chu Xiu to have a place to rest in his home, allowing him a moment of respite as he awaited the commencement of the wedding banquet. Meanwhile, the villagers of Li Family Village began to gather at the chief's residence, bustling with preparations for the celebration. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had darkened completely. The sounds of gongs and drums, along with the crackling of firecrackers, resonated throughout the village in a continuous symphony. Chu Xiu stood at the entrance of the village chief's home, observing the lively scene before him. The vibrant, crimson lanterns hung like blood-red orbs, evoking an inexplicable sense of trepidation within him. A lingering feeling of eeriness enveloped the atmosphere, intensifying with each passing moment. As the couple performed their ceremonial bows, first to heaven and earth, then to their esteemed parents, followed by their mutual vows, the final invocation from the officiant heralded their entrance into the bridal chamber. Chu Xiu gazed at the bride adorned in her blood-red wedding gown, reminiscent of a brilliant lantern. It was only when she vanished from his sight that he withdrew his gaze. At this moment, the village chief began to usher the guests to their seats. The attendees were predominantly villagers, with Chu Xiu being the sole outsider. Thus, the village chief personally invited him to take a seat. "Esteemed guest, in this remote mountain village, we lack an abundance of exquisite delicacies to offer. Should there be any shortcomings in our hospitality, I kindly ask for your understanding," the village chief expressed with a hint of remorse. Chu Xiu graciously replied, "Your hospitality is more than sufficient. To partake in the joyous occasion of the Li Family Village and to enjoy a cup of local rice wine is indeed a great honor for me." Chu Xiu smiled faintly and addressed the village chief. "Tonight, the drinks are on the house. Esteemed guests may indulge freely." The village chief patted his chest and responded with a beaming smile, "Much appreciated. He need not concern himself with me," and proceeded to attend to the other guests. Chu Xiu smiled softly and said, "Very well." The village chief nodded in acknowledgement and turned to greet the other guests. A succession of exquisite dishes began to grace the table. Contrary to the village chief's earlier remarks, the fare was far from disappointing. It included not only chickens and ducks raised in the wild but also freshly caught river fish and shrimp, as well as mushrooms and wild hares sourced from the nearby mountains. Each dish exuded a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor, greatly stimulating the appetite. Soon, the village chief began to encourage the guests to indulge in meat and drink, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. However, Chu Xiu, remained untouched by the meal, neither lifting his chopsticks nor tasting the wine. Amidst the dazzling array of dishes, what appeared to be a clear and rich rural wine was, in truth, a bizarre crimson. Reminiscent of freshly spilled blood, its hue unsettlingly vivid. The dishes themselves resembled dismembered limbs, thighs, feet, and severed heads. The overwhelming brutality evoked a visceral sensation of horror, sending shivers down one's spine. Had it been anyone else, they might have been paralyzed with fear, their limbs rendered cold and their bodies limp upon the floor. Of course, others might not even discern the true nature of these dishes and wines, were it not for Chuxio's innate divine spirit, a rare gift, which greatly enhanced his mental acuity. He too might have fallen into the trap, consuming the gruesome feast alongside the villagers. Honored guest, why do you not eat? The village chief, seated beside him, placed a head, disheveled and braised to the point of tenderness, directly before him, urging, please partake. This is a nourishing delicacy made with ginseng from the mountains, surely beneficial for a warrior such as yourself. An eerie silence enveloped the hall. All eyes were fixed upon Chuxio, their gazes gradually transforming into a blood-red hue, akin to a multitude of crimson lanterns. Indeed, knowing that I am a warrior, how dare you present me with a human head to consume? With a sigh, Chuxio spoke softly. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the village chief's countenance changed dramatically, transforming him into a monstrous figure radiating overwhelming fury, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, his body decaying and exuding a nauseating stench. It was not just the village chief. Every guest within the grand hall morphed into a similar visage, whether adults or children. The once jubilant and bustling hall instantaneously resembled a realm of torment, terrifying beyond measure. I cannot believe you discern the truth, the village chief exclaimed with a cold snort. Raising both hands, his half-foot-long, jet-black nails glimmered with a chilling and malevolent aura as they advanced toward Chuxio. Kill! Chuxio rose tall and suddenly drew his sword from its sheath, delivering a swift strike towards the village chief. With a thunderous roar, an astonishing flash of light emanated from the blade within the hall. In an instant, the village chief was cleaved in twain by Chuxio's stroke. As the village chief was severed, he transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing from the grand hall. Nevertheless, the multitude of guests, undeterred by fear, surged forward to assail Chuxio. Chuxio wielded his blade with practiced grace, executing the 8 steps of the heavenly demon. Each precise slash through the grand hall felled another grotesquely transformed guest. In mere moments, the vast chamber stood silent, inhabited solely by Chuxio himself. Father! A shrill, ear-piercing shriek erupted from beyond the hall as the groom, now a nightmarish specter of his former self, lunged toward Chuxio with murderous intent. Pathetic, Chuxio murmured, his voice laced with icy disdain. With a slight furrow of his brow, Chuxio effortlessly dispatched the groom with a single stroke of his blade. Regardless of whether they were the bizarrely transformed guests, the village chief, or the groom himself, they were all woefully inadequate. Their prowess was primarily beneath the innate realm, with the strongest groom merely possessing the cultivation of a peak 9th layer grandmaster. Before Chuxio, they were utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could subdue all the anomalies. However, this should not be the case. An anomaly born from a village could not possibly be so feeble. With his sword in hand, Chuxio strode purposefully out of the hall. Upon exiting, he seemed to perceive the true nature of the entire residence. The grounds were strewn with lifeless bodies. Bloodied corpses lay everywhere, with severed limbs and dismembered arms scattered about, evoking a visceral sense of horror within him. Even the more intact remains were recognizable to Chuxio as those of the warm-hearted villagers he had encountered in the hamlet, including innocent children and the village chief. Now, their lifeless forms lay scattered around the estate, including within the hall itself, where similar bodies could also be found. The official grasped the truth. It was not that the entire village had transformed into something sinister. Rather, there existed but one singular malevolence. This malevolence is you, bride. Am I right in my assertion? Chuxio cast his gaze towards a nearby room, a chilling aura emanating from him as he spoke. Within that room, he sensed an extraordinarily terrifying malevolence. If the peculiar being he had just slain was at most a peak 9th level master, then the ominous energy emanating from this place was at least at the pinnacle of a grand master. Moreover, this malevolence appeared to be undergoing a transformation. Once this metamorphosis was complete, this entity might very well ascend to the realm of a martial saint, even at its current state as a peak 9th level grandmaster. Infused with the blood of demons and transformed into a demonic being, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang exuded a less daunting presence than this strange entity. With a soft creak, the door slowly opened. The terrifying malevolence surged forth, rushing violently towards Chuxio. In response, a tremendous wave of vitality erupted from Chuxio, ascending skyward like an expansive canopy, rendering the threatening malevolence powerless against him. Furthermore, under the searing intensity of his life force, which seemed capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. The ominous energy crackled and fizzled. A red-embroidered shoe entered Chu Xiu's line of sight, followed by a long, graceful leg. Emerging from the room was a woman clad in red, possessing an unparalleled beauty and an extraordinary presence. This enchanting figure was none other than the bride of the evening. What astonished Chu Xiu even more was the existence of such a breathtaking beauty in this remote wilderness. A secluded village. More importantly, Chu Xiu could perceive with utmost clarity that although the woman in red exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence and was shrouded in an oppressive gloom, there was not a trace of foul odor emanating from her, nor the slightest hint of decay. On the contrary, beneath the backdrop of her blood-red wedding gown, there radiated an aura of sanctity and purity. With a fleeting glance, Chu Xiu beheld the scene within the room. There, the groom lay intact amidst a pool of blood, his eyes brimming with despair and unwillingness. It seemed as though his gaze was fixed upon Chu Xiu. Damn you! All martial artists deserve to perish. Were it not for your kind, the entirety of our village would not have met such a fate. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. All martial artists must die. The woman in red, her clear eyes filled with boundless hatred, gazed fiercely at Chu Xiu. In an instant, she surged forward like a streak of crimson lightning. Unlike other anomalies, which possessed only brute strength devoid of any martial prowess, this woman exhibited a remarkable agility and skill. The aura she emanated surpassed even that of the Black Tiger Gang's leader, and the fact that she wielded martial arts rendered her even more formidable. Heaven-cutting 7 blades. First blade. With a swift motion of his right hand, Chu Xiu raised the long knife and struck towards the woman in red. This blow unleashed a cataclysmic force, as if he were truly cleaving the realms of yin and yang. In this strike, Chu Xiu infused 30% of his pure yang knife intent. The reason why the 7 cuts of heaven are seldom mastered within the 6 doors lies in the fact that each cut demands a profound understanding of its technique. Each subsequent cut surpasses the previous one in both strength and complexity. More critically, one must comprehend 7 distinct knife intents, integrating them into the 7 cuts of heaven. Consider. To grasp even a singular knife intent to perfection, ultimately transforming that intent into a law, is an exceptionally daunting endeavor. The 7 cuts of heaven necessitates these knife intents, culminating in their unification, 7 cuts merging into one, 7 intents amalgamating. This very strike unveiled the true might of the 7 cuts of heaven. A thunderous roar echoed as the entire village seemed to be obliterated by Chu Xiu's blow. The woman in red displayed an expression of astonishment, clearly taken aback by Chu Xiu's formidable technique, despite his recent ascension to the realm of masters. He had grasped the knife intent to a remarkable extent. With this single strike, he vanquished the powerful woman, who was even stronger than the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. This blow severed the essence of yin and yang. As the woman in red fell to Chu Xiu's blade, the world around him began to disintegrate. It was as though everything was merely an ephemeral illusion, fleeting like dew and lightning. Before Chu Xiu lay a dilapidated village, littered with countless skeletal remains scattered across the desolate landscape. Bones, stark white, were visible everywhere, revealing the true, grim nature of this village. This should not be. This was no ordinary anomaly and should not have been so easily resolved. Moreover, the absence of any system prompt indicated that I had not truly vanquished this malevolence. Chu Xiu furrowed his brows, his figure shifting as he swiftly distanced himself from the area. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu had already appeared outside the village, standing there in silent anticipation. Soon, ripples emerged, enveloping the entire village as if waves were gently lapping at its shores. Before Chu Xiu's eyes, a picturesque paradise unfolded. However, due to the night, the village was devoid of children frolicking and playing. Only the occasional bark of a dog punctuated the tranquility, rendering the village even more serene in the night. Indeed, the uncanny had reemerged. Chu Xiu felt a profound headache. This was his first encounter with an entity that could not be slain and yet reappeared. He suspected that the reason the wedding was not taking place now was due to the encroaching night. Had it been daytime, perhaps during the twilight hours, he would have experienced what he had witnessed before, being invited into the village and being asked to partake in the wedding festivities. I refuse to believe it. If it cannot be vanquished once, then surely not twice. If it remains unscathed after 2 attempts, then it shall face a third. I shall confront you head on. With a resolute glimmer in his eyes, Chu Xiu strode purposefully towards the village, his demeanor exuding the confidence of a dragon or tiger. Once more, he entered the hamlet, this time eschewing any idle chatter with the villagers and making a beeline for the village chief's residence, intent on slaughter. After a brief pause, the woman clad in red, her gaze as icy as the winter frost, fixed her eyes upon Chu Xiu and coldly inquired, "Why have you returned after having already departed?" To which he replied, "As long as you still draw breath, how could I possibly leave?" With a swift stroke, Chu Xiu wielded his blade towards the woman clad in red, once again empowering the first strike of the 7 blades of heaven with the essence of the pure Yang sword. A resounding crash echoed. In the next instant, the red-clad woman was vanquished. The entire village was once more engulfed in destruction. Chu Xiu awaited the reappearance of the village, only to charge in once more. This relentless cycle persisted 5 times. By the 6th time, not a single villager remained within the village. Only a woman clad in red stood at the entrance, her delicate visage adorned with a flicker of sorrow and indignation as she gazed at Chu Xiu. She spoke, "You cannot kill me. What do you truly desire? I no longer wish to harm you. Would you kindly depart?" To which he retorted, "Who claims that I cannot vanquish you? The absence of villagers signifies that with each of my attempts to eradicate you, your strength diminishes." With a calm expression, Chu Xiu gazed at the woman in red and declared, "As long as I continue to strike, if 10 attempts fail, I shall make 100. Eventually, I will truly slay you." However, his words were merely a means to intimidate her. He had already struck her down 6 times in succession. Yet even Chu Xiu's innate energy was nearly depleted. Moreover, he was uncertain whether the woman in red would recover. If his innate energy were to fully restore while she regained her strength, she might even emerge more formidable than before. How long would he have to persist in this struggle? He could not afford to waste time battling the woman in red indefinitely. He sensed that to genuinely eradicate her, he would need to reach the realm of martial saint at the very least. This bizarre entity was far more dreadful and enigmatic than any demon he had previously encountered. Nevertheless, he could not allow his momentum to falter. After a moment of silence, the woman in red responded, "Do not push me. Kill." With a swift motion, Chu Xiu raised his long blade once more, aiming to strike the woman in red. "Wait," she implored. "You have continuously referred to yourself as an official. If you are indeed an officer, you must not take my life. The deep-seated grievances of our entire village, comprising hundreds of souls, remain unavenged. I cannot die. I refuse to accept it." A glimmer of mist appeared in her eyes, transforming into 2 streams of tears that cascaded down her face. Her expression was one of stubborn defiance, tinged with madness, as she cried out in profound resentment. The blade in Chu Xiu's hand came to a halt. "Just yesterday, it was the day of my grand wedding. A martial artist arrived in our village, and out of kindness, we invited him to partake in the festivities." The woman in red wept uncontrollably, her voice filled with a torrent of hatred as she cried out in despair. "However, after indulging in food and drink, he sought to violate me. My husband was kicked to death by him. Unable to endure the humiliation, I took my own life with a pair of scissors. In his fury, he slaughtered our entire village, leaving not a single soul alive, regardless of age or gender." Chu Xiu's expression shifted subtly. He had already surmised that this peculiar occurrence was likely linked to the massacre of the entire village. The abundance of skeletal remains scattered throughout the settlement had already led him to this conclusion. However, regarding the statement made by the woman in red about yesterday, Chu Xiu was incredulous. If the events had transpired yesterday, the corpses and blood would still be fresh, not as they appeared now, an entire village left in ruins, with skeletal remains exposed to the elements. It was evident that this place had been abandoned for a considerable time. Yet, he could discern from the tone of the woman in red that her words were indeed truthful. This could only imply that the woman in red, or rather this bizarre recollection of time, referred to yesterday. "I refuse to accept this. The entire Li family village refuses to accept this." The woman in red spoke with a visage full of hatred, declaring, "Thus, I seek vengeance. I shall avenge the people of Li family village. Your quest for vengeance is of no concern to me, nor to the martial artists." Chu Xiu shook his head and said, "You cannot seek to take my life simply because I am a warrior. Every grievance has its origin, and every debt its owner. If you wish to avenge yourself, you must target the one who ruined your wedding night and devastated the entire Li family village, the true perpetrator. I do not know who he is. I cannot identify him." Upon hearing this, the woman in red displayed an expression of profound anguish, her hands cradling her head as if she were lost in the memories of yesterday's events. She murmured to herself, "I do not know who he is. I only know he is a warrior. I am the silver badge captain of the 6 gates," he continued. "If you trust me, I will assist you in uncovering the identity of the one who annihilated the entire Li family village. In fact, it is possible that the very murderer of your village has already been dealt with by us at the 6 gates. Your vengeance, and indeed the vengeance of the entire Li family village, may have already been exacted." Chu Xiu spoke with an expression of calm indifference. "You are the captain of the 6 doors?" The woman in red was momentarily taken aback, her eyes revealing a glimmer of hope as she gazed at Chu Xiao. Please help me. You must help me. Help me for the sake of the entire Li family village. If you assist me in the investigation, I will follow your lead from now on. You are truly enigmatic. Chu Xiao spoke softly. I have never taken a life. I have only just awakened today. You are the first person to enter our Li family village. The voice of the woman in red grew increasingly faint, barely above a whisper. If you were an ordinary person, I would not wish to harm you. It is only because you are a martial artist that I feel compelled to do so. However, I can assist you in investigating this case, provided that you promise not to take any lives. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow and declared, I have uncovered details regarding this case, and I shall come to seek you out at the earliest opportunity. However, should I discover that you have taken the life of another, not only will I withhold the answers you seek, but I shall also ensure your demise. Thank you. My lord, thank you. The woman in red, her fair face radiant with ecstatic joy, knelt before Chu Xiao, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks as she implored. As long as you assist me, I am willing to toil endlessly for you, to repay your kindness. Rise, he commanded. Chu Xiao waved his hand and said, Thank you, my lord. The woman in red expressed her gratitude to Chu Xiao once more, rising gracefully, exuding an air of delicate charm. Chu Xiao slowly sheathed his long knife and turned to leave. He too yearned to uncover the identity of the one who had slaughtered the entire Li family village. Should this individual still draw breath, Chu Xiao would not hesitate to deliver a lethal strike. As he departed, the crimson-clad woman watched his retreating figure with eager anticipation. Subsequently, a multitude of silhouettes emerged. These were the souls of the hundreds who once inhabited the Li family village, encompassing men, women, the elderly, and the young. All gazed towards the direction in which Chu Xiao had vanished, their eyes reflecting a hope akin to that of the woman in red. Although the village had been rendered a mere specter, with only the crimson-clad woman remaining in that moment, it felt as though they had been resurrected. With a flourish of her sleeve, the woman cast a luminous veil that enveloped the entire village. This veil was imperceptible and intangible. Only those beneath the realm of Grand Master would find it insurmountable to breach this barrier and enter the village. Chu Xiao located the black-scaled horse and cast a glance towards the direction of the village. Under the cover of night, he mounted the steed and made his way back to the capital of Songlong County. The distance to the city was less than 100 miles. With swift gallops, it took him but a brief moment to reach the outskirts of the Songlong County capital. However, it was still night. The city gates were firmly shut, with lanterns hanging above and guards stationed to protect the entrance. Captain Chu Xiao of the Silver Medal Guard, returning from a mission, please open the city gates. Chu Xiao gazed at the guards stationed at the city gate of Songlong County and called out loudly, Please present the 6 gates token, Lord Chu. Soon, an officer of the rank of school lieutenant appeared atop the city gate, clasping his hands in salute towards Chu Xiao, and spoke. Chu Xiao retrieved the token from his waist and raised it high. Open the city gates. The gate officer, a martial artist of innate realm, possessed the ability to see clearly even in the dark. He instantly recognized that Chu Xiao's token was indeed the silver badge of a head constable from the 6 doors. Furthermore, this was the capital of Songlong County, where no one dared to impersonate a head constable of the 6 doors. Additionally, it was not uncommon for head constables to return from executing their duties, even in the dead of night. Thus, the gate officer perceived no cause for concern. With a rumble, the gates slowly opened. Thank you. Chu Xiao expressed his gratitude to the city gate officer and galloped into the county town, heading straight for the 6 gates. After a while, he arrived at the 6 gates. Chu Xiao arrived at the entrance of the 6 doors riding his black-scaled steed. Greetings, my lord, said the guard from 6 doors, bowing respectfully upon seeing Chu Xiao. No need for formalities. Please assist me in returning the black-scaled horse to the stable. Chu Xiao dismounted swiftly, retrieving 2 black packages from the back of the ebony-scaled steed. He handed the reins to a constable from the 6 doors. Yes, I shall obey your command, the constable affirmed as he accepted the reins of the ebony-scaled horse. Chu Xiao strode purposefully towards the 6 doors, carrying 2 black bundles. Moments later, Chu Xiao entered the task hall, carrying 2 black parcels. Brother Chu, you have returned so swiftly? Upon hearing the footsteps, Chu Xiao lifted his gaze from the book in his hands. Upon recognizing Chu Xiao, he momentarily froze, a look of astonishment crossing his face. After a brief pause, Chu Xiao quickly regained his composure, his expression turning grave. Brother Chu, is the situation in Qingyun County quite dire? Have you come back seeking assistance? Not at all. Chu Xiu threw two black packages onto Qi Xiu's desk. What is this? Qi Xiu inquired with a curious expression. Brother Chu, you cannot possibly be telling me that you have resolved the issues in Qingjin County, have you? As he spoke, Qi Xiu opened one of the black packages. No way. Could this possibly be the flesh of a gluttonous monster? The disappearance of the two villages in Qingyun County. Could it be that they were devoured by this creature? Indeed, that must be the case. Otherwise, Brother Chu would not have returned with the blood and flesh of a gluttonous monster. Qi Xiu exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Chu Xiu shrugged his shoulders. Upon witnessing the blood and flesh of the gluttonous demon, Qi Xiu had already deduced everything. What more was there to say? Brother Chu, you are truly formidable. Even the gluttonous demon has fallen at your hands. Impressive, Qi Xiu exclaimed, giving Chu Xiu a thumbs up, his face radiating admiration. Indeed. You are my brother. In addition to the gluttonous demon, I have also eradicated the members of the Black Lotus sect in Qingjin County. I eliminated a pinnacle Grandmaster-level Incense Master, 9 Grandmaster-level Black Lotus warriors, and hundreds of Black Lotus disciples. Chu Xiu smiled and said, moreover, the statue of the Holy Mother of Black Lotus has also been destroyed by me. The reason he referred to the Black Lotus warriors as 9th-level Grandmasters was that their cultivation levels varied. Some were minor achievements at the 9th level. Some were major achievements, and others reached their peak. Qi Xiu gazed at Chu Xiu in a daze. What? Brother Chu, are you truly that formidable? Not only have you eliminated the gluttonous demon, but you single-handedly eradicated so many experts from the Black Lotus sect? Reflecting on Chu Xiu's words, Qi Xiu pondered seriously. Among the captains, there were certainly very few capable of such feats. Those who could accomplish this were all like him, poised to become renowned Qingyi captains at any moment. Brother Qi, please assist me in calculating my merits. The token has already recorded the entire process of my slaying the gluttonous demon and eradicating the Black Lotus sect. Chu Xiu retrieved the token and tossed it towards Qi Xiu. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu hastily caught the token, murmuring in a tone of despair, pervert. He felt that his current strength might have already been surpassed by Chu Xiu. After all, Chu Xiu single-handedly eliminated so many formidable opponents from the Black Lotus sect. Brother Chu completely accomplished the mission in Qingjin County, earning a reward of 300,000 merit points for the extermination of a first-level Grandmaster-level gluttonous demon. The merit points for slaying a Grandmaster-level demon start at 100,000. Hence, it was precisely 100,000 for each. The 10 Grandmaster-level 9th-tier experts from the Black Lotus sect would yield 3,400,000 merit points each, totaling 340,000 merit points for all 10. The remaining hundreds of disciples from the Black Lotus sect mostly fell below the innate realm, with a small portion reaching the innate realm and even the master realm. Qi Xiu gazed at the records within the token, his face painted with astonishment as he exclaimed, in total, it amounts to 31,290 merit points. Ultimately, when everything is tallied, Brother Chu stands to gain over 400,000 merit points. As for the specific points, once they arrive, Brother Chu can verify them. Wow! Brother Chu has truly struck it rich this time. The merit points this time have certainly exceeded my expectations. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Chu Xiu's face as he replied, Brother Chu is indeed formidable. Qi Xiu marveled, your merit points surpass even those of me, the renowned Qingyi constable. If it weren't for the fact that Brother Chu has yet to slay any demons of the martial saint level or collude with practitioners of the demons, you could have already advanced to the rank of Qingyi constable, just like me. Chu Xiu smiled and said, Brother Qi, you may take charge of appointing the vacant silver badge and copper badge constables in Qingjin County. Ah, such trifles are easily managed. There is no need for you to worry, Brother Chu, Qi Xiu replied, handing back Chu Xiu's token. Brother Qi, there is a matter I wish to inquire about. He continued. Chu Xiu took the token and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke with a serious expression. When it comes to the 6 doors, the individual most knowledgeable about the cases is undoubtedly Qi Xiu. This is because Qi Xiu oversees the task hall, where all matters must be addressed through the issuance of tasks. Please, Brother Chu, go on. Noticing Chu Xiu's demeanor, Qi Xiu too became earnest. On my way back to Songlong County, near the official road, I came across a village situated approximately 100 miles from the county seat. This village was exceedingly welcoming and invited me to partake in a wedding. Chu Xiu murmured softly. Qi Xiu felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly rising to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Chu Xiu, he blurted out, Brother Chu, the village where you attended the wedding. Could it possibly be Li Family Village? Indeed, it is Li Family Village. Chu Xiu nodded and remarked, What a stroke of luck. His brother, Chu, had actually returned alive. Qi Xiu let out a long breath, his expression one of apprehension as he said, I never expected it, truly. I never anticipated that a natural disaster would emerge from Li family village. Natural disaster? With a look of astonishment and suspicion, Chu Xiu gazed at Qi Xiu, who asserted that this was not merely an anomaly, but a natural disaster. Indeed, this calamity was far more terrifying than an ordinary anomaly, posing dangers that were exponentially greater. Even a nascent natural disaster possessed the formidable strength akin to that of a grandmaster. This was a recently born catastrophe, and its power was subject to daily fluctuations. Its might could perpetually escalate. Every location where a natural disaster manifested became a forbidden zone for our great Zhou dynasty, a realm that no one was permitted to approach. Qi Xiu spoke gravely. Once one enters the forbidden territory of a natural disaster, it is exceedingly difficult to emerge alive without immense strength. Moreover, even our 6 doors have no means to confront such disasters. We lack the true capability to eradicate them. Instead, we can only delineate a forbidden area beyond the disaster, erecting stone tablets to caution passers-by to keep their distance. Natural disasters cannot be annihilated. The singular advantage they possess, unlike ordinary anomalies, is that they remain tethered to the very location of their birth. At least, thus far, we have yet to uncover any natural disasters capable of relocation. After a brief pause, Qi Xiu added another remark. With a raised eyebrow, Qi Xiu pondered the notion that calamity could not be eradicated. Indeed, his approach was justified. Even if he were to confront the woman in red head-on, it was uncertain whether he could vanquish her. However, the fact that the calamity remained stationary was rather fortuitous. At the very least, even if the 6 doors could not obliterate the disaster, they could erect stone tablets around it to deter anyone from approaching. Our intelligence within the 6 doors lacks any pertinent information regarding this calamity. Yet the fact that Brother Chu emerged unscathed suggests that this disaster has only recently come into being. There is still time. We must swiftly dispatch individuals to establish stone tablets around the calamity to prevent any innocent souls from suffering harm. Qi Xiu took a deep breath, calming himself, and inquired, Brother Qi, how much do you know about the matters concerning Li family village? Qi Xiu pondered for a moment, then turned to Qi Xiu and inquired. The situation in Li family village was dire. The entire village, young and old alike, had been ruthlessly slaughtered 3 years prior. That fateful night coincided with a wedding celebration in Li family village. Qi Xiu remained silent for a considerable time. His hands clenched tightly as he suppressed the fury within him, stating, the perpetrators who mercilessly annihilated hundreds of innocent souls in Li family village have yet to meet their demise at our hands in the 6 doors. Who are these fiends that wrought havoc upon Li family village? Qi Xiu furrowed his brows, speaking in a grave tone. The memory of the enthusiastic villagers and the playful children from Lijia village flooded his mind, igniting a sense of suffocating discomfort within him. Though he wielded his blade without hesitation, it was rooted in the knowledge that what he faced was not genuine, but rather a sinister illusion. Yet, Qi Xiu was acutely aware that the villagers of Lijia village had once been filled with warmth, and those children had been truly delightful. However, they were gone, utterly vanished. Bailey, Tianduan Mountain, the 7 village masters, and Duguming. Qi Xiu gritted his teeth and uttered, Bailey, Tianduan Mountain? Qi Xiu's gaze sharpened. For as the silver-ranked captain of the 6 doors, he could not be unaware of the notorious Bailey Tianduan. This mountain stronghold stood as the largest bandit faction in the entire Songlong prefecture, infamous throughout the region. The might of Bailey Tianduan was formidable, with its leader, Bailey Futuo, said to be at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the mythical realm, a mere step away from the revered martial sage status. Moreover, Bailey Tianduan boasted an unparalleled geographical advantage. 3 sides were bordered by sheer cliffs, rendering it nearly impregnable. A single warrior could hold the line against 1,000. Yet, this was not the most daunting aspect. The true peril lay in the fact that Bailey Futuo was also a master of formations, having established a grand force symbols array encompassing the entire stronghold. With this formidable array in place, even those at the level of the martial sage would find it impossible to shake the foundations of Bailey Tianduan. This was the reason for its continued existence. Do you now comprehend, Brother Chu? Qi Xiu sighed. Our esteemed Captain Qin of the 6 doors in Songlong Prefecture is utterly powerless against Bailey Tianduan. The prospect of avenging the hundreds of villagers from Li family village is but a distant dream. He continued with a heavy heart. When Duguming perpetrated the massacre of the villagers, he was not yet affiliated with Bailey Tianduan. At that time, Du Ming had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grand Master realm, still short of the martial saint threshold. Following the slaughter, he fled to Bailey Tianduanshan and was soon welcomed into their ranks. Not long after joining, he ascended to the martial saint realm, rapidly gaining notoriety within the stronghold. It was only a year ago that Du Ming's cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the martial saint realm, catching Bailey Futua's attention, which led him to claim the 7th seed as one of the leaders of Bailey Tianduanshan. Does he not emerge from Bailey Tianduanshan? With a slight lift of his brow, Chu Xiu spoke. It is naturally impossible to traverse the Bailey Tianduan mountain without consequence. However, this individual's movements are shrouded in mystery. Even if he manages to leave the Bailey Tianduan mountain to plunder a region, he swiftly vanishes back into its depths. By the time we, the Six Doors, receive any intelligence, he has long since returned to the heart of Bailey Tianduan mountain. Qi Xiu, displaying a pained expression, remarked. To eliminate this person is an exceedingly formidable task. Understood, Brother Qi. Do you possess comprehensive records regarding Bailey Tianduan mountain? Chu Shou nodded slightly and inquired of Qi Xiu, Brother Chu. You don't intend to take vengeance upon Du Ming for the hundreds of innocent souls of Li family village, do you? Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu's expression shifted, and he replied, Brother Chu, you mustn't entertain such thoughts. The strength of the 100 Li heaven-severing mountain is far more formidable than you can imagine. With our current capabilities, we are simply no match for Du Ming. He is not merely at the peak of the 9th layer of the martial saint realm. He stands but a step away from the mythical realm. What makes him truly fearsome is his swordsmanship. Sword? Chu Xiu responded non-committally. Indeed, the sword. This individual possessed an extraordinarily terrifying talent in the art of swordsmanship. In the martial world, he was known as the demon sword Du Ming. With his exceptional sword techniques, he could rival the unparalleled masters of the mythical realm, standing at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the martial saint realm. It was precisely due to his formidable prowess that he garnered the esteem of Bailey Futua, becoming the leader of the 7 villages of Bailey Tiandu Mountain. Only those of the mythical realm could occupy a seat of authority in Bailey Tiandu Mountain. Qi Xiu, with a solemn expression, advised, Heed my words, do not entertain thoughts of avenging the innocent villagers of Li family village without possessing the cultivation of the 9th layer of the martial saint realm. He initially intended to mention the mythical realm, but reconsidered, recognizing that the further one was from the apex of cultivation. The more arduous it became to defeat adversaries of a higher tier. Those who could ascend to the martial saint realm, let alone the mythical realm, were all prodigies. Even exceptional geniuses, the gap between them would only narrow. Yet, considering Chu Xiu's extraordinary capabilities, he altered his statement to reflect the 9th layer of the martial saint realm. Du Ming was formidable, but was Chu Xiu any less so? Rest assured, Brother Qi, without sufficient strength, I shall not seek out Du Ming. With a serene smile, Chu Xiu spoke. Given his innate talents, it would not be long before he could step into the realm of grandmasters, or even the martial saint domain. Possessing the 9 Suns' sacred body, his speed in cultivating the 9 Suns' true art, as well as his internal prowess, would surpass even the external techniques like the divine elephant suppression law. As long as he had sufficient resources, he would encounter no obstacles, such as the formidable power of the golden attributes. Of course, even without any hindrances, the absorption and refinement of medicinal pills and elixirs still require time. However, this issue has been perfectly resolved. The blue attribute, the stomach of gluttony, enables Chu Xiu to absorb and refine pills at an astonishingly rapid pace. Consuming a pill now feels no different from indulging in candy. With these words from Brother Chu, I am at ease. Brother Chu. This contains all the information regarding the Bailey Tianduan mountain. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu felt a wave of relief as he retrieved a small booklet from beneath the table and handed it to Chu Xiu. Brother Qi, just how much have you hidden beneath this table? Chu Xiu glanced at Qi Xiu's desk and picked up a small booklet, stating, Ahem, there isn't much hidden here. Just my dagger, the mission booklet, or perhaps some rather significant documents. For instance, this one. Bailey Tianduan Shan has been exerting pressure on our Tsang Long Jun's 6 gates, which is why I specifically placed it under the table. Qi Xiu coughed lightly and explained to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and said with gratitude, Brother Qi, thank you. Brother Chu, you're too kind, Qi Xiu replied, waving his hand dismissively before marveling. Brother Chu, you may now proceed to the armory to collect the official robes of a golden badge constable. Your merit points should already be credited to your account. From this moment onward, you are officially one of our 6 gates golden badge constables. He continued in awe, once again. Brother Chu has shattered the records of our Songlong County's 6 gates. Even the 6 gates of Qingzhou's provincial capital, nay, perhaps even the headquarters of the great Zhou Empire's 6 gates, have never witnessed such a meteoric rise, advancing from bronze badge to silver badge in a single day, and now ascending to golden badge the very next day. This is an unprecedented feat in history. With a proud grin, Qi Xiu added, truly worthy of being my sworn brother. At this rate, it won't be long before Brother Chu surpasses me in strength. When that day comes, you must watch over me. Pausing briefly, his expression brimming with anticipation, he urged, promise me. Chu Xiu chuckled warmly. Very well. If my strength ever exceeds yours, Brother Qi, I shall surely shield you as you have shielded me. Chu Xiu chuckled in silence, lifting the 2 black parcels resting on Qi Xiu's desk before turning to depart. Brother Chu, we must come to an understanding. You must look out for me. Qi Xiu exclaimed, his expression animated as he called out to Chu Xiu's retreating figure. Chu Xiu departed from the mission hall and made his way directly to the storeroom. Speak, Chu Xiu, what is it that you desire? Zhao Qiming, seated before the desk, glanced at Chu Xiu as he entered and inquired. Having grown accustomed to Chu Xiu's frequent visits to the storeroom, Zhao Qiming remained unfazed. Sir Zhao, I wish to claim the official attire of the Golden Seal head constable. Chu Xiu tossed 2 black packages onto Zhao Qingming's desk, retrieving a token from his person and extending it towards Zhao Qingming, saying nothing. Zhao Qingming gazed at Chu Xiu's token, which had transformed from silver to gold, remaining silent. After a prolonged moment, Zhao Qiming finally accepted Chu Xiu's token and remarked, you truly are an anomaly. Have you really slain a master-level warrior? By sheer luck, came the reply. With a humble expression, Chu Xiu spoke. Zhao Qiming rolled his eyes and replied, is there any room for luck in this matter? Lord Zhao, if I do not accept the golden badge of the head constable, could I request our 6 doors blacksmith to craft a blade for me? Chu Xiu did not respond to Zhao Qingming's words, but instead shifted the topic, inquiring, do you wish to forge an exceptional blade? Zhao Qingming furrowed his brow and replied, if you desire a fine sword tailored specifically for you, it cannot be the weapon of the esteemed captain of the 6 doors. The nature and grade of the blade you wish to create must first be clarified. Will you procure the materials yourself? Or shall we source them from within the 6 doors? Only then can I ascertain the requisite merit points. Ideally, it should be a 4th-tier exquisite blade, or even of the 5th tier. As for its design, it can resemble that of our 6 doors swords. Lord Zhao is aware that my cultivation progresses rapidly. Otherwise, the sword would not keep pace with my enhancement and cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu remarked, therefore, it is advisable to strive for a higher level of craftsmanship. The swords of the 6 doors are characterized by their broad, horizontal design. Both the hilt and the scabbard are adorned in a deep black hue. Chu Xiu is indeed quite fond of it. For a 4th-tier premium item, within our 6 gates, crafting one requires 300,000 merit points. For a 5th-tier premium item, it necessitates 1 million merit points. If you possess such merit points, I can assist you in locating a blacksmith for the crafting right now. Zhao Qingming nodded slightly and spoke. Naturally, he trusted what Chu Xiu said. After all, the speed at which Chu Xiu's cultivation was advancing was astonishingly rapid. Is it really so inexpensive? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu could not help but display a look of astonishment. Indeed, it was a remarkable bargain. He had never anticipated that a 5th-tier premium item would merely require 1 million merit points. This is due to your status as an unparalleled genius of our 6 doors. Were it an ordinary captain with a golden badge, the merit points would double. Our 6 doors have never been stingy towards extraordinary talents. Zhao Qiming spoke with an expression of calm assurance. Lord Zhao, I have returned with all the flesh of the gluttonous blood fiend that I exterminated while carrying out my mission in Qingyan County. Can it be incorporated into the blade I am forging? Any surplus flesh can be entrusted to our 6 doors. Chu Xiu pointed at the 2 black packages on the table and addressed Zhao Qingming, expressing his astonishment that the young man had indeed slain a gluttonous demon. It was no wonder he had advanced from a silver badge hunter to a golden badge hunter. Zhao Qingming had already noticed the 2 black packages on the table, and though he was initially puzzled about their contents, he soon realized they contained the flesh and blood of the gluttonous demon. He promptly opened one of the black packages for inspection and remarked, there isn't much excess here. The flesh and blood of the gluttonous demon can indeed be utilized to forge weapons of the 4th and even 5th tier. But it requires a skilled blacksmith to extract the essence from this material. Crafting a blade for you would be quite fitting. Since you have provided this material, I happen to possess a piece of millennium black iron, which I shall gift to you. A fifth-tier weapon forged from the gluttonous demon S remains, and Millennium Black Iron will possess the essence of frost. In the future, should you wish to elevate it to a sixth-tier weapon, you need only supply higher-grade materials. With the gluttonous demon S flesh you've provided and my gift of Millennium Black Iron, the 6 doors need not contribute any materials this time. We shall simply charge you 200,000 merit points for the craftsmanship. You may return in 3 days to collect your blade. Thank you, Lord Zhao. Chu Xiu solemnly bowed to Zhao Qingming in gratitude. He was well aware of the esteemed name of the Millennium Shin Iron. The piece that Zhao Qingming bestowed upon him likely held far greater value than the gluttonous and sinister blood meat he had previously offered. Indeed, within the 6 doors, this piece of Millennium Shin Iron could very well exceed 1,000,000 merit points in worth. This was a gesture of goodwill. However, with his current strength, he felt he had yet to earn the right to owe Zhao Qingming a favor. Only when his cultivation level had risen, and he possessed sufficient strength, could he repay Zhao Qingming's kindness. Enough of these formalities, Zhao Qingming remarked nonchalantly. As long as you wield this blade and slay more monsters and anomalies, that will be the greatest gratitude you can show me. Chu Xiu understood. He would certainly not disappoint Lord Zhao. Chu Xiu spoke with a serious expression. Speak. What else do you require apart from these? If there is nothing more, I shall proceed to fetch the golden badge of the capturing officer for you. Zhao Qingming smiled as he gazed at Chu Xiu and replied, Esteemed Zhao, I request 50 bottles of Sunfire pills and 29 bottles of Essence pills. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in procuring them. Chu Xiu inclined his hand toward Zhao Qingming and spoke. What did you say? Do you possess such an abundance of merit points? Zhao Qingming gazed at Chu Xiu with a look of utter astonishment, unable to believe his ears. Even if you had vanquished a gluttonous demon, how could you possibly accrue so many merit points? The price of the Sunfire pill and the Essence pill is identical, each vial costing 50,000 merit points. That totals to a staggering 79 vials, which amounts to 395 million merit points. Furthermore, with Chu Xiu needing an additional 200,000 merit points for weapon crafting, the grand total ascends to 415 million merit points. Is it conceivable that he possesses such an extensive sum? My merit points are just sufficient, Chu Xiu remarked with a bashful expression, sensing Zhao Qingming's scrutinizing gaze. He had meticulously calculated that he possessed 418,630 merit points in total. After deducting these, he would still retain 36,030 merit points. How many fiends did you truly slay? Zhao Qingming shot a glare at Chu Xiu, realizing that the young man felt comfortable enough to feign modesty in his presence. Not many, merely a gluttonous demon. In addition, I eradicated a Black Lotus sect incense master, eliminated 9 Black Lotus enforcers, and slew hundreds of disciples from the Black Lotus sect. With a demeanor of utmost humility, Chu Xiu remarked, Well, you certainly have remarkable talent. I must admit I underestimated you. Your prowess is nearly comparable to that of a martial sage, isn't it? Zhao Qingming, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Chu Xiu with a dazed expression. Who could have anticipated that it had only been a short while since Chu Xiu ascended to the position of a newly appointed copper medal constable? Was it merely the second day? Now he had achieved the rank of a gold medal constable, and astonishingly, had already slain a Black Lotus sect incense master and 9 Black Lotus warriors. The incense masters of the Black Lotus sect are at least at the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm, and the 9 Black Lotus warriors are undoubtedly of the same caliber. Might Chu Xiu come to inform him tomorrow that he is to receive the attire of a renowned constable? Such a prodigy. This is truly a remarkable genius. Cough, cough. My dear Zhao, I have just stepped into the Grandmaster realm, merely at the pinnacle of the 1st level, and I am still quite distant from the martial sage realm. Chu Xiu coughed softly before speaking. He certainly did not believe that his strength could rival that of a martial sage. Even a beginner at the 1st level of martial sage was beyond his capability to withstand. It was only when he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm through the 9 Yang True skill, or attained the same through the Divine Elephant Confinement technique, that he might stand a chance in a contest of strength with someone newly entered into the 1st level of martial sage. For now, he was still lacking. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingming rolled his eyes and remarked, Do you hear yourself? A pinnacle Grandmaster can slay those at the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm with ease. Even a Grandmaster at the 9th level achieving such feats would be considered an extraordinary genius within the 6 gates of Qizhou. You, my friend, are likely already in contention for the potential dragon rankings, and I dare say you would hold a respectable position therein. After a moment's silence, Zhao Qingming cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiu and said softly, Potential dragon rankings? Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, a look of perplexity adorning his face. In his recollection, there existed no information regarding the Qianlong list. After all, he had merely been an ordinary constable in the past. You have grown far too swiftly. Even the most common copper badge captains are privy to such matters. The Qianlong list is an enumeration issued by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. In simpler terms, it is a ranking of prodigies. Each individual who secures a place on the Qianlong list is an unparalleled genius hailing from a state capable of vanquishing foes of superior rank. However, not every extraordinary talent can ascend to the Qianlong list. It exclusively catalogs those extraordinary geniuses under the age of 30, who have attained the Grandmaster or Martial Saint realms. Zhao Qiming pondered for a moment before addressing Chu Xiu. Within our 6 gates of Songlong County, there are 3 unparalleled geniuses listed on the Qianlong list. They are Qi Xiu, Gao Changfeng, and Nangong Push. Among them, Nangong Push is the youngest and possesses the highest cultivation level. At merely 23 years of age, she has already entered the Martial Saint realm. It is likely that she has now reached the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm. She is undoubtedly the foremost genius and greatest expert among the younger generation of our Songlong County. However, I now feel that you, my boy, are even more exceptional than Nangong Push. With this remark, Zhao Qiming cast a deep gaze upon Chu Xiu, stating, with your innate talent and aptitude, it won't be long before you catch up to Nangong Push. The Qianlong list? Nangong Push? With a slight raise of his brow, Chu Xiu observed the abundance of exceptional talents within a single province of the Great Zhou dynasty. Merely within the 6 gates of Songlong County, 3 such prodigies emerged. He had encountered both Qi Xiu and Gao Changfeng. He had witnessed Qi Xiu's prowess firsthand, though he remained uncertain whether Qi Xiu had revealed his full potential at the time. His understanding of Gao Changfeng's abilities was equally vague. However, to be ranked on the Hidden Dragon list, it was undoubtedly evident that Gao Changfeng possessed extraordinary skills. And what of Nangong Push, who had the capability to overshadow both Qi Xiu and Gao Changfeng? How formidable must he be? Lord Zhao, if there exists a Hidden Dragon list, surely there are other rankings as well? Chu Xiu inquired thoughtfully. Naturally, Zhao Qingming replied. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion could not possibly unveil merely one list. The Hidden Dragon list represents the pinnacle of exceptional talents within a single province. Above the Hidden Dragon list lies the Talented Heroes list, which encompasses the unparalleled prodigies under the age of 30 across the 108 provinces of the Great Zhou dynasty. They are revered as the Talented Heroes, each one a paragon of brilliance. To secure a position on the Talented Heroes list, even the least accomplished must have attained the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm. With a look of astonishment, Zhao Qingming continued. In addition to the Talented Heroes list, there are also the Earth list, Heaven list, and the Human Immortal list. However, these rankings are still far beyond your reach. Focus on securing your place on the Hidden Dragon list first. Chu Xiu nodded gently, remaining silent. The Earth ranking, the Heaven ranking, and the Immortal ranking indeed felt far beyond his reach. Nevertheless, one day he would ascend through each list, standing atop the pinnacle of martial arts in this world. To behold the grandeur of that summit. Seeing that Chu Xiu had no further inquiries, Zhao Qingming swiped his token across the black jade stone, deducting 4,150,000 merit points. Once the points were successfully deducted, Zhao Qiming tossed Chu Xiu's token onto the table and said, "Take your token back. I shall fetch your official attire and elixirs." With that, Zhao Qingming clasped his hands behind his back and strode towards the storeroom. Chu Xiu tucked away the golden badge of the captain and awaited Zhao Qiming to emerge with the official attire and elixirs. In a short while, Zhao Qiming appeared, carrying a large bag from the storeroom. He handed it over to Chu Xiu and remarked, "Inside, there are 3 sets of golden captain's attire, along with the 50 bottles of Solar Flames elixir and 29 bottles of Essence elixir you requested." "Thank you, esteemed Lord Zhao." Chu Xiu took the large bag, expressed his gratitude to Zhao Qiming and said, "Leave." Zhao Qiming, with an expression of disdain, waved his hand and replied. Chu Xiu lightly smiled, turning away with the large bag in hand. "How long until the update of the Hidden Dragon ranking?" "It seems it will be in 3 days. This young man should be able to enter the Hidden Dragon ranking, shouldn't he? I wonder what rank he will achieve upon entry." Watching Chu Xiu's departing figure, Zhao Qingming's cheeks revealed a hint of anticipation as he spoke. Upon exiting the storeroom, Chu Xiu strode purposefully towards his courtyard, bag in tow. In but a moment, upon entering the courtyard, Chu Xiu beheld Jiang Xiaoxiao diligently practicing the tying sword technique. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, She resembled a celestial being from the lunar palace, with streams of lunar essence continuously merging into her being, augmenting her innate true energy with each passing moment. Furthermore, Jiang Xiaoxiao's mastery of the tying sword technique grew increasingly formidable. Chu Xiu sensed that Jiang Xiaoxiao's tying sword technique had likely reached the pinnacle of mastery. Young master, you're back? Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly caught sight of Chu Xiu, and her delicate face seemed to illuminate with a hint of radiance. She immediately ceased her sword practice and joyfully darted towards him. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before Chu Xiu, her agility astonishing. Yes, I have returned. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and inquired, Xiao Xiao, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao gazed at Chu Xiu with unwavering determination in her clear eyes and softly replied, although my master has arranged a courtyard for me within the 6 doors. I find it unappealing. I wish to be by your side. Hence I have taken residence in your courtyard. As long as you are content, he responded. Chu Xiu smiled gently and said, thank you, young master. Jiang Xiaoxiao replied with a beaming expression. However, Xiao Xiao, I have matters to attend to shortly. When the time is right, you may rest without waiting for my return. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu turned to Jiang Xiaoxiao and gave her a few words of caution. I understand, Jiang Xiaoxiao replied, nodding gently, her demeanor remarkably obedient. Chu Xiu entered the room within the courtyard, carrying a large bag. He changed into the official attire of a gold medal captain and transferred all the elixirs from the bag into his storage pouch. Only then did he emerge from the room and proceed towards the exit of the courtyard. Young master, remember to return early, Jiang Xiaoxiao called out. Unable to restrain herself as she watched Chu Xiu's departing figure, Chu Xiu did not look back. He merely raised his hand and gestured to Jiang Xiaoxiao behind him. He then instructed a constable to prepare a black-scaled horse for him. Mounted on the steed, he departed from the 6 doors, heading towards the outskirts of the county town. In any case, with his status at the 6 doors, he could enter and exit the city gates at will, leaving him free from any concerns. Chu Xiu resolved to inform the woman in red of the atrocities committed against the hundreds of innocent souls from Li Family Village at the earliest opportunity. Before long, Chu Xiu successfully departed from the city of Songlong County. He retrieved a bottle of sunfire pills and, akin to indulging in confectionery, placed one in his mouth. He sought to experiment with the remarkable effects of the gourmand's stomach, a blue attribute. The sunfire pill dissolved instantly upon contact, transforming into an immensely powerful surge of heat directed towards the gourmand's stomach. In mere moments, the gourmand's stomach devoured this torrent of heat, seemingly without the need for digestion, as it vanished entirely. Furthermore, Chu Xiu's mastery of the 9-yang true art saw a seamless and significant advancement from the pinnacle of the first level of the master realm to the second. Truly, the gourmand's stomach astonishes. I sense that my absorption and refinement of the sunfire pills transcend mere speed enhancement. The efficacy has also been amplified. Previously, I could assimilate only 50 to 60% of a single sunfire pill, resulting in some waste of its medicinal potency. Now, however, I achieve perfect absorption without a trace of waste. Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with surprise as he exclaimed, the might of the gluttonous beast's stomach surpasses my imagination. With such a power, my cultivation speed will accelerate even further. Having said this, Chu Xiu downed a bottle containing 9 remaining Solar Dan pills in one gulp. In a courtyard of the Gao residence, a figure clad in black swiftly approached, bowing respectfully as he addressed, young Master Chanfeng, news regarding Chu Xiu has arrived. Oh. The door to the study creaked open, and Gao Chanfeng emerged, regarding the black-clad man with keen interest. Has Wei Gongfeng made a move yet? Reporting to the young master. Wei Gongfeng has indeed acted, but he has met with failure. The black-clad man paused thoughtfully before continuing in a hushed tone. Wei Gongfeng was slain with a single strike. A single strike? Gao Changfeng's expression hardened as he remarked, Wei Gongfeng is a 3rd-tier grandmaster. For Chu Xiu to have vanquished him with one blow indicates that his prowess has at least reached the 5th tier of grandmaster, if not the 6th. The black-clad man bowed his head, remaining silent. What an impressive Chu Xiu. No wonder he dared to reject my invitation. I had not anticipated such rapid advancement in his strength. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Gao Changfeng's eyes as he coldly declared, however, the stronger your innate talent, the less I can afford to let you live. He understood all too well that Wei Ziyuan's actions might have already exposed him, although Chu Xiu possessed no evidence to implicate him. He remained a potential threat that could not be allowed to linger. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Chanfeng spoke in a solemn tone, go inform Lei Zhonghu. The esteemed Lei Gongfang, that I request his personal intervention to eliminate Chu Xiu. Should he succeed in slaying Chu Xiu, I shall offer him a substantial reward to assist in his ascension to the martial saint realm. Young master, Chu Xiu has recently returned from an outing and seems to have accomplished a certain task, having been promoted from silver medal captain to gold medal captain of the Six Gates. Should we truly proceed with the assassination? The black-clad man hesitated, addressing Gao Chanfeng. Gold medal captain? Gao Changfeng's expression darkened, fully grasping the implication of the black-clad man's words. Chu Xiu has progressed rapidly, having ascended from a silver medal captain to a golden medal captain. Such an extraordinary talent has never been witnessed in Songlong County. Even the esteemed martial saints among the Qingyi captains of the Six Doors in Songlong County must be paying him considerable attention. It is conceivable that even Qin Yu, the chief captain of the Six Doors, has taken note of Chu Xiu. Should Chu Xiu fall, it could very well send shockwaves through the Six Doors of Songlong County. Follow my instructions. The swifter his ascent, the greater the threat he poses to our Gao family. Gao Changfeng declared with a chilling intensity after a moment of silence. Yes, I shall obey. The cloaked figure replied, his expression grave, speaking with utmost respect. He bowed and then vanished without a trace. Ah, Chu Xiu. How splendid it would be if you were to join our Gao family and become one of our esteemed patrons. Even the realm of legends would be within your reach. Then you would truly be a renowned captain. However, since you refuse to serve our family, I am left with no choice but to eliminate you. Gao Changfeng remarked ominously, shedding the gentle demeanor typical of a noble scion. Half an hour later, in Li family village, Chu Xiu rode his black-scaled horse and arrived at the outskirts of Li family village. Before him lay a tranquil and harmonious haven, where time seemed to stand still, interrupted only by the occasional crowing of roosters and barking of dogs. Dismounting, he stood at the entrance of the village. Just moments after his arrival, a woman clad in red appeared at the gate, her eyes sparkling with a hint of excitement as she gazed at Chu Xiu. She had not anticipated his swift return, having assumed that even with his assistance in the investigation, some time would be required. With the emergence of the woman in red, candles began to flicker to life throughout the village. Doors creaked open, and one by one, the villagers of Li family village stepped out of their homes. In a short while, hundreds of villagers had gathered behind the woman in red, their eyes filled with hope as they looked upon Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu was well aware that the hundreds of villagers from Li family village were mere illusions, conjured by the woman in red. Yet, gazing upon their eager and hopeful expressions, a flicker of emotion stirred within him. I, Li Xinyue, pay my respects to you, my lord. The woman in red knelt before Chu Xiu, her face adorned with utmost reverence. We pay our respects, my lord. The assembled villagers from Li family village knelt in unison, their voices filled with deep awe. Please rise. Chu Xiu waved his hand, addressing Li Xinyue and the others. Thank you, my lord, they replied, bowing slightly as they rose. I have thoroughly investigated the matter. Your village, Li family village, was not ravaged yesterday. Rather, it was 3 years ago that it fell victim to the hands of Du Guming, the lord of the 7 villages of Bailey Tianduanshan. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, merely a step away from entering the legendary realm. Moreover, his power is formidable enough to rival that of the legendary realm. His swordsmanship is extraordinarily fearsome, earning him the notorious title of the demon sword Du Guming in the martial world. Chu Xiu gazed at Li Xinyue and the others, speaking in a grave tone. This is not the most terrifying aspect. The most fearsome entity is the 100-li heaven-severing mountain. The strength of the 100-li heaven-severing mountain is unparalleled. Its master, Bai Li Fu too, is a formidable expert at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the mythical realm, with the grand 4 symbols formation of the 100-li heaven-severing mountain. He possesses the might of an extraordinary master at the level of the martial arts mythical realm. Given your current strength, seeking vengeance will be arduous. Upon hearing this, a flicker of boundless hatred emerged in Li Xinyue's clear eyes as she declared, no matter how difficult it may be, I shall avenge myself. I shall remember the 100-li heaven-severing mountain. One day, I will tread upon its grounds and exact revenge for the hundreds of souls from our Li family village. Revenge is permissible, but you must remember this. Without the strength of the mythical realm or even the martial arts mythical realm, do not approach the 100-li heaven-severing mountain. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu furrowed his brows and addressed Li Xinyue. After speaking, he suddenly realized, gazing at her with disbelief, wait, you are a calamity. You can leave this place? Is it not true that calamities cannot depart from their place of origin? I am uncertain, she replied, but I sense that as long as I desire to leave, I can indeed do so. Wherever I am, Li family village is also present. Li Xinyue gently shook her head as she spoke. In that moment, The water's surface began to ripple. The figures of hundreds of villagers from Li family village started to fade away, and soon the entire village began to vanish, leaving only crumbling walls, desolation, and scattered bones behind. Yet, Li Xinyue emerged from the entrance of Li family village, standing before Chu Xiu. In Chu Xiu's eyes, his pupils constricted. He pondered whether Li Xinyue's ability to depart from the place of origin implied that all natural disasters could also escape from this realm. The reason these calamities had not left was not due to their inability, but rather their choice to remain. If this were indeed the case, it would undoubtedly be a momentous revelation capable of shocking the entire Zhou dynasty. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and retrieved a small booklet from his sleeve, which he handed to Li Xinyue. This contains information regarding the entire 100 Li Tianshan, he stated. It is a compilation I brought from the 6 doors. Since you seek vengeance, you may peruse its contents. It provides a clear introduction to the cultivation levels and specialties of each chieftain within the 100 Li Tianshan, as well as the number of bandits residing there. He had already reviewed the entire content of this document on his way to Li's village, rendering it of no further use to him. It was better to gift it to Li Xinyue, thus gaining a favor in return. At the very least, it would inform her that the massacre of hundreds of villagers from Li's village was solely the doing of the 7th chieftain, Duguming, and that the others were not involved. This would prevent her from causing further harm to the innocent. Thank you, my lord, Li Xinyue expressed her gratitude, gazing at Chu Xiu with appreciation as she accepted the booklet. Do not mention it, he replied. Just remember, it was Duguming, the 7th chieftain of the 100 Li Tianshan, who perpetrated the atrocities against the villagers of Li's village. If you seek revenge, pursue Duguming alone, and do not bring harm to other innocent lives. Otherwise, you will be no different from Duguming himself. Chu Xiu waved his hand, earnestly addressing Li Xinyue. If I were to step into the realm of myth, or even the legendary martial arts domain, with the strength to avenge the hundreds of villagers from Li family village before you could exact your own revenge, I would undoubtedly seek retribution for your kin. For I am an official, a representative of the 6 doors. Moved to the brink of tears. Li Xinyue's eyes shimmered with crystalline droplets that cascaded down her cheeks like pearls. Suddenly, she knelt before him, her gaze unwavering and resolute as she bit her lip and declared, I beseech you to take me in, my lord. I am willing to toil endlessly in your service to repay your kindness. Do you wish for me to accompany you? Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, gazing in astonishment at Li Xinyue. A calamity that emerged as a Grand Master was following him? Although Li Xinyue had previously asserted that if he assisted her in the investigation, she would be entirely at his service, he had never truly envisioned such a scenario. At most, he imagined that Li Xinyue would merely remember this favor and refrain from causing chaos in the world. After all, this was a calamity. He already had a seemingly reincarnated moon goddess in Jiang Xiaoxiao, and now another calamity was added to the mix. Just the thought of it left Chu Xiu feeling overwhelmed. My lord, what I said before is entirely true. Though I am but a woman, I understand the significance of a gentleman's word, once spoken. It is as difficult to retract as a team of 4 horses. With heartfelt sincerity, Li Xinyue implored. If you harbor intentions to avenge the hundreds of villagers of the Li family village, how could I possibly betray my promise? Should I go back on my word? Even the souls of the hundreds who perished would never forgive me. I beseech you, my lord, to offer me refuge. With tear-filled eyes, Li Xinyue gazed at Chu Xiu, her plea imbued with genuine emotion. Very well, he replied, if you wish to accompany me, henceforth, do not call me my lord. Address me as young master. Stood in silence for a moment before approaching Li Xinyue, gently assisting her to rise. His hands brushed against her arms, feeling the exquisite texture of her skin, akin to the finest jade, which left him utterly astonished. Were it not for his knowledge of her being a calamity, he would scarcely believe such a phenomenon to be true. On the surface, Li Xinyue bore no resemblance to an anomaly. She appeared strikingly human, an embodiment of realism. What astonished Chu Xiu the most was how she presented herself before him, resembling an ordinary individual, until she revealed her prowess. It was impossible to discern that she was a calamity at the Grandmaster level. His ability to conceal his own aura stemmed from the unnamed breath-concealing technique bestowed upon him by Elder Jiang. It was highly probable that Li Xinyue's ability to do the same was a manifestation of innate talent, though it remained unclear whether this was a unique attribute of calamities or a rare gift exclusive to her. Thank you, my lord, Li Xinyue said, her cheeks flushing a delicate hue as Chu Xiu's hands made contact with her arms. She spoke with a shyness that was palpable, for this marked the first occasion a man had touched her. Even during her previous marriage vows, She had yet to experience any intimacy with her husband, who tragically perished at the hands of Dong Gu-ming. Let us depart. The hour grows late. We must return to the 6 doors. Chu Xiu shook his head and addressed Li Xinyue. Indeed, my lady. Li Xinyue responded softly. TSK, in the desolate wilderness, a solitary man and a woman clandestinely meeting. Who would have thought I would stumble upon such an encounter? Such an extraordinary beauty, even I cannot help but feel a stir in my heart. No wonder the unparalleled genius of the 6 doors, Chu Xiu, would venture out of the city at such an hour to meet in secret. A voice, laced with both intrigue and mockery, drifted from a distance. A lean, sallow-faced old man in black robes approached slowly, each step seemingly stretching across several feet. He was none other than Lei Zhonghu, the revered pinnacle of the 9th realm of the Gao family's grandmasters. Chu Xiu raised his sword-like brows and cast a glance at Lei Zhonghu. Li Xinyue frowned slightly, delicately wiping away the tears that adorned her makeup. Her gaze filled with disdain as she regarded Lei Zhonghu. There was an unsettling quality to his eyes that suggested he was far from a virtuous man. Certainly not the kind of noble gentleman one would expect. Has Gao Changfeng sent you here? Chu Xiu gazed indifferently at Lei Zhonghu and remarked, upon reflection, only Gao Changfeng remains. After all, the Gao family remains oblivious to the fact that I was responsible for Gao Chang's demise. Furthermore, Wei Ziyuan, who was dispatched by Gao Changfeng to eliminate me, has already perished at my hands. Yet, I never anticipated that Gao Changfeng would be so well informed, discovering so swiftly that Wei Ziyuan had met his end by my hand. Moreover, in his pursuit to eliminate me, he has sent forth this formidable master, whose prowess has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm, far surpassing that of Wei Ziyuan. An old man like myself, at this advanced age, must venture out in the dead of night to hunt you down. You ought to feel quite satisfied. Fortunately, I have encountered a breathtaking beauty here, one who stirs my heart. Once I have dealt with you, I shall indulge in her company. Lei Zhonghu did not respond to Chu Xiu's words. Instead, his gaze was filled with covetousness and lewdness as he fixated on Li Xinyue. Young master, I harbor a dislike for this individual, Li Xinyue spoke softly. Had she not pledged to Chu Xiu that she would refrain from taking lives, she would have already acted. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly and said, Xinyue, when I urged you not to bring calamity upon the world and to refrain from taking lives, I meant to spare the innocent. This old man is clearly no virtuous soul. He has come to kill me and harbors vile intentions towards you. Such a nefarious character is certainly deserving of death. Young master, is that truly the case? Li Xinyue's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she inquired. Indeed, it is absolutely true. Chu Xiu nodded and said, Young master. Then I shall slay him. Li Xinyue's eyes turned icy, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Lei Zhonghu. Lei Zhonghu's expression darkened as he regarded both Chu Xiu and Li Xinyue. A martial artist of the master realm, though he had slain Wei Ziyuan, a formidable figure of the 3rd level in the Grandmaster realm, was but a triviality before Lei Zhonghu, who stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm, merely a step away from the martial saint realm. As for Li Xinyue, it was even more absurd, a frail woman, untrained in martial arts, daring to challenge him? Chu Xiu, I shall spare your life for now, he bellowed. I will shatter your limbs and, before your very eyes, ravage this ignorant woman. I shall make you both wish for death yet find it unattainable. Lei Zhonghu glared at Chu Xiu and Li Xinyue, his fury palpable. Xinyue, do you possess the strength to eliminate this scoundrel? With an expression of indifference, Chu Xiu gazed at Lei Zhonghu, showing no sign of anger. There was no need for it. In his eyes, Lei Zhonghu was already a dead man. Had he not already slain numerous masters at the pinnacle of the 9th level? He was somewhat astonished that Li Xinyue had acquired the strength to kill Lei Zhonghu so soon. The speed of her advancement was even swifter than he had anticipated. It was worth noting that Li Xinyue had only been born for less than a day. Was calamity truly this formidable? I believe I can indeed slay him. I can sense the aura emanating from him. It is something I can contend with, Li Xinyue remarked, nodding gently. Very well, then it shall be your turn to strike. However, there is no need for you to kill him. Incapacitate him instead, for I shall take his life myself. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and spoke to Li Xinyue. Although killing Lei Zhonghu might not guarantee any rewards, there was still a possibility, was there not? Even if nothing came of it, he could still gain a measure of destiny value. Yes, my lord, Li Xinyue replied with a respectful demeanor. The audacity of these individuals was intolerable. The old man was determined to witness how they intended to kill him. Observing the seemingly casual conversation between Chu Xiu and Li Xinyue, Lei Zhonghu's anger surged, his beard bristling with fury. A dark glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he moved, launching a palm strike toward Chu Xiao. Li Xinyue gracefully stepped forward, akin to a streak of crimson lightning, countering with a palm strike of her own. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the air. Lei Zhonghu was sent flying by Li Xinyue's strike, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, his face ashen, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. With a piercing gaze, Chu Xiao realized that Li Xinyue's speed had reached a level that rivaled his own when he unleashed the full might of the Heavenly Demon 8 steps. It is important to note that his mastery of the Heavenly Demon 8 steps had attained perfection, although he practiced only the foundational techniques, which did not encompass the spatial aspects of the Heavenly Demon 8 steps. His true cultivation realm remained at the Grandmaster level. Thus, he was yet unable to fully unleash the genuine speed and formidable power of the Heavenly Demon 8 steps. However, the velocity exhibited by Li Xinyue now was not merely twice as fast as when Chu Xiao previously sought to eliminate her, it was astonishingly greater. This pace of growth was truly terrifying. Moreover, it was not solely about speed. Chu Xiao even sensed that Li Xinyue's strength had likely reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, specifically the 9th level, which is the zenith of the perilous stage. Chu Xiao was unaware whether Li Xinyue had been born with such formidable strength. In truth, she possessed it all along, yet initially lacked the true mastery over her own power. It is only now that she has genuinely harnessed her abilities. Remarkably, within the span of a single night, Li Xinyue has evolved to this extent. Were it not for her current position as someone close to him, serving as his maid, this transformation might not have been realized. Chu Xiao was beginning to feel a profound headache. Young master, his strength appears to be rather feeble. I fear I might inadvertently cause his demise, Li Xinyue remarked, her delicate face revealing a look of astonishment as she observed Lei Zhonghu, who was now barely clinging to consciousness. Upon hearing her words, the almost breathless Lei Zhonghu nearly spat out blood in disbelief. His eyes were filled with regret. In his moment of rage, he had refrained from unleashing his true power, fearing he might harm a beauty like Li Xinyue. As a result, his speed had utterly failed to keep pace with Li Xinyue, whom he had initially perceived as a weak woman incapable of defending herself. With a single strike, he had been grievously injured. No matter. As long as I am not dead, that suffices. With a gentle smile, Chu Xiao subtly shifted his right foot, sending a pebble soaring towards Lei Zhonghu. Thud. The stone pierced through Lei Zhonghu's forehead, leaving a gaping wound and sealing the fate of the already gravely injured man. The bloodied hands of the esteemed high-ranking member of the Gao family, Lei Zhonghu, were now a testament to his demise, earning Chu Xiao a reward of 1,600 points of destiny value. Excellent. His total destiny value surged to 2,021. Xinyue, let us depart, Chu Xiao said, pleased with the increase. He then approached the black-scaled horse, gracefully mounting it. My lord, Li Xinyue looked up at Chu Xiao atop the steed, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she spoke with a bashful demeanor. Chu Xiao paused momentarily, his right hand grasping Li Xinyue's shoulder as he lifted her effortlessly, placing her in front of him. Sit tight, we shall return to the county town now, he declared. Li Xinyue's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, her ears turning a vibrant shade of red. Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze in silence, her body tensing, becoming somewhat rigid. Chu Xiao rode swiftly on horseback, accompanied by Li Xinyue, as they made their way towards the county town. Meanwhile, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to explain Li Xinyue's presence. Within the Six Doors organization, there existed the legendary chief Qin Yuxian, a figure of mythic prowess. Would Qin Yuxian be able to discern that Li Xinyue was a calamity? If he did, how could Chu Xiao justify her presence? It seemed that this was Li Xinyue's first experience riding a horse. Though she was being led by Chu Xiao, she found the experience quite fascinating and gradually began to relax, shedding the tension she initially felt. By the way, Xinyue, could you perhaps change your attire? Chu Xiao gazed at Li Xinyue, who stood before him adorned in a striking red wedding gown, and suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. One might easily mistake him for having abducted a bride, caught between a natural disaster and a wedding. Returning to the Six Doors would undoubtedly complicate matters further. Is it the attire? Li Xinyue paused, momentarily taken aback as she examined her resplendent crimson dress, her delicate face flushing once more. With a flicker of inspiration, she willed her vibrant red gown to transform into a flowing black dress. Indeed, this was precisely what she desired. As Chu Xiao beheld the transformation of Li Xinyue's attire into a mesmerizing black dress, his eyes sparkled with delight. Does the young master favor me in this manner? I shall henceforth adorn myself thus, she uttered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chu Xiu cleared his throat, choosing to remain silent. It must be said that Li Xinyue, clad in that ebony gown, possessed an exquisite charm. Furthermore, being a harbinger of calamity and a bride added to the allure. After a brief respite, during which Chu Xiu had urged the black-scaled steed to its utmost speed, they returned to the gates of the 6 doors in no more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Bowing before you, my lord, the guards at the 6 doors exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Chu Xiu's return, accompanied by a breathtaking lady in black. They quickly offered their respects, particularly as it had been but a short while since Chu Xiu had donned the golden insignia of the head constable before venturing out once more. In less than an hour, he had returned with such an extraordinary beauty. Lord Chu, where are you heading at this late hour, and what business do you have? There's no need for formalities. Chu Xiu waved his hand and spoke to the 2 constables. Thank you, my lords. The 2 constables replied respectfully. We shall assist you in returning this black-scaled steed to the stable. Chu Xiu embraced Li Xinyue, gently shifting his weight, allowing them to descend from the back of the black-scaled horse. He released her and addressed a constable. Understood, the constable replied, taking hold of the reins of the black-scaled steed and making his way toward the 6 doors. Xinyue, let us enter. Chu Xiu turned to Li Xinyue and spoke as he made his way into the 6 doors. Indeed, young master, Li Xinyue replied, her demeanor exuding obedience as she followed closely behind him. Her curiosity about the 6 doors piqued. On their journey to the 6 doors, Chu Xiu briefly introduced Li Xinyue to the organization, elucidating its purpose and functions. He also took care to mention that he had a maid by the name of Jiang Xiaoxiao accompanying him. Before long, Chu Xiu brought Li Xinyue into his courtyard. Jiang Xiaoxiao was seated on a stone bench in the courtyard, seemingly waiting for Chu Xiu's return. Young master, you have returned? Upon seeing Chu Xiu enter, Jiang Xiaoxiao's face brightened with delight as she gracefully rose to greet him. Yes, I have returned. A faint smile graced Chu Xiu's cheeks as he addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao. My dear young master, what is this? Jiang Xiaoxiao gazed at Li Xinyue with a hint of puzzlement, her confusion palpable. This must be my dear sister Xiaoxiao, Li Xinyue said, approaching Jiang Xiaoxiao and gently taking her small hand. I am Li Xinyue, just like you, a maidservant to our esteemed young master. Sister Xinyue. You may simply call me Xiaoxiao, Jiang Xiaoxiao replied, her expression tinged with slight embarrassment, unaccustomed to Li Xinyue's affectionate demeanor. Xiaoxiao, like you, Xinyue is also a pitiful soul. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xiu addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao. Thus, I have brought her back. Ah, exclaimed Sister Xinyue, I hadn't anticipated that you, too, share my plight. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao gazed at Li Xinyue with profound sympathy, feeling an instant kinship born from mutual suffering, and she grasped both of Li Xinyue's hands tightly. She mistakenly believed that Li Xinyue, like herself, had been victimized by malevolent forces, stripped of family, and rescued by Chu Xiu. Xiaoxiao, Li Xinyue reciprocated the grip, as both young women experienced a profound connection through shared misfortune. In truth, upon closer examination, they indeed bore certain resemblances. However, while Li Xinyue had lost not merely her family, but an entire village of hundreds who had perished, she had transcended the realm of humanity, becoming an enigma, a manifestation of the most peculiar and terrifying calamity. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu relayed the news he had learned regarding Jiang Xiaoxiao's parents having been laid to rest. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of tears welled up in Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes. Observing her sorrowful demeanor, Li Xinyue gently offered her words of comfort. At that very moment, in the innermost depths of the 6 doors, the door to his study creaked open. The chief of the 6 doors, Qin Yuxian, emerged from the room, his face etched with shock as he incredulously exclaimed, A natural disaster? And it has manifested within our 6 doors? Before he could finish his sentence, he vanished from sight. In an instant, Qin Yuxian materialized in Chu Xiu's courtyard, his expression grave as he surveyed the surroundings. He had just sensed the aura of a natural disaster within the 6 doors, an occurrence that left him utterly astonished. After all, in his recollection, natural disasters were not capable of movement. The emergence of such a phenomenon within their very establishment raised unsettling questions about its mobility. The chief of the 6 doors, Qin Yuxian, had come to pay a visit. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Chu Xiu's courtyard and spoke. As the chief, he possessed the authority to traverse any corner of the 6 doors at will. The formation within this courtyard, naturally, could not impede him. However, he refrained from intruding directly, as he wished to show deference to the calamity. He was uncertain whether this calamity was friend or foe, despite its seemingly insignificant presence in his eyes. Yet, the very term calamity carried considerable weight. With the passage of time, Li Xinyue would undoubtedly grow stronger, eventually stepping into the realm of myth. And perhaps even the legendary domain of the martial arts world was not beyond the realm of possibility. Lord Qin, in the courtyard, Chu Xiu and his companions were momentarily taken aback by Qin Yu's words. Let us proceed outside to meet the chief inspector. With a subtle arch of his brows, Chu Xiu deduced that it was indeed Li Xinyue's presence that Qin Yuxian had sensed first. He spoke to Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue. His mind filled with quiet astonishment at how completely Li Xinyue had concealed her aura, yet it was still discerned by Qin Yuxian. Truly, he was worthy of being the chief of the 6 doors in Songlong Prefecture. Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue nodded gently in acknowledgement. As Chu Xiu approached the entrance of the courtyard, a thought crossed his mind, causing the array that enveloped the area to vanish. He immediately noticed Qin Yuxian standing outside the courtyard, handsome, radiant, with an air of heroic spirit about him. Approximately in his mid-40s. He possessed a tall stature and an extraordinary presence. With a courteous gesture, he addressed Chu Xiu, saying, Captain Chu Xiu, I pay my respects to the chief captain. Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue followed suit, bowing in deference. No need for excessive formalities, Qin Yuxian replied, his expression softening as he observed the respectful demeanor of the 3. His eyes glinted with admiration as he continued, Old Jiang and Old Zhao have spoken highly of you, believing that you will emerge as the most exceptional talent in the history of Songlong County 6 doors, perhaps even surpassing the esteemed Dangongpush. His regard for Li Xinyue, who seemed to look up to Chu Xiu and accompanied him in paying respects, further reinforced his impression. Moreover, Chu Xiu had recently vanquished numerous demons, including the peculiar creature known as the gluttonous phantom. It was inconceivable to Qin Yuxian that Chu Xiu could be colluding with such malevolent forces. Chief Captain, you flatter me, Chu Xiu replied, understanding the chief captain's intentions. Please, Chief Captain, proceed. Chu Xiu smiled gently and extended his hand in invitation to Qin Yu. Very well. Let us converse inside. Qin Yu nodded and strode confidently into the courtyard. With a single thought, Chu Xiu activated the formation once more, enveloping the entire courtyard within its bounds. Chu Xiu led Qin Yu into the courtyard and invited him to take a seat on a stone bench before the stone table. Who is she? Qin Yu eagerly inquired about Li Xinyue, glancing at her after settling down. Chief Inspector, may I ask if you have heard of Li Family Village? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before inquiring of Qin Yuxian. The Li village that was ruthlessly slaughtered by the demon sword wielded by Dugaming 3 years ago? Qin Yuxian's eyes narrowed, and his expression shifted slightly as he responded. It was evident that, as the chief of the 6 doors, Qin Yuxian had a vivid recollection of the tragic events that transpired at Li village 3 years prior. Indeed, it is the very Li village that was massacred by Dugaming 3 years ago. Chu Xiu nodded and said, her name is Li Xinyue, a resident of Li Family Village. No wonder, no wonder. Qin Yuxian remained silent for a long while, his face reflecting deep contemplation as he finally spoke. I understand now. After saying this, he turned to Li Xinyue and said, from now on, you may reside within our 6 gates. If the opportunity arises, I shall assist in avenging the people of Li Family Village. Thank you, Chief of the Guards, Li Xinyue replied. Her heart stirred with emotion as she expressed her gratitude to Qin Yuxian. There is no need for such thanks. It is our duty at 6 gates, Qin Yuxian replied, waving his hand dismissively, his gaze earnest as he looked at Li Xinyue. I came today not only to learn about your origins, but also to seek clarification on a particular question. Please, Chief of the Guards, go ahead, Li Xinyue responded, glancing at Chu Xiu, who nodded in encouragement. Can calamities leave their place of origin, or is it merely your circumstance? Qin Yuxian's expression grew serious, his eyes fixed intensely on Li Xinyue. That question has indeed been posed by the young master as well. I have only just come into existence today, so I am uncertain whether it is exclusive to me or if all calamities possess the ability to do so. Li Xinyue hesitated before responding to Qin Yuxian. During their journey back to 6 gates, Chu Xiu had already shared with her some peculiarities regarding calamities. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yuxian furrowed his brow. Chief, Li Xinyue speaks the truth. She genuinely does not comprehend the situation. In my humble opinion, we should observe all calamities within our Songlong County to ascertain whether they can depart from their place of origin or if they are bound to it. Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before addressing Qin Yuxian. I believe what she has said. It is precisely for this reason that the situation has become even more troublesome. Qin Yuxian sighed and replied. Chu Xiu nodded gently, remaining silent. Very well, I have grasped the situation. I shall not intrude upon you any longer. Chu Xiu, since Li Xinyue is willing to accompany you, let her remain by your side, Qin Yu said as he slowly rose. A calamity like Li Xinyue, who can depart from her birthplace and appear anywhere, is undoubtedly exceedingly perilous. Given that Li Xinyue harbors affection for Chu Xiu and wishes to follow him, it is indeed the best course of action. Staying within the 6 doors will also enhance Li Xinyue's goodwill towards humanity, preventing any potential catastrophe. Chu Xiu understood. As his subordinate escorted the chief hunter, Chu Xiu rose with grace and addressed Qin Yuxian. There is no need. Qin Yuxian shook his head and stepped forward, vanishing into the courtyard. As he departed, the inquisitive Jiang Xiaoxiao turned to Li Xinyue with a curious expression. Sister Xinyue, are you a natural disaster? What does that even mean? Li Xinyue gently led Jiang Xiaoxiao aside and began to explain in hushed tones, revealing even the grim tale of how the village of Li was mercilessly slaughtered by the notorious Duga Ming, the leader of the 7 villages of the 100 miles of heaven's severed mountains, resulting in the tragic demise of hundreds of innocent lives. Despicable! Jiang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her small face contorted with indignation. That man is truly wicked. Those who shelter Duga Ming in the 100 miles of heaven's severed mountains are no better. Sister Xinyue, once I have honed my skills, I will surely aid you in avenging this wrong and bring ruin upon the entire 100 miles of heaven's severed mountains. Her delicate fist waved fiercely, her expression a blend of determination and youthful bravado. Chu Xiu smiled lightly and casually tossed a blazing sun pill into his mouth as he departed the courtyard, heading towards the direction of the 6 doors armory. At this moment, he found himself consuming blazing sun pills almost incessantly. To him, these pills had become akin to mere sweets. With the insatiable capacity of his voracious appetite, his innate true energy was continuously amplifying. Before long, Chu Xiu arrived at the armory of the 6 gates. Young Chu, have you become the head of the Golden Badge? Upon seeing Chu Xiu enter, Elder Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, it must be sheer luck. Chu Xiu spoke with an expression of modesty. Go on, young man. You've come here late at night. Are you once again seeking to select martial arts? Elder Jiang rolled his eyes, completely unconvinced by Chu Xiu's nonsense. Elder Jiang, you are truly wise. Chu Xiu complimented Elder Jiang, saying, are you still considering selecting martial arts? Elder Jiang furrowed his brow, his expression troubled as he gazed at Chu Xiu. This is the 2nd time. The last occasion. Chu Xiu acquired the divine elephant suppressing prison method, the heavenly demon 8 steps, and the heaven-cutting 7 blades. And then he returned to choose a set of 6 paths of reincarnation fist. And now he comes again? Is he truly not apprehensive about the dangers of overindulgence? Elder Jiang, this time I intend to select several extraordinary techniques, or perhaps the highest tier of swordsmanship. Chu Xiu let out a light chuckle and remarked. Within the 6 gates, peerless martial arts only require 100 merit points, while supreme peerless techniques merely demand 1,000. The value is exceptionally high. You, young man, aim to comprehend diverse blade intents through either peerless or supreme blade techniques, preparing for the future 7 severing heavens blade arts, correct? Old Zhang's countenance shifted slightly, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Chu Xiu. As the custodian of the 6 gates martial repository, he was well aware that the 7 severing heavens blade arts necessitated 7 distinct true intents, ultimately requiring each to be elevated to the realm of divine principles. Only then could the true might of the 7 severing heavens blade arts be fully unleashed. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and said, indeed, having chosen the 7 cuts of heaven, I must naturally prepare for what lies ahead. Go, ascend to the 2nd floor, and select the martial arts you desire. Once you have made your choice, return and inform me. Elder Jiang cast a profound glance at Chu Xiu and remarked, were it anyone else uttering such words, merely at the master realm, contemplating the subsequent matters of the 7 cuts of heaven would surely be deemed a waste of time. Yet, with a prodigious talent like Chu Xiu, I genuinely believe he has the potential to accomplish it. Thank you, Elder Jiang. Chu Xiu clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Elder Jiang before proceeding towards the 2nd floor of the armory. What a freak. Elder Jiang couldn't help but mutter as he watched Chu Xiu vanish into the upper level of the armory. It is well known that one begins to comprehend the power of intent only upon reaching the martial saint realm. Moreover, once one has grasped a certain aspect of intent to a degree of 30%, they can harness that singular aspect to step into the realm of myth. Chu Xiu began his preparations rather early, Could it be that he aspires to comprehend the 7 distinct intents of the blade, embodying 7 realms of power? Even within the master or grandmaster stage, confronted by a prodigy like Chu Xiu, even Elder Jiang experiences a sense of helplessness. Ascending to the 2nd floor of the armory, Chu Xiu made his way directly to the martial arts section. After a considerable duration, Chu Xiu left the 2nd floor of the martial arts arsenal, holding 6 volumes of martial techniques, and approached Elder Jiang. He spoke, "Elder Jiang, these are the 6 martial arts I have selected: the tying knife technique, the 5 elements knife technique, the destruction knife technique, the slaughter knife technique, the Qian Kuan knife technique, and the thunder knife technique. Each of these is merely an ordinary master-level knife technique, yet each embodies extraordinary truths, the true meaning of tying, the true meaning of 5 elements, the true meaning of destruction, the true meaning of slaughter, the true meaning of Qian Kuan, and the true meaning of thunder. If we were to add the pure yang knife technique you previously mastered, and if one could consolidate the true meaning of pure yang, it would perfectly yield 7 distinct truths." Elder Jiang gazed at the titles of these martial arts, his expression one of astonishment, and remarked, "Are you attempting to merge these 7 truths to create the 7 knives of heaven's severance?" With a gentle smile, Chu Xiu remained silent. He had no intention of merging the true essence within the 7 slicing blades of heaven. Instead, he chose the lunar blade technique. Having comprehended the true essence of the moon, preparing to fuse it with the true essence of pure yang, his aim was to synthesize these 2 profound essences into a harmonious yin-yang essence. Yin and yang, the 5 elements, destruction, slaughter, the cosmos, and thunder, each represents the pinnacle of laws, indeed the most exalted paths. Furthermore, should he later grasp the true essence of reincarnation through the 6 paths reincarnation fist, he would possess precisely 7 of the most supreme true essences. With these 7 paramount true essences as his foundation, upon comprehending the laws, his 7 slicing blades of heaven would undoubtedly become immensely powerful. Even among those who also merge the 7 true essences, the might varies greatly. If he were to practice, he would strive to master the most formidable 7 slicing blades of heaven. Were it another, even if they trained in the 7 slicing blades of heaven, they would merely fuse the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, or perhaps light and darkness, or the integration of lunar and solar essences. Such a fusion would already yield tremendous power. Yet, you, young man, have chosen the unconventional path, opting for the most arduous and potent journey. Elder Jiang gazed deeply at Chu Xiu and remarked, "This ambition is immense. Do others not desire the same? It is not that they do not wish to, but that they cannot. Grasping any one of the 5 elemental true essences is no trivial feat, let alone the true essence of the 5 elements fused together." Elder Jiang continued, "As warriors, we must be bold and relentless, pursuing the most powerful path." Chu Xiu spoke with a serene expression. "I hope you truly can tread this path to greatness. Wait here for me. I shall retrieve these 6 martial arts for you." Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang cast a profound glance at Chu Xiu, and with a swift motion, vanished from sight. Chu Xiu nodded and awaited Elder Jiang's return. Before long, Elder Jiang appeared before him as if by magic. With a flick of his sleeve, a series of jade slips descended onto the table. He remarked, "All right, young Chu. Here are the 6 martial arts you requested. Now, please present your token." "Thank you, Elder Jiang." Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude with a brief thank you, and presented the golden badge of the constable to Elder Jiang. Upon receiving the token, Elder Jiang swiftly brushed it against the black jade stone, deducting 600 merit points, before returning it to him with a nod, saying, "Very well, young Chu, you are free to leave now." Chu Xiu collected the 6 jade slips and, with a respectful gesture towards Elder Jiang, turned to leave. Upon returning to the courtyard, he placed each of the 6 slips upon his forehead. Instantly, his mind was inundated with the entirety of the tying blade technique, the 5 elements blade technique, the annihilation blade technique, the slaughter blade technique, the Qian Kuan blade technique, and the thunder blade technique. In truth, the pure yang blade technique of the 6 doors shares the same esteemed status as these 6 martial arts, belonging to the realm of extraordinary skills rather than the foundational martial arts of the 1st floor of the 6 doors armory. With the enhancement of his exceptional wisdom and innate talent for the blade, countless insights regarding these 6 techniques emerged in Chu Xiu's mind. At the Gao residence, a cloaked figure once again approached the courtyard of Gao Changfeng, his expression one of utmost reverence. "I report to you, young Master Changfeng, that I have urgent matters to discuss." With a creak, The study door slowly opened, revealing Gao Changfeng, who stepped out and spoke with cultured grace. What is it? Esteemed young master, Chu Xiu has ventured beyond the city once more tonight. Elder Lei has discreetly followed him through a secret passage. However, the cloaked man hesitated. Lowering his head, Elder Lei has perished. Chu Xiu returned alive to the 6 doors. What did you say? Gao Changfeng's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his face. Elder Lei was slain by Chu Xiu? Indeed, it is absolutely true. We have verified the information, the cloaked man replied gravely. Very well. I am already aware of this matter. You may leave now. Gao Changfeng remained silent for a long while, his heart tumultuous, his expression shifting continually. Had he not heard it with his own ears, he would scarcely dare to believe the astonishing speed at which Chu Xiu had grown. It surpassed all his expectations. For a mere copper badge constable to swiftly ascend to the rank of silver badge constable was already an extraordinary feat. Yet now he had become a gold badge constable and had even slain the peak 9th level warrior sent to eliminate him. If given more time, would he not become a rival even to Gao Changfeng himself? Would it not become exceedingly difficult for the entire Gao family to eliminate Chu Xiu, possibly incurring tremendous costs? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Gao Changfeng felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down. This could not continue. Either they must refrain from action, or they must strike with overwhelming force to utterly suppress this individual. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he vanished from his spot. In the blink of an eye, Gao Changfeng arrived outside a secluded courtyard deep within the Gao estate. He cupped his hands in greeting. Gao Changfeng pays his respects to second uncle. Changfeng, what brings you here? The second elder of the Gao family, Gao Jinyu, seemingly appeared out of thin air. Smiling as he regarded him, Gao Changfeng was not merely a prodigious talent among the younger generation, he was also the direct grandson of the Grand Elder, Gao Zhenxiao. Within the Gao family, Gao Zhenxiu was a figure comparable to the family head, Gao Zhantian. Yet, as the Grand Elder was currently in seclusion, the family's affairs were largely managed by the second elder. Second uncle, I have made a grave mistake. I underestimated someone. Gao Changfeng's expression was one of deep remorse. Speak. Changfeng, what transpired? Perhaps I can assist you. Gao Jinyu gestured for him to continue. Gao Changfeng recounted how he had sought to recruit Chu Xiu, only to be rejected, and subsequently attempted to eliminate him, which had ended in failure multiple times. Gao Jinyu's expression turned solemn, and he said, Changfeng, you have indeed erred, and gravely so. Changfeng acknowledges his mistake, Gao Changfeng replied, filled with guilt. Our Gao family never undertakes actions without certainty. From the moment Wei Ziyuan failed, you should have refrained from sending the peak 9th level warrior, Lei Zhonghu, to act against him. Instead, you ought to have informed me, allowing me to dispatch a martial saint-level expert to suppress him. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength. Only in this manner can we ensure no future troubles arise. Do you understand my meaning? Gao Jinyu gazed earnestly at Gao Changfeng. Yes, second uncle, I understand. Gao Changfeng responded softly. This is the first point, applicable only if we must act. In reality, such matters are never handled directly by our Gao family. Do you know why? Gao Jinyu's expression remained calm. Gao Changfeng was taken aback, replying, because our Gao family has hidden hands. Even if they fail in their tasks, it would not implicate our family. Realization dawned upon Gao Changfeng as he reflected on why he had personally intervened. He had initially dispatched Wei Ziyuan, followed by Lei Zhonghu to eliminate Chu Xiu. In truth, he had no need to act himself. He had been blinded by Chu Xiu's rejection. Let this matter rest here. Gao Jinyu expressed satisfaction, waving his hand. Second uncle, are we not to take further action? Gao Changfeng frowned, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. Having come this far, there is no possibility of retreat. However, our Gao family will not act directly. We shall have the Dajiang gang handle this. Otherwise, why would we support them? Gao Jinyu replied nonchalantly. Thank you, second uncle. Gao Changfeng expressed his gratitude. Having erred, one must face the consequences. This is our Gao family's rule. Even you are not exempt. You shall remain in seclusion at home for a month. You should also strive to reach the realm of martial saint. Gao Jinyu stated with gravity. Once you attain the martial saint level, you may return to seek me, he added, gesturing for Gao Changfeng to depart. Yes, I take my leave. Gao Changfeng bowed respectfully and exited. The illustrious prodigy of the 6 doors, who grasped the pure yang blade intent, who could have possibly slain Changha, could only be one person, Nangongpush. Changfeng would not take action against him. Could it truly be the doing of Nangongpush? After Gao Changfeng departed, Gao Jinyu gazed towards the direction of the 6 doors, his brow furrowed as he remarked, yet, Nangongpush is elusive. Even the six doors are unaware of her whereabouts. Is there, perhaps, another unparalleled genius hidden within the ranks of the six doors? Or could it be that the renowned Qi Mingbu has taken action? To comprehend the essence of the blade before reaching the martial sage realm is no ordinary feat. Even the apex talent of our Gao family's younger generation, Gao Changfeng, could not grasp the intent of the blade. Within the six doors of Songlong County, only Nangongpush exists. As for figures like Chu Xiu, Gao Jinyu had never considered him. His cultivation level is simply too low. Even an extraordinary talent could not possibly comprehend the essence of the blade at this stage. At this very moment, within the resplendent and lavish estate of the Shui family, a middle-aged man clad in black entered the depths of the mansion. Bowing respectfully as he reported, "Master, the endeavor in Qingjin County has failed." "Failed, you say?" replied a stern-faced elder in a brocade robe. Exuding an air of authority from his long tenure in power, Chu Xiu, the silver medal captain of the Six Doors, single-handedly quelled the disturbances in Qingjin County. With this achievement, he has ascended from silver medal captain to gold medal captain. The man in black pondered before inquiring, "Master, shall we send someone to eliminate this individual? What purpose would that serve?" Merely the demise of a mere incense master is inconsequential. The elder shook his head. "Dispatch a message. For the time being, do not act. The Gao family will soon take action. They cannot remain patient for long." "Does the master imply?" The man in black felt a chill run through him as he questioned the elder. Regardless of whether the Gao family's ancestor can transcend to the realm of martial legends, they will inevitably take action. The elder spoke with an unperturbed expression. Should the Gao family's ancestor successfully break through, this county will fall entirely under their control. Even the Six Doors would be powerless to resist. Conversely, if the Gao family's ancestor fails, the Gao family will still act, and the Six Doors will not spare them. At this juncture, all parties await, none daring to act prematurely. After a pause, a hint of a smile graced the elder's face as he remarked, "Regardless of who emerges victorious, it will be a moment of great joy for our Black Lotus sect. Should the Gao family seize control of the county, we shall claim several surrounding counties. Even the Gao family would not wish to offend us, and these counties hold immense benefits for our Black Lotus sect." "Now I understand," the man in black replied, a look of realization dawning on his face. The elder, hands clasped behind his back, fell silent. The man in black bowed and subsequently withdrew. The Six Doors. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his cheeks. At the same time, he contemplated the six techniques of blades. However, these techniques, though remarkable, were of a relatively low rank, merely ordinary exceptional skills. With his unparalleled intellect and the title of a prodigy in blade arts, he astonishingly comprehended all six techniques to a state of perfection. Yet, achieving perfection in the techniques alone was not particularly impressive. The true challenge lay in grasping the essence of the blade. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes. His previous comprehension of the pure yang sword intent was largely due to the enhancement provided by the golden attribute of the nine yang sacred body, which facilitated his understanding of the pure yang sword intent with remarkable ease. Now, bereft of the amplification from the nine yang sacred body, he could only rely on his innate understanding to gradually delve deeper into the mysteries of the blade. Not only had he contemplated the six styles of swordplay, but he had also reached a minor level of mastery in the breath concealment technique. This mastery allowed Chu Xiu to conceal his vital energy and blood power with even greater perfection. As the hour grew late, it was time for him to retire for the night. Chu Xiu tossed a blazing sun pill into his mouth and made his way towards a room within the courtyard. Li Xinyue and Jiang Xiaoxiao had long since retired for the night. The following day, dawn broke. As Chu Xiu stepped out of his room, he noticed Qi Xiu standing outside his courtyard. Raising an eyebrow, he contemplated briefly, causing the protective array enveloping the courtyard to dissipate. "What brings you here, Brother Qi?" he inquired. "Brother Chu, I have come to seek your company. There is a task available that boasts a high merit point yet poses minimal danger. Would you care to accept it?" Qi Xiu replied with a grin, approaching Chu Xiu and casually draping an arm over his shoulder. "What task is it?" With an air of curiosity, Chu Xiu gazed at Qi Xiu and inquired. His current consumption of merit points was alarmingly rapid, prompting a pressing need to accumulate more. "Exploration mission," Chu Xiu remarked. "Are you familiar with the Songlong River?" Qi Xiu replied with a subtle smile, observing Chu Xiu. "Of course, I am well aware." With a serene expression, Chu Xiu spoke. "The reason why Songlong County is named as such is due to the magnificent river that traverses through it, the Songlong River. This grand waterway flows ceaselessly, cutting across the majority of the county, extending all the way to the provincial capital of Qizhou. Consequently, the waterways of Songlong County are exceedingly prosperous. This flourishing aquatic trade has given rise to numerous ornate pleasure boats along the banks of the Songlong River, where countless enchanting women can be found. Each night, this locale transforms into the liveliest and most bustling area within Songlong County. Hiki, Brother Chu, are you perhaps envisioning the banks of the Songlong River? Chi Xiu remarked with a mischievous grin, winking at Chu Xiu, and continued, I have been quite loyal to you. Haven Ti? The place you are to investigate is none other than the banks of the Songlong River, where you can enjoy music and gather information. Truly perfect. The banks of the Songlong River? With a raised brow, Chu Xiu inquired, could it be that demons have emerged in this place? Indeed, Brother Chu, your insight is commendable, came the reply. Recently, our informants from the Six Doors have reported that a number of young gentlemen, after visiting the banks of the Songlong River, have exhibited a noticeable decline in their vitality. It seems they have been drained of their essence. Furthermore, the number of those affected is not insignificant. Chi Xiu's expression grew serious as he stated, it is highly likely that a demon lurks along the Songlong River, using pleasure boats as a guise to siphon off vitality. The most probable culprits belong to the Fox clan among the demons. Do we have any suspects? Chu Xiu furrowed his brow and inquired of Chi Xiu. No. If there were any suspects, we wouldn't have amassed so many merit points. This mission, merely a reconnaissance task, offers a reward of 500,000 merit points. It is precisely because these demons are deeply concealed. Chi Xiu shook his head and replied, Brother Chu, should you make a discovery, refrain from alarming the enemy unless you possess absolute certainty. Our 6 gates will dispatch true experts to the banks of Songlong River to vanquish the demons. Very well. I shall accept this mission. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and spoke to Chi Xiu. However, he sought not merely 50,000 merit points, but desired even more. All right. I shall assist Brother Chu in undertaking this task, Chi Xiu said as he waved his hand and turned to depart. Upon a fleeting thought, Chu Xiu activated the formation anew, enveloping the entire courtyard. Young master, you are awake. Please freshen up, as breakfast is nearly ready, Jiang Xiaoxiao called out from the kitchen, peeking her head through the doorway. Very well. Chu Xiu nodded and proceeded to freshen up. Upon his return, he beheld Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue emerging from the kitchen, each carrying an array of exquisite dishes, which they elegantly arranged upon the stone table in the courtyard. Xiaoxiao, are you certain that we should indulge in such nourishing fare so early in the morning? Chu Xiu gazed at the array of dishes on the table with a peculiar expression. Ginseng chicken soup, braised pork knuckle, red braised unknown cuts, steamed fish, and greens reminiscent of boiled cabbage, among others. Each dish emanated an extraordinarily rich energy. Indeed, the master had said that martial artists do not require exquisite food or drink. Such austerity would facilitate swifter progress in their cultivation. Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded gently and began to introduce the dishes to Chu Xiu. This ginseng, master mentioned, is a century-old specimen, and the chicken used for the soup is a 9-feathered golden chicken. Moreover, this pork knuckle comes from a 7-colored deer, and it contains deer antler as well. As for this red braised steak, it is sourced from the bones of an iron-horned rhinoceros. Chu Xiu fell silent, contemplating the implications. These were indeed flesh and blood from demons. Truly, they were potent tonic ingredients. Master Jiang was exceptionally generous to his sole disciple, Jiang Xiaoxiao. It seemed that Chu Xiu had benefited from her fortune. However, a look of confusion crossed his face as he inquired, Xiaoxiao, do you know how to handle this demon flesh? Or is it Xinyue who does? Master said that these were purchased from the Wanbao Pavilion, and they have already been processed, ready for cooking, Jiang Xiaoxiao replied softly. Ah, I see. Well then, let us partake in this breakfast together. A look of realization crossed Chu Xiu's face as he addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue. He felt a sense of compatibility with Jiang Xiaoxiao, yet remained uncertain whether Li Xinyue, a calamity in her own right, would be agreeable. Yes, yes. Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue nodded gently, making their way to the stone table where they settled together. Young master, do sample this dish. It was prepared by Sister Xinyue, who possesses remarkable culinary skills, far surpassing mine. Most of these dishes were crafted by her, while I merely assisted, Jiang Xiaoxiao said, pointing to the braised pork knuckle as she spoke to Chu Xiu. Li Xinyue's face was etched with anxiety as she watched Chu Xiu, seemingly concerned that her cooking might not suit his palate. Very well, he replied. Chu Xiu picked up his chopsticks and tore off a generous piece of meat from the large pork knuckle, placing it into his mouth. At that moment, his taste buds erupted in ecstasy, granting him the sensation of indulging in an exquisite delicacy he had never before encountered. Once finished, his ravenous appetite swiftly absorbed the energy contained within the meat, gradually fortifying Chu Xiu's physique. delicious. This flavor rivaled that of the finest chefs at one restaurant. After a brief pause, he exclaimed in astonishment, "If you enjoy it, my lord, please indulge further." Li Xinyue replied with a delicate smile, reminiscent of blooming flowers, illuminating the entire courtyard with her radiance. "Very well," he responded. Chu Xiu responded with a sound of agreement and swiftly began to indulge in the delectable feast before him. Jiang Xiaoxiao exchanged a knowing smile with Li Xinyue, both feeling a profound joy witnessing Chu Xiu's delight in the dishes they had prepared. The two women leisurely picked up their chopsticks and began to savor their meal. After the passage of a tea's duration, Chu Xiu set down his chopsticks. Gazing at the sun as it gradually rose, he turned to Li Xinyue and inquired, "Xinyue, do you feel anything?" After all, the last time he had seen her was during the twilight hours. He was uncertain whether the brilliance of the midday sun would evoke any change in her. "Feel anything?" Li Xinyue paused, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her clear eyes as she replied, "Are you referring to the daylight? I seem to feel nothing at all. I even feel as though I am the same as before, sleeping and eating just as I used to. Were it not for the power within me, I would scarcely believe that everything has changed." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu fell into a contemplative silence. He was unsure whether other natural calamities were akin to Li Xinyue. Nevertheless, he sensed that Li Xinyue was indeed extraordinary, likely a unique entity amidst the disasters. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed there was no significant harm in this notion. Slowly rising, Chu Xiu chuckled softly and remarked, "It is best to feel nothing at all. This way, you can continue to live as you did before, merely in a different environment. Once we attain sufficient strength, we shall utterly flatten the 100 Li heaven-severing mountain and exact vengeance for the innocent villagers of Li family village." Yes, my lord, I will heed your words," Li Xinyue replied gently. "Very well, I have had my fill. I shall retreat to the study to delve into my sword techniques. You may take your time to eat," he concluded. Chu Xiu turned to Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue, uttering a phrase before making his way towards the study within the courtyard. The pure yang blade intent could not be easily unleashed, as it risked attracting the attention of the Gao family. He aimed to comprehend a unique blade intent. Utilizing his unparalleled intellect in the shortest time possible, time flowed like a swift river, and in the blink of an eye, dusk had descended. A resonant hum echoed through the heavens and the earth as a terrifying blade intent erupted from Chu Xiu's study. This blade intent seemed to harbor an infinite desire for slaughter, growing increasingly intense and transforming the entire courtyard into a crimson realm, coalescing into a world of murderous intent. Fortunately, the concealment of the formation shielded him. Otherwise, the revelation of such a slaughterous blade intent would have undoubtedly astounded the entirety of the Six Gates. Although Chu Xiu had already advanced from a silver medal constable to a gold medal constable, a master-level gold medal constable was already immensely formidable. Should he further grasp the blade intent, it would be nothing short of astonishing. After all, normally, only martial saints could comprehend such blade intents. Those who could attain such mastery at the Grand Master level were undoubtedly the most exceptional geniuses of their time. The young master has comprehended the blade intent, Jiang Xiaoxiao exclaimed in delight, gazing in awe at Chu Xiu's study, suddenly rising from her seat. Li Xinyue gracefully stood as well, her bright eyes reflecting a glimmer of joy, as Chu Xiu immersed himself in the study, contemplating the intricacies of swordsmanship. Nearly an entire day had elapsed. The others dared not intrude or call him forth for lunch. However, upon witnessing Chu Xiu grasping the essence of sword intent, they surmised that he would soon emerge. Indeed, after a brief pause, the palpable sword intent vanished without a trace. Creaking softly, the door to the study slowly swung open. Chu Xiu emerged from the study with the grace of a dragon and the stride of a tiger. "Young master, you have been immersed in the study of swordsmanship for an entire day. Are you not hungry?" Jiang Xiaoxiao inquired as she gracefully approached him. Li Xinyue, stepping lightly, reached Chu Xiu and softly remarked, "Young master, we dared not disturb your meditation on sword techniques. The lunch is prepared and has been kept warm. If you are hungry, we can heat it up for you now. There is still ample time. I shall dine before venturing out." Chu Xiu smiled gently and addressed the two ladies, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue. "Are you preparing to leave, my lord? Allow me to warm your meal right away." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao hurried towards the kitchen. "I shall accompany you," Li Xinyue promptly followed, joining Jiang Xiaoxiao in the kitchen. Chu Xiu smiled gently as he approached the stone table and gradually took a seat. The sensation of having a meal prepared for him was quite delightful. He had spent the day contemplating the art of swordsmanship. However, perhaps due to the recent spate of slaughters, whether against demons, those in league with them, or disciples of the Black Lotus sect, his understanding of the killing sword technique had deepened significantly. He had transcended the perfected level of the killing sword technique and had grasped the essence of the killing sword intent. Moreover, it was not merely a superficial understanding. He had advanced further still, reaching the realm of one-tenth sword intent. In addition, Chu Xiu felt that he was nearing the comprehension of the annihilation sword intent. He was exceedingly close to achieving it, as the concepts of killing and annihilation are intrinsically linked. Nonetheless, he had yet to gain any insight into the Taiyin sword intent, the five elements sword intent, the Qiankuan sword intent, or the thunder sword intent. Nevertheless, he was immensely satisfied with his progress in attaining one-tenth of the killing sword intent in a single day. The extraordinary wisdom represented by the purple attribute, combined with the blue attribute of a swordsmanship prodigy, signifies an amalgamation far beyond mere arithmetic simplicity. Even if he were to be referred to as an unparalleled swordsman, it would not be an exaggeration, albeit one still in the nascent stages of his prowess. Before long, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue emerged from the kitchen, each carrying a plethora of dishes, which they arranged upon the table. Indeed, it was a plethora. These dishes were crafted from rare herbs and the flesh of demons, each portion remarkably generous. "Young master, please eat. We have already dined," Jiang Xiaoxiao said to Chu Xiu. Li Xinyue nodded softly, standing by and observing him. "Very well. I shall partake," he replied. Chu Xiu picked up his chopsticks and began to feast heartily, eating dishes crafted from precious medicinal herbs and the flesh of demons. His physical form was almost continuously strengthening. After a cup of tea, every dish on the table had been devoured by Chu Xiu. Not even the herbs were spared. He consumed them all. Chu Xiu set down his chopsticks and, feeling utterly satisfied, remarked, "I am full now. Xiao, you and Xin should stay at home and diligently cultivate. Do not venture outside. I have a mission that requires me to step out for a while." "Young master, I will certainly devote myself to my training. I will not hold you back," Jiang Xiaoxiao declared earnestly, shaking her delicate little fist. Li Xinyue nodded slightly, remaining silent. She did not require training, as her cultivation would naturally and imperceptibly strengthen over time. Chu Xiu nodded, returned to his chamber to don a different attire, and then turned to depart. After all, he was embarking on an investigation into the concealed demons along the banks of the Songlong River. It was imprudent to wear the official garb of a head constable from the Six Doors. Such an action would unequivocally signal to all that he was representing the Six Doors in this inquiry. Upon exiting the courtyard, Chu Xiu made his way towards the armory of the Six Doors. In a short while, Chu Xiu entered the armory of the Six Gates. "Young Chu, what brings you here?" Elder Jiang glanced at Chu Xiu with indifference. "Elder Jiang, do we possess any auxiliary martial arts within the Six Gates armory akin to the art of divination? Something that can reveal the true nature of demons and their uncanny tricks, rendering them unable to hide. Alternatively, it could be a piercing gaze technique capable of seeing through illusions." Chu Xiu was unconcerned as he approached Elder Jiang and inquired, "What purpose do you have in learning this? The tokens of our Six Doors can already sense the presence of demons and anomalies." Elder Jiang furrowed his brow and replied, "There is no need to pursue such martial arts any further." Chu Xiu shook his head and said, "Old Jiang, you are well aware that the tokens of the Six Gates can sense the presence of demons and strange entities. However, if these malevolent beings choose to conceal themselves and employ techniques to suppress their aura, it becomes a formidable challenge for us to unearth them unless they reveal themselves. The art of perceiving illusions is not catalogued within our Six Gates. Such martial arts are exceedingly rare and scarce throughout the realm." Old Jiang furrowed his brow in contemplation and replied, "We do possess the technique of Qi observation within the Six Gates. Nevertheless, this particular method is notoriously difficult to master. And even to initiate one's training is no simple feat. Thus, despite its existence, there have been few who have attempted to cultivate it, ultimately leading to its neglect. If you desire it, I can assist you in retrieving it." "Thank you, Old Jiang." With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude to Elder Jiang. "It is unnecessary," Elder Jiang replied. "Your desire to learn the art of divination is commendable, as it serves the purpose of vanquishing demons and monsters. It is only fitting that I assist you in this endeavor. Please wait here for a moment. I shall venture inside to search diligently." With a casual wave of his hand, Elder Jiang made his way into the armory. He was headed toward the inner chamber. The armory, consisting of 6 doors, was essentially divided into an inner and an outer repository. The inner chamber housed the true martial arts jade slips, while the outer chamber contained mere books with basic introductions, devoid of any authentic martial arts content. Chu Xiao nodded, standing patiently in anticipation. After a while, Elder Jiang emerged holding a jade slip, gazing at Chu Xiao as he inquired, "Young Chu, is this the art of divination you seek? Its entry requirements are challenging, and another reason for its obscurity lies in its steep price. Much like the extraordinary martial arts, this art of divination also demands 50,000 merit points. Are you certain you wish to exchange for it? 50,000 merit points? Elder Jiang, I desire it." A stir of thought crossed Chu Xiao's mind, prompting him to speak impulsively. The initiation was challenging, and the exchange price was akin to that of extraordinary martial arts. This clearly indicated one thing: this technique of fortune-telling was far from ordinary. "Hand over your token." Elder Jiang handed the jade slip to Chu Xiao and addressed him. Chu Xiao took the jade slip, coughed lightly, and said, "Old Jiang, may we come to an understanding? I shall return to repay the 50,000 merit points later. At present, my merit points do not suffice to meet that amount. However, once I return, I assure you they will be sufficient." Old Jiang cast a peculiar glance at Chu Xiao and replied, "You young rascal, you were the first to approach me seeking credit. Yet, considering your extraordinary talent, I shall let this matter slide. Just remember to return promptly to settle your account." "Thank you, Old Jiang." Chu Xiao cupped his hands in gratitude towards Elder Jiang. "All right. Please attend to your matters," Elder Jiang replied, a look of disdain evident on his face as he waved dismissively at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao nodded and stepped out of the Six Gates armory. As he emerged, he placed the jade slip containing the art of divination against his forehead. A multitude of concepts regarding the art of divination flooded his mind. So this is the reason why the initiation into this art is so arduous. It requires extraordinary wisdom and unparalleled insight to even begin, rendering one worthy of practicing the art of divination. Though the name of this technique is simple, merely the art of divination, it is anything but straightforward. Merely attaining the initial level allows one to see through the disguises of demons and spirits, revealing the malevolent aura or sinister energy that envelopes them. Demons possess a demonic aura, while spirits are cloaked in sinister energy, no matter how well they conceal themselves. The art of divination can unveil their true nature at a glance. Upon reaching the minor mastery stage, this art can discern the energies of mountains and rivers. At the major mastery stage, one can perceive the essence of heaven and earth. In its perfected state, it grants the ability to glimpse the trajectories of the laws of the universe, greatly aiding in the comprehension of true meaning and the understanding of principles. This is truly a remarkable martial art. Indeed, it holds even greater value than a mere extraordinary martial technique. It is astonishing to discover such a wondrous art preserved within the Six Gates. With a look of astonishment gracing his cheeks, Chu Xiao spoke. Exiting the Six Gates, he strolled leisurely towards the banks of the Songlong River, his pace unhurried. As he walked, he contemplated the art of divination. While others found it exceedingly difficult to gain entry into this realm, for Chu Xiao, it was a relatively simple endeavor. If even he, endowed with the extraordinary insight denoted by a purple attribute, could not achieve this, it would be a daunting task for most in the world. In the great river gang's pavilion, the leader, Wei Qi Feng, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the golden koi swimming in the small lake. Report to the leader, Chu Xiao has departed from the Six Gates. A member of the gang knelt outside the pavilion, his demeanor one of utmost respect. His destination seems to be the banks of the Songlong River. Songlong Riverbank? Wei Qi Feng mused. An unparalleled genius from the Six Gates would rarely venture to such a place. If he was heading there, it must be for an investigation. A glint of sharp insight flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a resonant and commanding tone. Inform Lady Xian Sherwu to keep a close watch over her kin, ensuring they do not attract Chu Xiao's attention, lest their presence be revealed. If they were to be discovered, it would jeopardize the significant matters of the Gao family. A mere Chu Xiao is inconsequential, but should he disrupt the Gao family's affairs, even their esteemed ancestor would find it unbearable. Understood, my lord, the subordinate replied solemnly. Also, notify the leader of the Guangsha gang to have the Demon King of the Wild Boar Ridge eliminate Chu Xiao. Inform him that the one who slaughtered 26 pig demons from their territory has now appeared. However, the Demon King must not act near the banks of the Songlong River. Wait until Chu Xiao departs before making a move. Wei Qi Feng pondered for a moment before continuing to the gang member. Yes, I comprehend. The subordinate acknowledged and quietly withdrew. Now, the Demon Kings under the Porcupine Demon Lord, the Black Tiger Demon Lord, and the Tsong Wolf Demon Lord had all arrived. The city of Songlong County was poised to descend into chaos once more. Wei Qifeng's expression remained indifferent as he declared, "Let this be the starting point." Commencing this bloody night, at the banks of the Songlong River, the light shone brilliantly. As night fell, the entire Songlong County began to quiet down, yet here. It was a scene of extraordinary festivity, a throng of people bustling about. Whether it be the elegantly attired gentry, the youthful scions of wealthy families, the spirited young scholars, or the roguish figures bearing swords, all were present in abundance. Numerous courtesans stood outside the pavilions and boats, eagerly beckoning patrons with fervor. Chu Xiu walked along the banks of the Songlong River, marveling at the opulent and flourishing scenery before him. Hurry, hurry to the Tianxian Pavilion. The performance by Lady Xin is about to begin. If we delay, we shall miss it. A delicate-looking scholar hastened towards a distant painted boat. "Young master, please slow down." "Wait for me," cried the young scholar's attendant, running to keep pace with him. "Tianxian Pavilion?" With a playful arch of his brow, Chu Xiu expressed his intrigue, remarking, "How fascinating. Let us venture into this Tianxian Pavilion. It is quite likely that this is the very place I have been searching for." He observed that it was not only this frail scholar, but numerous young students and affluent youths who were also heading towards this so-called Tianxian Pavilion. Notably, these individuals exhibited a common frailty, as if their vitality was somewhat diminished, appearing to lack sufficient young energy. Before long, Chu Xiu arrived at the entrance of the Celestial Pavilion. The entire structure of the pavilion was impressively grand. Undoubtedly one of the most magnificent along the banks of the Songlong River. What was particularly remarkable was the exquisite decoration of the pavilion, embodying a blend of opulence and elegance, while the flickering lights aboard cast enchanting shadows, harmoniously mingling with the illumination along both shores of the river, evoking a breathtakingly beautiful ambience. However, upon reaching the Celestial Pavilion, a number of young scholars and affluent young gentlemen were dutifully queuing outside, paying their dues before they could board the vessel. Soon, it was Chu Xiu's turn. "Young master, you appear somewhat unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to our Celestial Pavilion?" inquired the elderly matron stationed at the entrance with a warm smile. "Indeed, it is my first time," he replied. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and spoke. "Young master, within our heavenly immortal pavilion, there exists a rule. Upon entry, one must pay 10 taels of silver. After the payment of 10 taels, all expenses within the heavenly immortal pavilion are exempted. If you're willing, you must first pay the fee." The old matron gazed at Chu Xiu with a kind expression and said, "10 taels of silver?" Chu Xiu smiled gently, waving his right hand as a 10-tael silver ingot gracefully soared towards the old matron. "Thank you, young master. Please, come inside," she said, catching the silver ingot and bowing respectfully to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and stepped onto the elegant boat. Upon boarding, a graceful and ethereal young woman in white approached him, extending her hand in an inviting gesture and saying, "My lord, please." Chu Xiu nodded slightly and followed the young woman in white into the grand hall of the painted boat. At this moment, the hall was already teeming with numerous scholarly young gentlemen, each accompanied by a similarly youthful and graceful woman in white. However, these individuals exhibited impeccable manners and refined comportment, refraining from any indecorous actions towards their companions. Their behavior was far from the debauchery typically associated with entertainment venues. At most, they would gently touch the delicate hands of the women beside them. Under the guidance of the woman in white, Chu Xiu took a seat at an empty table. "Esteemed sir, my name is Shi. If it pleases you, I shall serve you from this moment forth," she said, sitting beside Chu Xiu with a gentle gaze. "Should you find me unsatisfactory, I can summon other companions." "No need for that. You shall suffice," he replied. Chu Xiu smiled calmly and said, "Thank you, young master." With a tenderness as gentle as flowing water, Shi spoke. As she spoke, her delicate, fair hand gently rested upon Chu Xiu's, her expression radiating innocence and obedience. Chu Xiu toyed with the small hand, yet his gaze remained remarkably composed. He had just successfully entered the threshold of his divination technique. The entire ship was filled with enchanting spirits. They were all demons. Though this delicate hand felt as soft as if it had no bones, in reality, it was merely a furry fox paw. The Celestial Immortal Pavilion was indeed the place he had been searching for. As Chu Xiu leisurely toyed with Cece's delicate hand and caressed the little fox, he attentively listened to the conversations echoing within the grand hall. With his profound cultivation, he was acutely aware of every subtle movement occurring in the vicinity, comprehending every spoken word with clarity. He learned that the Tianxian Pavilion had been established in the city of Songlong County for an entire year. The young women clad in white, who were attended to by the little foxes, would usher the scholarly gentleman into individual chambers to revel in sumptuous pleasures after the exquisite performance by the pavilion's most enchanting and reclusive artist, Miss Exine Sherwood. They would remain until early the following morning before departing from the Transcending Pavilion. A distinctive feature of the Transcending Pavilion is its exclusive patronage of young scholars under the age of 30, who must also possess a certain level of aesthetic appeal. Should either criterion be unmet, entry into the pavilion is strictly forbidden. The seemingly amiable old matron guarding the entrance is, in fact, a formidable expert. Any would-be intruders with nefarious intentions have been swiftly expelled by her. Gradually, word spread regarding the pavilion's regulations, leading to a cessation of disturbances. How intriguing! A den of enchanting fox spirits has resided in Songlong County for a year, right beside our 6 doors. Yet no incidents had arisen, nor had they been uncovered until recently, when it was hinted that demonic entities might be lurking along the banks of the Songlong River. This suggests that these charming fox spirits have concealed themselves exceptionally well, and their consumption of vital essence is likely conducted subtly and imperceptibly rather than through blatant exploitation. The preference for youthful scholars may stem from the purity of their essence, untainted by the murkiness of fame and fortune. As for their physical appearance, it is plausible that these fox spirits maintain certain standards as well. In the depths of his thoughts, Chu Xiu pondered quietly. Having grasped the fundamentals of the Qi observation technique, he had developed a certain understanding of Qi. Suddenly, a young woman, clad in snow-white attire and possessing a beauty that could captivate nations, entered the hall of the painted boat, cradling an ancient guqin. Approaching the elevated platform with grace akin to a blooming lotus, each step she took exuded an enchanting elegance. She has arrived. Lady Exine has come. Silence. Do not disturb Lady Exine. Upon the appearance of Exine 15, all the young gentlemen in the hall turned their rapt attention toward her, their faces reflecting a mesmerized admiration, as if they wished to capture every nuance of her movements. Another enchanting vixen, and one whose depths remain unfathomable. Her cultivation level must have already ascended to the realm of the martial saint, marking her as a martial saint-level demon king. A flicker of unusual color passed through Chu Xiu's eyes as he remarked, "It is still difficult to discern the precise realm of cultivation. Perhaps I must await the advancement of my Qi observation technique from the rudimentary stage to a more accomplished level before I can truly perceive the cultivation realms of warriors and the enigmatic beings of the demonic realm." Lady Exine, having encountered various young gentlemen, expressed her profound gratitude for their affections. "Now, I shall present a melody for all esteemed gentlemen, hoping it will be to your liking." With her guqin cradled in her arms, Exine Yangzi stood gracefully upon the elevated platform, offering a courteous bow to the assembly. Her voice tender and mellifluous, enveloping the audience in a delightful shiver. "Dear Lady Exine, your graciousness is overwhelming. To be present at the Heavenly Fairy Pavilion and to hear your performance is indeed my privilege," one young gentleman declared. "Indeed. If I were unable to experience Lady Exine's music, I would find it impossible to concentrate on my studies. I too share this sentiment. To witness Lady Exine and to listen to her melodies, I would willingly embrace death with contentment," another young man fervently proclaimed, their expressions mirroring the fervor of those at the pinnacle of admiration. In the depths of his heart, Chu Xiu silently marveled at the formidable allure embodied in the voice of Lady Exine Sherwood. Were it not for his unwavering resolve and his profound understanding of the pure young blade intent and the slaughter blade intent, he would have succumbed to the enchanting charm she exuded. Had these individuals known that the delicate hand they held was, in truth, a furry fox paw, and that the enchanting companion of their nights was, in reality, a spirit fox feasting upon their essence, moreover, that the revered Lady Exine Sherwood was a demon king of the martial sage realm, who could say they would not be struck with terror? "Thank you, gentlemen." Lady Exine Sherwood smiled gracefully, illuminating the entire hall with an aura reminiscent of a blooming garden. Upon hearing her mellifluous voice and witnessing her breathtaking smile, the young gentlemen found themselves entranced, their gazes glazed over with awe. As she gracefully took her seat, her eyes subtly flicked toward Chu Xiu, who remained composed amidst the throng, prompting her to question whether her enchanting power had waned. Regaining her composure, she placed her delicate hand upon the guqin. With a gentle twist of her wrist, the music flowed forth like a babbling spring, akin to the howling mountain winds, at times vigorous and impassioned, at others tender and lingering. Each note seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 forces while delicately caressing the innermost chambers of the heart. Under her skilled touch, the guqin transcended its mere status as an instrument, transforming into majestic mountains and flowing waters, transporting the audience to realms beyond. An artistry so exquisite it left all in awe. As the final notes faded, The hall remained enveloped in the reverberations of the high mountains and flowing waters. Even Chu Xiu could not help but be astonished at Lady Xin Shiwu's extraordinary prowess. Alas, she was a spirit fox. As the saying goes, the high mountains and flowing waters find their confidant, and her performance was indeed a tribute to this particular gentleman. Rising gracefully, she cradled the guqin and gazed at Chu Xiu with her clear eyes, softly inquiring, "Might I have the honor of sharing a room with you, esteemed sir?" To engage in a heartfelt conversation? At her words, a profound silence enveloped the hall. The young gentleman's eyes turned toward Chu Xiu, filled with envy and resentment. They had come to the celestial pavilion solely to hear Lady Xin Shiwu play, never daring to hope for a personal encounter. Yet, here was their goddess, declaring that this performance was dedicated to Chu Xiu. The high mountains and flowing waters had indeed found their confidant. What, then, were they? And to be invited to share a room. This was unprecedented. Cece stood frozen, unable to fathom that Lady Xin Shiwu would extend such an invitation to Chu Xiu. In truth, it was not just Cece. The entire assembly of fox spirits in the hall had not anticipated this turn of events. Such was their desire. Yet they dared not voice it. Chu Xiu released the delicate hand of Shishi, rising to his full height, exuding an air of elegance as he gazed at Xin 15 Yang. With composure, he spoke, eager to discern the mystery she was weaving. It must be said that upon witnessing Chu Xiu's unparalleled beauty, complemented by his physique and demeanor, a wave of self-doubt washed over the assembly of young gentlemen. They began to comprehend why Xin 15 Yang held them in such low regard, yet was captivated by Chu Xiu. "Please, my lord," Xin 15 Yang said, cradling the guqin in her left arm and extending her right hand in an invitation to Chu Xiu. With a serene smile, Chu Xiu walked over with an air of elegance. Observing Xin Shiwuniang departing with him, the group of young gentlemen was once again overcome with envy. Feeling as though the small hands they had touched lost their allure, Xin Shiwuniang led Chu Xiu to the third floor of the painting boat. Her smile radiant as she spoke, "This is the third floor of our painting boat. I alone have the privilege to enter here. No sounds from this floor will reach the second." "Oh?" Chu Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows and inquired, "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed, it is." Xin Shilu replied with a faint smile. "So, you intend to summon me here and then slay me?" With a gentle smile, Chu Xiu gazed at Xin Shiwuniang and inquired. He had yet to engage with a master of the martial saint realm and remained oblivious to the extent of their prowess. Fortuitously, today presented an opportunity to ascertain the true capabilities of such formidable beings. "My lord, you are not only handsome but also remarkably astute. I find myself somewhat reluctant to part with you." Xin Shiwuniang sighed softly, her tone a blend of playful reproach and allure as she regarded Chu Xiu with captivating charm. "Do you know who I am?" With a look of keen interest, Chu Xiu gazed at Xin Shiwuniang and remarked that even if he had not been captivated by her charm earlier, it would not warrant her deliberately inviting him out with the intention of eliminating him. Unless, of course, Xin Shiwuniang was already aware of his true identity and the purpose of his presence by the banks of the Songlong River. As an unparalleled genius of the Six Doors, the illustrious Captain Chu Xiu, how could she possibly be unaware of him? Xin Shiwuniang smiled gracefully at Chu Xiu and said, "Originally, I had no intention of taking action against you, esteemed captain. Yet, who could have anticipated that you would visit my celestial pavilion? Thus, I find myself compelled to deal with you personally. After all, you must have discerned my true identity, have you not? Although I am uncertain how you managed to see through my disguise, your clear gaze, filled with a sense of vigilance, speaks volumes. Had you not recognized me, I could have feigned ignorance and allowed you to leave unscathed. Alas, it seems your keen observation and sharp intellect have led you to uncover the truth, which explains why no one in Songlong County has detected the presence of the celestial pavilion for an entire year. It is likely that those who did perceive it have already been eliminated by your hand." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chu Xiu's eyes as he gazed at Xin Shiwuniang. He mused on how, after a year, no one had detected any issues with the heavenly immortal pavilion. Within the Six Doors, there were also young bronze and silver badge captains. The pressures of the Six Doors made it quite customary for individuals to seek solace by the banks of the Songlong River to unwind and ease their spirits. Who does not revel in the melodies of the brothel? Yet, no one had noticed anything amiss. One reason was that their concealment was remarkably profound. Even to the bronze and silver badge captains, even when they visited the heavenly immortal pavilion, they failed to perceive any anomalies. The other reason was that should they discover their vitality being siphoned away, they would likely vanish without a trace. Within the entire pleasure boat, there were indeed two fox spirits at the martial saint level. Not only was this Xin Shirwun Yang at the martial saint realm, but the elderly matron was also at the same level, a cunning old fox spirit. Lord Chu, your conjectures are once again accurate, she declared with a beguiling smile. However, I cannot allow you to remain. Had you been oblivious to everything, I would have genuinely wished to share this beautiful evening with you. Ping matron, proceed. And escort Lord Chu on his journey. Yes, this old servant obeys. An aged voice resonated as the matron, who had been guarding the outside of the heavenly immortal pavilion, seemingly materialized on the third floor. It was evident that she had been present all along. There's no rush, he replied. I should enhance my own strength. With 11 remaining bottles of the Fierce Sun pill, I should be able to ascend to the Grandmaster realm. With an expression of tranquil composure, Chu Xiao spoke as he produced a bottle of Fierce Sun elixir, consuming its contents one by one before carelessly discarding the empty vessel. He then retrieved a second bottle, emptying it entirely into his mouth. Initially, he presumed that 50 bottles of the elixir would yield merely 2 or 3 extra doses, not an excessive amount. However, he was astounded to discover the insatiable digestive prowess of the gluttonous stomach. After consuming only 39 bottles, his internal cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Master Realm, just a step away from the Grandmaster Realm. Though the Fierce Sun elixir was not specifically designed for ascending to the Grandmaster Realm, 11 bottles were sufficient to grant him entry into that exalted state. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the gluttonous stomach, even in the absence of elixirs tailored for breakthroughs. With an adequate quantity of ordinary elixirs, one could still ascend through sheer volume. Lady Xin-15 chuckled lightly and remarked, My dear Chu, you cannot possibly believe that having achieved the Grandmaster realm will enable you to escape unscathed from the presence of me and Granny Ping? Granny Ping exhibited no intention of engaging, her demeanor unflinching as she regarded Chu Xiao. How naive. Surely, Chu Xiao cannot be so naive as to believe that having attained the Grandmaster realm, he can escape from her grasp. I am grateful to you, for you have allowed me to consume a total of 11 bottles of the Fiery Sun elixir. Chu Xiao cast the final porcelain vial to the ground, his expression unwavering as he gazed at Xin Shirwun Yang. The stomach of the Taotai began to writhe rapidly, digesting the potent energy of the Sunfire pill, seamlessly infusing the immense medicinal power into his dantian. Remarkably, the energy digested by the Taotai exhibited no trace of ferocity. Instead, it was extraordinarily gentle and pure. This caused Chu Xiao's innate true qi to expand at a visibly remarkable pace. Lord Chu possesses quite the courtesy, Xin Shirwun Yang remarked with a subtle smile. Are you truly refraining from taking action? Do you intend to wait until I break through to the first level of the Grandmaster realm? Chu's brows arched slightly as he regarded Xin Shirwun Yang and Granny Ping. Fear not. I am intrigued to witness the prowess of a peerless genius from the 6 doors like Lord Chu, who has ascended to the first level of the Grandmaster realm. What remarkable strength might he possess? Xin Shirwun Yang licked her luscious, ruby-red lips and remarked, Granny Ping, I find myself suddenly captivated. If Lord Chu can indeed consume 11 vials of elixirs without succumbing to their explosive effects, then do refrain from ending his life. Merely subdue him. I yearn to savor the essence of a genius from the 6 doors. As you wish, miss, Granny Ping replied, her expression imbued with utmost respect. However, it appears you may not have that opportunity. With a gentle smile, Chu Xiao unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful aura that erupted from his being, as if capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, reminiscent of 9 blazing suns illuminating the surroundings. His Jiaoyang true qi could no longer expand. After completely filling his dantian, it began to compress incessantly, ultimately transforming into droplets imbued with terrifying power, each seemingly containing the essence of a primordial sun. The transition from the Master Realm to the Grandmaster Realm marks the metamorphosis of true energy into liquid form. In the blink of an eye, 11 droplets of primordial essence materialized, with more continuously coalescing. The potency of 11 bottles of Luoyang Dan was undeniably immense. Lord Chu had truly achieved a breakthrough. Was this the extraordinary visage of a prodigy from the 6 gates? Although he had merely just reached the initial stage of the Grandmaster Realm, his aura was already so formidable that it could rival that of a 5th or even 6th-tier Grandmaster warrior. Xin Shirliang revealed a look of astonishment upon her delicate features, exclaiming in admiration, It seems that the cultivation method employed by Lord Chu is indeed remarkable. Moreover, this aura is incredibly scorching and resolute, posing a significant threat to us. If Lord Chu were to attain the martial saint realm, I fear that even I would not stand a chance against you. Thank you for the compliment. I shall ensure your demise is swift and painless, he replied. With his right hand resting upon the hilt of the dagger at his waist, Chu Xiu spoke with an unruffled demeanor. Ping Mama, proceed. Upon observing the expression on Chu Xiu's face, Xin 15's heart inexplicably skipped a beat as she urged, do not hold back. Indeed, replied Ping Mama, momentarily taken aback. Before transforming from a kindly old woman into a formidable old fox, her gray fur bristling, as she lunged towards Chu Xiu with the swiftness of a lightning strike. Heaven cutting 7 blades, first blade. In Chu Xiu's eyes, an overwhelming murderous intent erupted, and in an instant, he drew his sword from its sheath, striking towards Granny Ping with a single, decisive blow. As the blade cleaved through the air, it felt as though the very heavens and earth were torn asunder. Yin and Yang were split in two. This was the epitome of the first strike. However, Chu Xiu did not employ the pure Yang sword intent. Instead, he wielded the intent of slaughter, merging it seamlessly with the pure Yang sword intent. Unlike before, when he had only infused the first stroke with pure Yang sword intent, he was now integrating the intent of slaughter into the 7 cuts that split heaven. Any sword intent could be encompassed within the 7 cuts of heaven. Yet, to unleash the 8th cut, the true unification of the 7 blades, each stroke must embody a distinct sword intent, necessitating the comprehension of 7 different sword intents. Only then could one manifest the genuine power of the 8th cut of the 7 cuts that split heaven. Witnessing the stroke, both Granny Ping and the delicate features of Xin Shiyang displayed an expression of shock. The might of this strike was overwhelming, powerful enough to leave them in awe. This was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary grandmaster. Had Chu Xiu been at the Saint Warrior level, unleashing such formidable power would have elicited no surprise. For the renown of the 7 cuts that split heaven was well known even to them. Yet here was Chu Xiu, who had only just stepped into the realm of grandmasters. Previously merely a master, achieving such terrifying mastery over the 7 cuts that split heaven, coupled with the intent of slaughter. The combination resulting in such a breathtaking strike could not help but leave them astounded. Boom! A deafening roar resonated through the 3rd floor of the celestial pavilion. Chu Xiu retreated several steps, leaving distinct footprints on the impervious floor, each one charred as if seared by an inferno. A testament to the might of the Juyang true essence. A trickle of crimson blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. The disparity between the Grandmaster realm and the Martial Saint realm far exceeds that between the Master realm and the Grandmaster realm by several magnitudes. This is precisely why, as one ascends in cultivation, the challenge of defeating an adversary of a higher tier becomes increasingly formidable. Not only did Chu Xiu step back, but the cunning old fox, Granny Ping, retreated even further, over 10 steps, bearing a gash exceeding 2 feet in length upon her body. Within this wound resided the remnants of murderous intent and Juyang true essence, rendering the deep incision devoid of any demonic blood. Instead, it appeared as if it had been scorched to a cinder, a sight most startling. At that moment, Xin Shiyang's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze toward Chu Xiu now laced with a hint of trepidation. She had never anticipated that she would permit Chu Xiu to consume 11 bottles of the Fierce Sun pill or allow him to ascend to the Grandmaster realm before Granny Ping made her move. I shall end your life. Granny Ping emitted a piercing scream, infused with boundless anguish, as she lunged toward Chu Xiu with alarming swiftness. Her icy claws exuding a malevolent aura, as if intent on tearing him to shreds. Slaughter, annihilation, this official understands. Chu Xiu gazed at the approaching Madame Ping, feigning indifference. A look of bewilderment gracing his countenance as he remarked, slaughter and destruction are inherently intertwined. A surge of annihilative intent erupted from Chu Xiu, seemingly intent on obliterating all existence, rendering it to naught. What is this notion that slaughter and destruction coexist harmoniously? Witnessing Chu Xiu unleash a strike, he grasped a profound concept of destructive blade intent, which continued to amplify in potency. If slaughter and destruction were indeed inseparable, then those who comprehend either the intent of slaughter or that of destruction would be incapable of grasping the other realm of understanding. Is this insight the hallmark of an unparalleled genius? This is nothing short of monstrous. Heaven-defying 7 blades, the 2nd blade, establishing the duality, with a measured grace. The long blade in Chu Xiu's hand ascended, cleaving towards Granny Ping. This strike embodied the cataclysmic intent of the 7 cuts of heaven. Each subsequent cut of the 7 cuts surpassed the last in potency. If the first cut failed to vanquish this cunning old fox, then he would unleash the second. Like the first, this second cut had also attained perfection. Yet, despite the same realm of perfection, its power exceeded that of the initial strike by a factor of 10. A shiver of dread flickered in Granny Ping's cunning eyes as she beheld Chu Xiu's strike. She felt as though she had been irrevocably ensnared by this blow. She could scarcely fathom how a martial artist newly ascended to the Grandmaster realm could wield such formidable strength. How had his 7 cuts of heaven evolved to such an extraordinary level? In the depths of Xian Shi's peach blossom eyes lay disbelief, intertwined with a burgeoning regret. She lamented allowing Chu Xiu to consume the solar flame pill and ascend to the Grandmaster realm. She had presumed that, even upon entering this tier, he would stand no chance against Granny Ping. Little did she anticipate that Chu Xiu not only grasped the essence of blade intent, but had also honed the legendary 7 cuts of heaven, an almost mythical technique within the 6 doors, to this astounding degree. With a resounding crash, the blade descended. Granny Ping was cleaved in twain by Chu Xiu's formidable blade energy. The transition from master to grandmaster is not merely a transformation from innate true energy to innate true essence, or from vapor to liquid. The crux of this advancement lies in the Grandmaster's ability to manifest true essence externally, transforming it into blade energy, sword energy, palm strength, and finger force, among others. Now, the time has come for you. Chu Xiu turned around, advancing step by step towards Xian Xinyang. Each of his steps seemed to tread upon her very heart, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread within her. This was a fearsome aura, infused with the might of having vanquished a demon of the martial saint realm. Please, do not kill me. I beseech you, Lord Chu, spare my life. I am willing to do anything for you, Xian Xinyang implored, retreating repeatedly, her enchanting visage now marred by an expression of profound terror. Having just barely stepped into the first minor stage of the martial saint realm, she was no match for the formidable Chu Xiu, especially since even Ping Mama, her personal protector who had attained the second major stage of the martial saint realm, had perished beneath Chu Xiu's devastating 7 swords of heaven severing. That simply will not do. With an expression of indifference, Chu Xiu remarked, if you do not perish, who will the young gentleman, whose vitality has been siphoned by your celestial pavilion, turn to for retribution? Do not be misled by their seemingly robust condition at present. In truth, should they be subjected to the daily drain of their essence for a mere fortnight, they will inevitably succumb to grave ailments. Some may suffer severe debilitation, while others may meet their untimely demise. Over the span of a year, even if the enchantresses of the celestial pavilion were to exhaust all resources, the toll of lives lost within the entirety of Canglong County would likely reach no fewer than several thousand. Yet, amidst a population exceeding several million in the county seat, the tragic fate of these young gentlemen scarcely garners attention. Many would merely attribute their demise to indulgence. The siphoning of vitality is not my transgression. I am not to blame. I have partaken in none of it. It is solely the doing of my subordinates, those little vixens. This essence is not for my cultivation. It is coerced from us by the Gao family, intended for their patriarch. If only Lord Chu would grant me a chance at salvation, I am willing to do anything for you. Upon hearing this, Xian Shiwen pleaded desperately, the Gao family? Again, it is the Gao family? With a swift motion, Chu Xiu raised his sword, thrusting it deep into the body of Xian Shiwenyang. Vivid crimson blood seeped forth, staining her attire in a ghastly hue. How effortless this was! Although Xian Shiwenyang was a formidable warrior of the martial sage realm, her strength paled in comparison to that of Ping Momo. It would typically require the first strike of the 7 swords of heaven to vanquish her. Yet, this little vixen had been coddled beyond measure. After she had slain Ping Momo with a single blow, her mind had succumbed to terror, leaving her utterly disoriented. Otherwise, it would not have been so simple to dispatch Xian Shiwenyang. Her alluring peach blossom eyes reflected a glimmer of confusion as she gazed at Chu Xiu, seemingly unable to fathom that he could indeed wield such lethal prowess. Did she not possess beauty? This was not her intention. She merely served the Gao family. Why then did Chu Xiu seek her demise? You are a malevolent spirit, while I am but a mortal. If I do not slay you, how can I reconcile with my own conscience? With a serene expression, Chu Xiu spoke. Yet, within Xian 15's eyes lingered a trace of confusion, as if she still could not comprehend. Is it not a matter of course for us demons to consume humans? She had not feasted upon them. Rather, she merely permitted her subordinate foxes to siphon a modicum of their essence. She had only dispatched a few humans who had uncovered the secrets of the celestial pavilion. Why, then, must Chu Xiu insist on her? With a gentle shove of his left hand, Chu Xiu pushed aside the lifeless body of Xian Shiwen. slowly extracting the bloody long knife from her form. His expression remained impassive as he beheld her pupils fade, signifying her complete demise, transforming her into a colossal azure fox. He discovered the destiny entries: azure fox bloodline, blue, and celestial melody, green. These could be plundered, solidified, or transformed into destiny points. Azure fox bloodline possesses a certain probability of evolving into the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline, with extraordinary cultivation talent. Celestial melody exhibits exceptional talent in the realm of musical rhythm, demonstrating a notable aptitude for cultivating soundwave martial arts. Having vanquished 2 blood-soaked demons, he was awarded a bounty of 57,800 destiny points. Celestial melody? With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Chu Xiu revealed his delight. This could be considered an unexpected gain. He held little regard for the Qinghu bloodline, deeming such a lowly demonic lineage a tarnish upon his human heritage. Drawing a deep breath, he uttered within his mind, "Seize the celestial melodies, shatter the Qinghu bloodline, and transform it into destiny points." As soon as the words left his lips, in Chu Xiu's mind, a plethora of insights regarding musical rhythms emerged. Seemingly infused with the profound understanding of the Qing technique possessed by Xian Shuanyang. This revelation proved immensely beneficial to Chu Xiu, who previously lacked any knowledge of the instrument. He felt that with just a casual attempt, he could effortlessly acquire the ancient Qing skills of Xian Shuanyang. The essence of the Qinghu bloodline transformed into an astounding 10,000 points of destiny value, elevating Chu Xiu's previously dwindling total from 2,021 points to an impressive 69,821 points. He began to examine whether they possessed storage pouches. Chu Xiu meticulously cleaned the blood-stained long knife on the soft azure fur of Xian Shiwen, then retrieved a storage pouch from her. Subsequently, he searched the corpse of Granny Ping for another pouch, but to no avail, and he paid it no mind, directly placing both bodies into Xian Shiwen's storage pouch. Naturally, he did not forget to secure Xian Shiwen's ancient zither, which appeared to be extraordinary and likely an advanced weapon. Once everything was settled, Chu Xiu slowly rose to his feet. He found little astonishment in this situation. After all, demons lack the ability to craft storage pouches. Consequently, most of their pouches were derived from the human race. The storage pouch belonging to Xian Shiwen was likely bestowed by the Gao family, given their mandate for the demons to collect the essence of vitality. However, even Chu Xiu found himself puzzled by the reasons behind the Gao family's elders' desire to gather such essence. Was it in pursuit of transcending the mythical realm and stepping into the legendary domain of martial arts? Contemplating this, Chu Xiu's expression grew exceedingly grave. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that should calamity strike, the formidable experts of the Six Doors would surely provide support. At present, his strength was insufficient, and it was not yet his time to worry. He recognized the necessity to cultivate rapidly and acquire the power to suppress the Gao family before they made their move. Chu Xiu shook his head, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes as he coldly declared, "It is time to deal with the remaining little foxes of the heavenly immortal pavilion." After a moment of contemplation, he meticulously cleaned the remnants of blood from the ground before making his way toward the exit on the 3rd floor of the painted boat. Each little fox represented an indispensable value of destiny to him. All members of the heavenly immortal pavilion, Sister 15 has something to convey to you. Chu Xiu stood at the entrance of the 3rd floor of the painted boat, uttering a low command. This utterance resonated like thunder, causing the entire vessel to tremble. At that moment, the young gentlemen were taken aback. Some, who had just shed their garments, fared better, while others, engrossed in their tasks, were utterly startled, their spirits dampened. Although they yearned to unleash a torrent of curses, they refrained, not wishing to leave a negative impression on Miss Xian Shuanyang. After all, it was Chu Xiu conveying her words. Before long, a flurry of disheveled, flushed women in white emerged from various chambers, making their way toward the 3rd floor. There were also a few impeccably dressed women in white who had no guests. "Miss Xian instructs you all to enter and await her words," they conveyed. With a serene expression, Chu Xiu addressed the little foxes, proclaiming that this was the most effective method to prevent them from acting recklessly and potentially harming the young gentleman. Upon hearing his words, the little foxes obediently made their way to the 3rd floor of the painted boat. The young gentlemen, donning their garments, emerged from their respective chambers, casting unfriendly glances at Chu Xiu. This scoundrel, to be favored by Lady Xian Shiwu, becoming her honored guest, and to share an intimate space with his goddess was already intolerable. Their activities had been interrupted by Chu Xiao, and they were left uncertain about the repercussions to come. In but a short while, all the little foxes had gathered on the third floor of the painted boat, observing their arrival. Chu Xiao entered and closed the door behind him. How infuriating. Just because of his handsome appearance, could he behave in such a manner? One wondered how Lady Xi and Sherwu could suddenly summon these maidens. Such occurrences had never transpired before. Could it be that this fellow was exceptionally formidable, and that Lady Xi and Sherwu, newly acquainted with intimacy, simply could not withstand the allure? Surely not. He was no invincible entity. How could he possess such prowess? Even I, who am reputed as the mightiest man of Songlong County, could barely manage one maiden, let alone two. As the door to the third floor of the painted boat closed, the young gentleman erupted into discussions laced with envy and resentment. My good sir, might I inquire where the lady is? The maid Cici, who had previously accompanied Chu Xiao, respectfully inquired of him. The gazes of the little foxes directed at Chu Xiao carried a hint of reverence, evidently a result of Lady Xi and Sherwu's unique regard for him. Lady Xi and Sherwu has departed, he announced. She expressed her longing for you all, hence I am here to accompany you on your journey to join her. With a calm smile, Chu Xiao slowly unsheathed his sword and spoke. This is bad. The young lady is in trouble. It was him. He has slain the young lady. Sisters, let us avenge her. The group of little foxes was momentarily stunned, but one of them quickly regained composure, her face contorting in rage as she howled. As she spoke, the little fox transformed into her true form and lunged at Chu Xiao. One by one, the other little foxes also responded with fierce expressions, their murderous intent palpable as they shifted into their original forms and charged at him. Even Cici displayed an unexpected ferocity and brutality, revealing the true nature of these little foxes. You are overestimating yourselves. A flicker of disdain passed through Chu Xiao's eyes as he moved, the long blade in his hand slicing toward the gathering of little foxes. Waves of blade energy surged forth from his grip. Faced with a throng of masters at best barely stepping into the Grandmaster realm, he felt no need to employ the 7 cuts of the heavens. Instead, he merely unleashed the supreme technique of slaying with his sword, refraining even from invoking the intent of the killing blade. With each strike of blade energy, little foxes were cleaved in two. In the blink of an eye, dozens of little foxes perished beneath the onslaught of Chu Xiao's blade energy. Having slain 59 heinous demons, he was rewarded with 73,580 points of destiny value. Destiny value, 143401. My destiny value has once again surpassed 100,000. This visit to the Celestial Pavilion has proven immensely fruitful. I can now enhance a purple attribute. Brother Qi has truly been of great assistance to me. Observing the destiny value displayed on the panel, a faint smile graced Chu Xiao's cheeks as he spoke. With that, he approached the doorway of the third floor of the pleasure boat, opened the door, and stepped out. He gazed at the young masters who looked on with envy and jealousy, akin to stones longing for their husbands, and proclaimed, I am the esteemed chief constable of the 6 doors. Today, I have come to the Celestial Pavilion to investigate the hidden demons lurking along the banks of the Songlong River. These demons have been secretly draining the essence of our human race. And these demons are none other than the women within the Celestial Pavilion. What? The enchanting Xiao Qian who accompanied me moments ago is a demon? I refuse to believe it. How could such beautiful demons exist? Absolutely not. This is the Celestial Pavilion. If the women here are all demons, then surely 15 Young would also be a demon. How could 15 Young possibly be a demon? Outrageous, utterly outrageous. You must be trying to deceive us. You are not truly the chief constable of the 6 doors. Indeed, you are surely misleading us. You seek to monopolize the entire Celestial Pavilion, preventing us from enjoying earthly delights. The group of young masters could no longer contain themselves, erupting in a flurry of accusations and insults directed at Chu Xiao. Disbelieve? Come closer and see for yourselves. Chu Xiao shook his head, clearing a path, and proclaimed, were it not for my intervention, you would find yourselves drained of your vital essence daily. Even now, many of you have likely already suffered such depletion numerous times. It won't be long before you succumb to a grave illness, with your vitality severely compromised, or worse, meet your demise. Upon hearing this, the young gentleman's expression shifted subtly. Yet skepticism lingered in their hearts as they ascended the staircase to the 3rd floor of the painted boat. However, upon entering the 3rd floor, they were met with a gruesome sight. The lifeless bodies of foxes, each at least a meter long, lay sprawled across the floor, their blood saturating most of the space. This horrifying scene sent shockwaves through the young men, leaving them cold and clammy, as if they had been plunged into a wintry abyss. With a collective retching, they stumbled back from the 3rd floor. After some time spent heaving, they began to regain their composure, though fear still lingered on their faces. The celestial haven they had revered as a paradise, Transcending Pavilion, was revealed to be a den of monsters, with all the maidens, including the breathtaking Xian, transformed into fearsome creatures. Now, do you believe the words of this official? With an air of calm composure, Chu Xiu gazed upon the assembly of young gentlemen before him. He had long anticipated their reactions. "Thank you, esteemed sir, for saving our lives," they implored, prostrating themselves in gratitude, their tears flowing freely as they bowed in reverence. The envy and resentment they once harbored towards Chu Xiu had dissipated entirely. Were it not for him, they would undoubtedly have suffered grave consequences, perhaps even death. Just as he had forewarned, some among the young gentlemen recalled that many of their peers had already been replaced. Those they had encountered upon their arrival at the heavenly immortal pavilion were no longer present. It seemed these unfortunate souls had met with dire fates. It is time to withdraw. There is no need to linger in this den of demons. With a serene smile, Chu Xiu waved his hand at the group of young gentlemen and spoke, "Indeed, my lord." The young gentlemen responded with utmost respect, promptly rising to their feet and hastily departing from the celestial pavilion. Although the demons within the pavilion had been vanquished by Chu Xiu, they remained apprehensive about the potential taint of corruption. Chu Xiu returned to the third floor of the pleasure boat, collecting the lifeless bodies of the little foxes into his storage pouch. It must be noted that the storage pouch he acquired from Xian possessed a capacity dozens of times greater than that of the one he obtained from Gao Changhe. This evidently indicates the high regard the Gao family holds for the demonic entities like Xian. Otherwise, they would not have entrusted her with such an expansive storage pouch. Fortunately, it was due to this ample space that Chu Xiu was able to gather all the corpses of the fox spirits. Delivering these fox spirit bodies to the 6 doors would undoubtedly yield a significant amount of merit points. Given that fox fur can be crafted into exquisite items with considerable defensive properties, possibly even creating furs that are warm in winter and cool in summer. After securing all the fox bodies, Chu Xiu strode out of the Transcending Pavilion's pleasure boat with purpose. Once outside, he gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist and, with a sudden motion, drew it, slashing towards the Transcending Pavilion with a single, unadorned stroke fueled entirely by the explosive force of the 9 Yang true essence. This strike descended like an overwhelming conflagration upon the Transcending Pavilion, igniting it in flames that illuminated the banks of the Songlong River, as if purging the world of all its impurities. The fire blazed forth. Where was this conflagration occurring? It was the Transcending Pavilion that was aflame. How could the Transcending Pavilion catch fire without reason? Who could say? Perhaps it had offended some formidable figure. This establishment only entertained young masters under the age of 30. We could hardly gain entry, let alone witness such a spectacle. How ridiculous to be so selective while engaging in such pursuits. In that instant, the entire Songlong riverbank trembled, as boats filled with courtesans, wandering heroes, and affluent merchants turned their gazes towards the Transcending Pavilion, engaging in a cacophony of speculation. Chu Xiu, cloaked in humility, turned away and departed from the banks of the Songlong River. As he ambled towards the direction of the 6 doors, he abruptly halted after traversing a few miles. A glimmer of sharp insight flickered in his eyes as he coldly declared, "Reveal yourself. I am already aware of your presence." His mastery of the art of observing qi had reached a commendable level, enabling him to perceive all supernatural beings and enigmas that lay hidden from the untrained eye. With a mere glance, he discerned a monstrous entity lurking in the shadows. "Impressive," boomed a deep and resonant voice from the darkness. Moments later, an enormous figure emerged. Standing at an astonishing height of 10 feet, it resembled a moving mountain. This was a grotesquely formidable pig demon, far more fearsome than any he had previously vanquished. Its aura of vitality seemed potent enough to obliterate everything in its vicinity. A martial saint-level demon king? With a raised eyebrow, Chu Xiu gazed at the pig demon. The threat posed by this creature was exponentially greater than that of Granny Ping. Among the demons of the same caliber, the pig demon's prowess was not to be underestimated, at least surpassing that of an ordinary fox spirit. Indeed, you possess a certain discernment. You have slain 26 of my subordinates from Wild Boar Ridge. I have come today to settle this score with you. Your ability to eliminate the fox spirits lurking by the banks of Songlong River indicates that you have reached the realm of martial sage. However, I shall make you aware of what true martial sage entails. My strength is not something the fox spirits by the Songlong River can compare to." The pig demon grinned menacingly, its foul and viscous saliva dripping from its maw, eyeing Chu Xiu with a ravenous gaze. "What I relish most is feasting upon genuine talents like you from the 6 doors. Your flesh and blood are truly exquisite. I will gradually instill despair in you, piece by piece, before devouring you whole. Is that so?" With an air of tranquility, Chu Xiu calmly declared, "First, take a blow from me before you utter such grandiose words." As his voice echoed, a dazzling arc of light from his blade manifested in the realm. The pig demon, upon witnessing this radiant flash, displayed a hint of astonishment within its coppery eyes. How could a peerless prodigy from the six doors, who had yet to step into the realm of martial saints, possess such formidable strength? With a swift motion, the blade descended. A colossal pig's head soared into the air. The pig demon had barely comprehended the situation before meeting its demise beneath Chu Xiu's blade. It turned out that with such limited prowess, this official had expected you to be truly formidable. Chu Xiu paused momentarily, his expression peculiar as he spoke. He had merely unleashed the second strike of the seven cuts of the heavens, infused with the essence of annihilation. And yet he had effortlessly felled the pig demon with a single blow. Was the pig demon exceptionally weak, or was his own strength overwhelmingly formidable? He discovered a destiny entry, cracked mountain pig demon bloodline, blue. Destiny entries can be plundered, solidified, or transformed into destiny points. The cracked mountain pig demon bloodline, a lineage far superior to that of ordinary pig demons, possessing extraordinary innate talent and a glimmer of potential to evolve into a mythic demon sovereign. By vanquishing a pig demon at the third stage of the martial saint realm, he earned a reward of 27,000 destiny points and chose to convert the cracked mountain pig demon bloodline into destiny points. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu declared in his mind. In an instant, his total destiny value surged by 30,000 points, reaching a remarkable 174,001. He had once again accumulated a substantial amount of destiny value. Chu Xiu collected the bisected corpse of the pig demon and returned to the six gates with great satisfaction. After a cup of tea, he arrived at the task hall of the six gates. Chu Xiu strode into the task hall with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. "Brother Chu, have you just returned from the outside?" Upon noticing the attire of Chu Xiu felt a flicker of realization and inquired, "Did you venture to the banks of the Songlong River for reconnaissance?" "Brother Qi, please assist me in calculating the total number of merit points I have accumulated. I have eradicated all the demons lurking by the Songlong River, and on my journey back, I effortlessly dispatched a pig demon of the third tier of the martial saint realm." Chu Xiu removed the token from his person and handed it to Qi Xiu. Qi Xiu gazed at Chu Xiu with a look of utter bewilderment. "You just defeated a threefold martial saint realm demon at such an elevated level? Must you be so extraordinary? Are you intent on surpassing me? Is there no regard for my dignity? Everything has been recorded. My elder brother Qi can witness it all." Chu Xiu spoke with an expression of calmness. "Brother Chu, your prowess is truly remarkable. I am utterly in awe and humbly offer my utmost respect." Qi Xiu, receiving Chu Xiu's token, gazed at him with admiration and declared, "Begone." Chu Xiu rolled his eyes and remarked, "Hee, how delightful. The faster my brother Chu grows, the more it reflects my discerning eye for talent." Qi Xiu chuckled and replied, "It won't be long before you can protect me, brother Chu." Chu Xiuan smiled faintly, remaining silent. Perfection. This was the first strike of the seven sabers of heaven, achieved in its entirety. The blade of slaughter. I knew it. Brother Chu must have comprehended the essence of the blade to defeat foes beyond his level. Incredible! The second strike of the seven sabers of heaven has also reached absolute perfection. Furthermore, the destruction blade's essence. Brother Chu has grasped two forms of blade intent. Qi Xiu, holding Chu Xiu's token, began to record the events, exclaiming excitedly, "Even Nagong Push might not surpass Brother Chu at this point." Chu Xiu turned around, unfamiliar with Qi Xiu. This display of Vet was utterly embarrassing. After a brief moment, the exploration task assigned to Brother Chu was originally to uncover the hiding place of the demons, which would yield a reward of 500,000 merit points. Successfully completing this investigation would result in a reward of 1 million merit points. Thus, Brother Chu was granted 1 million merit points. He had slain a first-level martial saint demon, earning 1 million merit points. A second-level martial saint demon brought in 130,000 merit points, while a third-level martial saint demon yielded 160,000 merit points. When combined, this amounted to 490,000 merit points. Qi Xiu, with a lingering sense of admiration, continued, "In addition, Brother Chu had also vanquished dozens of master and grandmaster level demons, which collectively earned him 159,000 merit points. Ultimately, this brought the total to 649,000 merit points." Pausing for a moment, Qi Xiu regarded Chu Xiu with a complex expression and said, "Brother Chu, I have already submitted this task. It will not be long before the points are credited. Shortly, you may proceed to the treasury to collect your official attire as a green-clad constable and your weapons. From this moment forth, you, like me, shall be a green-clad constable. Thank you, Brother Qi. With a gentle smile, Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude to Qi Xiu. What is there to thank? We are brothers. It is only natural for me to consider your interests when there are benefits to be had. Moreover, I merely wish for you, Brother Chu, to earn a modest sum of 500,000 merit points. I never anticipated that not only would you uncover the information, but you would also complete the task at hand. Qi Xiu let out a deep sigh, handing over Chu Xiu's token, his expression laden with a sense of melancholy as he gazed at him. Though Chu Xiu had grown powerful enough to protect him, Qi Xiu couldn't shake the feeling of immense pressure. In the past, he had always been the one shielding others, merely voicing the hope that once they grew stronger, they would reciprocate. Now, however, he found himself genuinely reliant on Chu Xiu's strength for protection. Chu Xiu took the token, pondered for a moment, and then addressed Qi Xiu, saying, "By the way, Brother Qi, I overheard a secret at the Celestial Pavilion by the Canglong River, the very lair of the demons." What secret? Qi Xiu's gaze sharpened, his expression turning serious as he waved his sleeve. With a decisive snap, the door of the mission hall closed tightly. Very well, Brother Chu, you may now speak. Our conversation will remain unheard by any ears. Qi Xiu looked intently at Chu Xiu, clearly demonstrating his earnestness. Within the mission hall, there existed a formation that, once the door was shut, could safeguard their dialogue from prying eyes. Indeed, Brother Qi is cautious, Chu Xiu acknowledged. The secret is that the demons at the Celestial Pavilion are siphoning essence and spirit for the benefit of the Gao family's ancestral figure. The essence they extract is delivered directly to the Gao clan. With a grave expression, Chu Xiu spoke. He ultimately decided to confide this secret to Qi Xiu, entrusting him to inform the chief officer of the Six Doors, Qin Yuxian, thereby allowing Qin Yuxian to prepare in advance. What? Qi Xiu's face paled, revealing a look of terror as he stammered, "Brother Chu, are you saying that these demons consume vitality to offer it to the elder of the Gao family?" Indeed. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, his expression grave as he spoke. Damn it, the Gao family is truly colluding with demons. Moreover, they are allowing these fiends to siphon essence to nourish the ancestral spirit of the Gao family, seeking to ascend to the legendary realm of martial arts. A surge of unparalleled fury flashed across Qi Xiu's face as he indignantly declared, "If the ancestral figure of the Gao family truly succeeds in entering the mythic realm of martial arts, our entire Canglong County may face imminent disaster." In that moment, Qi Xiu shed all semblance of carefree insouciance. Clearly, he had been thoroughly provoked by Chu Xiu's words. He took a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions and looked at Chu Xiu, saying, "Brother Chu, you must keep this revelation to yourself and not share it with anyone else. If this secret were to leak, the Gao family would undoubtedly seek retribution against us." Understood. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and remarked, "Were it not for my unwavering trust in Brother Qi, I would not have divulged this matter." He understood well that, as the head of the task hall, Qi Xiu, like Elder Jiang and Zhao Qingming, was someone whom Chief Qin Yu esteemed and trusted immensely. Otherwise, Qin Yu would never have entrusted the task hall into his capable hands. Brother Chu, once you step beyond this door, consider that nothing has transpired. This secret shall be conveyed by me personally to the chief. Qi Xiu cautioned Chu Xiu. Very well, Chu Xiu replied. After pondering for a moment, Chu Xiu flipped his right hand, revealing a jade bottle exquisitely carved from white jade, which he extended towards Qi Xiu. He remarked, "Brother Qi, within this jade bottle lies the essence I acquired from slaying a demon of the martial sage realm, taken from the creature's storage pouch. It is highly probable that this essence is the vital energy consumed by the demons of the Celestial Pavilion during this period. This bounty is a result of my efforts, and I shall not claim it for myself." Qi Xiu cast a fleeting glance at the jade bottle and replied to Chu Xiu, "While we are unable to collect such items ourselves, anyone who does becomes an adversary of our six gates, and indeed, an enemy of humanity. However, if it is a trophy obtained from vanquishing a demon, we may keep it for ourselves. Consuming this substance will undoubtedly enhance our vitality." With a raised brow, Chu Xiu spoke with evident interest. Indeed, enhancing one's vitality and spirit is beneficial. However, someone like Brother Chu need not concern himself with such enhancements. It would be prudent to observe whether they may prove useful later on. This substance is most apt for use against the enigmatic demons and monsters. Qi Xiu shook his head and remarked, "Demons and monsters?" Chu Xiu felt a stir in his heart. Could this be employed to cultivate Li Xinyue and enhance her prowess? The thought of absorbing the vitality of those young gentlemen left him somewhat uneasy. As a member of the human race, consuming such essence was akin to the sinister practices of demons and monsters. Yet, Li Xinyue was different. She was a calamity amidst the bizarre. For her, this approach was indeed fitting. Indeed, it was most effective against demons and the strange. The elder of the Gao family, in a bid to elevate his vitality even slightly, colluded with demons, allowing them to gather essence within the city of Songlong County. Such deeds are truly heinous. Qi Xiu's cheeks flushed with a surge of anger as he spoke with a chilling intensity. Chu Xiu's cheeks displayed a look of realization. It seemed that this vitality could indeed be utilized to nurture Li Xinyue. However, in truth, it offered him little assistance. After a moment of silence, Chu Xiu turned to Qi Xiu and said, "Brother Qi, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Very well, Brother Chu, travel safely," Qi Xiu replied, his anger dissipating as he resumed his former carefree demeanor. With a flourish of his sleeve, the doors of the mission hall slowly creaked open. Chu Xiu nodded and proceeded towards the entrance of the task hall. Before long, Chu Xiu strode confidently into the storeroom. "Ah, just in time, young Chu. Your blade has been forged." Zhao Qingming greeted him upon his arrival. So soon? Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Qingming had indeed informed him that he would come to retrieve the sword in 3 days. Yet, was it not still short of that time? Originally, it was to be 3 days hence. However, the chief captain had learned of the situation and personally took it upon himself to forge the weapon for you. Zhao Qingming cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiu and remarked, "You've truly caught the chief captain's attention this time. This marks the second occasion he has crafted a weapon for us of the 6 doors. The very weapon forged by the chief captain himself?" Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback as he spoke. He had never anticipated that Qin Yu was, in fact, a skilled blacksmith, personally crafting a blade for him. The chief captain of the Songlong Prefecture's 6 doors was indeed the finest blacksmith. This blade not only incorporated the flesh and blood of the gluttonous phantom, but also the Millennium Dark Iron I gifted you, along with numerous precious materials generously provided by the chief captain. Such materials are more than sufficient for forging a renowned weapon of the 6th rank. If only the chief captain possessed the prowess to forge such a weapon himself, he would undoubtedly have crafted a remarkable piece for you. Zhao Qingming gazed at Chu Xiu with envy as he spoke. Afterward, he picked up a long blade with a pitch-black hilt and sheath, its design indistinguishable from the standard weapons of the 6 doors, and presented it to Chu Xiu. "Thank you, Chief Captain, and thank you, Lord Zhao." Moved by the gesture, Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude before accepting the blade. The weapon felt pleasantly balanced in his hand, weighing approximately 10 pounds, comparable to the sword he currently wielded. "No need for further thanks. Simply see if this blade suits your taste," Zhao Qingming remarked, waving his hand dismissively. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, slowly drawing his blade from its sheath. The sound of the sword echoed with a sharp clang. The blade, as white as jade, seemed to harbor an immense, formidable power, its edge so keen that it appeared capable of severing all that exists in the universe. An icy chill emanated from the sword, chilling the air around it, as if it were on the verge of freezing into solid ice. The ground beneath him began to crystallize into a thin layer of frost, radiating outward from Chu Xiu like a delicate web. A magnificent sword. A look of astonishment appeared on Chu Xiu's face as he spoke with great admiration. Although his 9-yang true skill is an unparalleled art of utmost yang and rigidity, his innate true essence is as fierce as the blazing sun. However, combining the utmost yang and rigidity of his innate true essence with the piercing cold of winter could significantly enhance his strength. "Do you like it?" Zhao Qingming asked with a smile. "If you do, use this blade to vanquish more demons." Chu Xiu gazed at the long knife in his hand and inquired of Zhao Qingming, "My lord Zhao, what is the name of this blade?" He found no inscription on either the hilt or the blade itself. The chief constable had stated that this knife belonged to him, and thus it was his prerogative to bestow a name upon it. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Qingming replied to Chu Xiu, "From this moment forth, you shall be known as the Sky-Slaying Blade." Chu Xiu pondered for a moment and, with a chilling aura, declared, "The demon-slaying blade and the monster-slaying blade lack the grandeur befitting my weapon. This blade should rightfully be named the Heaven-Slaying Blade, destined to eradicate all malevolent beings that plague this realm. It shall pierce through the very fabric of existence." What a magnificent name for the Heaven-Slaying Blade. Indeed, you possess remarkable courage. As prodigies of the six gates, we ought to embody a spirit that leaves no room for rivals. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiming felt a surge of enlightenment and burst into hearty laughter. Suddenly, the heaven-slaying blade seemed to resonate with Chu Xiu's formidable spirit, emitting a low, vibrating hum. Chu Xiu felt an even deeper connection with the blade of heaven's decapitation, as if it had become an extension of his very arm. He understood well that this affinity was not solely due to the influence of the heavenly blade genius blue title. There was also a profound recognition from the blade of heaven's decapitation itself. Chu Xiu gently sheathed the blade of heaven's decapitation, removing the long sword from his waist and placing it upon the table, before reattaching the formidable blade to his side. "Ah, young Chu, did you come here tonight for a particular reason?" Zhao Qiming suddenly recalled that it was Chu Xiu who had taken the initiative to visit and inquired of him. "Lord Zhao, I have come to collect the official attire of the Qingyi renowned constable." Chu Xiu spoke with an air of serene indifference. "What did you say?" Zhao Qiming stared at him in astonishment, questioning whether he had misheard. Does Chu Xiu truly advance in rank once a day? Should he prepare to claim the crimson attire of the renowned constable tomorrow? It is worth noting that in the entire Songlong prefecture, only Chief Qin Yu holds the esteemed title of the Crimson Constable. Chu Xiu retrieved the token of the esteemed green-clad constable from his person and presented it to Zhao Qiming. The evidence speaks for itself. The merit points had been fully credited, and his token had once again ascended in rank. "You truly are a marvel," Zhao Qiming remarked through gritted teeth as he accepted Chu Xiu's token, each word seemingly forced through clenched jaws. "You flatter me, my lord. In comparison to the most exceptional geniuses or prodigies within our 6 doors, I am but a mere trifle." With a modest expression, Chu Xiu remarked, "Nonsense." Zhao Qiming could not help but exclaim, "Who says you are inferior to them? Can they match your extraordinary prowess? Advancing from a mere copper badge captain to a renowned blue-robe constable in just a few days? Which of them did not spend over a year to achieve such a feat? By this reasoning, it seems I am indeed rather impressive." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow and remarked, "It is not merely a semblance, it is indeed quite impressive. Enough of this. There is no need for you to address me as Lord Zhao any longer. You, my young friend, are now akin to me, a renowned constable in your own right. Simply call me Zhao Lao. Do not presume that I am unaware. You refer to the old man Jiang as Jiang Lao, yet when it comes to me, you insist on Lord Zhao. What, is your relationship with Jiang Lao closer than ours?" Zhao Qiming shot a glance at Chu Xiu, puffing his cheeks in indignation as he replied, "Zhao Lao." Chu Xiu earnestly called out to Zhao Qiming, if he did not address him as old Zhao. It seemed that the elder might very well lose his temper. "However, you truly are an extraordinary individual. Did you really ascend from the first level of the Master Realm to the first level of the Grand Master Realm solely through the consumption of 50 bottles of Sunfire Elixir? And then, with your Grand Master prowess, did you slay demons or formidable opponents of the Martial Saint level?" A satisfied expression emerged on Zhao Qingming's face as he gazed intently at Chu Xiu. He could discern at a glance that Chu Xiu had indeed reached the pinnacle of the first level of the Grand Master Realm. Quite impressive. After Chu Xiu fully assimilated the potency of the Solar Flame Pill, he ascended to the Grand Mastery realm, achieving significant progress rather than merely breaking through to the initial stage of this realm. "Elder Zhao, please bear witness. This evening, during the execution of a mission, I encountered a demon of the Martial Saint realm. To make matters worse, this demon was aware that I had discerned its true identity and was intent on eliminating me. Initially, I had only relied on the Solar Flame Pill to break through to the peak of the 9th level of the Master Realm. With such power, I was utterly incapable of contending with the demon of the Martial Saint realm. In a desperate bid for survival, I consumed all 11 remaining bottles of the Solar Flame Pill in one go. Harnessing the medicinal strength of these 11 bottles, I ascended to the Grand Mastery realm, attaining substantial progress therein. With a look of profound emotion, Chu Xiu exclaimed, "Are you recklessly courting death? 11 bottles of the Sunfire Elixir. Are you truly not afraid of being overwhelmed by its potent force?" Zhao Qingming's countenance shifted dramatically as he vehemently rebuked Chu Xiu. "This is not a matter of choice. Had I not broken through, I would never have returned. Fortunately, I achieved my breakthrough and vanquished the demon of the Martial Saint realm with a single strike." With a light breeze and gentle clouds, Chu Shofeng remarked, "You should refrain from such actions in the future. Moreover, you, having consumed 39 bottles of the Fierce Sun Pill so swiftly, how did your cultivation leap from the 1st to the 9th level of the Master Realm?" Zhao Qiming suddenly realized, gazing at Chu with incredulity. "Is your rate of absorbing and refining medicinal pills truly so extraordinary? Typically, a practitioner at the Master Realm would consume no more than 3 to 5 Fierce Sun Pills in a day. Even 3 might lead to a precarious state of instability in their cultivation. Yet, Chu Xiufeng exhibited no signs of instability. Having completed in a single day what would normally take an ordinary practitioner several months, his absorption capacity surpassed Zhao Qingming's wildest imagination. Chu Xiu smiled quietly, remaining silent. Indeed, this was a secret of his own. Everyone harbors a few secrets. Noticing Chu Xiu's silence, Zhao Qingming's expression turned serious as he leaned in and whispered, "Young Chu, remember this. You should claim that you have long been at the Grand Master level, merely concealing your true strength, which is why your advancements have been so rapid. The speed of your breakthroughs, as well as your rate of absorbing elixirs, must remain unknown to anyone. Should this secret be revealed, it could incite countless malevolent beings to target you. Even among our own kind, there will undoubtedly be many who covet your life." Grateful for Elder Zhao's warning, Chu Xiu understood well. With a serious expression, Chu Xiu spoke, "As long as you understand." Zhao Qiming gazed deeply at Chu Xiu and replied, "Now that you have attained the realm of Grandmaster, your visit to me surely serves a purpose beyond merely claiming the attire of the Qingyi constable. Speak. What else do you require? I shall procure it all for you." "Zhao Laoshi, I request 50 vials of essence pills." Chu Xiu nodded and spoke to Zhao Qiming. The divine elephant subduing prison technique requires the creation of a multitude of microparticles to condense the wild dragon elephants. The resources needed for cultivation far exceed those required for the Nine Yang True Art by several magnitudes. Though they exist within the same realm, the resource requirements differ significantly. He nearly consumed essence pills and solar pills like candy. While he primarily ingested solar pills, he had also exhausted all his essence pills. Consequently, after consuming all the essence pills, he had only managed to summon 317 wild dragon elephants. Yet, the second major completion of the divine elephant subduing prison technique necessitates 420 microparticles. This implies that he is still 103 microparticles short of reaching the external martial arts master realm. Chu Xiu now intended to relentlessly pursue the divine elephant subduing prison technique to enhance his external martial arts cultivation. Cultivating both internally and externally is the true path. 50 bottles of essence pills? Do you possess sufficient merit points? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiming was momentarily taken aback. His face filled with astonishment as he inquired of Chu Xiu. Each bottle of essence pills costs 50,000 merit points. Thus 50 bottles amount to 2,500,000 merit points. Although Chu Xiu had slain a demon of the martial saint realm, it seemed unlikely that he could amass such a sum of merit points so swiftly. "Old Zhao, it's sufficient. I have recently slain quite a number of demons." Nodded slightly and said, "Very well, I shall now assist you in procuring the official attire and the essence pills." Zhao Qiming also nodded, without further contemplation. Preparing to use Chu Xiu's token to exchange 2,500,000 merit points at the Black Jade Stone. "Zhao Lao, wait a moment. I have some corpses of demons here. Does the 6 doors accept them?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu inquired of Zhao Qiming, "Demonic corpses?" "Indeed, however. Our 6 gates typically only accept the remains of demons at the lowest master level. Corpses of lesser demons yield little value. Beyond the flesh and blood of these demons, which we can purify for alchemical purposes or culinary concoctions, their hides, claws, and fangs may also be utilized in the crafting of weapons or armor." A flicker of intrigue passed through Zhao Qingming's eyes as he set aside Chu Xiu's token and spoke. Chu Xiu arrived at an open space, and with a graceful wave of his sleeve, the corpses of numerous demons emerged within the hall from his storage bag. Fortunately, the storeroom was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, accommodating such a multitude of demon remains would have been impossible. Among them were 3 corpses belonging to the martial saint realm, alongside several dozen from the master and grandmaster realms. "You've certainly slain quite an impressive number of demons," Zhao Qiming remarked, gazing at the array of demon carcasses in the hall, pausing for a moment before speaking in a contemplative tone. Initially, he had assumed that Chu Xiu had only dispatched a single martial saint demon, accompanied by a handful of lesser creatures. Little did he know that there were indeed 3 martial saint demons. Moreover, with Zhao Qingming's keen perception, he could discern the formidable aura emanating from these 3 martial saint corpses, revealing that one was at the 3rd level, another at the 2nd level, and the last at the 1st level of the martial saint realm. As a grandmaster at the 1st level, Chu Xiu had audaciously vanquished 3 martial saint demons, including one at the 3rd level. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout Songlong County and even the entirety of Qizhou. "Zhao Lao, could you assist me in calculating the total merit points these would amount to?" With a gentle smile, Chu Xiu spoke. "The corpses of demons at the master realm within our 6 doors have a standardized purchase price, regardless of the minor realm, set at 5,000 merit points. For those at the Grand Master realm, the price is uniform at 50,000. The situation is different for the corpses of demons at the Martial Saint realm. They have reached a level of Martial Saint. Whether it be skin, claws, or fangs, all serve as superior materials for crafting weapons and armor. The demon's inner elixir is a prized treasure for alchemical concoction. Zhao Qiming surveyed the demon corpses and remarked to Chu Xiu, "Young Chu, you surely haven't extracted the inner elixirs from these 3 demons, have you? If the inner elixirs were removed, their value would plummet." "No," came the reply. Chu Xiu shook his head and spoke. He was well aware that when demons reached the Martial Saint realm, they could condense inner elixirs. Similarly, martial artists who ascended to the Martial Saint realm could also condense inner elixirs, which are known as the golden pill of martial arts. If the inner elixir of the demon is not extracted, the corpse of a first-level Martial Saint demon is valued at 500,000 merit points. The corpse of a second-level Martial Saint demon is worth 600,000 merit points, while that of a third-level Martial Saint demon is valued at 700,000 merit points. This is the recovery price for demon corpses in our 6 doors treasury. If the demon's inner elixir is absent, the merit points will be halved. Here, the 3 corpses of Martial Saint demons amount to a total of 1,800,000 merit points. Allow me to calculate the total merit points for the corpses of the Master and Grand Master level demons, Zhao Qiming said to Chu Xiu, then walked over to begin his calculations. After a brief moment, Zhao Qiming looked at Chu Xiu with a peculiar expression and said, "In total, there are 50 Master-level demon corpses and 9 Grand Master-level demon corpses, which adds up to exactly 700,000 merit points. The grand total is 2,500,000 merit points. Chu, you couldn't have calculated this beforehand, could you? It just happens to be 2,500,000 merit points, which means you won't need to deduct any merit points for your essence pill." Coughing lightly, Zhao added, "Elder Zhao, this is my first time selling demon corpses. I wasted the previous ones, so how could I possibly know the acquisition prices for these demon corpses?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu rolled his eyes and replied, "Indeed. Very well, your merit points are no longer required. Return your token, and I shall procure your official attire and essence pills." Zhao Qiming gathered all the carcasses of the demons and turned to make his way towards the storeroom. Chu Xiu stood silently in the hall, waiting. Soon, Zhao Qiming emerged from the storeroom, carrying a black bag, which he extended towards Chu Xiu, saying, "Chu Xiu, inside this bag are 3 sets of the renowned blue-robe constable uniforms, along with 50 bottles of essence pills." "Thank you, old Zhao." Chu Xiu took the black bag and expressed his gratitude to Zhao Qiming. Zhao Qiming, with an air of disdain, waved his hand at Chu Xiu and chose to remain silent. Chu Xiu clasped his hands in a gesture of courtesy before departing with the black bag in tow. Upon exiting the storeroom, he strode purposefully toward his courtyard. In a short while, Chu Xiu stepped into his courtyard. Jiang Shishao was practicing her swordsmanship within the yard, while Li Xinyue sat on a stone bench at the stone table, lost in thought. After all, Li Xinyue was not human. She was enigmatic, almost a calamity. She did not require training to continuously enhance her abilities. Upon seeing Chu Xiu return, Jiang Shashao's eyes lit up. She sheathed her long sword and, with a graceful motion, appeared before him. Li Xinyue also snapped back to reality and approached Chu Xiu. "Yes, I have returned after completing my tasks." Chu Xiu smiled faintly and said, "My lord, are you weary? Would you like me to massage your shoulders?" Jiang Shashao blinked her enchanting large eyes, gazing at Chu Xiu with a gentle smile, and added. Li Xinyue blurted out, "My lord, I can assist you with a leg massage." "No, thank you. I am not fatigued," he replied. "I have to step out shortly." Chu Xiu smiled gently and addressed Jiang Shishao and Li Xinyue. "Oh." A hint of disappointment flickered across the delicate faces of Jiang Shishao and Li Xinyue. "I am merely going to the armory, not to any other place." Chu Xiu chuckled in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shishao and Li Xinyue finally felt a sense of relief. After all, they had been worried about him ever since he ventured out on his mission. With a deft flick of his right hand, Chu Xiu conjured a jade bottle, presenting it to Li Xinyue. "Xinyue," he remarked, "this is a trophy I acquired during my recent expedition. It contains the essence absorbed by the demons lurking by the Songlong River. While it may hold little significance for our kind, it could prove beneficial for you. Perhaps you can utilize it to enhance your strength." "Young master, you are truly kind to me," Li Xinyue replied, her captivating beauty illuminated by an expression of profound gratitude. Her clear eyes glimmered with a hint of mist as she gazed at Chu Xiu. "Oh dear, Sister Xinyue, since it is a gift from the young master, you should accept it swiftly. The stronger we become, the better we can assist the young master," Jiang Shishao chimed in. playfully snatching the jade bottle from Chu Xiu's hand and placing it into Li Xinyue's grasp, her face alight with innocence. Indeed, I must enhance my power. Only then can I aid the young master and avenge the hundreds of souls in the family village, Li Xinyue declared, clutching the jade bottle tightly with a serious demeanor. Very well, I shall change into another outfit and pay a visit to the armory, then return shortly. Chu Xiu addressed the two young women, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue, with a few words before he carried the black package into his room. After changing into the attire of a distinguished constable, he exited his chamber and departed the courtyard, heading towards the direction of the Six Doors Armory. Observing Chu Xiu's departure, Jiang Xiaoxiao resumed her sword practice, while Li Xinyue made her way back to her room, holding the jade purity bottle, preparing to utilize the vital essence contained within. In but a brief moment, Chu Xiu stepped into the armory of the Six Gates. Upon noticing his arrival, Elder Jiang glanced at him and inquired, "Young Chu, have you returned to accumulate merit points?" "Wait a moment," he continued. "You have become a renowned blue-robe constable?" Elder Jiang suddenly realized, rising abruptly with an expression of astonishment as he gazed at Chu Xiu, unable to contain his exclamation. Indeed, Elder Jiang possessed a discerning eye, instantly recognizing my elevation to the esteemed rank of blue-robe constable. Chu Xiu flattered old Jiang. "Are you mocking me? My dear old man, I'm not blind. I can see that you are now donned in the attire of a renowned constable. How could I possibly overlook that?" Old Jiang scoffed, his expression tinged with a bittersweet nostalgia. How long has it been since Chu Xiu became a bronze badge captain? And already he has ascended to the rank of a distinguished constable. It won't be long before he addresses me as Lord Chu, will it? Cough, cough, old Jiang. How could I dare? Is it a fault to pay you a compliment? Chu Xiu coughed lightly and hastily clarified. Enough of the explanations. You, my boy, are now just like me, a renowned constable in azure attire. It won't be long before you ascend to become a celebrated constable in crimson within our Six Doors. Even I shall have to address you as Lord Chu. What do you have to fear? Jiang Lao let out a cold laugh as he spoke to Chu Xiu. How could that be? My status as a constable in azure is not on par with someone of your caliber, Jiang Lao. Please, do not mock me. Chu Xiu rolled his eyes and said, moreover, even if one day I, Chu Xiu, become a scarlet-clad famous constable, I would still respectfully address you as Elder Jiang. How could I dare to have you call me Constable Chu? That would be an unbearable honor for me. His words were not mistaken. Within the Six Gates, even among the blue-clad famous constables, there were significant differences. Elders like Jiang and Zhao Qiming were undoubtedly among the most elite blue-clad famous constables in the entire Six Gates. Not only had their cultivation realms likely reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, just a step away from the mythical realm, but their strength far surpassed that of weaker martial saints like the pig demon. The more Chu Xiu learned about Songlong County, the more he realized that the strength of its Six Gates branch was likely far more formidable than he had imagined. Within the entire Songlong County Six Gates, there was certainly more than just one expert like Chief Constable Qin Yuxian. Though Chu Xiu didn't know whether there were other mythical realm scarlet-clad famous constables like Qin Yuxian in the Songlong County branch, he was certain of one thing: Zhao Qiming, who guarded the martial repository and the treasury, was likely even more powerful than he had initially thought. You still have some conscience, kid, Elder Jiang remarked with a satisfied smile. Now, tell me, did you come here just to repay the 50,000 merit points for the Qi observation technique? Or is there something else? Elder Jiang, aside from repaying the 50,000 merit points for the Qi observation technique, I also wish to select 2 more martial arts techniques, Chu Xiu replied. Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before addressing Elder Jiang. Do you still wish to select martial arts? Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief, as if questioning whether he had misheard. Ahem, Elder Zhao, although I have already mastered numerous martial arts, for one with my extraordinary aptitude, no matter how many I learn, it would make no difference. Chu Xiu nodded and addressed Elder Jiang. Very well, what martial art do you desire this time? Elder Jiang waved his hand, expressing his reluctance to speak further. What a case of greed leading to indigestion. If he were to continue, he would be akin to a dog. Chu Xiu is truly an enigma. There is simply no issue in that regard. Although he occasionally peruses the arsenal in search of a martial art, does it have any bearing on him? Absolutely not. Such a concern does not exist. His cultivation level ascends almost daily. While others might say that 3 days apart from a scholar warrants a fresh perspective, yet for Chu Xiu, even half a day's absence deserves renewed admiration. Elder Jiang, I have come this time to select a martial art that utilizes sound waves, as well as one that pertains to the realm of the mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiu responded. He had already contemplated this before arriving at the armory. As a versatile warrior, it was imperative to enhance his skills from all angles. While it might be permissible to forego soundwave martial arts, the study of mental martial arts was non-negotiable. At the very least, he needed to acquire a method of mental defense, enabling him to withstand the onslaught of demons proficient in mental attacks. Soundwave martial arts? Mental martial arts? You seem to be straying further from the path. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang furrowed his brow and remarked, however, possessing these two forms of martial arts would indeed offer considerable advantages. There are numerous types of soundwave martial arts. Which specific type do you seek? Is there one associated with the Guqin? A flicker of inspiration ignited within Chu Xiu as he turned to Elder Jiang and inquired. He had recently acquired an ancient zither from Lady Xin Shiwu, perfectly suited for the practice of soundwave martial arts. An ancient zither? Elder Jiang paused, momentarily taken aback, and replied, "Are you certain? To master this form of soundwave martial arts, one must possess a specialized zither-like weapon for performance. A common ancient zither cannot withstand the forces of soundwave martial arts. It would disintegrate into dust in an instant." Elder Jiang, could you please assess whether my ancient zither qualifies as a weapon of this nature? With a mere thought, Chu Xiu summoned an ancient and majestic Guqin, which materialized in his hands. He extended it towards Elder Jiang, stating, "Elder Jiang." The elder's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he received the Guqin and examined it meticulously. Soon, astonishment overtook his features, and he exclaimed, "This Guqin is remarkable. It is crafted from the wood of the phoenix perching on the wudong tree, having attained the esteemed status of a 6th-tier artifact. Moreover, it is of superior quality within that tier. Wait a moment, is this not the legendary Fengshi Baoing of the Xian family from Xiaqiashan? How on earth did you come to possess the Fengshi Baoing of the Xian family?" With a raised eyebrow, Chu Xiu remarked, "I recently undertook a reconnaissance mission by the banks of the Songlong River, where I encountered a group of enchanting fox spirits hidden within the Celestial Pavilion. The leader, known as Xian Shuanyang, was the one from whom I acquired this exquisite Fengshi Baoing after her demise." "Xian Shuanyang?" exclaimed Jiang Lao, his curiosity piqued. "Indeed. You were quite ruthless. To have dealt with such a captivating fox spirit is no small feat." Jiang Lao gazed at Chu Xiu with admiration, his expression reflecting a mix of astonishment and respect. "You are indeed cold-hearted and decisive in your actions." Upon hearing her name, I instantly recognized her as a direct descendant of the esteemed Xian family from Shaoqiu Mountain, particularly favored by the family's ancestor. It is no wonder she possessed such a treasured instrument. "Jiang Lao, are you complimenting me?" Chu Xiu gazed at Elder Jiang with a peculiar expression, sensing an oddity in the old man's words. "Naturally, I am extolling your virtues," Elder Jiang replied. "However, the fox spirit of the Xian family is no trifling matter. You must exercise caution. These fox spirits are quite formidable and harbor deep grudges. You have slain a direct descendant of the Xian family and seized the phoenix perching chin of their ancestral line. Rest assured, that old fox spirit will undoubtedly bear animosity towards you and will seek to create trouble. While it is unlikely that she will dare to confront you directly in Songlong County, she will most certainly dispatch formidable experts from the Xian family to pursue you. During this period, it would be wise for you to refrain from venturing beyond the confines of our 6 doors. Within our 6 doors, not even the Xian family's elite can pose a threat. Should that old fox spirit dare to come herself, I shall personally eradicate her," Elder Jiang declared with an air of tranquility. "Elder Jiang, can you truly slay those of the divine myth realm?" With a glimmer in his eyes, Chu Xiu inquired of Elder Jiang. "The ancestor of the Xian family, at the very least, must be in existence of the mythic realm, correct?" Elder Jiang smiled without replying. Observing Elder Jiang's demeanor, Chu Xiu discerned that this individual truly possessed the capability to slay those of the mythic realm. Doubts began to stir within him. Could it be that Elder Jiang, despite being a mere green robe hunter, was indeed of the martial sage level? Or had he ascended to the mythic realm without advancing to the red robe hunter status? Logically speaking, that seemed improbable. If Elder Jiang had reached the mythic realm, he could not possibly remain a green robe hunter. He would undoubtedly have been promoted to a red robe hunter. It appeared more likely that he possessed the strength to vanquish foes beyond his rank. If this were true, then Elder Jiang's prowess would be utterly formidable. One must understand that the higher the cultivation realm, the greater the difficulty in slaying opponents of a higher tier. Transitioning from the martial sage to the mythic realm is an endeavor beyond imagination. Take hold of your phoenix resting zither. Since you possess this instrument, it is no wonder you wish to cultivate soundwave martial arts. Indeed, within our 6 doors, there exist suitable soundwave martial arts for zither-type weaponry, and not just one variety. Elder Jiang extended the phoenix resting zither towards Chu Xiao, stating, "In our 6 doors, soundwave martial arts include the 8 sounds of heavenly demons, the 7 kills of fiendish sounds, and the heartless celestial sound, among others. The 3 I just mentioned are each extraordinary martial arts that directly pertain to the laws of nature. The 8 sounds of heavenly demons requires one to comprehend the true essence of the demonic path and the laws thereof to unleash its true might. The 7 kills of fiendish sounds requires an understanding of the true essence of slaughter and its corresponding laws. Meanwhile, the heartless celestial sound demands a grasp of the true essence of heartlessness and its laws. Interestingly, the 8 sounds of heavenly demons shares its origins with the lightness technique you are currently practicing, the 8 steps of heavenly demons, both stemming from the heavenly demon sect. However, the 8 steps of heavenly demons pertains to the true essence of space and the laws of space, rather than the true essence and laws of the demonic path. Elder Jiang, I choose the 8 sounds of heavenly demons." A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes as he addressed Elder Jiang. Although he had comprehended the true essence of slaughter, it would seem that studying the 7 killings demon sound would be the most fitting choice. However, for Chu Xiao, grasping the essence of truth was as effortless as eating and drinking. As long as he wished it, his perceptiveness would undoubtedly lead him to enlightenment. Given this, there was no need to cling to the choice of the 7 killings demon sound, which he had already mastered. Instead, opting for the 8 sounds of the celestial demon could provide him with an opportunity to uncover another profound truth of the demonic path. The laws of the demonic path are among the pinnacle of the 3,000 laws. "Very well," Elder Jiang said, casting a penetrating gaze at Chu Xiao. "Regarding mental martial arts, I have indeed thought of a discipline that would suit you remarkably well. Please, enlighten me, Elder Jiang." Chu Xiao spoke with a serious expression. "The Supreme View Technique." Elder Jiang replied with a solemn demeanor. "This is one of the most exalted esoteric arts of the Supreme Path. It is also a breathtaking martial art. It has the capacity to enhance one's spiritual power and nurture the soul, achieving a state of immortality for the spirit, enduring through the ages. The Supreme Path, the Supreme View Technique?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao's eyes gleamed with a flicker of brilliance as he spoke. He was undoubtedly aware of the illustrious name of the Taishang Dao. Within the great Zhou dynasty, aside from the powerful aristocratic families, there existed a multitude of sects, each possessing formidable strength. Among them, the Taishang Dao stood as one of the foremost sects, a sacred entity of unparalleled stature. The leader of the Taishang Dao served as the national master of the great Zhou dynasty. Indeed, our 6 doors possesses the Taishang visualization technique. Should you master the fundamentals of this technique, it will enable you to enhance your mental prowess and refine your soul. This will facilitate your future endeavors in reaching the mythical realm. Furthermore, although it is named a visualization technique, it encompasses methods of mental assault and mental defense. The mental assault technique is the Taishang Heavenly Blade, which condenses mental energy into a blade that cleaves through the soul, an immensely powerful form of spiritual attack. Conversely, the mental defense technique is the Taishang Golden Lotus, which manifests as golden lotuses formed from mental energy, shielding the bearer from all harm. Elder Jiang cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiao and remarked, however, even within the Taishang Dao, the number of individuals capable of cultivating this visualization technique in each generation does not exceed a handful. He had already discerned Chu Xiao's intentions. The lad had a penchant for mastering extraordinary martial arts. Thus, he refrained from recommending any ordinary techniques and instead directly presented this Taishang visualization technique. This would serve to enlighten the youth, demonstrating that not every remarkable martial art was within his grasp. Should he succeed in mastering the Taishang visualization technique, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to him. If he failed, he could still return to explore other spiritual martial arts. After all, given the lad's efficiency in vanquishing demons, he was scarcely in need of merit points. The extraordinary martial arts within their 6 doors required merely 50,000 merit points, a trivial sum in comparison. "Elder Jiang, I shall pursue this Taishang visualization technique." A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes as he spoke with utmost seriousness. To neglect such a formidable mental martial art would be folly. Would he rather pursue other esoteric disciplines instead? Possessing the extraordinary attribute of unparalleled intelligence, marked by a purple designation, his comprehension was not inferior to others. Moreover, he bore the innate divine soul, a blue attribute, bestowing upon him an exceptional talent in the cultivation of mental martial arts. "Very well, hand over your token. You originally owed 50,000 merit points, and with the addition of the astonishing martial arts, the 8 sounds of heavenly demons and the supreme visualization technique, the total comes to 150,000 merit points. Elder Jiang nodded slightly, addressing Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu retrieved the token of the renowned Qingyi investigator and handed it to Elder Jiang. He currently possessed 6,525,430 merit points. Even after deducting 150,000 merit points, he would still retain 6,375,430 merit points. Elder Jiang swiped Chu Xiu's token against the black jade stone and returned it to him, saying, "Please wait here a moment. I shall assist you in obtaining the 8 sounds of the celestial demon and the supreme visualization method. I appreciate your assistance, Elder Jiang." Chu Xiu took the token and expressed his gratitude to Elder Jiang. "Since when have you become so courteous with me?" Elder Jiang shot a glare at Chu Xiu before striding towards the inner vault of the 6 doors. Chu Xiu smiled faintly, remaining silent. After a short while, Elder Jiang emerged, presenting 2 jade slips towards Chu Xiu, and remarked, "Here you go. Take your 2 extraordinary martial arts and be on your way." "Thank you, Elder Jiang." Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude and took 2 jade slips before turning to leave. In the depths of the Great River Gang, a gang member hastily approached an inner courtyard. Panic evident on his face as he bowed and reporting to the gang leader, "A grave incident has occurred." The figure of Wei Qi Feng, the leader of the Great River Gang, seemed to materialize before the gang member, his voice cold as he inquired, "What has transpired?" A sense of foreboding began to creep into his mind. Surely, it could not be. Within the Celestial Pavilion, there were 2 formidable experts, XNSHW and Ping MM, both at the martial sage level. Moreover, he had already dispatched a warning to XNSHW. Could it be that Chu Xiu had discovered her? Even if he had arranged for the Beast King of Wild Boar Ridge to eliminate Chu Xiu after he departed from the banks of the Songlong River. Had a flaw finally emerged? Reporting to the gang leader, after Chu Xiu arrived at the Songlong River, by a twist of fate, he entered the Celestial Pavilion. Subsequently, the pavilion was completely destroyed by him. Now, the entire Celestial Pavilion has been reduced to ashes by the raging flames. The gang member's voice trembled as he spoke. "What?" Wei Qi Feng felt darkness envelop him, his body swaying precariously as he nearly collapsed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. XNSHW had been gathering vital essence for the Hai family at the Songlong River. Now that the entire Celestial Pavilion was gone, how could he explain this to the Hai family's ancestor? The thought filled him with an overwhelming dread. However, having led the largest gang in Songlong County for many years, he took a deep breath and commanded, "Send someone at once to Shaoqi Mountain to inform the Hai family's ancestor, so that he may dispatch his kin towards Songlong County City to attend to the Hai family's affairs. If the Hai family is enraged, it will not only be my life at stake, but the Hai family's ancestor will also face dire consequences." "Yes." The gang member hesitated momentarily before adding, "Gang leader, I have further news to report." After Chu Xiu left the Songlong River, a martial sage-level Beast King from Wild Boar Ridge made a move. However, this Beast King was also slain by Chu Xiu. What a remarkable Chu Xiu, slaying 3 martial sage-level Beast Kings in a single night. Wei Qi Feng's voice dripped with a chilling malice as he remarked, "This individual's rate of growth is astonishingly rapid. Even I have never heard of such a prodigious figure. If he remains alive, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to us." Didn't the Wild Boar Ridge have 3 Beast Kings? There is still one at the 7th level and another at the 9th level of Martial Sage. Inform the leader of the Crazy Sand Gang to collaborate with these 2 Beast Kings to eliminate Chu Xiu as soon as he steps beyond the 6 gates. They should take action. Understood. The gang member replied, brimming with respect. The Bloody Night would be temporarily halted, to be resumed once Chu Xiu is dealt with. Wei Qi Feng rubbed his aching temples and addressed the gang member. "Those are the 3 matters at hand. Proceed accordingly." "Yes, I shall obey," the gang member responded, striding away with purpose. The 6 gates. Chu Xiulong strode into the courtyard with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Suddenly, a resonant buzzing emanated from within a chamber, accompanied by an overwhelming and fearsome aura that erupted forth. This formidable presence had ascended to the realm of martial saints in an instant, and it was far from being an ordinary martial saint level. Chu Xiu even felt that the mountain-splitting pig demon he encountered tonight was far less terrifying than this overwhelming aura. Remarkably, Li Xinyue had only just achieved a breakthrough. Yet, the energy she emitted had already surpassed that of the ordinary mountain-splitting pig demon by several times. This exemplifies the terror of natural disasters. "Young master, has Sister Xinyue broken through?" Jiang Xiaoxiao inquired with an expression of curiosity, gazing towards the direction of Li Xinyue's room. Indeed, it seems that Xinyue has absorbed the essence from the jade purification bottle, leading to her breakthrough. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and said, "Sister Xinhua is truly remarkable." Jiang Xiaoxiao remarked with a hint of admiration in her voice. Chu Xiu smiled gently and remarked, "Xiaoxiao, you are quite exceptional. You have already stepped into the 7th level of the innate realm, and few can rival your rate of progress in cultivation. Within our 6 gates, you can undoubtedly be regarded as a true prodigy, even a paragon among talents. I even sense that, compared to the prodigies of the 6 gates, you, who may very well be the reincarnation of the moon goddess, surpass them all." He found himself increasingly astonished by Xiao Zhao's swordsmanship, which had grown remarkably powerful. He could scarcely fathom the extent of her mastery. Yet, he knew she still fell short compared to Sister Xinhua. "Young master, I shan't converse further. I must continue my cultivation," Xiao Xiao declared earnestly, waving her delicate little fist. "Very well, take your time to cultivate. I shall also retreat to my study to contemplate martial arts." Chu Xiu chuckled softly, aware that even if Li Xinhua had broken through, she still needed to solidify her realm. As they walked, he spoke, "Indeed." Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded obediently, her expression one of compliance, and then resumed her cultivation in the study within the courtyard. Chu Xiu placed the jade slip of the heavenly demon 8 sounds against his forehead. In an instant, a multitude of information regarding the heavenly demon 8 sounds surged into his mind, as if it were intricately inscribed within his very consciousness. With his unparalleled intellect, Chu Xiu began to comprehend the 8 melodies of the demon. His extraordinary wisdom was truly remarkable. He had remarkably grasped the essence of this profound technique in such a short span of time. After a considerable while, Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his cheeks as he remarked, "If I accumulate sufficient destiny points, I shall elevate my unparalleled intellect from a purple tier to a golden tier. I wonder what formidable heights my comprehension will reach upon such an upgrade." It was now time to examine the supreme visualization method. Pausing for a moment, Chu Xiu picked up the jade slip containing the supreme visualization method, his face alight with anticipation as he pressed it against his forehead. The reason he chose to study the 8 melodies of the demon first was due to his greater emphasis on the supreme visualization method. For this martial art held far greater significance for him than the 8 melodies of the demon. Thunderous roars. In that instant, in Chu Xiu's mind, it seemed as though a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Countless fragments of the supreme visualization method flooded his consciousness. Alongside the teachings of this profound technique, a vivid visualization unfolded within his mind. In this imagery, there stood a towering Taoist clad in flowing robes, exuding an aura akin to that of a celestial being. With one hand pointing to the heavens and the other to the earth, he proclaimed his unparalleled supremacy over all realms. Thus, the essence of the supreme visualization method lies in envisioning this venerable immortal who has imparted the teachings of the supreme visualization. Chu Xiu opened his eyes, his sword-like brows arching as he pondered the supreme visualization technique. He mused, "Can I visualize myself? If I believe I am the strongest, then indeed, I am the strongest. There is no need to visualize others." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu deemed this entirely feasible. He directly accessed the essence of the supreme visualization technique, adapting the form of the visualization while merely altering the figure being envisioned. With this thought, he closed his eyes and began to conjure images within his mind. The first step of the supreme visualization technique is also the most challenging. One must first sketch an image in their mind, visualizing the aura of the supreme immortal, thereby subduing the spiritual realm. With his extraordinary comprehension, a figure swiftly emerged in Chu Xiu's mind. This figure was not the supreme immortal, it was Chu Xiu himself. Clad in a Taoist robe, Chu Xiu raised one hand to the heavens and the other to the earth, proclaiming his unparalleled supremacy in the universe. He perfectly embodied the essence of the supreme immortal, albeit substituting himself for the revered figure. As this manifestation of Chu Xiu emerged in the realm of the spirit, he felt an extraordinary vision unfold within his mind, golden lotuses erupting from the ground, and celestial flowers cascading in a magnificent display. Ultimately, these golden lotuses merged seamlessly into Chu Xiu's spiritual essence, causing an astonishing surge in his spiritual power in that fleeting moment. In no time at all, Chu Xiu's mental power surged exponentially, soaring from several dozen zhang to an astonishing 200 zhang, even extending beyond the confines of his courtyard. While the formations within the courtyard could thwart the prying eyes of others, they posed no hindrance to Chu Xiu, the master himself, allowing his mental prowess to manifest beyond the courtyard's boundaries. Every movement within the 200 zhang radius lay under Chu Xiu's vigilant gaze, as if his mental power were akin to his very own eyes. Chu Xiu merely sensed for a moment before retracting his mental energy, commencing the refinement of the supreme golden lotus with his spirit, the supreme visualization technique, deep within the six gates. Chief Qin Yuxian's face displayed a look of astonishment as he gazed toward the direction of Chu Xiu's courtyard, exclaiming in awe, "A prodigy! This is an unparalleled genius of our six gates. Not only does he possess extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, but he also exhibits a remarkable aptitude for the art of body forging. Astonishingly, he possesses a gift for soul cultivation as well. He has mastered the supreme visualization technique, a breathtaking martial art. It is unthinkable that our Songlong County's six gates could retain Chu Xiu, let alone the six gates of Qizhou City. His future lies within the headquarters of our great Zhou dynasty's six gates." Upon finishing, a glimmer of anticipation emerged in Qin Yuxian's heart. Should their Songlong County's six gates produce a talent capable of establishing a foothold in the headquarters of the great Zhou dynasty's six gates, there exists a possibility of ascending to the position of deputy chief, or even the chief himself. Their Songlong County's six gates would gain renown throughout the great Zhou dynasty. Could it be that this young man sought out Elder Jiang in the armory for the supreme visualization technique? In the six gates armory, Zhao Qiming gazed in shock at the direction of Chu Xiu's courtyard, unable to contain his astonishment. In the armory, Elder Jiang stared blankly toward the same direction. Although he was aware of Chu Xiu's astonishing talent, he had not anticipated such terrifying potential in the realm of the soul. The supreme visualization technique is indeed one of the highest martial arts, and it is said that throughout generations, few have succeeded in mastering it. It cannot be mistaken. I too aspired to cultivate this technique in my youth, yet after expending considerable time, I could not even grasp the basics. It is unequivocal. Elder Jiang remained silent for a moment, scratching his head in frustration, muttering, "But how can this young man be so extraordinary? Furthermore, why does he learn so swiftly? Does he possess no shortcomings? Is it even possible for a reincarnated celestial being, or perhaps a heavenly emperor, to achieve such feats?" Soon, a golden lotus platform materialized beneath Chu Xiu's feet. However, this golden lotus was but a nascent form, still somewhat ethereal. "I have succeeded," he exclaimed. "Now, I merely need to invest time, gradually solidifying the supreme golden lotus, thereby augmenting my mental defenses to unprecedented strengths." Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his cheeks as he remarked, "It is now time to enhance my fortune attributes. Destiny attributes: 9 Sun's sacred body, gold; extraordinary intelligence, purple; noble air, blue; golden tendons and jade bones, blue; carefree wind-walking, blue; vitality like a river, blue; blade path prodigy, blue; mastery of both fists and feet, blue; gluttonous stomach, blue; innate divine soul, blue; celestial melody, green; destiny value, 170. For 01 unknowingly, I have accumulated 11 attributes. With a destiny value of 170,000, I am now poised to manifest a second purple attribute." As Chu Xiu gazed upon the myriad of destiny attributes displayed on the data panel, an overwhelming sense of anticipation filled his heart. Possessing an extraordinary intellect, he was acutely aware of the formidable power encapsulated within the purple attributes. He contemplated each destiny entry, lost in thought for a while. After a moment, Chu Xiu's expression turned resolute as he spoke in a deep voice. "The second purple attribute must enhance my swordsmanship. My greatest strength lies in the way of the sword. The improvement of my swordsmanship talent will yield the most pronounced elevation in my capabilities. Once I acquire sufficient destiny points in the future, I shall invest in the third purple attribute to enhance my physique." With his decision made, Chu Xiu firmly declared in his mind, "System, elevate my swordsmanship genius." No sooner had he uttered the words than a breathtaking surge of sword energy manifested within his consciousness. Subsequently, a figure began to demonstrate the 7 swords of heaven within his mind. Soon, multiple figures emerged, each representing Chu Xiu, each practicing a different sword technique. Countless insights regarding swordsmanship flooded his thoughts. Techniques such as the 7 swords of heaven, the lunar blade, and the 5-element sword had long since reached a state of perfection in his understanding. A torrent of sword intent erupted from Chu Xiu's being: pure yang sword intent, slaughter sword intent, destruction sword intent, lunar sword intent, 5-element sword intent, Qian Kuan sword intent, and thunder sword intent, 7 distinct forms of sword intent in total. Among these, the pure yang sword intent wielded the most terrifying power, while the slaughter and destruction sword intents followed closely behind. The lunar, 5 elements, Qian Kuan, and thunder sword intents were only recently grasped. Had it not been for the protective formations surrounding the courtyard, Chu Xiu would have undoubtedly astonished the entirety of Songlong County's 6 doors. However, within the courtyard, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue, who had just exited the room, were already in a state of shock. The two women gazed at Chu Xiu's study with eyes wide in disbelief. Sister Xinyue, has the young master truly comprehended 7 forms of sword intent? Jiang Xiaoxiao's voice trembled with astonishment. No, you are not mistaken. The young master has indeed grasped 7 forms of sword intent. Li Xinyue replied, her gaze reflecting a hint of reverence as she looked towards Chu Xiu's study. I recall my master once telling me that the sword technique the young master practices, the 7 swords of heaven, is renowned as the supreme sword of the world. To master the 7 swords of heaven, one must comprehend 7 forms of sword intent, melding them together, ultimately uniting them into 7 laws to unleash its true potential. With the young master now having grasped 7 forms of sword intent, does it not mean that he is on the verge of achieving the unity of the 7 swords? Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoxiao realized something, her face alight with admiration. With such an astonishing talent for swordsmanship, the young master is destined to master the 7 swords of heaven. Li Xinyue nodded emphatically, her certainty unwavering. Indeed, the young master will surely accomplish this. Yes, the young master can undoubtedly achieve it, Jiang Xiaoxiao replied, nodding repeatedly. Having successfully expended 100,000 destiny points, the swordsmanship genius, blue, was upgraded to sword god talent, purple. Sword god talent, an unparalleled talent in the realm of swordsmanship, akin to the presence of a sword deity among mortals. 2 notification boxes materialized before Chu Xiu's eyes. Chu Xiu gradually opened his eyes, gazing at the prompt before him, his heart brimming with unparalleled delight. The mere possession of the blade god's innate talent was sufficient to render his cultivation in the path of the blade exceptionally effortless, akin to the simplicity of eating and drinking. Furthermore, he was endowed with extraordinary wisdom, a trait of unparalleled enlightenment. The amalgamation of these 2 purple attributes significantly enhanced his comprehension of the blade, leading to a remarkable breakthrough as soon as the blade god's talent manifested. Not only did he grasp the 4 blade intents, Tine blade intent, 5 elements blade intent, Qiankuan blade intent, and Thunder blade intent, but he also experienced advancements in the Pure Yang blade intent, Killing blade intent, and Destruction blade intent. The Pure Yang blade intent transitioned from the 3rd stage to the 4th, while both the Killing and Destruction blade intents ascended from the 1st stage to the 2nd. Lastly, his understanding of the 7 cuts of heaven culminated in a significant leap, with the 3rd cut achieving perfection, and even the 4th cut reaching a minor accomplishment. Indeed, my choice was not in vain. My current strength is not to be underestimated. I may very well contend with experts at the 5th and even 6th levels of the martial saint realm. Chu Xiu took a deep breath to calm his excited heart and gazed at the destiny attribute. After all, he still had 70,000 destiny points remaining, which allowed him to enhance the green attribute of celestial melody. He spoke softly in his mind, system, elevate celestial melody. In an instant, in Chu Xiu's mind, countless insights regarding the 8 sounds of heavenly demons emerged, propelling him forward in his understanding of this art, which he had only just begun to explore. Although he had not yet attained the realm of minor accomplishment, he had already garnered numerous realizations. It would not be long before his mastery of the 8 sounds of heavenly demons reached that level, successfully consuming 10,000 points of destiny value. The melody of heavenly sounds, green, upgraded to the enchantment of 3 days, blue. Enchantment of 3 days. His talent in the realm of musical rhythm had reached an extraordinary level. A prompt appeared once more. It was perfected, with over 60,000 points of destiny value remaining. Now, he awaited the accumulation of 100,000 points of destiny value to give birth to the 3rd purple attribute. Chu Xiu stood up, stretching his limbs and displaying a satisfied expression as he spoke. After finishing his words, he made his way towards the door of the study. This time, he did not employ his innate true essence. Instead, with a mere thought, a surge of mental energy propelled itself towards the door of the study. With a creak, the door slowly swung open. Chu Xiu strode out of the study with great vigor. Young master, have you completed your training? Upon seeing him emerge, Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue, who had been patiently waiting outside, expressed their delight and approached him. Within this courtyard, not only was the entire area enveloped by a formation, but there also existed a separate array within the study itself. However, this particular formation was designed solely to muffle sound, rendering the interior scenes invisible. Nonetheless, they could sense the surge of sword intent that Chu Xiu had just unleashed. Indeed, I have finished my training, he confirmed. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue. Young master, have you comprehended the 7 forms of sword intent? Jiang Xiaoxiao inquired with a look of curiosity directed at Chu Xiu. Li Xinyue's gaze also converged upon him. Although she had already sensed the 7 distinct forms of sword intent moments ago, she awaited his confirmation. Indeed, I have grasped the 7 forms of sword intent. However, this matter must remain confidential. Do not disclose it to anyone. Chu Xiu nodded slightly and addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue. Rest assured, young master. We will not divulge this to anyone, Jiang Xiaoxiao said with a playful smile, adding, not even to our master. Li Xinyue nodded gently, remaining silent. Within the 6 doors, she was only acquainted with Chu Xiu and Jiang Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiu turned his gaze towards Li Xinyue and inquired, Xinyue, have you ascended to the martial saint realm? Li Xinyue replied respectfully, indeed, my lord. I have just recently achieved a breakthrough to the martial saint realm, and I am currently at the initial stage of the 1st level. With a gentle nod, Li Xinyue continued, after breaking through to the martial saint realm, I feel as though I have acquired several new abilities. What abilities? Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he turned to Li Xinyue and inquired. Jiang Xiaoxiao also glanced at Li Xinyue, eager to discern whether Sister Xinyue, as a calamity, had experienced a breakthrough in her cultivation level, thus becoming even more formidable. She had now come to a profound understanding of the essence of calamity, recognizing that beings like Li Xinyue possessed an extraordinarily high ceiling of potential and were exceedingly fearsome. In comparison to the ordinary anomalies, Li Xinyue was in a league of her own. Assimilation? Indestructibility? Heart sword? Invisibility? Li Xinyue pondered for a moment before responding to Chu Xiu. With a subtle arch of his brow, Chu Xiu contemplated the 4 abilities, each seemingly extraordinary in its own right. In truth, the concept of immortality now resonated with Li Xinyue, who likely possessed such an ability. Jiang Xiaoxiao gazed at Li Xinyue, her expression one of astonishment. She was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of calamities, yet she never anticipated that upon ascending to the martial saint realm, Li Xinyue would wield 4 such formidable powers. Though she was not entirely familiar with the concept of assimilation, the terms immortality, heart sword, and invisibility conveyed an unmistakable sense of their might. My lord, Li Xinyue explained, assimilation refers to the capacity to incorporate humans, demons, or enigmatic entities into my domain, rendering them a part of it. Once assimilated, they become unwaveringly loyal to me, akin to puppets under my control. She continued, as for immortality, it differs from the conventional understanding. This form of immortality means that, regardless of the adversary's prowess, they cannot assault me within my domain. Within this realm, I exist as an indestructible entity, impervious to the shattering of my domain and the need for resurgence. Previously, I too could be considered immortal. Even if I were to be slain and my domain utterly fragmented, I would eventually re-emerge. However, such an event would deplete our essence. And while that essence could gradually be restored, it would not be the case now. Although beings of greater strength may pose a challenge within my domain, they remain equally incapable of threatening me. Upon hearing this, shock illuminated the faces of Chu Xiu and Jiang Xiaoxiao. Was this an enhanced version of immortality? It bestowed upon Li Xinyue the ability of complete invincibility. For, as Li Xinyue articulated, each death would indeed consume one's essence. Should the frequency of death surpass a certain threshold, calamities are not truly immortal. Achieving such a state, however, is fraught with difficulty. This explains why calamities are deemed indestructible. Calamities are not inherently immortal. When one's strength reaches a sufficient level, the possibility of vanquishing them exists. The heart sword, I surmise, relates to the vital essence imparted by my lord. I sense that this essence has fortified my soul, resulting in a transformation upon my ascension to the martial saint realm. My mental energy has coalesced into a heart sword. With this heart sword, I possess the ability to attack both the mind and the soul. Pausing momentarily, Li Xinyue continued her discourse. Chu Xiu slightly nodded, continuing to gaze at Li Xinyue. Jiang Xiaoxiao also looked at Li Xinyue with intense curiosity, eagerly anticipating whether the final ability of invisibility aligned with her imagination. The last power, invisibility, as the name suggests, enables one to enter a state of concealment, rendering oneself invisible to others. Even if someone possesses a cultivation realm far superior to mine, they would still be unable to detect my presence in the shadows. Li Xinyue continued to elaborate. Upon finishing her words, it seemed as if her form had vanished from the courtyard, as if she had never been present there at all. However, Chu Xiu discovered that he could still perceive Li Xinyue, not due to his own prowess, but rather through the art of qi observation. With this technique, Chu Xiu was able to discern Li Xinyue's presence. Without it, he too would be unable to see her. Jiang Xiaoxiao blinked, as if to convey, Sister Xinhua, I can see you. Young master, you and Xiaoxiao can see me? Li Xinhua reappeared, her face adorned with astonishment as she gazed at Chu Xiao and Jiang Xiaoxiao. I am able to see you because I have cultivated a form of qi observation. It is through this practice that I can perceive your existence. Were it not for my training in this art, I would undoubtedly be unable to see you. Chu Xiao nodded and said, I see. Li Xinyue's face displayed a look of realization as she turned to gaze at Jiang Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiao's gaze also turned towards Jiang Xiaoxiao, for he possessed the art of divination. Yet, why was Jiang Xiaoxiao able to perceive Li Xinyue? This was a question that intrigued Chu Xiao as well. Jiang Xiaoxiao's delicate face flushed slightly as she spoke. I saw a sword. A small, white sword as translucent as jade. This is my heart sword. Xiaoxiao can see my heart sword? Li Xinyue's cheeks displayed a look of astonishment as she gazed at Jiang Xiaoxiao. Although they had grown quite familiar and felt akin to sisters, she was increasingly aware of Jiang Xiaoxiao's extraordinary talent, particularly in the realm of swordsmanship. However, she could not have anticipated that Jiang Xiaoxiao would be able to see the heart sword within her consciousness. Indeed, I can see it, but I do not know why I am able to perceive it. Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded, her expression one of innocent charm. A flicker of unusual color passed through Chu Xiao's eyes. Is the reincarnation of the moon goddess truly so formidable? Or is it that Jiang Xiaoxiao is far more complex than he had initially perceived? I understand now. Li Xinyue breathed a sigh of relief. She finally comprehended that it was not her invisibility that was lacking. Rather, both Chu Xiao and Jiang Xiaoxiao possess extraordinary qualities. Xinyue, your four abilities are indeed powerful. A hint of a smile graced Chu Xiao's cheeks as he addressed Li Xinyue, saying, with these four abilities, your strength will undoubtedly become even more formidable. Li Xinyue responded with a gentle smile, clenching her fist as she felt she had taken a significant step closer to avenging herself. Jiang Xiaoxiao seemed to sense Li Xinyue's thoughts and earnestly nodded at her, declaring, Sister Xinyue, I will certainly help you when the time comes. I will also strive to train hard to aid you in your revenge. Xiaoxiao, thank you. Li Xinyue expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Jiang Xiaoxiao. All right. The time is nearly upon us. Let us all take a rest. Chu Xiao smiled gently and addressed Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue. Indeed, my lord. Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue responded in unison. Chu Xiao ambled toward his chamber, while Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue retreated to their respective quarters to rest. Upon entering his room, Chu Xiao did not immediately succumb to slumber. Instead, he retrieved a spirit essence pill and consumed it as if it were mere candy. Today, he had vanquished a pig demon of the third realm of the martial saint, and it was highly probable that even more formidable demons would soon appear. He could not afford a moment's respite. It was imperative that he enhance his prowess as much as possible. Time swiftly elapsed, and soon the moment for the update of the Hidden Dragon rankings arrived. In the early morning, a copper certificate captain from the 6 doors rushed into the headquarters. His face alight with excitement as he proclaimed, the Hidden Dragon rankings have been updated. For among us at 6 doors have secured positions on the list. This announcement sent a tremor through the entire establishment of 6 doors. Most of the ordinary constables were unfamiliar with the Hidden Dragon rankings. However, a few had heard of it and were instantly invigorated. Within the depths of 6 doors, numerous gazes turned toward the copper certificate captain. 4 of our own on the Hidden Dragon rankings? A golden certificate captain seemed to materialize before the copper certificate captain, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he inquired. Indeed, my lord, 4 individuals have made the list. They are Lord Nangong, Lord Chu Xiao, Lord Qi Xiao, and Lord Gao Chongfeng. The copper certificate captain replied respectfully, bowing deeply. Lord Chu. The golden certificate captain's eyes flickered with surprise. He was well aware of Chu Xiao's esteemed reputation. Despite Chu Xiao's own unawareness, his notoriety had spread throughout 6 doors in recent days. In a remarkably brief span, he had ascended from a copper certificate captain to a renowned blue certificate constable. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as a prodigious talent, unparalleled even within the entirety of Qingzhou's 6 doors. However, the copper certificate captain had placed Chu Xiao in 2nd place. Did this imply that he had surpassed both Qi Xiao and Gao Chongfeng upon his inaugural entry into the rankings? My lord, Lord Nangong's rank has risen once more, advancing from 69th to 17th place. An impressive leap of 52 spots. He has become our Songlong County's sole genius to breach the top 50 of the Hidden Dragon rankings. The copper certificate captain spoke with utmost reverence. As for Lord Chu, though this is his first appearance on the list, he has already secured the 81st position. Lord Qi is placed at 136, and Lord Gao at 169. Both Lord Qi and Lord Gao have made significant progress since their last rankings. Remarkable. The golden certificate captain's face displayed admiration upon hearing this. Although the hidden dragon rankings compiled by the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion could not be deemed infallibly accurate, they undoubtedly indicated that Chu Xiu's current strength likely far surpassed that of Qi Xiu and Gao Changfeng. It is noteworthy that the hidden dragon rankings encompass only the top 200 exceptional talents under the age of 30, within the Grandmaster and Martial Saint realms across an entire province. Those who earn a place on the rankings possess the capability to engage in combat beyond their level. Thus, being listed signifies that even a Grandmaster could potentially defeat a Martial Saint. The higher the rank, the greater the talent and strength. Before long, news of Chu Xiu's 81st position on the Hidden Dragon rankings spread throughout the 6 doors. Even those constables who had previously been unaware of the Hidden Dragon rankings came to appreciate its significance and held Chu Xiu in profound esteem. Beyond the courtyard of Chu Xiu, a figure seemingly materialized out of thin air. It was Qi Xiu. He called out loudly towards the courtyard, "Brother Chu, come out quickly." No sooner had his words left his lips than the formation surrounding the courtyard vanished. Qi Xiu immediately spotted Chu Xiu seated at a stone table, while Li Xinyue and Zhang Xiaoxiao engaged in conversation nearby. "Brother Qi, what brings you here?" Chu Xiu looked at Qi Xiu with a puzzled expression and asked, "Could it be that there is another task?" "There is indeed a task," Qi Xiu replied, his face brimming with excitement. "But my visit this time is not solely for that purpose." "Brother Chu, are you aware of the Qianlong list?" "I am." Chu Xiu nodded and spoke. "Do you know?" Qi Xiu was taken aback for a moment, as he had presumed that Chu Xiu was unaware of the matters concerning the Hidden Dragon rankings. After a brief pause, Qi Xiu continued, "Since you are aware of the Hidden Dragon rankings, that is indeed splendid. Brother Chu, are you aware that you have made it onto the Hidden Dragon rankings? Moreover, you have secured the 81st position. To enter the rankings for the first time and immediately break into the top 100 is remarkable. The 81st position in the Hidden Dragon rankings?" With a slight arch of his brow, Chu Xiu remarked, "Indeed, the 81st position on the Qianlong ranking." Qi Xiu, with an air of solemnity, responded, "Brother Chu, are you aware of the significance of holding the 81st rank on the Qianlong ranking? What does it signify?" Chu Xiu gazed at Qi Xiu with a look of keen interest. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue were equally captivated, their expressions brimming with curiosity as they turned their attention to Qi Xiu. To secure a position among the top 100 on the Hidden Dragon list signifies a mastery of martial prowess exceeding the 6th level of Martial Sage. Ranking among the top 50 elevates one's strength to above the 7th level of Martial Sage, while those within the top 20 command power surpassing the 9th level. The fact that Brother Chu currently ranks within the top 100 on the Hidden Dragon list indicates that his strength has already surpassed the 6th level of Martial Sage. "Brother Chu, you are truly remarkable," Qi Xiu exclaimed in astonishment. "Among the unparalleled geniuses in Qizhou under 30, you have secured a place among the top 100. There are few in all of Qizhou who can compare to you. You are so impressive," Jiang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her admiration evident as she looked at Chu Xiu. Although Li Xinyue remained silent, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded Chu Xiu. "What position does Nangong Push hold on the Hidden Dragon list?" A flicker of intrigue sparked within Chu Xiu as he turned to Qi Xiu and inquired. He was genuinely curious about Nangong Push, the foremost figure among the younger generation of the Six Gates in Songlong County. That formidable individual had already secured the 17th position. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu shuddered. A look of terror etched across his face, as if he was recalling something profoundly dreadful. Had Brother Qi been bested by Nangong Push? Upon witnessing Qi Xiu's expression, Chu Xiu could not help but respond with a peculiar countenance. "I have indeed struck him, and not merely once." Qi Xiu, wearing a bitter expression, remarked, "Brother Chu, you cannot fathom the terror of this woman. Should you ever have the opportunity, you must assist me in delivering a thorough beating to this Nangong Push. Why is he subjected to such punishment?" Chu Xiu smiled faintly and said, "How infuriating. Just because I was reading a book in the task hall, I was spotted by the deputy Nangong, who berated me for my indecency, claiming that as heads of the 6 doors, we ought not to indulge in such literature within our ranks. She accused me of tarnishing the reputation of our esteemed organization. Not only did she destroy a rare and precious book of mine, but she also gave me a sound beating that left me unable to rise for 3 days." Qi Xiu, visibly indignant, responded, How could you still dare to read such books in the task hall? Chu Xiu gave Qi Xiu a thumbs up and remarked, impressive. It seems the Deputy Nagong did not punish you as severely. I know that woman is no longer within the ranks of the Six Doors, Qi Xiu shrugged. She must not be in Songlong County anymore, and no one knows where she is gone, since she is no longer a part of the Six Doors. Why should I feel any fear? With an unusual expression, Chu Xiu cast an odd glance at Qi Xiu, choosing not to dwell on the previous topic. Instead, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, do you possess the complete list of the potential dragon rankings? Indeed, I have acquired it all, Qi Xiu replied. I anticipated that you would wish to delve into the extraordinary talents residing within our Qizhou region through the potential dragon rankings. I possess the full version, which not only includes the rankings but also detailed profiles for each individual listed, encompassing their cultivation levels and martial arts expertise. While it may not be entirely infallible, it is largely authentic. You may find it to be a valuable reference. From his sleeve, Qi Xiu produced a pristine booklet and extended it towards Chu Xiu, saying, Thank you, Qi Xiu. Chu Xiu received the brand new booklet and expressed his gratitude to Qi Xiu. Brother Chu, you are too modest. Just remember, when your strength surpasses that of Nagong Push, it would suffice to give her a good thrashing. This woman is exceedingly formidable. It seems only someone like you, Brother Chu, could bring her to heel. While she is indeed fierce, she possesses great beauty, so you certainly would not come to any loss. Qi Xiu leaned closer to Chu Xiu's ear and whispered softly. Chu Xiu let out a light chuckle, remaining silent as he opened a hidden dragon ranking to peruse. Brother Chu, take your time looking. I shall take my leave first, Qi Xiu remarked upon seeing Chu Xiu engrossed in the ranking. After taking a few steps, Qi Xiu suddenly paused and inquired, Brother Chu, do you still require that mission? What mission? Chu Xiu set aside the dragon ranking list in his hand, suddenly recalling that Qi Xiu had mentioned there was another task at hand. Within the county city, a multitude of demons had once again emerged. With a grave expression, Qi Xiu stated, last night, at least dozens of demons wreaked havoc. However, this time the situation is particularly dire, as it is highly likely that demons of the martial saint level are involved. Therefore, this task is not limited by personnel. Our Six Doors has already dispatched over 20 silver medal captains and gold medal captains for this mission. Copper medal captains are not even qualified to undertake it. Yet, even with the silver and gold medal captains, it is uncertain whether they can resolve the troubles caused by these demons. I have come here to seek your opinion. Brother Chu, should you choose to accept this task, no other green robe captains will be assigned. Conversely, if you decline, other green robe captains will take over. Over dozens of demons? With a slight arch of his brow, Chu Xiu felt an unsettling premonition. This time, the demonic creatures seemed to be targeting him specifically. Yet, even if he suspected that they were attempting to ensnare him as their prized catch, he was still compelled to venture forth and ascertain the truth of the matter. Indeed, there were more than a dozen fiends at large. Qi Xiu nodded slightly, and with a deft motion of his right hand, he produced a signal flare, offering it to Chu Xiu. Brother Chu, should you decide to go, it would be wise to take this signal flare with you. It is specially crafted by our Six Doors. Within our organization, it can be exchanged for merely 10 merit points. Consider it a gift from me to you. If you encounter insurmountable demons, you need only to ignite this flare with your own strength. Once it ascends into the sky, it will be visible throughout the entire county. At that moment, our Six Doors will undoubtedly dispatch true experts to assist you. With Qi Xiu having prepared the signal flare, how could I possibly refrain from joining? With a gentle smile, Chu Xiu took the signal arrow from Qi Xiu's hand. Ah, no, Brother Chu, I merely offered a suggestion. Whether you go or not is entirely your decision. If you choose not to, then keep the arrow. After all, it holds little value, Qi Xiu replied, rolling his eyes at Chu Xiu. All right, Brother Qi, I understand your intention. However, I must admit, I am quite intrigued. This evening, I shall venture out to explore. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and said, All right, I shall take on this task for my brother Chu. Qi Xiu nodded and turned to leave. Take care, Brother Qi. Chu Xiu gazed at the retreating figure of Qi Xiu. Without turning back, Qi Xiu merely waved a hand in acknowledgement. After watching Qi Xiu depart, Chu Xiu resumed his examination of the hidden dragon rankings. Outside the Songlong County, upon a modest vessel, stood a young gentleman clad in white, exuding an air of elegance and valor. He bore a long sword upon his back, his flowing hair danced in the breeze, and his attire fluttered gracefully, embodying an unparalleled charm and extraordinary grace. With hands clasped behind him, he stood resolutely on the small boat, which, devoid of any rowers, glided through the waves like an arrow, heading towards Songlong County. Chu Xiu, he mused, contemplating the 8th rank on the Hidden Dragon rankings. I never anticipated that our 6 doors in Songlong County would yield another prodigious talent. It is fortuitous. I shall return and ascertain the true extent of your exceptional abilities that have enabled you to ascend from a mere copper badge captain to a renowned blue-clad constable of our 6 doors in such a brief span. At this moment, within the Great River Gang, the leader spoke. Everything is arranged. Tonight, hundreds of demons gathered in the county city will unleash chaos. Drawing Chu Xiao out from the 6 doors, a member of the Great River Gang bowed respectfully to the leader, Wei Chi Feng. Excellent. I refuse to believe that Chu Xiao can escape death this time. Wei Chi Feng's eyes glinted with a chilling intent, his countenance radiating a fierce aura as he declared. This individual began as a mere captain of the 6 doors, yet his rate of growth has surpassed my expectations. Within a short time, he has ascended to the 81st position on the Hidden Dragon rankings. He has become a grave threat to our Great River Gang. If he remains alive, it is only a matter of time before we perish at his hands. I shall not permit such a fate to unfold. As night fell, the entire Songlong County was shrouded in darkness. Within the courtyard, the time had nearly arrived. Chu Xiao rose to his full height and gazed towards the direction beyond the 6 gates, his expression one of tranquil composure. Young master, return home early. I shall be waiting for you, Jiang Xiaoxiao softly murmured as she watched Chu Xiao's departing figure. Although Li Xinyue remained silent, a trace of concern flickered in her eyes as she too observed Chu Xiao's retreating silhouette. Despite the young master's formidable prowess, an air of peril loomed ominously over the night. With a smile, Chu Xiao did not turn around but merely waved his hand towards Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue behind him. Upon exiting the 6 gates, he traversed the county town, each step resonating for several zhang. Suddenly, upon reaching an open area, Chu Xiao halted, raising an eyebrow as he declared, "Come out, I see you." An immense shadow loomed over him, resembling a fearsome wolf demon towering a zhang high, its waist encircled by a tattered, filthy hide that exuded a menacing aura. The wolf demon gazed down at Chu Xiao, its foul, viscous saliva dripping from its maw, creating a rhythmic dripping sound. The demon's blood-red eyes glimmered with insatiable greed, as if it longed to devour him whole. Such eagerness for demise? I am not referring to you. Chu Xiao cast a dismissive glance at the wolf demon and disdainfully remarked, howling to devour me. The wolf demon, seemingly affronted by the words, lunged toward Chu Xiao with the swiftness of thunder. Its enormous, bloodied maw opened wide, ready to snap at Chu Xiao. With a resounding clash, the sound of a blade echoed. The wolf demon's body was cleaved in twain by a surge of knife-like energy. Having vanquished a notorious 5th-tier wolf demon of the Master Realm, Chu Xiao was rewarded with 2,900 points of destiny value. A notification box materialized before him. Observing this prompt, Chu Xiao mused inwardly, indeed, this is a worthy gain. His destiny value had once again increased. I have made it clear that I am not referring to you, yet you hasten to reincarnate. Chu Xiao shook his head and calmly remarked, what about you? Are you not coming out yet? With his divination skills, he could perceive any demonic presence lurking nearby, making it impossible for them to escape his gaze. Impressive indeed. No wonder he was able to slay so many of our kin from Wild Boar Ridge, and even vanquish a demon king at the 3rd level of Martial Saint. Clearly, he possesses considerable prowess. It was not in vain that we brothers joined forces against you. From the distance, 2 towering figures approached, each step resonating with such force that the ground trembled beneath them, as if they bore the weight of countless tons. These formidable beings were both pig demons, their grotesque heads adorned with menacing features. The aura emanating from them was terrifying, suggesting that their every move could rend the very fabric of heaven and earth. One was at the minor completion of the 7th level of Martial Saint, while the other had achieved the major completion of the 9th level. You truly hold me in high regard. With a grave expression, Chu Xiao spoke. He had long since detected the presence of 2 demon king-level pig demons lurking in the shadows. However, he had not anticipated that these 2 demon king-level pig demons had actually reached such a remarkable level of cultivation. Indeed, Chu Xiao's ability to perceive the qi has transcended the rudimentary stage and ventured into a realm of minor accomplishment. This is the remarkable efficacy of the illustrious purple attribute. Having attained this minor accomplishment, he is no longer merely capable of discerning the presence of lurking demons and anomalies. He can also perceive the essence of mountains and terrains. He can identify the hidden demons or assess the cultivation realms of human martial artists. Have you cultivated the eye technique? A mere grandmaster is able to discern the cultivation levels of my brethren? This makes it all the more imperative that you are not allowed to live. The enormous eyes of the pig demon, at the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm, revealed a flicker of astonishment. Previously, It had been pondering how Chu Xiu could perceive their brothers concealed in the shadows, and now it understood that Chu Xiu had indeed mastered an extraordinarily rare eye technique. It is well known that eye techniques are inherently rare martial arts, and mastering such a technique is no trivial feat. Chu Xiu's eye technique not only reveals their hidden presence but also unveils their cultivation levels, suggesting that the technique he has cultivated is likely far from ordinary. The pig demon at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial saint realm remained silent, gazing at Chu Xiu as if he were a mere corpse. Very well. I too wish to ascertain whether my current prowess is sufficient to vanquish demons of the 7th level of the martial saint realm or higher. Who among you shall meet their demise first? Chu Xiu gazed at the two pig demons with an expression devoid of emotion. Arrogance, scoffed the pig demon, who had reached the minor completion of the 7th level of the martial sage realm, as he stepped forward. Like a tempest, he surged towards Chu Xiu. A colossal pig hoof descended upon him with tremendous force. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds, as the very heavens and earth seemed to be utterly crushed beneath the weight of that hoof. Severing the heavens, second blade stabilized the two forms. With a serious expression, Chu Xiu raised the heavenly slaying blade in his hand and struck at the pig demon, a formidable opponent at the 7th level of the martial saint realm. As the blade cleaved through the air, it seemed as if the very fabric of the universe was fracturing. The sheer power of this strike surpassed the limits attainable even by a grandmaster. The pig demon, astonished, could hardly fathom that a mere warrior of the first stage of the grandmaster realm could wield such terrifying strength, although it was aware of Chu Xiu's prowess. Having ranked him 81st on the hidden dragon list of the Great Zhou dynasty, the moment still rendered it solemn. Its trotters swelled dramatically, amplifying in size severfold. As if an immense force had coalesced into that singular appendage, a thunderous roar echoed through the night, reverberating as if the heavens themselves were shattering. The sound carried for miles, awakening countless slumbering citizens who were gripped by terror and trembled in fear. Those still awake hastily barred their doors, too fearful to step outside. Is there a presence of demonic energy? A martial saint-level demon, no less. Is that our esteemed Qingyi constable from the 6 doors engaging in combat with a demon? At that moment, a strikingly handsome young gentleman, clad in snow-white attire, had just returned to the city of Songlong County aboard a small vessel. As he approached the 6 doors, he heard the resounding blast. Intrigued, he mused, now, even demons of the martial saint realm dare to wreak havoc in our Songlong County? I shall see if these fiends are courting death. With a flicker of icy determination in his gaze, the young gentleman raised an eyebrow, took a step forward, hands clasped behind his back, and soared towards the site of Chu Xiu's battle with the pig demon. Chu Xiu retreated more than 10 steps, leaving behind a footprint several inches deep in the ground. Moreover, it was not merely a footprint. Surrounding each impression were cracks resembling spider webs, radiating in all directions. It took him a considerable 10 steps to dissipate the full force of the pig demon, which had reached the 7th level of the martial saint realm. He could distinctly feel the terrifying power contained within that strike from the pig demon. How are you unscathed? Upon witnessing Chu Xiu retreating over 10 steps and appearing entirely unharmed, not a trace of injury upon him, the pig demon, with eyes as large as bronze gongs, widened in astonishment. For the first time, the pig demon, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, regarded Chu Xiu with seriousness. With such power, do you truly believe you can slay me? A playful glimmer flickered across Chu Xiu's cheeks as he gazed with a mocking glint at the pig demon, who had reached the 7th level of the martial saint realm. Very well, he declared. You have thoroughly incensed me. I shall not kill you, rather, I will render you crippled, and then savor you bite by bite, allowing you to endure endless agony. The pig demon's eyes turned a crimson hue, resembling blood, exuding an eerie aura as it advanced step by step towards Chu Xiu. With each stride, its presence intensified, as if accumulating power for an impending strike. When it finally unleashed its assault, it would surely be a cataclysmic event. The heavens would shatter, and the earth would quake. Heaven cutting 7 blades, 3rd blade, break the 3 talents. Chu Xiu gazed at the approaching pig demon, his sky-slaying blade raised once more, striking towards the beast with fierce intent. With the swing, he infused the essence of his 2/10 mastery of the killing blade intent into the blow. As the blade descended, it seemed to conjure a realm of slaughter, shrouding the night sky in a gory hue. The 7 cuts of heaven, each stroke more potent than the last, offered no specific requirements for the infusion of blade intent. Thus, he could seamlessly merge the killing blade intent with any strike. The reason he refrained from employing the strongest pure yang blade intent, which had reached a 4/10 mastery, was simple. The pig demon, a minor achievement at the 7th level of the martial saint realm, was unworthy of such power. Moreover, there was the additional consideration that the pure yang blade intent could not be wielded, should he do so. The Gao family might deduce that Gao Changtha had perished at his hands. Upon witnessing the strike, the 7th-level pig demon's countenance shifted to one of horror, sensing the specter of death looming near. Yet, it realized it was firmly ensnared by Chu Xiu's attack, unable to retreat even if it wished to. "Danger! Retreat!" cried the 9th-level pig demon, its expression drastically altered as it rushed towards Chu Xiu, compelled by the relentless insistence of the Sandstorm Gang's leader. It had truly underestimated Chu Xiu, a mere first-level master of the human race, despite his ranking as the 81st on the so-called hidden dragon list. With a resounding crash, the blade fell. A colossal pig's head soared into the air, a torrent of crimson blood erupting from the severed neck. At the moment when Chu Xiu effortlessly dispatched the 7th-layer minor achievement pig demon of the martial saint realm with a single strike, he stepped forward and executed the heavenly demon 8 steps, evading the attack from the 9th-layer major achievement pig demon of the martial saint realm, reappearing over 10 zhang away. "I underestimated you." The 9th-layer major achievement pig demon of the martial saint realm fixed its gaze on Chu Xiu, panting heavily, emitting a sound akin to thunderous roars. Its breathing became remarkably rapid. Clearly, it had never anticipated that a pig demon of merely the 7th-layer minor achievement in the martial saint realm could not withstand Chu Xiu's blade. It had underestimated this extraordinary genius of the human race, ranked on the potential dragon list, who possessed only the 1st-layer major achievement cultivation of a Grand Master. "Come now. Let me witness the true power of a 9th-layer major achievement pig demon of the martial saint realm." With unwavering intensity, Chu Xiu gazed at the formidable pig demon, a master of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, and eagerly proclaimed his intentions. In that instant, a tremendous surge of blood vitality erupted from his being, ascending into the heavens. This surge manifested as a colossal canopy of vitality, suffused with ethereal purple mist, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility, elevating Chu Xiu to the status of a deity in that fleeting moment. Chu Xiu no longer concealed his divine elephant suppression law. His mastery of this technique had reached the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm, summoning forth 632 colossal wild elephants. This formidable power was not inferior to the 9-yang true essence of a first major accomplishment within the great Grand Master realm. After all, the strength of this 9th-level martial saint pig demon was incomparably greater than that of the 7th-level martial saint pig demon he had faced previously. To vanquish this 9th-level martial saint pig demon, he would have to rely on his physical prowess, augmented by the 9-yang true essence, merging both forces to achieve victory. His cultivation was still insufficient, as he remained at the first major accomplishment of the Grand Master realm. Were his inner strength to ascend beyond the 7th level of the Grand Master realm, or if his divine elephant suppression law advanced to that level, slaying these 2 pig demons would be as effortless as slaughtering mere swine. Although they too belonged to the swine family, they had attained the rank of demon kings, surpassing even the 7th level of the martial saint realm. "You have even trained in the art of horizontal forging." The 9th-level martial saint pig demon's face betrayed a flicker of astonishment as it gazed at Chu Xiu. Its expression grew increasingly grave, no longer perceiving Chu Xiu as merely a prodigy of the first major accomplishment of the Grand Master realm, but as a formidable expert of the human race, already matured and surpassing the 7th level of the martial saint realm. Sky-cutting 7 blades, 4th blade. Extinguish the 4 symbols. Kill. With a thunderous roar, Chu Xiu unleashed his killing intent and executed the celestial demon's 8 steps, akin to a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the formidable pig demon at the 9th level of martial sage. In his grasp, the demon-slaying blade was wielded with the utmost ferocity. This strike was not merely infused with the essence of 9-yang true energy, but also harnessed the immense strength of 632 wild giant elephants from the divine elephant suppression technique. The 2 forces harmoniously coalesced, creating a blow that could astonish the heavens. "Kill!" bellowed the pig demon, equally determined, as it lunged at Chu Xiu. A colossal pig hoof descended upon him with tremendous force. This was the embodiment of sheer power. The pig demon sought to crush Chu Xiu with the unyielding might characteristic of a 9th-level martial sage. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the heavens, resonating across the night sky, as if the very fabric of the cosmos had fragmented in that instant. After Chu Xiu executed his strike, he had already retreated several paces. The celestial slaying blade in his hand hung down, crimson pig's blood slowly dripping from the blade's edge. The sound of dripping resonated distinctly in the eerie silence of the night. The 9th-level martial saint pig demon fixed its beady eyes on Chu Xiu and remarked, "Is this the true prowess of the top 100 prodigies on the human race's potential dragon list?" In response, Chu Shou gazed calmly at the ninth-level martial Saint Pig demon and replied indifferently, "What significance does your question hold, given that you are about to perish?" "Indeed." The demon acknowledged, "I am destined to die." The pupils of the ninth-level martial Saint Pig demon faded, and it collapsed to the ground. Only after hitting the ground did the body of this martial Saint Pig demon exhibit a series of fissures, resembling shattered porcelain. A torrent of sword energy erupted from its corpse, utterly dismantling it. A series of notifications materialized before Chu Xiu's eyes. Discovered destiny trait. Innate divine power, green. Discovered destiny trait. Cracked mountain pig demon bloodline, blue. Destiny traits can be plundered, solidified, or converted into destiny points. Innate divine power, possessing immense strength by nature, with extraordinary talent and physical cultivation. Cracked mountain, slaying 2 pig demons at the 7th level of martial saint and above, of the demon king caliber, awarded him 42,800 destiny points. Yet another notification regarding the cracked mountain pig demon bloodline appeared. With a raised eyebrow, Chu Xiu discerned that the wild boar demons of the wild boar ridge, upon reaching the martial saint level, could potentially possess such a bloodline. The term cracking mountain and cracking mountain boar demon aptly signifies their immense strength, having attained a level of unparalleled power. Thus, the emergence of a natural divine strength attribute seemed entirely plausible. He contemplated converting the cracking mountain boar demon bloodline into destiny points to seize this innate divine power. Just as he finished articulating this thought in his mind, Chu Xiu sensed a mysterious and unfathomable force manifesting within his body, endowing him with an unprecedented strength. A formidable power was born from within him, not derived from the celestial attributes of golden sinews and jade bones or the flowing vitality of blood. Rather, it was the innate divine strength that emerged. With the convergence of these 3 elements, Chu Xiu felt that his physical talents and qualities had escalated to an astonishing level. As the innate divine strength attribute emerged, particles began to activate autonomously, summoning colossal wild elephants into existence. In that fleeting moment, Chu Xiu's divine elephant suppression technique unleashed 19 particles. Chu Xiu glanced at his destiny value. This time, the 2 martial saint-level pig demons had granted him an impressive increase of 58,200 destiny points. His destiny value surged once again. Destiny value, 116, 101. He could now add another purple attribute. Chu Xiu gazed at the figure representing his destiny value. A wave of delight washing over him. Each increment in this value promised a substantial enhancement to his prowess. Whether it pertained to unparalleled wisdom or the aptitude of a sword deity, the effect remained consistent. Perhaps this time, he ought to opt for a destiny attribute that focuses on cross-forging, thereby amplifying the might of his divine elephant suppression technique. Suddenly, Chu Xiu sensed a terrifying aura of malevolence emanating from a nearby location. His gaze sharpened. The sheer intensity of this demonic presence was so formidable that even he felt a surge of dread. A mythical realm. This was undoubtedly a creature of the mythic level. In an instant, Chu Xiu felt his scalp tingle with intensity, despite his current prowess. Having already slain a formidable pig demon at the 9th level of the martial sage realm, it is crucial to acknowledge that the pig demon is not among the mightiest entities within the realm of demons. Those truly terrifying demon kings, possessing bloodlines of unimaginable power, would pose a challenge even if they were merely at the 7th level of the martial sage realm. He might not be able to vanquish them, let alone the mythic level demons. Even the weakest among the mythic level demons would be beyond his capacity to withstand. Suddenly, a captivating and enchanting woman, exuding an aura of unparalleled charm, entered Chu Xiu's line of sight. A seductress? He mused, pondering the presence of the ancestral figure from the Xian family of Xiaqian. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his racing heart. With a mere thought, a signal arrow materialized in his left hand. He had not anticipated that the arrow, carelessly provided by Chu Xiu, would indeed find its purpose. Even more astonishing was the audacity of the ancient ancestor of the Xian family to tread within the city of Songlong County. Was it truly the slaying of Xian 15 Yang that incited such fury in the Xian patriarch, compelling him to risk entering the county's heart to seek vengeance? Or was it perhaps the prized Fengshi Qin he had acquired from Xian 15 Yang? Fortuitously, his true self had arrived. It was unfathomable that these 2 dim-witted brutes could not even vanquish a mere human of the minor mastery realm. The soft, mellifluous voice of the Xian ancestor seemed to evoke a sensation that rendered one utterly weak and flushed with fervor, leaving only one part of the body unyieldingly firm. With his innate divine soul and the cultivation of the supreme contemplation method, Chu Xiu remained unaffected by the influence of the ancient ancestor of the Xian family. Instead, he regarded her with a wary gaze. "Bring forth my treasured phoenix nest zither." You have slain 15 young, and surely the zither has fallen into your possession. The ancient ancestor of the Xian family looked at Chu Xiao with surprise. Her expression softened as she spoke, as if there were not a trace of animosity towards him. The two appeared devoid of any grievances. If you take my life, the phoenix nest zither shall naturally be yours to reclaim. Chu Xiao tightly grasped the signaling arrow in his left hand, while his right hand slowly raised the heavenly slashing blade. What of the mythic realm demons? Chu Xiao had arrived in this world not to bow and scrape before such beings, be it a demon of the mythic realm or one of the martial arts mythos. Any that dared to stand before him would face his blade without hesitation. How spirited! Rest assured, I shall not take your life. A talent of your caliber, a prodigy on the dragon ranking of the human race, stirs even my own heart. At the very least, until my interest wanes, I shall spare you. I intend to take you back to our Shaoqi mountain for my own enjoyment. The elder of the Xian family chuckled gleefully. His gaze filled with insatiable greed as he looked upon Chu Xiao, as if he wished to merge him into his very being. This is my Songlong County city, the domain of my 6 doors. A cold glint flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes. Did this cunning old fox intend to abduct him and make him a concubine? Such a notion was utterly absurd. His left hand was already poised to unleash a signal arrow, determined to confine the shameless old fox of the Xian family within the confines of Songlong County, the territory of the 6 doors. The patriarch of the Xian family erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "What of your 6 doors domain? With a mere flick of my hand, I can capture you in an instant. By the time your experts from the 6 doors arrive, I shall have long since departed Songlong County with you." Is that so? A voice, cold as ice, resonated from afar. A dazzling sword light pierced through the darkness of the heavens, illuminating the entire realm into a resplendent world of swords. The legendary Tiandun sword technique of the 6 doors. Upon witnessing this breathtaking sword light, an expression of sheer terror washed over the patriarch of the Xian family. And in a state of utter shock, she cried out in alarm. With a swift movement, she transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. The Tiandun sword technique of the 6 doors? A look of astonishment appeared on Chu Xiao's face. Was it one of the renowned crimson-clad constables from the 6 doors who had made a move? Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The ancestral figure of the Xian family was pierced by a formidable sword light, resulting in a massive gaping wound on her chest, from which crimson blood flowed incessantly, staining her garments a deep scarlet. The ancestral figure of the Xian family plummeted from the sky to the ground, her visage pale as parchment, her gaze dimmed, embodying utter frailty. Yet, she dared not move an inch. She sensed a thread of sword intent enveloping her, and she knew that any attempt to stir would lead to her certain demise. Terror-stricken, the Xian matriarch stood frozen in place, her heart gripped by profound dread. She regretted her decision to venture into the city of Songlong Prefecture. The 6 doors were truly formidable. How could such a prodigy exist? This was the legendary Tian Shun sword technique. She had long believed that the Tian Shun sword technique of the 6 doors had not been seen for over a century, and it was inconceivable that anyone could have mastered it. Little did she know that upon her arrival in Songlong Prefecture, she would encounter someone who had indeed learned the Tian Shun sword technique. The sword that had pierced the Xian matriarch now returned to the source of the sword light. A young man, clad in white as snow and possessing unparalleled grace, approached with hands clasped behind his back, gliding through the air as if riding the wind. Resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, the brilliant sword light ultimately found its place within the scabbard he bore. Such a youthful crimson-clad constable? No, that was impossible. There were no such young crimson-clad constables in our Songlong Prefecture's 6 doors. Had there been, I would surely have known. Therefore, she realized. It is the 17th ranked on the hidden dragon list, Nangong Push. A flicker of surprise passed through Chu Xiao's eyes. He had not anticipated that tonight. The ancestor of the Xian family would take action against him, and he would encounter Nangong Push. According to the introduction in the Qianlong Rankings booklet, Nangong Push indeed had a penchant for donning white attire rather than the official garb of the 6 doors. Furthermore, it was noteworthy that, despite being a woman of unparalleled beauty, Nangong Push preferred to dress in male attire. As a thought crossed his mind, he swiftly stored the signal arrow in his storage pouch. You must be Chu Xiao, ranked 81st on the Qianlong rankings of our Songlong County 6 doors, she remarked, her words confirming the description from the rankings. Though still in youth, your extraordinary talent and aptitude are evident, and you possess a commendable appearance. In an instant, Nangong Push stood beside Chu Xiao, appraising him with a satisfied expression on her delicate face. I have the honor of meeting you, Master Nangong. Chu Xiao inclined his hand in a respectful gesture towards the South Palace envoy and spoke. The mere display of prowess by the South Palace envoy warranted his admiration. Moreover, should she so desire, her strength could enable her to vanquish demons of the mythic realm and ascend to the esteemed position of a red-cloaked investigator within the six doors. Like you, I am but a green-cloaked investigator. There is no need for such formality. Even if I were a red-cloaked investigator, I would permit you to address me as South Palace brother. The South Palace envoy waved her hand dismissively, seemingly unfazed. Chu Xiu looked at her in astonishment. Are you certain you wish for me to call you South Palace brother? The South Palace envoy paid little heed to such nuances. Instead, casting her gaze towards the distant figure of the elder of the Xian family, her expression composed as she inquired, Chu Xiu, do you dare to slay her? What is there to fear? He replied. However, this is the quarry of South Palace brother. Would it not be improper for me to take her life? Chu Xiu furrowed his brow and inquired of the Nangong Push. Naturally, he desired to slay the ancestor of the Xian family. He could forego the merit points for killing him, but he yearned for the ancestor's celestial destiny value. That was what he valued most. Moreover, it was entirely plausible that this ancestor might even bestow upon him a formidable celestial destiny attribute. However, it must be noted that the ancestor of the Xian family had been severely wounded by Nangong Push. What is there to hesitate about? Nangong Push declared with bravado. The reason I did not finish her off with a single strike earlier, but merely incapacitated her, was to leave the opportunity for you. Although she is gravely injured, she still possesses the prowess of a peak martial saint at the 9th level, perhaps even surpassing the ordinary peak martial saints. After all, she is a master of the mythic realm. As long as you can vanquish her, her merit points will rightfully belong to you. With a grand gesture, Nangong Push added. To me, a being of the mythic realm is merely a target to be dispatched at will. Her merit points shall serve as my investment in your future. I aspire for our 6 doors of Songlong Prefecture to produce another who ranks within the top 10 of the Qianlong list. Another who ranks within the top 10 of the Qianlong list? Upon hearing these words, Chu Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows, having grasped the implication of Nangong Push's statement. Although Nangong Push was ranked 17th on the Qianlong list, this position evidently did not reflect her true capabilities. Chu Xiu had no significant doubts regarding this. His own prowess far exceeded his ranking on the Qianlong list. Meanwhile, the elder of the Xian family clenched her delicate fists, filled with profound indignation. Lamenting that as a being of mythical caliber, she was so dismissively regarded by both Nangong Push and Chu Xiu. Yet, she could only seethe in silence. This opportunity, I shall concede to you, Nangong Push declared to Chu Xiu. Very well, thank you, brother Nangong. Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude to Nangong Push and then turned his gaze towards the ancestral figure of the Xian family. 3 moves. I shall only strike thrice. Should you survive beyond these 3, you may depart, Nangong Push stated with an indifferent gaze directed at the Xian family elder. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. The elder of the Xian family, who had moments ago been engulfed in rage and resentment towards Nangong Push, now transformed his fury into gratitude. With tears brimming in his eyes, as a cunning old fox of the mythical realm, the Xian elder was keenly aware that Nangong Push was a breathtaking beauty disguised as a man. However, upon hearing Nangong Push request Chu Xiu to address her as Nangong brother, she deduced that the latter preferred to be perceived as male. Nangong Push stood silently, her arms crossed behind her back. With the celestial blade in his hand, Chu Xiu slowly raised it and addressed the ancestral figure of the Xian family, Brother Nangong. You overestimate your capabilities. I require no more than a single strike from you to withstand. Should you survive this blow, you may depart. Upon hearing this, Nangong Push's eyes gleamed with intrigue, a captivating charm gracing her exquisite features. She too was eager to witness the might of Chu Xiu's strike, one that he claimed could vanquish the ancestor of the Xian family in a single blow. Even a severely wounded figure of the mythical realm retains their formidable essence. How dare you be so audacious? The ancestral figure of the Xian family glared at Chu Xiu, fury igniting within her gaze. In an instant, her form transformed, shifting from an enchanting and graceful woman into a massive azure fox several yards in size. Sever the heavens with 7 blades. Strike. With a decisive stride, Chu Xiu unleashed the heavenly demon 8 steps, resembling a bolt of thunder as he charged towards the ancestral figure of the Xian family. He raised the sky-slaying blade and struck with a single, formidable blow. This stroke seemed to shatter the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Empowered by his unparalleled intellect and the divine talent of a blade master, marked by 2 violet inscriptions, he soon realized that the 7 blades of heaven's severance were not limited to mere 7-fold amalgamation. Even 2 or 3 blades could converge in unison. At present, His greatest strength lay in fusing the first 4 blades of the 7 blades of Heaven's severance. He had only comprehended 4 blades thus far, with the 4th blade merely grasped at a rudimentary level. However, to vanquish an ancestral figure of the Xian family, he did not require the fusion of all 4 blades. The might of 3 blades fused far surpassed the rudimentary 4th blade of the 7 blades of Heaven's severance. The triune fusion of the 7 blades? The intensive slaughter, destruction, and the dark moon. Moreover, each of the 3 blades had likely reached a stage of great mastery, if not beyond. What was of paramount importance was the arduous task of merging these 3 distinct intents into one cohesive form. This was the true challenge. His unparalleled blade talent and extraordinary perception were both indispensable. Nangongpush's eyes gleamed with brilliance as he exclaimed, "A true prodigy! Who would have thought that within our 6 gates of Songlong County, such a monster would emerge? This is splendid news. It will fortify our strength." Upon witnessing Chu Shou's strike, the once skeptical ancestral figure of the Xian family, who doubted the possibility of being slain by a single blow, was now gripped by terror. In a desperate attempt to evade the blow, he moved like a streak of azure lightning. As a being of mythic status, the ancestral figure of the Xian family dared not confront Chu Shou's blade. Yet, while the ancestral figure was swift, Chu Shou's velocity was even greater. Severely wounded and depleted of energy, the ancestral figure of the Xian family had no advantage in speed against Chu Shou's heavenly demon 8 steps. With a thunderous roar, as Chu Shou's blade descended, despair filled the eyes of the ancestral figure of the Xian family. Would Nangongpush spare her, only for her to perish within the confines of Songlong County? How could the 6 gates of Songlong County harbor such an abundance of prodigies? With that fateful strike, the ancestral figure of the Xian family was cleaved in twain. A single blow, and she was obliterated. A revelation of destiny emerged. Azure Fox bloodline, blue. A revelation of destiny emerged. Fortune and misfortune intertwined, green. A revelation of destiny emerged. Exceptional insight, green. Destiny inscriptions can be plundered, solidified, or transformed into destiny points. Fortune and misfortune intertwined. Good fortune and misfortune coexist. Misfortunes may transform into blessings, and blessings may turn into misfortunes. Exceptional insight, an innate and extraordinary understanding, greatly beneficial for cultivation. By vanquishing a major adversary of mythic status, he was rewarded with 121,899 destiny points. One by one, notification boxes appeared before Chu Shou's eyes. The Azure Fox bloodline, having appeared previously, did not come with an explanation this time. Upon seeing the prompt box, Chu Shou was filled with immense delight. His joy did not stem from the appearance of the 3 fateful attributes, but rather from the astonishing figure of 121,899 points of fate value. Truly, this was the work of a mythical-level old fox spirit. With this 121,899 points of fate value, coupled with his original fate value, he had more than enough to elevate 2 blue attributes to purple. This was an extraordinary favor. Chu Shou harbored deep gratitude towards Lord Nangong, for without him, how could he have vanquished the legendary old fox, the patriarch of the Xian family, who had attained the formidable realm of myth? He seized the intertwining fortunes and misfortunes, transforming the bloodline of the Azure Fox and his remarkable insight into destiny value. Chu Shou took a moment to steady his breath and spoke to the system within his mind. This time, he felt little to no sensation. After all, the concept of fortune and misfortune being intertwined is intangible and elusive. He merely observed the data panel, where the destiny attribute now included the phrase fortune and misfortune intertwined. The transformation of the Qinghu bloodline had converted 10,000 points of destiny value, while his exceptional comprehension had transformed 1,000 points. Chu Shou's destiny value has once again surged by 11,000 points, bringing his total to 249,000. Chu Shou, your comprehension is the most formidable I have ever witnessed. Keep striving. I am confident that it will not be long before you ascend to the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon rankings. In that moment, I shall be first, and you second. Nangongpush gazed intently at Chu Shou and remarked, ahem. Chu Shou coughed lightly and fell into silence. Securing the 2nd rank on the Hidden Dragon list was not particularly challenging. His only concern was the possibility of his position being reversed with Nangongpush. Very well. It has been quite some time since I last returned. I shall now take my leave and return to the 6th Fan Gate. In the coming days, I shall remain within our headquarters. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out at any time. Nangongpush addressed Chu Shou with a graceful demeanor. With a single, effortless motion, she moved as though stepping upon blooming lotuses, each footfall conjuring an ephemeral blue lotus beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, She vanished into the embrace of the night. Not once did she spare a glance at the lifeless body of the Xin family's ancestor. Truly befitting of a demonic entity at the mythic realm, Chu Xiu mused, noting the storage pouch still clutched upon its remains. With a gentle smile, Chu Xiu picked up a storage bag that had fallen from the elder of the Xin family, a glint of surprise flickering in his eyes. With an expression of eager anticipation, he remarked, as a mythical-level demon, the storage bag of the Xin family's elder must surely contain numerous treasures. Alas! Why is it that you swine demons, even upon reaching the martial saint realm, possess not a single storage bag? After speaking, Chu Xiu cast a disdainful glance at the corpses of the two martial saint pigs, a hint of revulsion crossing his cheek. After vanquishing these two demons, he found himself with naught but a meager amount of destiny points, merit points, and the remains of the creatures, no treasures to be had at all. Chu Xiu shook his head, collecting the corpse of the ancestral figure of the Xin family, along with the remains of two martial saint-level pig demons and the initially slain master-level wolf demon, all of which he stored in his dimensional pouch. After all, these demon carcasses could be exchanged for valuable merit points and should not be wasted, even the master-level wolf demon's remains. Once everything was settled, Chu Xiu moved swiftly, continuing his search for demons within the county city. Although the art of divination was remarkable, it served as an auxiliary martial skill intricately linked to one's cultivation level. Even though his mastery of the art had reached a minor success, the actual range of his perception extended only within 100 feet. Beyond that distance, he was incapable of detecting any demons lurking in the shadows. After wandering around the county city, Chu Xiu returned to the Six Doors headquarters. The operations had been conducted by the Silver Badge Captains and even the Gold Badge Captains. Aside from the two martial saint-level pig demons intent on ambushing him and the ancestral figure of the Xin family, who harbored a relentless desire to eliminate him, he had encountered only 3 Grand Master-level demons, which had yielded him 5,600 points of destiny value. Clearly, the remaining demons had either been vanquished by the Silver and Gold Badge Captains of Six Doors or had already concealed themselves. The destiny entries had not appeared at all. Upon returning to Six Doors, Chu Xiu made his way toward the task hall. At that moment, inside the hall, not only was there Chi Xiu, but also more than 10 Silver and Gold Badge Captains. Evidently, they too had returned empty-handed after failing to locate any demons. "Greetings, Lord Chu," they said, bowing respectfully as he entered. Their gazes were filled with profound reverence for him. After all, Chu Xiu had now become the unparalleled genius of the Six Doors in Songlong County, second only to the esteemed Nagong Push. There is no need for such formalities. Chu Xiu waved his hand, addressing the numerous captains of the Six Doors. Chi Xiu exchanged knowing glances with Chu Xiu, as if to convey his admiration for his brother's impressive standing. Chu Xiu chose to ignore Chi Xiu's antics as if he had seen nothing. "Thank you, Lord Chu." A group of captains from the Six Doors expressed their gratitude. "My lord, would you care to go first?" One of the gold-armed captains pondered for a moment before extending an invitation to Chu Xiu. "No, please proceed without me. I shall be the last to arrive. It would be improper for me to cut in line." Chu Xiuan smiled gently and spoke. "Lord Chu, we are actually curious to see how many demons you have slain tonight." Another captain from the Jinjiang precinct expressed his anticipation. "I wonder if Lord Chu could grant us the pleasure of witnessing your prowess." Upon hearing this, the captains of the Six Doors gazed at Chu with eager eyes. "Brother Chu, come, it would be beneficial for them to broaden their horizons." Chi Xiu beckoned to Chu Xiuan, saying, "Very well." Chu Xiu immediately made his way towards Chi Xiu's desk. The myriad captains of the Six Doors parted to create a clear path. Chu Xiu approached Chi Xiu, taking off the green-clothed constable's token from his person and extending it towards him. "Brother Chi, could you assist me in calculating the total number of merit points?" "Certainly," Chi Xiu responded. Upon receiving the token, his expression soon turned into one of astonishment as he exclaimed, "By heavens, Brother Chu, have you truly slain the ancestor of the Xin family from the Zaiqiashin?" In that moment, the heads of the Six Doors constables were left reeling, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief as they gazed at Chu Xiu. The illustrious name of the Xin family's ancestor was one they could not possibly overlook. He was a genuine master of the mythical realm, a figure notorious throughout the entire Songlong prefecture. Chu Xiu shook his head, saying, "Although the ancestor of the Xin family met his demise at my hands, had it not been for Brother Nangong's intervention, I would have been utterly incapable of slaying him." "Brother Nangong? Has the esteemed Nangong Push returned?" Chi Xiu's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily set aside Chu Xiu's token and concealed the book, The Colorless Monk, which had driven countless female immortals to madness, beneath the table. He patted his chest, gasping for breath, relieved that Nangong Push had not caught sight of him. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences once more. The various captains of the Six Gates, initially astonished, now regarded Qi Xiu with peculiar expressions. It was clear they had also heard whispers of Nangong Push's preference for being addressed as Brother Nangong. However, not everyone possesses such an honor. Within the entirety of the Six Gates, only Qi Xiu and Chu Xiu were deemed worthy of this distinction. Those lacking true genius are simply unworthy of Nangong Push's attention. The captains were well aware of Qi Xiu's previous encounter with Nangong Push, which had transpired due to his brazen reading of such literature in the task hall. Indeed, had I not encountered Brother Nangong today, I might have been compelled to use the signal rocket that Qi Xiu had sent me. Moreover, the location where I confronted the ancestor of the Xian family was not in close proximity to our Six Gates, even if I managed to return. It was highly probable that I would have sustained severe injuries. Chu Xiu nodded thoughtfully, his expression grave as he spoke. What level has Brother Nangong's prowess achieved? Qi Xiu inquired, his curiosity evident as he gazed at Chu Xiu. The eyes of the various heads of the six doors also turned towards Chu Xiu, brimming with intrigue. They were indeed quite fascinated by Nangong Push, the foremost genius of the six doors in Songlong County. Although they were already aware that Nangong Push had secured the 17th position on the Hidden Dragon list, this mere ranking did not convey the full extent of his capabilities. When Brother Nangong had previously unleashed a single sword strike, it had utterly terrified the ancestral figure of the Xian family. The Xian family ancestor had attempted to flee, yet was still pierced through the chest by Nangong's blade, resulting in a grievous wound. This left the Xian family ancestor severely injured. Subsequently, Brother Nangong had gracefully approached, declaring that had he wished to slay the Xian family ancestor, a single sword would have sufficed. However, he merely sought to assess my strength, prompting me to engage in combat with the already gravely wounded Xian family ancestor. In that encounter, I swiftly dispatched her with a single strike. It was primarily due to the ancestor's already diminished power that I was able to achieve such a feat. Otherwise, I would not have been capable of vanquishing her. With a demeanor of modesty, Chu Xiu spoke. What an anomaly. It seemed that Brother Chu was already extraordinary, yet Brother Nangong surpassed even him. Had it not been merely half a year since she departed from our Songlong County Six Doors? And now she could slay the ancestral figure of the Xian family, a being of mythic realm. Although this ancestral figure was among the weaker demons in that echelon, she nonetheless fell within the realm of myth. Qi Xiu could not suppress his astonishment. A sudden realization struck him, and he gazed at Chu Xiu with fervent eyes, exclaiming, "Yet Brother Chu is even more remarkable. How young is Brother Chu, being several years junior to Brother Nangong?" Even if the ancestral figure of the Xian family was gravely injured by Brother Nangong's strike, she remains a being of myth. The fact that Brother Chu was able to defeat her implies that there are scarcely any at the martial saint level who could rival him. The other captains of the Six Doors regarded Chu Xiu with expressions of reverence, sharing the same realization. The pace at which Chu Xiu's strength has escalated is astonishingly rapid, rendering them in a state of reverence, utterly unable to keep up. He is a prodigious talent within the Six Doors, unmatched even by the esteemed Nangong Push. In comparison to Qi Xiu and Gao Chanfeng, he is even more remarkably exceptional. Chu Xiu smiled slightly, remaining silent. By the way, Brother Chu, will the merit points for the extermination of the Xian family's ancestor be awarded to you, or to Brother Nangong? Or perhaps you shall share them equally? Observing Chu Xiu's silence, Qi Xiu pondered for a moment before inquiring. It will be awarded to me, Brother Nangong mentioned at this time. The merit points are considered as her sponsorship for me. Chu Xiu shrugged and remarked that having received such a significant favor from the Southern Palace's envoy, he was indifferent to this merit point. Moreover, as the envoy had stated, the accomplishment of vanquishing the ancestral figure of the Xian family held no value in her eyes. If she desired merit points, she could easily acquire them by confronting a demon of mythical stature. Thus, is it to say that Brother Chu has betrayed our camaraderie? Qi Xiu gazed at Chu Xiu with a melancholic expression, as if he had transformed into a heartless scoundrel, forsaking loyalty for personal gain and abandoning those who once stood by him. Chu Xiu directly ignored it. Alas, alas, rain is imminent, and a wedding is on the horizon. If Brother Chu truly were to unite with Brother Nangong, it would indeed be a match made in heaven, a perfect pairing of talent and beauty. Qi Xiu let out a deep sigh, picking up Chu Xiu's green-clad constable token from the table and resumed his reading. The group of captains from the Six Doors turned their heads, pretending they had heard nothing. Were these words meant for their ears? It is no wonder Qi Xiu faced the wrath of the Nangong steward. Such indiscreet talk. If Brother Qi is unperturbed by the prospect of being overheard by Brother Nangong and receiving another beating, then I have no objections. Chu Xiu gazed at Qi Xiu with a peculiar expression and remarked, "Is it that Nan Gong, the deputy envoy, did not instill fear in him last time?" Qi Xiu trembled slightly and hurriedly defended himself, saying, "I have said nothing at all. I was merely assisting Brother Chu in calculating his merit points." Chu Xiu smiled lightly, choosing not to respond. The ancestor of the Xin family, at the first level of the mythic realm, commanded a total of 10 million merit points. A demon at the 7th level of the martial saint realm was valued at 280,000 merit points, while a demon at the 9th level fetched 340,000 merit points. Lastly, a demon at the 5th level of the master realm was worth 22,000 merit points. Altogether, this amounted to a staggering total of 16,220,000 merit points. It would not be long before the funds were credited. Brother Chu, do remember to verify it upon receipt. After tallying the merit points, Qi Xiu, with a look of astonishment, remarked, "Indeed, my speculations were correct. The 2 martial saint realm demons are at least of the 7th level, with one reaching the 9th level. Given Brother Chu's current prowess, it is highly plausible that he has become invincible beneath the mythic realm." The heads of the 6 doors had thus gained a deeper understanding of Chu Xiu's formidable strength. 16,220,000 merit points? With a raised brow, Chu Xiu contemplated his recent accumulation of over 600 merit points. Had he truly amassed more than 20 million merit points in an instant? This was indeed an extraordinary windfall. For the foreseeable future, he need not concern himself with merit points. By the way, Brother Chu, having slain the ancestor of the Xin family, are you poised to become a renowned red-robed constable of the 6 doors? Qi Xiu inquired, extending Chu Xiu's green-robed constable token towards him, his expression suddenly serious. The other heads of the 6 doors also wore grave expressions. "Qi brother, are you jesting? To be a red-robed constable, one must possess at least the strength of the mythical realm. Do you truly believe that I, a mere newcomer to the Grand Master realm, possess such power?" Chu Xiu accepted the token of the renowned blue-clad captor, stowing it away with a roll of his eyes, and remarked, "If Brother Chu thinks this way, I am at ease." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu could not help but exhale in relief. The heads of the 6 doors also displayed expressions of profound relief. Had Chu Xiu ascended to the status of the crimson-clad captor, he would have likely attracted the attention of malevolent spirits, becoming a target of various sinister entities. Although he currently ranked 81st on the Hidden Dragon list, which already placed him among notable figures, it was at least not as shocking as having slain an ancestral demon of the Xin family, a being of mythical caliber. However, it was not long before the group collectively regained their composure. Upon just stepping into the realm of the Grand Master, Chu Xiu has already demonstrated the capability to slay demons at the 9th level of the martial saint realm. Is it not conceivable that once he attains the martial saint level, he may indeed possess the power to transcend and defeat those of the mythical realm? A true marvel. Very well, Brother Qi, I shall take my leave now. Chu Xiu waved his hand and turned to leave. After watching him depart, Qi Xiu's expression grew solemn. He looked at the group of captains from the 6 doors and spoke in a grave tone. Regarding the matter of Brother Chu slaying the elder of the Xin family, no one is to utter a single word. Otherwise, anyone found guilty will be dealt with as a traitor to our 6 doors. Understood. The captains of the 6 doors replied with utmost respect. A satisfied smile appeared on Qi Xiu's face as he addressed the assembly. Now, let me assist you in calculating tonight's merit points. Chu Xiu exited the mission hall and made his way directly towards the storeroom. Having accumulated a substantial number of merit points, he was prepared to exchange them for some cultivation resources. Before long, Chu Xiu stepped into the storeroom and approached Zhao Qingming, who was seated at the table. With a respectful cupped hand salute, he addressed the elder, Venerable Zhao. State your needs, and this old man shall retrieve them for you. Zhao Qingming replied tersely, casting a glance at Chu Xiu. After all, if this young man dared to enter the storeroom, he must possess sufficient merit points. Venerable Zhao, I wish to purchase 50 vials of true yang pills, Chu Xiu requested. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu addressed Zhao Qingming. The Xinyang pill is a medicinal concoction cultivated by warriors of the Grand Master realm, with a single Xinyang pill priced at 10,000 merit points. A vial of Xinyang pills amounts to 100,000 merit points, while 50 vials would total 5 million merit points. Is there any more? Zhao Qingming replied nonchalantly. He was already aware that Chu Xiu had reached the Grand Master level in his internal cultivation, making the purchase of Xinyang pills a perfectly ordinary affair. Zhao Lao, within our 6 doors storeroom, Do we possess any materials for forging weapons, such as fine iron, meteorite iron, or cold iron? Chu Xiu gazed intently at Zhao Qingming and inquired. He still possessed 25 bottles of essence pills, which should suffice for him to cultivate the divine elephant prison law to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. Thus, he began to contemplate whether to consume some refined iron, in hopes of augmenting his defensive capabilities. The stomach of the glutton possesses an extraordinary digestive prowess, capable of devouring metals to extract energy, thereby enhancing its own strength and defense. Previously, Chu Xiu refrained from purchasing it due to the time required to absorb the solar yang pill and essence pills. However, he was now prepared to attempt the consumption of refined iron. Are you planning to forge a weapon? Do you not already possess the heaven-slaying blade? Zhao Qingming remarked, furrowing his brow, a look of perplexity adorning his face as he gazed at Chu Xiu. Zhao Lao, although I indeed possess the heaven-slaying blade, my acquisition of these materials serves additional purposes. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu spoke. Within the storerooms of the 6 doors, we indeed possess materials for weapon fabrication. A pound of fine iron is valued at 100 merit points in our organization. As for meteorite iron, it is classified into 100-year and 1,000-year varieties. A pound of 100-year meteorite iron requires 10,000 merit points, while a pound of 1,000-year meteorite iron demands 500,000 merit points. Similarly, cold iron is divided into 100-year and 1,000-year categories, with prices akin to those of meteorite iron. Should you seek even more advanced materials such as 10,000-year refined iron, 10,000-year meteorite iron, or 10,000-year cold iron, I must regretfully inform you that our 6 doors in Songlong County do not possess such items. However, if you are earnest in your request, I can dispatch someone to contact the 6 doors in Chizhou City to arrange for their procurement. Do note, though, that the price for such items is considerably steep, 100 times that of 1,000-year meteorite and cold iron. A pound would cost a staggering 1 million merit points, as their value and rarity differ significantly. Nevertheless, young man, it seems you lack the requisite merit points for such an exchange. Zhao Qingming replied with an expression of calm. You are aware that I do not possess such merit points for redemption, yet you still mention it? Chu Xiu directly disregarded Zhao Qingming's words and stated, Old Zhao, I require 10 pounds of both 100-year meteorite iron and 1,000-year meteorite iron. Are you certain? Zhao Qingming paused momentarily, gazing at Chu Xiu with a look of astonishment. This young man has truly struck gold. 10 pounds of 100-year meteorite iron amounts to a mere 100,000 merit points, which is not a considerable sum. However, 10 pounds of 1,000-year meteorite iron indeed demands 5 million merit points. Indeed, but I have a modest request. I would like our 6 doors blacksmith to forge it into a sphere the size of my thumb. I am willing to pay an additional fee. Chu Xiu nodded and said to Zhao Qingming, This is quite simple. I shall take it upon myself to waive the fees. 50 bottles of true yang elixir require 5 million merit points, while 10 pounds of 100-year meteoric iron cost 100,000 merit points. And 10 pounds of 1,000-year meteoric iron demand 5 million merit points. In total, you will need to remit 10 million and 10 merit points. Zhao Qingming waved his hand and replied, Please present your token. Wait a moment, Zhao Lao. I have some demon corpses here as well. Chu Xiu walked to a spacious area of the hall and took out the demon corpses from his storage bag. One by one, the lifeless bodies of the demons appeared in the hall. Among them were the remains of the old fox spirit of the Xian family and the corpses of 2 pig demons at the level of martial saints. Is this the ancestor of the Xian family? Zhao Qingming seemingly materialized before the corpse of the Xian family's ancestor, sensing the mythical aura emanating from it, and spoke in disbelief. Indeed, old Zhao possessed an astute eye, recognizing it at a glance. Chu Xiu complimented Zhao Qingming, exclaiming, How did you manage to slay the ancestral figure of the Xian family? Zhao Qingming gazed intently at Chu Xiu, a look of astonishment etched upon his face as he replied. It was Brother Nangong who intervened, severely wounding the ancestral figure of the Xian family, allowing me the fortunate opportunity to deliver the final blow. With an expression of calmness, Chu Xiu remarked, I see. It was indeed the return of Nangong Push. Zhao Qingming's face revealed a look of realization, and shifting his tone, he continued. Although the elder of the Xian family has suffered grave injuries, your ability to slay it is commendable. This particular corpse is that of a first-tier demon from the mythical realm, with a recovery value of 5 million merit points. Additionally, you possess the corpses of a 7th-tier and a 9th-tier demon from the martial saint realm, valued at 110,000 and 130,000 merit points, respectively. Lastly, the corpse of the master realm demon is worth 5,000 merit points. In total, that amounts to 745,000 merit points. After deducting these merit points, you will need to pay an additional 269,500 merit points. Zhao Lao, here's my token. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, retrieving the token of the renowned green-clad captor and presenting it to Zhao Qiming. After a brief calculation, he determined that after deducting these merit points, he would still possess a total of 19,230 merit points. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Zhao Qiming collected all the corpses of the demons before accepting Chu Xiu's token. Approaching the table, he brushed it against the black jade stone and placed it down, saying, Chu Xiu, take your token. I shall fetch the true Sundant for you. The 100-year meteorite iron and the 1,000-year meteorite iron will be forged into a sphere. So come back tomorrow to collect it. Thank you, Elder Zhao. Chu Xiu approached, collecting the token and expressing his gratitude to Zhao Qiming. Zhao Qiming waved his hand and walked towards the storeroom. In the Great River Gang, a member hurried into the main hall and bowed respectfully to the gang leader, Wei Qifeng, who sat at the head of the table. Report, leader. The demons have all been exterminated by the 6 gates. All exterminated? The 2 demons from Wild Boar Ridge are dead as well? Wei Qifeng's expression shifted, his gaze turning icy as he addressed the gang member. He was indifferent to the death of ordinary demons, as he had prepared plenty of them for future chaos in Songlong County. It was essential to keep the 6 gates occupied to divert their attention from the Great River Gang and the Gao family. However, the demons from Wild Boar Ridge were different. They were a 7th and a 9th level Martial Saint Pig demon, sent to eliminate Chu Xiu. Report, leader. The 2 demons from Wild Boar Ridge perished at the hands of Chu Xiu. Moreover, it is not only those 2 demons who have fallen. The ancestor of the Xian family has also died. The gang member spoke in hushed tones. The Xian family ancestor? Wei Qifeng pondered, incredulous. When did that old fox arrive in the county? Did he also perish at the hands of Chu Xiu? I am unaware of when the Xian family ancestor came to the county. It is likely that upon learning of Xian Shuwenyang's death at Chu Xiu's hands, he followed the other foxes from the Xian family to the county. However, the reason the ancestor fell to Chu Xiu was not due to Chu Xiu's strength, but rather because he happened to cross paths with Nangong Push, who severely injured him with a single strike, allowing Chu Xiu to finish him off. The gang member hesitated before continuing. Damn it, what was that fool doing coming to the county? Not only did he come, but he also happened to be seen by Nangong Push. He deserved to die. Wei Qifeng felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. As long as Chu Xiu hadn't reached the mythical realm, everything would be manageable. Regardless, he was tasked by the Gao family to eliminate Chu Xiu, and he had to fulfill that duty. If Chu Xiu had indeed achieved mythical strength, how could he possibly deal with him? Would he have to confront him personally? Even if he were willing, could he truly defeat Chu Xiu? What if he fell to Chu Xiu as well? Fortunately, the foxes from the Xian family hadn't accompanied the ancestor. If they had also perished, he would have been unable to complete the Gao family's mission to gather their vital essence. Taking a moment, Wei Qifeng exhaled deeply and said, What are our next steps, leader? The gang member inquired tentatively. Wei Qifeng rubbed his aching forehead and replied, Chu Xiu has already grown formidable. It will not be an easy task to kill him now. To eliminate him, we must unite our forces. For now, instruct them to lay low and allow me to devise a plan. In the meantime, let the demons below the Martial Saint level occasionally prey on the townsfolk. Those who have reached the Martial Saint level must remain hidden and refrain from rash actions. Even the foxes from the Xian family must exercise caution. We must gather vital essence carefully, ensuring no problems arise and that the 6 gates do not discover us. After contemplating further, Wei Qifeng added, Moreover, we must ensure that our Great River Gang protects them. They are only to entertain clients, to prevent any complications. Understood, the gang member responded affirmatively. Wei Qifeng waved his hand, signaling for silence. The gang member bowed and withdrew. At the Gao residence, within a courtyard, a powerful aura erupted. Haha, my realm has finally stabilized. Gao Chafeng emerged from a room, brimming with confidence and exuberance. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations. A group of maidservants knelt before Gao Chafeng, their faces glowing with joy as they offered their congratulations. There's no need for such formality, Gao Chafeng waved dismissively and inquired. Has the potential dragon ranking been updated during my seclusion? Report, young master. The potential dragon ranking has indeed been updated, a maidservant replied with utmost respect. Oh? Gao Chafeng raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the maidservant. What is my rank this time? He had not just broken through to the Martial Saint level today. He had been consolidating his realm since then, and today marked his true emergence. The maidservant bowed her head and responded respectfully, young master. You are now ranked 169th, an impressive rise of 20 places since the last update. Only 20 places? Gao Changfeng frowned, a hint of disappointment creeping into his voice. What rank does Qi Xiu hold? He had expected that with his breakthrough to the martial saint level, he would have ascended higher in the rankings, yet he found himself only slightly improved. Report, young master. Qi Xiu is ranked 136. The maidservant replied after careful consideration. Qi Xiu. Gao Changfeng's eyes darkened, realizing that even with his advancement to the martial saint level, he was still overshadowed by Qi Xiu. A chill swept over him, causing him to feel uneasy. He had not anticipated that Qi Xiu would rise to such heights, achieving the 81st position on the potential dragon ranking, far surpassing him. In a moment of clarity, Gao Changfeng felt a shiver run down his spine, questioning whether it was wise to provoke Qi Xiu. The real issue was that he had stirred trouble with Qi Xiu and had yet to eliminate him. I must seek out my second uncle. Gao Changfeng's mind was consumed by a singular thought as his figure flickered and vanished from the courtyard. Upon witnessing his departure, a group of maidservants involuntarily exhaled in relief, their faces reflecting a profound sense of liberation, collapsing onto the ground as if they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Before long, Gao Changfeng found himself in a secluded courtyard deep within the Gao residence, respectfully bowing as he proclaimed, Changfeng seeks an audience with second uncle. Indeed, his realm had stabilized. Gao Jinyu emerged from within the courtyard, regarding Gao Changfeng with an approving gaze. Second uncle. Qi Xiu has ascended to the 81st position on the hidden dragon list, Gao Changfeng stated, taking a deep breath and clasping his hands in greeting. I am already aware of this matter. Gao Jinyu waved his hand dismissively. I shall inform Wei Chiefing. This time, even if he must intervene personally, he shall ensure Qi Xiu's head is claimed. We can no longer harbor a potential threat. Thank you, second uncle. Upon hearing this, Gao Changfeng's face brightened with surprise, and he expressed his gratitude. There is no need for such formality. Gao Jinyu's tone turned contemplative. In truth, I have begun to suspect something. What do you mean? Second uncle? Gao Changfeng's pupils constricted in shock. It seems you have arrived at the same conclusion, Gao Jinyu remarked, casting a penetrating gaze at Gao Changfeng. Previously, I had not focused on Qi Xiu. My investigations were directed towards the genius of the Six Doors in Songlong County and its renowned blue-cloaked constables. Yet, no matter how I probed, I could uncover not a single clue. It was as if the death of Changyao was entirely unrelated to the Six Doors of Songlong County. However, upon noticing Qi Xiu's rapid ascent to the 81st rank on the hidden dragon list within such a brief span, combined with his recent meteoric rise, a thought struck me. Could it be that Qi Xiu is the very one who took Chang'a's life? After a moment's pause, a glint of brilliance flickered in Gao Jinyu's eyes as he spoke with conviction. After all, his innate talent is exceptionally formidable. With such extraordinary capabilities, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that he could have comprehended the pure yang sword intent with the pure yang sword technique of the Six Doors before becoming a copper badge constable and subsequently slaying the Grandmaster Su Yunlong. Quite the contrary, Su Yunlong would never have anticipated that a mere constable from the Six Doors could grasp the essence of the sword. The likelihood of him being slain by a single strike is exceedingly high. Second uncle, it must be him. It has to be him. Gao Changfeng suddenly recalled something, saying, previously, I heard that Qi Xiu possessed exceptional talent and sought to recruit him into our Gao family as a vassal. At that time, he held a significant wariness towards us. I did not think much of it then, but now, hearing your analysis, I suspect he may indeed be the one who killed Chang'e. In such a case, we absolutely cannot allow him to remain unscathed. However, having murdered a member of our Gao family's bloodline, he shall not be permitted to escape so easily. A cold glimmer passed through Gao Jinyu's eyes as he spoke with a chilling tone. I must ensure that Wei Chiefing captures Qi Xiu alive and brings him back to our Gao family for interrogation. Once he is within our grasp, I shall ascertain whether Chang'e truly fell by his hand. Second uncle, your wisdom is unparalleled, Gao Changfeng responded respectfully. Changfeng, you two have stepped into the realm of the martial saint. It is time to utilize this drop of essence blood. Once integrated, your strength shall see a significant enhancement. In that case, what is Qi Xiu to you? Even against Nagong Push, you shall not be inferior. With a flourish of his sleeve, Gao Jinyu sent a jade vial soaring towards Gao Changfeng. His eyes brightened with delight as he grasped the vial, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, second uncle. There is no need for thanks. This is a privilege that all members of our Gao family are entitled to. Go and enter seclusion. I hope that the day you emerge shall coincide with your ascension to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial saint realm. All necessary resources will be delivered to your courtyard. After you integrate this drop of essence blood, focus solely on your cultivation. The rest shall be arranged by me. Gao Jinyu waved his hand dismissively. Yes, I shall obey, Gao Chafeng affirmed, turning to leave. Chu Xiu? Gao Jinyu gazed towards the direction of the 6 doors in Songlong County, his eyes icy as he declared, having slain a member of my Gao family. Regardless of the protection offered by the 6 doors, I shall ensure you are brought back to our Gao family. In the study of the courtyard, the destiny attributes were revealed. 9 Yang sacred body, gold, extraordinary intelligence, purple, sword god talent, purple, aristocratic air, blue, golden muscles and jade bones, blue, carefree wind riding, blue. Blood flowing like a river, blue, mastery in both fists and feet, blue, gluttonous stomach, blue, innate divine soul, blue, echoing for 3 days, blue, innate divine strength, green. In fortune and misfortune intertwined, green. Destiny value, 249,000. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Chu Xiu gazed at the celestial destiny entry displayed on the data panel. After a moment of contemplation, he uttered, System, enhance my golden tendons and jade bones. The elevation of his sinews and bones would significantly aid his cultivation of the divine elephant suppression method. His progress in mastering this technique lagged behind his advancements in internal energy, largely due to the inadequacy of his physical endowment. The 9 Sun scripture boasted the illustrious 9 Sun sacred body, a golden entry that, despite not yet being fully awakened, provided substantial benefits, accelerating his internal cultivation beyond that of the divine elephant suppression method. Should his physical endowment be enhanced, the speed of his cultivation in the divine elephant suppression method would undoubtedly surge dramatically. As his words faded, a resounding boom echoed through the air. A mysterious and unfathomable force surged into Chu Xiu's body, instigating a profound metamorphosis in his sinews and bones at that very moment. With each passing instant, the strength of his physique escalated exponentially. Countless particles erupted from his corporeal form, and in the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu's divine elephant suppression method manifested 800 particles. Each particle resonated with the roar of wild colossal elephants, unleashing a terrifying force. A tremendous surge of vitality erupted from Chu Xiu, threatening to astonish the entire 6 gates had it not been for the formation and the study, which isolated all. This enhancement transcended mere sinews and bones. The transformation of his skeletal structure ultimately propelled the overall enhancement of his physical form. Flesh and skin continuously reinforced, rendering Chu Xiu as resilient as diamond, unyielding and impervious. This remarkable transformation persisted for a full half-hour. In the end, Chu Xiu discovered that his divine elephant suppression method had birthed 2,798 particles, granting him the strength of 2,798 wild colossal elephants, successfully consuming 100,000 destiny values. His golden tendons and jade bones, blue, upgraded to the diamond divine body, purple. Diamond divine body, indestructible, unyielding, impervious to all, boasting unparalleled defense, possessing supreme potential in the realm of horizontal refinement. 2 prompt boxes appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. Diamond divine body? Upon witnessing these 2 prompts, Chu Xiu's cheeks flushed with astonishment. He had never anticipated that the elevation from golden tendons and jade bones to a purple attribute would bestow upon him a divine physique. This implies that the purple attribute belongs to the realm of divine bodies, while the golden attribute represents an unparalleled sacred body. It is no wonder that I was able to simultaneously cultivate over 2,100 particles, achieving a minor success at the Grand Master level in external martial arts. My current pure strength has surpassed the 9 Yang true energy of a minor Grand Master. With this sheer force alone, I could likely fell a demon of the martial saint level with a single blow, if I were to employ the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Even a typical peak 9th layer martial saint demon would succumb to just 1 punch. Yet, my most formidable martial skill is not the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, but the 7 slicing heavens. Should I harness the power of the divine elephant suppressing the abyss technique to execute the 7 slicing heavens, I must admit my strength remains insufficient. There exists a considerable gap to the realm of myth. After all, my true cultivation level is merely a minor success at the Grandmaster stage. Chu Xiu shook his head, his gaze resolutely unwavering as he declared, however, I still possess 149,000 destiny points, allowing me to ascend another purple attribute. This purple attribute shall be focused on enhancing my physical body, enabling my strength to reach its true pinnacle. With this thought in mind, Chu Xiu's attention once again fell upon the data panel. He scrutinized the 2 destiny attributes, blood flowing like a river and innate divine strength, for quite some time. Ultimately, a decision crystallized within him, and he mentally articulated, System, enhance blood flowing like a river. Although innate divine strength currently resided at the green attribute level, and he could elevate it to blue before making a choice. Chu Xiu perceived that upgrading innate divine strength to blue would still pertain to the realm of strength attributes. In contrast, blood flowing like a river was distinct. It specifically augmented his vitality. Once elevated to the purple attribute, this singular enhancement would undoubtedly amplify his prowess significantly, propelling his divine elephant-subduing prison technique forward by leaps and bounds. No sooner had he spoken than an enigmatic and formidable power surged forth once again, akin to an unceasing torrent of water. At that moment, Chu Xiu's vitality surged dramatically. It was as if a tranquil river had transformed into a majestic dragon of vitality, imbuing him with the formidable strength of an ancient divine dragon with every gesture. As his life force swelled, countless particles were continuously unleashed, and colossal wild elephants roared towards the heavens. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for a full hour. Chu Xiu's vitality and blood power had finally reached a state of complete stabilization. He successfully expended 100,000 fate points, elevating his vitality from vitality like a river, blue, to vitality like a dragon, purple. Vitality like a dragon embodies a magnificent and boundless force, akin to a true dragon, possessing an unparalleled and extraordinary grace that transcends the heavens. 2 notification boxes appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. Vitality like a dragon had cultivated a total of 3,988 particles, surpassing even the particles yielded by the diamond body. Currently, my divine elephant suppressing prison technique had cultivated a total of 6,786 particles, granting me the might of 6,786 colossal wild elephants. I am now remarkably close to the 8,400 particles required for the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, even without employing the 6 paths reincarnation fist. My sheer strength alone is sufficient to break through myriad techniques and vanquish countless peak demons of the 9th level of the martial saint realm. Chu Xiu felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, and with an expression of profound astonishment, he spoke. He had never anticipated that the addition of 2 purple attributes would result in such a terrifying enhancement of his strength. Destiny value 49,000. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his agitated heart. Gazing at the number displayed for his destiny points, he remarked, I currently possess 49,000 destiny points, and both natural divine power and fortune and misfortune can be upgraded to blue attributes. After a brief pause, Chu Xiu communicated within his mind, system, enhanced natural divine power. Boom. A mysterious and unfathomable force manifested once more. Chu Xiu felt the power within himself begin to swell. It was as if his very being harbored an immense strength. Moreover, this formidable force did not stem from his sinews or blood, but was an innate power he had possessed all along. This latent energy had remained concealed within his body, unawakened until now. Such divine strength is indeed one of the innate gifts of the flesh. Thus, Chu Xiu's divine elephant suppression technique once again unlocked a series of particles. After a brief moment, he successfully expended 10,000 destiny points, upgrading his innate divine strength, green, to boundless might, blue. Boundless might. You inherently possess terrifying strength, marking you as an unparalleled genius in the realm of physical training. 2 notification boxes appeared before Chu Xiu once more. Indeed, the effects of the blue attribute were incomparable to those of the purple one. The enhancement of innate divine strength merely allowed him to unlock 96 additional particles, augmenting his colossal power by 96. Chu Xiu shook his head and once again spoke in his mind. System, enhance the intertwining of fortune and misfortune. Fortunately, he had long been mentally prepared, so there was no significant surprise. This time, Chu Xiu did not sense any changes, successfully consuming 10,000 days of fate value. The intertwining of fortune and misfortune, green, upgraded to profound blessings, blue. Profound blessings. You possess an innate and enduring auspiciousness. Good fortune frequently accompanies you. Opportunities come readily, and you find it easier to comprehend the path. A prompt box once again appeared before Chu Xiu's eyes. Oh, this blue descriptor is quite impressive. Upon perusing the description of fortune abundance, Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The transition from fortune and misfortune intertwined to fortune abundance signifies not merely the absence of adverse influences, but also the potential to encounter a myriad of fortuitous opportunities. As for the ease of comprehending the Tao, Chu Xiu did not place excessive importance on that aspect. His unparalleled intellect rendered such an endeavor rather trivial. Wait a moment, he pondered. Now that I possess this blue designation of fortune abundance, will it enhance my chances of uncovering treasures when I access my storage pouch? As Chu Xiu's thoughts stirred, he deftly flipped his right hand, revealing a storage pouch that materialized within his palm. This particular pouch was acquired from the remains of the ancestral figure of the Xin family. Eager to explore its contents, he resolved to refine the pouch. In no time, the pouch was successfully assimilated, unveiling the expansive interior space it contained. This storage pouch boasted a capacity of approximately 100 cubic meters, a staggering 20-fold increase compared to the one possessed by Gao Changke. However, it paled in comparison to the pouch obtained from Xian Shuanyang. Chu Xiu found no cause for astonishment regarding this disparity, as it was evident that Xian Shuanyang's pouch was likely bestowed by the Gao family. Within the pouch, a plethora of garments in various hues lay nestled, including intimate apparel belonging to women, evidently the possessions of the cunning ancestral figure of the Xian family. Furthermore, Chu Xiu discovered an abundance of spiritual herbs within the pouch. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant discovery was a golden token and a substantial piece of obsidian stone, exuding an intense and chilling aura. The frigid energy emanating from this stone seemed potent enough to freeze the very heavens and the earth. What is this? Chu Xiu gazed in astonishment at the pitch-black stone before him, a sudden insight illuminating his mind. This is an ancient cold iron, aged for millennia. Chu Xiu's expression grew fervent with excitement, for he knew his heaven-severing blade had been forged with cold iron, albeit merely millennial cold iron. That was precisely why it harbored such a bone-chilling aura. Indeed, millennial cold iron was also known as millennial profound iron. Should his heaven-severing blade be reforged with 10,000-year cold iron, its might would undoubtedly ascend to unprecedented heights, even crafting it into a 6th-grade supreme treasure, nay, perhaps even a 7th-grade peerless weapon, might not be beyond the realm of possibility. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, calming his tumultuous emotions, and exclaimed in astonishment, "One must understand that such treasures, within the 6 gates, are undoubtedly of immense value. To exchange for them using merit points would require an astronomical sum. To acquire even a single pound would necessitate 100 million merit points. Before stepping into the realm of the divine, amassing even a single merit point is no trivial endeavor. Yet now, within the storage bag of the ancestral elder of the Xian family, I have been presented with a piece of eternal cold iron. This particular piece appears to weigh no less than several dozen pounds. The term profound fortune is simply unparalleled." After a brief pause, with a flicker of thought, a massive obsidian stone materialized in the study. Chu Xiu embraced the piece of 10,000-year cold iron with both hands, lifting it up and weighing it in his grasp. With a peculiar expression, he remarked, "It seems I've underestimated this. Far from being merely dozens of pounds, this is hundreds of pounds of 10,000-year cold iron. Let me see if I can scrape off a bit to test the effects of the gluttonous stomach." Chu Xiu gazed at the ancient cold iron, pondering for a moment before drawing his blade. He began to scrape the millennia-old cold iron with the heavenly slashing sword. Despite the iron's unparalleled hardness, it had yet to be forged into a weapon. However, with the razor-sharp edge of the heavenly slashing sword and Chu Xiu's immense strength, he managed to carve off a fragment. Chu Xiu sheathed the heavenly blade and picked up a small piece of eternal cold iron, placing it in his mouth. The frigid touch sent a wave of icy chill through him, as if it sought to freeze him into a block of everlasting ice. However, in the presence of the supreme young and unyielding nature of the Nine Suns' sacred body, this fragment of eternal cold iron had no effect whatsoever and was swiftly swallowed. Once it entered the belly of the gluttonous beast, Chu Xiu could distinctly sense the continuous writhing within, as it secreted copious amounts of gastric fluid. Beginning to digest the piece of eternal cold iron and absorb its frigid essence to temper Chu Xiu's flesh, there was an effect, albeit a modest one. Chu Xiu could sense that the eternal cold iron indeed provided some assistance to his physical form. However, it did not manifest in the manner he had anticipated. The cause was not merely the blue attribute of the gluttonous stomach, but rather the fact that his physical body had evolved to a level where even the eternal cold iron could not exert its full potential. After all, he now possessed 2 purple attributes, blood chi like a dragon and the indestructible body. Particularly, the indestructible body endowed him with 4 remarkable traits: unyielding resilience, invulnerability, impenetrability, and unparalleled defense. These attributes alone had elevated his physical defense to an extraordinarily fearsome level. Moreover, the gluttonous stomach's ability to absorb energy from metals also contributed to enhancing his defensive capabilities. Had he not possessed the indestructible body, the gluttonous stomach would have indeed been able to bolster his defenses. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu's face illuminated with understanding as he shook his head and remarked, "Fortunately, the primary function of the gluttonous beast's appetite is to facilitate the rapid digestion and absorption of elixirs, ensuring that none of their potency is wasted. Even without the ability to digest metals and absorb energy, it holds no significance for me. Now, let us examine other materials for refining." Chu Xiu placed the ancient cold iron, which had been preserved for millennia, into his storage pouch and began to examine the other materials for refining within. Naturally, the storage pouch of the esteemed ancestor of the Xian family contained more than just a piece of ancient cold iron, though it was undoubtedly the most precious item. Upon a cursory inspection, Chu Xiu discovered that the pouch also held a considerable assortment of refining materials, ranging from various sizes and weights. Among them were pieces weighing no less than 10 pounds, and there were even some weighing hundreds or even thousands of pounds, such as the Millennium Meteorite iron. What is this stone? With a flick of his right hand, Chu Xiu revealed a palm-sized stone, resplendent and translucent, resembling jade yet distinct from it. He sensed that this white stone was feather-light, hinting at its extraordinary nature, though he could not discern what it truly was. After all, Chu Xiu's knowledge of refining materials was still quite limited. Never mind, he decided to set it aside for now. Chu Xiu carefully stored the white stone, sensing that its value might surpass even that of the legendary 10,000-year cold iron. After all, the ancestral relic of the Xian family was casually placed within a storage pouch. In contrast, this exquisite white stone was ensconced within a golden brocade box. These jade vases bear a striking resemblance to the one I previously acquired from Xian 15. Could it be that the ancestor of the Xian family is, in fact, clandestinely amassing vital essence? Upon careful examination, Chu Xiu discovered that his storage bag contained 8 jade clear bottles. Contemplating this revelation, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "This implies that the Xian family does not merely possess the Tianjin Pavilion within our Songlong County City for the purpose of gathering vital energy. It is highly probable that similar establishments exist in various county towns as well. This matter must be conveyed to Brother Qi so that our silver badge captains, and even the golden badge captains, can embark on investigations in those counties. Now, it is time to ascertain the nature of this token." After thoroughly inventorying the items within the storage chamber, Chu Xiu concentrated and retrieved the golden token from the storage bag. The 5 Elements Secret Realm? Chu Xiu gazed with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity at the golden token inscribed with the words 5 Elements Secret Realm. He pondered the true nature of this enigmatic realm and the secrets it might harbor within. After a moment of contemplation, he rose to his feet and exited the study. At this late hour, the night had deepened, and both Jiang Xiaoxiao and Li Xinyue had already succumbed to slumber. Chu Xiulong strode towards the mission hall with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. "Brother Qi, there is something I wish to discuss with you." As Chu Xiu gazed at Qi Xiu, who seemed lost in thought within the task hall, it was evident that he was experiencing a profound sense of ennui. Clearly aware of the return of the Southern Palace's envoy, Qi Xiu dared not peruse the miscellaneous books in the hall for fear of punishment. Yet, without the distraction of those tomes, he soon succumbed to boredom. "Brother Chu, have you not yet taken a rest?" Qi Xiu inquired. Snapping back to attention to address Chu Xiu. "I was engaged in cultivation just a moment ago," Chu Xiu replied. "However, I have come across something significant that I must share with you, Brother Qi." Chu Xiu nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed, Brother Chu is diligent." Qi Xiu's face displayed a look of admiration as he said, "No wonder Brother Chu's cultivation has progressed so swiftly." "Brother Qi, it is not convenient to speak at the moment." Chu Xiu remained silent, casting a glance at the entrance of the mission hall before responding, "Understood." Qi Xiu's expression grew solemn as he waved his sleeve, causing the grand doors of the mission hall to close instantaneously. "Brother Qi, I have discovered numerous jade bottles within the storage pouch of the esteemed ancestor of the Xian family, identical to those previously found in the pouch of Madame Xian 15. While it remains uncertain whether these jade bottles were collected for personal cultivation by the ancestor or intended for the esteemed ancestor of the Gao family, this matter warrants serious attention. Brother Qi, it is imperative that you issue a mission for us, the silver medal captains of the 6 doors, as well as the golden medal captains, to investigate throughout the various counties of our Songlong prefecture." Chu Xiu spoke with a serious demeanor. "What?" Qi Xiu's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "I understand now. I will immediately commence the task, instructing our silver badge captains and even the gold badge captains of the 6 doors to conduct thorough investigations across all the counties in our Songlong prefecture." "Very well. Brother Qi, I have conveyed the matter to you. There is nothing more to discuss. I must make a trip to the storeroom, so I shall take my leave." Chu Xiu nodded slightly and spoke to Qi Xiu. "All right, Brother Chu, take care." Qi Xiu acknowledged with a nod and with a flourish of his sleeve. The grand doors of the mission hall gradually creaked open. Subsequently, he retrieved a small booklet from beneath the table and began to inscribe the new assignments. Chu Xiu strode out of the mission hall with purposeful steps, heading straight toward the storage room. Upon seeing Chu Xiu enter, Zhao Qiming wore an expression of bewilderment and exclaimed, "Young Chu, what brings you here again?" Clearing his throat, Chu Xiu replied, "I've come today to discuss a matter with you, Elder Zhao, and incidentally, to purchase some medicinal pills." Chu Xiu cleared his throat and addressed Zhao Qiming. "What is the matter?" Zhao Qiming cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiu and replied, "Old Zhao, I no longer wish to acquire the century-old meteorite nor the millennium-old one." With a solemn expression, Chu Xiu gazed earnestly at Zhao Qiming and inquired, "Old Zhao, would it be possible for you to assist me in returning this?" After all, the value of the 10,000-year cold iron had diminished significantly for him, let alone the 100-year meteoric iron and the 1,000-year meteoric iron. He had not anticipated that the golden muscle and jade bone could indeed be upgraded to the diamond divine body. "Not needed?" Zhao Qiming replied, his brow furrowing in confusion as he regarded Chu Xiu. It was somewhat perplexing that Chu Xiu, having just made a purchase, was now seeking to return it. Nevertheless, it was likely that the blacksmiths at the 6 doors had yet to commence their work. Even if they had begun, transforming it into a circular form would not pose any complications. "Thank you, Old Zhao." Chu Xiu clasped his hands in gratitude towards Zhao Qiming. "No need for that. Please, speak your mind. What elixir do you wish to procure?" Zhao Qiming waved his hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly, "Old Zhao, I seek to acquire the returning essence pill. The vitality pill holds no further benefit for me." Chu Xiu pondered for a moment before speaking. "Moreover, I currently possess 25 bottles of essence pills. Might I return these as well?" The essence pills were elixirs utilized by martial artists at the Grandmaster level for physical cultivation. Yet now, having reached the pinnacle of the Supreme Grandmaster realm, their potency held little significance for him. Change always outpaces planning. Who could have foreseen the emergence of 2 purple-tier inscriptions in the path of physical cultivation, propelling his divine elephant prison-suppressing technique directly to the peak of Supreme Grandmaster? His current prowess in the path of physical refinement far surpassed the internal strength cultivated through the 9 Suns' true art. It had become his true hidden trump card. "Certainly," came the composed reply. "As long as the essence pills remain in use, this old man can repurchase them at their original price and exchange them for return origin pills. In the future, should you have any unused elixirs, you may always return them here." Zhao Qiming maintained an expression of serene indifference as he inquired, "Speak. Then how many bottles of return origin pills do you require?" "Thank you, Elder Zhao. I shall take 100 bottles of return origin pills." Chu Xiu once again expressed his gratitude to Zhao Qiming, stating, with a flourish of his sleeve, that a number of bottles containing essence pills materialized upon Zhao Qiming's table. 25 bottles in total, not one less. Indeed, this time, Chu Xiu did not merely procure 50 bottles of return essence pills but rather 100. He even harbored doubts that 100 bottles would suffice to elevate his divine elephant prison technique to the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Currently, he had unlocked 6,786 microparticles, while the peak of the Grandmaster realm necessitated the unlocking of 8,400 microparticles, leaving him short by 1,600 microparticles. As one ascends in cultivation, the challenge of unlocking microparticles intensifies considerably. Eventually, it is commonplace for a single pill, or even several, to unlock just one microparticle. The total value of 100 bottles of return essence pills amounted to 10 million merit points, matching the price of true yang pills. You had returned 10 pounds of millennium meteorite iron and 10 pounds of century meteorite iron, which together accounted for 5,100,000 merit points. The 25 bottles of essence pills were valued at 125,000 merit points. This implies that you could reclaim 635,000 merit points. Zhao Qiming calculated, after deducting the cost of the return essence pills. You still fall short by 365,000 merit points. "Zhao Lao, here's my token." Chu Xiu produced the token of the renowned Qingyi constable and extended it towards Zhao Qiming, stating, "Young Chu, take back your token. I shall assist you in retrieving the Guyuan pill." Zhao Qiming, holding Chu Xiu's token, brushed it against the black jade stone and then placed it upon the table, collecting all the essence pills that lay upon the surface before making his way towards the storeroom. "Very well." Chu Xiu gave a slight nod and tucked away the token. Shortly after, Zhao Qiming emerged carrying a large black satchel, which he placed upon the table. With a casual wave of his hand, he addressed Chu Xiu, "Very well. Young Chu, the Guyuan pills you requested have been retrieved. Should there be nothing further, you may take your leave now." "Elder Zhao," Chu Xiu inquired, "have you perchance heard whispers of the secret realm?" Chu Xiu cautiously inquired. His urgency in coming to the storeroom stemmed from a desire to seek information about the secret realm from Zhao Qiming. While Chu Xiu might not be privy to the knowledge of the secret realm, Zhao Qiming As the custodian of the storeroom for the 6 gates of Songlong Prefecture and a seasoned pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial sage realm, was likely to possess such knowledge. Indeed, Zhao Qingming's true cultivation level was that of the pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial sage realm. Moreover, Chu Xiu sensed that Zhao Qingming could potentially step into the mythical realm at any moment, yet he seemed to be deliberately restraining his cultivation level, refraining from crossing into that domain. After all, having attained a minor success in the art of qi observation, he could discern the cultivation levels of those around him. Not only was Zhao Qingming at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial sage realm, but so were Nangong Push and Elder Jiang. Each of these 3 individuals surpassed any 9th level martial sage demon Chu Xiu had previously encountered by several magnitudes. Among them, it was Elder Jiang whom Chu Xiu perceived as the most formidable, not Nangong Push, based on his observations. Through the art of qi observation, Chu Xiu felt an overwhelming sense of threat emanating from Elder Jiang, as if he concealed an astonishing sword intent capable of cleaving heaven and earth. The secret realm? Zhao Qiming exclaimed in surprise, casting a glance at Chu Xiu. I am indeed aware of the secret realm. Within our 6 gates, there exists the presence of a secret realm. Does our 6 gates truly harbor a secret realm? Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Zhao Qiming with a look of astonishment. As a renowned investigator of the 6 doors, how could he be unaware of the existence of a hidden realm? Indeed, within our 6 doors, there exists such a secret domain. However, it is not associated with the 6 doors of Songlong County, but rather with those of Qingzhou City. Zhao Qiming spoke with a grave expression. This secret realm is known as the Kanglan Secret Realm. Kanglan Secret Realm? With a raised eyebrow, Chu Xiu expressed his keen interest and remarked, when we speak of secret realms, we must inevitably mention the levels of cultivation. The martial saint realm is characterized by the condensation of true energy into a martial essence elixir. Beyond the martial saint realm lies the mythical realm, where one cultivates the martial primordial spirit. Zhao Qiming, with a serious demeanor, continued, and above the mythical realm is the martial legend realm, which essentially represents the opening of a cave heaven. Each secret realm is, in fact, formed from the demise of a peerless expert at the martial legend level. Naturally, the vast majority of such legendary martial artists do not leave behind cave heavens upon their fall. Each cave heaven is, in essence, a legacy of a predecessor warrior who, just before their demise, consciously detached a part of themselves to merge into the tangible world. I see, came the understanding reply. A flicker of realization crossed Chu Xiu's face, leading him to consider that the 5-element secret realm in his possession might very well be a world formed after the fall of an existence at the level of a martial legend. The Kanglan Secret Realm, in truth, is a legacy left behind by an unparalleled master known as the Kanglan Sword Saint, who once emerged from our Qingzhou. Within the Kanglan Secret Realm, a plethora of treasures and the inheritance of the Kanglan Sword Saint await. Every 50 years, we in Qishou open the Kanglan Secret Realm. Although this realm is under the jurisdiction of the 6 gates of Qishou, the available slots are not exclusively for our members. The 6 gates of Qishou can claim 100 slots, while the remaining 100 are divided among the various factions within the state city. With less than half a year remaining until the opening of the Kanglan Secret Realm, Zhao Qiming cast a glance at Chu Xiu and remarked, with your ranking of 81st on the potential dragon list, the 6 gates of Qizhou will undoubtedly allocate this slot to you. However, once you enter the Kanglan Secret Realm, you must exercise caution. In this realm, killing is not prohibited. Not only are there monsters lurking within the Kanglan Secret Realm, but fellow humans may also engage in battle. Among us of the 6 gates, we shall refrain from conflict, yet one cannot guarantee the same restraint from those of other factions. Are there indeed monsters within the Kanglan Secret Realm? Chu Xiu paused for a moment and remarked, indeed, within the depths of the Kanglan Secret Realm, there exist various demons and monsters. At the time of his demise, the Kanglan Sword Saint had already ascended to the 9th pinnacle of the martial legend realm, a mere step away from the terrestrial, immortal domain. Just before his fall, he traversed the entirety of Qingzhou, banishing numerous demons into the Kanglan Secret Realm. Among the demons residing within, the most formidable have even reached the martial legend realm. The number of demons within the martial sage and legend realms is considerable. These creatures have firmly established their roots within the Kanglan Secret Realm. By entering this realm to vie for resources, you are essentially competing for their cultivation materials, inevitably leading to confrontations with these demons. Moreover, these demons perceive the human prodigies who enter the Kanglan Secret Realm as prime resources for their own cultivation. Truly a boon for them. Zhao Qiming slightly nodded, gazing at Chu Xiu, and said, "However, with your exceptional talent, you need not fear these demons. As long as you refrain from venturing into the core of the Kanglin's secret realm and provoking any demons of the martial legend caliber, you shall encounter no danger. Conversely, your greatest concern should be the prodigies from other factions." Chu Xiu pondered thoughtfully and remarked, "Old Zhao, are the geniuses from other factions truly that formidable? You must not underestimate the talents of these other forces. Each time the Kanglin's secret realm is unveiled, it is not solely our Qingzhou's Qianlong ranking geniuses who emerge. For instance, within our Qingzhou, every prominent family harbors, to varying degrees, concealed prodigies, especially among the four great families of Qingzhou. Each one may very well be hiding an unparalleled genius. These individuals have remained in the shadows from the outset, known only to the most direct descendants within the four great families. Their strengths are immensely formidable, having been nurtured with the full resources of their respective families since childhood. When the Kanglin's secret realm opens, these extraordinary talents who have lurked hidden and have not entered the Qianlong ranking will undoubtedly make their appearance. Moreover, the unveiling of the Kanglin's secret realm is not limited to the exceptional geniuses of Qingzhou. Prodigies from beyond our borders may also emerge. Zhao Qingming added with profound significance. You must understand that these families, or even other factions within Qingzhou, may have connections with influential figures from other states. These individuals could very well secure spots to travel from their respective states to our Qingzhou city and gain entry into the Kanglin's secret realm. Each time the Kanglin's secret realm is unveiled, it truly becomes a convergence of genuine talents. I understand now. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. From Zhao Qingming's words, he had come to realize that the hidden dragon ranking could not encompass all the prodigies across the entire Qingzhou region. There were those who remained concealed in the shadows, their talents unrecorded even by the prestigious ranking. Thus, though he currently held the 81st position, he understood that numerous individuals likely surpassed him in strength. Regarding the four great aristocratic families of Qingzhou that Zhao Qingming mentioned, his knowledge was limited. Yet one thing was certain. Each of these families wielded unparalleled power, eclipsing minor houses like the Gao family as the stars outshine mere dust upon the earth. The disparity between them was beyond comparison. If establishing a family in a single commandery required the presence of a mythic realm expert, then the great families of an entire province demanded at least a martial mythic realm master to serve as their foundation. Whenever you find the time, boy, you should frequent the Six Doors martial archives and study, Zhao Qingming remarked with a dismissive wave. The texts there contain not only information about Qingzhou's capital and its dozens of commanderies, but also records spanning all 108 provinces of the Great Zhou Empire, even the imperial capital, the divine metropolis itself. With a look of mild exasperation, he added, "With your innate talent, comprehension, and potential, you won't remain confined to our Songlong commandery branch of the Six Doors forever. Like Nangong Push, your destiny lies in the Qingzhou capital's Six Doors, perhaps even in the divine metropolis of our great Zhou Empire. Do not fixate solely on cultivation. You must also acquaint yourself with the wider world." "Thank you, Elder Zhao. I understand," Chu Xiu replied. Chu Xiu waved his sleeve, sweeping the large black bag of elixirs on the table into his storage pouch, then bowed respectfully towards Zhao Qingming in gratitude. Zhao Qingming gave a slight nod before settling into the chair. Chu Xiu turned and walked towards the armory of the Six Doors. As Zhao Qingming had said, his realm did not reside within the Six Doors of Songlong County. He truly needed to gain a deeper understanding of the outside world. "Ah, young Chu, you have returned once more," Elder Jiang exclaimed, jolted into action as he instinctively rose to his feet. His immediate reaction was to assume that Chu Xiu had come again to select martial arts. "Elder Jiang, I am not here this time to choose martial arts." Chu Xiu coughed lightly and addressed Elder Jiang. "Are we not selecting martial arts? Have you come to engage in idle chatter with me?" Elder Jiang rolled his eyes and replied, "Elder Jiang, I have come this time to examine the records of our entire Qingzhou, and even the entirety of the great Zhou dynasty." Chu Xiu smiled faintly and addressed Elder Jiang. "Are you in need of these materials? They are located in the miscellaneous section on the first floor. Feel free to peruse them. Once you have made your selection, you may take them with you. Whenever you have finished, simply return them at your convenience." Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang gazed deeply at Chu Xiu and remarked, "You indeed ought to familiarize yourself with matters beyond our Songlong County." "Thank you, Elder Jiang." Chu Xiu expressed his gratitude to Elder Jiang and proceeded towards the miscellaneous section on the first floor of the armory. Upon arrival, he discovered that the information regarding the territories of the Great Zhou dynasty was categorized into 3 volumes: upper, middle, and lower. In essence, there were 3 books dedicated to this purpose. With over 108 states within the Great Zhou dynasty, the total number of volumes exceeded several hundred. Additionally, there were records pertaining to the capital of the Great Zhou and introductions to various demonic forces, among others. Ultimately, Chu Xiu acquired over 1,000 books, storing them in his spatial pouch for leisurely study. Given his insatiable appetite for knowledge, he could enhance his strength while perusing these texts. Upon returning to his courtyard, Chu Xiu refrained from consuming the True Sun pill and the returning essence pill, opting instead to rest. His power had surged significantly that day, and there was no need to rush into further cultivation. A balance between work and rest was paramount. Time passed swiftly, and before he realized it, half a month had elapsed. During this period, Chu Xiu remained at home, engrossed in reading and taking the True Sun pill and the returning essence pill. Meanwhile, the entire Songlong County and its capital experienced an unusual tranquility, devoid of any disturbances. Even the demonic entities seemed to have vanished without a trace. However, thanks to Chu Xiu's timely warnings, the Six Doors organization uncovered instances of the small hill fox spirits draining vitality in several counties beneath Songlong County. These fox spirits met their demise at the hands of Captain Jin Zhang of the Six Doors. In contrast to the formidable fox spirit he encountered at the Tianxian Pavilion, who was of the martial saint realm and protected by another of similar prowess, the fox spirits in these counties possessed relatively low cultivation levels, barely reaching the Grandmaster realm. Suddenly, a tremendous aura erupted from one of the rooms. "Sister Xinyue has broken through again," exclaimed Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had been practicing swordplay in the courtyard, her delicate face reflecting astonishment as she gazed towards the room. Indeed, it appeared that Xinyue had ascended to the peak of the 7th tier of the martial saint realm. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, a look of astonishment gracing his cheeks as he spoke. Li Xinyue, by her very nature, was a calamity. Even without any active efforts, her cultivation level would continuously ascend. Furthermore, with the acquisition of 8 jade bottles from the ancestral lineage of the Xian family, each of these vessels contained a remarkable amount of vital energy, surpassing even that which was found in the jade bottle previously obtained from Xian Shuoyang. This infusion of energy allowed Li Xinyue's cultivation to surge rapidly from the 1st to the pinnacle of the 7th level of martial saint within a remarkably short span of time. Would it not mean that soon, Sister Xinyue would step into the realm of legends, seeking vengeance against the leader of the 7 villages of the 100 miles, Du Gaming? Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired of Chu Xiu. However, such a journey is not easily undertaken. Chu Xiu shook his head and remarked, "Once a natural disaster enters the martial sage realm, the pace of cultivation will inevitably slow down. Currently, it is only due to the essence and spirit I obtained from the ancestor of the Xian family that Xinyue's progress is remarkably swift. Without this essence, it would take her a considerable amount of time to reach the pinnacle of the 9th level of the martial sage realm. Furthermore, breaking into the mythical realm will demand an even longer period of accumulation. This is the constraint of longevity, coupled with immortality. During this period, he had perused numerous texts and gained a certain understanding of natural disasters. Does this mean I have the opportunity to catch up to Sister Xinyue and assist her in avenging her grievances?" Jiang Xiaoxiao exclaimed with delight. "Indeed, you have already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Master Realm. You are on the verge of stepping into the Grandmaster Realm. With your innate talent and capabilities, it will not be long before you are able to match Xinyue." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu cast a glance at Jiang Xiaoxiao, a light smile gracing his lips as he spoke. His heart was filled with profound astonishment. While he had been incessantly consuming medicinal substances, Jiang Xiaoxiao, apart from partaking in the various dishes crafted from medicinal herbs and the flesh of demonic beasts alongside him, refrained from any elixirs. Remarkably, she had solely relied on absorbing the essence of the moon, her cultivation level soaring with astonishing rapidity. Chu Xiu began to harbor doubts about whether Jiang Xiaoxiao was indeed the true daughter of destiny. Fortunately, during this period, his cultivation had progressed remarkably. His internal martial arts had reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, standing at the 9th level, just a step away from the martial saint realm. His external martial arts had also attained the peak of the Grandmaster realm, possessing the formidable strength of 8,400 savage giant elephants. The only pressing issue was that his merit points had been entirely depleted. To be precise, not entirely, he still retained 430 merit points. The remainder had been exchanged for True Sun pills and returning Yuan pills. It was precisely through the extensive use of these merit points that he was able to elevate his cultivation level to the peak of the Grand Master realm in both internal and external arts within a mere fortnight. With a creak, the doors slowly opened. Li Xinyue emerged from the room, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she addressed Chu Xiu, saying, "Thank you, my lord." "There is no need for such formality," he replied. Chu Xiu waved his hand, a faint smile gracing his cheeks as he remarked, "After secluding yourself for half a month, you have finally reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm. It is now time for you to take a well-deserved rest." "Indeed," Li Xinyue replied, nodding her head gently, her demeanor exuding obedience. "Well then, I believe it is time for me to venture outside." Chu Xiu rose gracefully, addressing Li Xinyue and Jiang Xiaoxiao. After a period of introspection lasting half a month, it was time for him to venture out into the world once more. His merit points had dwindled, and he had perused every book available to him. "Young master, will you not finish your dinner before heading out?" Jiang Xiaoxiao inquired, her charming eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at Chu Xiu. Li Xinyue also looked at him with an expression full of anticipation. "No, you both enjoy your meal. Night is swiftly approaching." A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as he spoke. Upon finishing his words, he made his way out of the courtyard. Once outside, Chu Xiu first returned all the books to the armory of the 6 doors before heading towards the task hall. "Oh, Brother Chu, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you." At the entrance of the task hall, Chu Xiu happened to encounter Qi Xiu. "Brother Qi, do you perhaps have another task that would suit me?" With a subtle arch of his brow, Chu Xiu gazed at Qi Xiu and inquired, "Brother Chu, shall we enter and converse?" Qi Xiu approached Chu Xiu, draping an arm over his shoulder as he replied, "Certainly." Chu Xiu nodded and followed Qi Xiu into the mission hall. Upon entering, Qi Xiu pondered for a moment before speaking. "Although the celestial pavilion has been eradicated by Brother Chu, and with the intelligence provided by you, we at the 6 doors have successfully eliminated all the hidden Xiaoqiushan fox spirits throughout the various counties of Songlong Prefecture. However, I fear that remnants of the Xiaoqiushan fox spirits may still linger within the county city. After all, the ancestral figure of the Gao family certainly requires their essence for sustenance. Consequently, I commissioned an investigation, which indeed yielded results. Along the banks of the Songlong River, there have been sightings of Xiaoqiushan fox spirits consuming essence once more. This time, however, their operations are far more clandestine than during the previous incident with the Celestial Pavilion. In the Bayawalo, not only are there the Xiaoqiushan fox spirits, but also ordinary women. Furthermore, the Bayawalo is managed and guarded by members of the Dajiang gang. It is speculated that at least a martial saint-level expert from the Dajiang gang is covertly providing protection. Brother Chu, would you like to undertake this task? Naturally, Chu Xiu is well aware of the 6 doors' efforts to uncover the Xiaoqiushan fox spirits throughout Songlong Prefecture. His absence from the 6 doors while engrossed in reading did not imply ignorance of the happenings. Qi Xiu had previously taken the time to inform him about this matter. Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow and said, "The 100-flower pavilion? I shall undertake this task." "Very well, since Brother Chu has accepted this mission, it is now entrusted to him." Qi Xiu nodded slightly and remarked, "However, Brother Chu, should you venture to the 100-flower pavilion, you must exercise utmost caution." "Oh?" A flicker of curiosity sparked within Chu Xiu as he cast a questioning glance at Qi Xiu. "My dear Brother Chu," he mused, "you must be aware that during this period, the entire Songlong County has been shrouded in an eerie calm, devoid of any traces of demons or monsters. Yet, it is precisely this tranquility that heightens my unease. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss, as if a storm is brewing on the horizon." Qi Xiu hesitated for a moment, his expression heavy with gravity, before responding, "Were it not for your prior assurance that I should inform you immediately should any task arise, I would not have thought to seek you out for this mission. I understand now, and rest assured, I shall exercise utmost caution." Chu Xiu smiled gently, patting Qi Xiu's shoulder. Noticing that the sky had completely darkened, he strode out of the mission hall, heading towards the gates of the 6 doors. No, Brother Chu must not encounter any trouble. Qi Xiu thought for a moment as he watched Chu Xiu's departing figure, then swiftly made his way towards a courtyard deep within the 6 doors. Before long, Chu Xiu stepped out from the 6 gates and ambled towards the banks of the Songlong River. "Big River Gang. I report to the leader. Chu Xiu has left the 6 gates." A member of the Big River Gang entered the hall and bowed respectfully to Wei Qifeng, the leader, who was seated at the head of the hall. "Finally out. I thought this Chu Xiu would dare not emerge, hiding like a turtle within the 6 gates." A glint of murderous intent flickered in Wei Chi Feng's eyes as he spoke coldly. Leader, judging by Chu Shou's demeanor, it seems he intends to go to the Songlong River. The big river gang member pondered for a moment before addressing Wei Chi Feng. The Songlong River? Wei Chi Feng's gaze sharpened, and he cursed. Damn it. The hounds of the Six Gates are indeed sharp, even under our cover. The fox spirits of Shaoqi Mountain have been discovered. Leader, shall we have the fox spirits of Shaoqi Mountain conceal themselves first? The expression of the big river gang member changed slightly as he inquired. Wei Chi Feng rubbed his forehead and commanded. Send orders to relocate all the fox spirits of Shaoqi Mountain. They must not remain in the county city. I have heard that the Six Gates have conducted a sweep through all the counties under Songlong Prefecture. Many of those fox spirits have been caught. Let them go to those counties to gather energy for the Gao family as ancestors. After all, there are members of the Gao family within the Six Gates. Indeed. Many matters within the Six Gates cannot escape the scrutiny of the Gao family, particularly under the watchful eye of the sycophant Wei Chi Feng. Leader, how astute. Is this what they call being blind under the lamp? The big river gang member's eyes brightened, admiration evident as he flattered Wei Chi Feng. Wei Chi Feng shook his head, stating, although the county city has been searched by the Six Gates, they must remain vigilant upon arrival. Moreover, we of the big river gang will provide covert protection. Understood, subordinate obeys. The big river gang member replied, his expression filled with respect. In addition, dispatch orders to gather all peak 9th level martial saints. This time, no matter what, we must slay Chu Xiu. No, we cannot kill him. He must be captured alive. I will personally oversee this, Wei Chi Feng declared with a powerful voice. He suddenly recalled that the Gao family had insisted on capturing Chu Xiu alive to deliver him to their clan. Understood, subordinate comprehends. The big river gang member responded with utmost reverence. Wei Chi Feng waved his hand, falling silent. The big river gang member bowed and exited. Chu Xiu. With 5 peak 9th level martial saints and 1 half-step mythical realm, I shall see how you escape this time, Wei Chi Feng said darkly as he watched the big river gang member leave. The peak of the 9th level of martial saints, even in Wild Boar Ridge, signifies a true master. Last time, 3 martial saint level demon kings perished at Chu Xiu's hands, one of whom was A.